If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 326, Interlude 24. Surtsk's Lucifer POV. Well, that could have gone better. Sirafal threw herself onto the couch in our lounge area. It could have been worse. Ajulka countered with a sigh, sitting down in his own seat. Yeah, that fox could have stopped metaphorically dry f***ing us and instead used those massive balls of hers to have a go at the real thing. It's not like you to be so crass, Sirafal. I commented, taking my own seat to the side. Yeah, well, it just seems like every problem we've had since we took our positions was piled up and thrown in our faces today. And there wasn't a damn thing we could do about it except smile prettily and take it. An annoyingly apt description. Admittedly, they are problems that we haven't quite dealt with. I pointed out. And it's not like we can just wave a magic wand to fix them. Sirafal agreed. That was some nice bullshit about the evil pieces you fed. Sounds like they believed we had actually came up with that idea beforehand and it wasn't just something you thought up right at that moment. What can I say? I have a few good ideas every now and then. I chuckled. And honestly, it's only a few steps further than what we were doing already. I mean, we just keep watch for powerful sacred gears and anyone that was a potential political hazard. Otherwise, we didn't do much and kept our hands away. I did think that all up on the spot. And it wouldn't be too hard to actually implement if we really wanted to. We're going to need to actually do it though. Ajulka frowned. Not that I'm against it. Doubly so as the creator of the things. But they're going to be watching and wanting visible results. And a lot of the noble houses aren't going to be happy. You know how they get when we have to police them even if they aren't part of the problem. And we can parade DIO around to shut them up. I mirrored his frown, remembering the vivid details about that whole thing. No offense. None taken. Ajulka scowled. I want to wring his neck myself. That little bastard could have ruined us and that Yukai leader knows it. She didn't press nearly as hard as she could have. You saw how Michael was acting after hearing what she said? One or two more steps back and he might have pulled out altogether. And he hissed, how did they even know, under his breath. What a mess. One of Ajulka's family members so blatantly stealing away church holy maidens and nuns, doing unspeakable things to them. And to top it all off, we were none the wiser about what was going on. Maybe, we turned more of a blind eye to our own families than we should have when we took up our positions? I know some of Rias's peerage were not technically acquired, through her own merit. I may have pushed her in a direction or two, and may have set up the CIRC * misstances that allowed her to gain a few powerful peerage members. It's unlikely I'll be able to do that in the future with my own proposition on how to deal with the evil pieces. Frankly, it's strange that they knew the intimate details about Dio's dealings. Would this hero faction really have kept such detailed accounts of a lower-end devil? Then again, with his familial connections, such information could have been useful for any number of things, from blackmail to increasing tensions between factions. I think we were all skeptical on their source of information, even if it did technically make sense. They seemed way too confident for that to be their only card. We have to thank Azazel. I let out a sigh. And he's going to be insufferable. Probably not. Ajulka shared my sentiment. His faction didn't really come out unscathed either. He had to sit there and bite his tongue when that fox brought up their last meeting too. And you know Michael didn't approve of Azazel doing something like that right while he's trying to coax us all together. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. I thought there was a silent agreement to not cause any problems while we were trying to hash things out before deciding anything official. Why exactly did he go over to Japan, the hero faction's sacred gears? That's what he claims, but you never know what he's thinking. Ajulka nodded. No wonder Yasaka just ripped into us. We must look like complete assholes to her with how Azazel handled things. Even if we aren't the same, most others see us all as the Abrahamic factions rather than separate factions. Sirafal let out a whine of annoyance. I don't think she thought any differently about us based on that singular example. I snorted. Sirafal threw her hands up. Why the Yukai of all factions? Why were they the ones holding the paddle while we all had to bend over? Crude description aside, she isn't wrong. Ajulka leaned forward, looking thoughtful. It really came out of nowhere. In hindsight, we could look at what's been happening in Japan to realize something was amiss, but not like this. They knew exactly what they were walking into, and they were well beyond prepared. Start to finish, they were playing us. Sirafal huffed. Whenever we thought we could gain the initiative, they just slapped us with something that we couldn't argue with. Something is definitely up and we need to know. Is that your pride speaking or your status as foreign affairs? Yes. Sirafal huffed again. We can't be caught off guard again like this again, especially from a small faction like the Yukai. We need people on the inside now, we need to get spies over there. And how do you propose we do that? How many Yukai do we have that could sneak into the one of their factions, let alone both of them? Not to mention their borders are sealed up tight, and one of the points they didn't budge on was letting us and the other factions inside wantonly. Ajulka countered. I don't know. Sirafal threw up her hands. We have to do something, though. We were played like amateurs, Ajulka. Even Odin and Lug had to just bow to their whims. Which brings up the very important question. What the hell? And to answer it, we need to take action. As much as I want to figure out this enigma as well, we can't really afford to spend too much resources on it. Ajulka interjected. We have much bigger problems to worry about. Speaking of resources, how bad is it? I wasn't too familiar with our budget. That was Falbium's domain. Baldy gave me the rundown before we left. Sirafal uncharacteristically scowled. It's not as bad as it could be. We aren't hurting, but we'll have to cut down on spending for a few projects while we reorientate out ourselves. The fact that they vehemently denied any manpower and only accepted more tangible stuff, well, just gotta tighten our belts for a little while. It's clear she did not like us. Ajulka grunted. Compared to the Angels or the Grigori, we're definitely paying out more. I could have told you that. Sirafal rolled her eyes. I could have told you that decades ago. But every time I mentioned trying to resolve things with them, it was always pushed to the wayside as unimportant. And it was, then. No one could have predicted this turnaround. They were so unimportant we didn't even bother to acknowledge them when we gained Kua as a territory. Granted, that whole process went through the Shinto gods, one of the few times we even had any kind of back and forth with that pantheon, but the point still stands. And again, another thing takes precedent. The Cow's Brigade. I breathed out. Apparently, not so insignificant as we thought. Rizevim might be finally making a move. Sirafal frowned again. The Yukai did say that he's a part of it. You may need to finally move out and meet him, Surtsks. I don't know if Ajulka or I could win if we fought. It's what I've been preparing for. I acknowledged. By building a peerage without any sacred gear users. Not many knew about the ability that Rizevim inherited from his father, the original Lucifer. The ability that made him a true enemy of heaven and actually managed to bring the war to the angels and the creator himself. We don't know how he acquired it, somehow twisting the light-based abilities he originally had into something malefic in nature. The denial of miracles. To depower the creations of God. To weaken the faith and prayers of believers and to bring low the very essence of heaven. Sacred gears were utterly useless in front of his ability. And that was on top of him being the first ever super devil. We have enough evidence to start pressing. Ajulka stated. We just need to hit it at the right angle, don't give them an opportunity to weasel out of anything. Should we ask Zekram for help? He was oddly cooperative about this whole thing. Sira said hesitantly. Do we know what he wants? He was helping the Yukai too. And we weren't the only ones who noticed, so he must have done it that obvious on purpose. I added. Ugh, who knows what that old man wants? Sirafal sighed. All I know is that he was clearly helping Yasaka. She lifted her head up to look at me. Think it has anything to do with Wilhelm? My son. I still didn't know how to feel about him. It was so easy to ignore him when he was living ignorantly in Kuaha. When not every devil in the underworld knew about my indiscretion. And it didn't make it better knowing that so many of the newer generation of devils actually looked up to him. He fought a god. And from what we learned recently, he apparently killed another. That's not something many can claim. But, Odin confirmed it himself, even if I was skeptical about the claim, I don't think he would lie about something that serious. I didn't know what he meant by usurping its divine authority, I would need to check with Ajulka about that. While it may sound obvious, the mechanics behind something like that shouldn't be possible. Otherwise, we would have been hunting down stray gods for the past few centuries. And there was so much more that was thrown in our faces. The wielder of the boosted gear and the true Longinus. the latter of which shouldn't be possible with his devil heritage. He claimed it was because of his divinity, but we don't really have anything to verify that with. Ajilka said he was going to investigate that aura thing that Rias's pawn received from him. He thinks it might be able to answer a question or two of ours when everything was said and done. And the boosted gear. It was a Longinus sacred gear for a reason. It wasn't something we could ignore by itself, and now it appeared in the hands of someone who disliked us. Again, it didn't even stop there. Magic that even Ajilka can't figure out. A magician he calls grandfather that we've never heard of. Women at his side that we also know nearly nothing about, bar one in particular that introduced herself. The name of Skathik was known throughout the supernatural community. Another person who claimed the title of God's Lair. I wouldn't put it past Zekram to try and bring him to the old man's side. I closed my eyes, rubbing the bridge of my nose. You know how he is about his bloodline. I don't think he'd appreciate someone running around with it that he can't influence. Geez, I didn't even think about that. How pissed was he when he heard about Lucifer Jr.? Sirafal asked. Do you really have to use that ridiculous name? I sighed at her antics. I don't know, did you really have to scowl and stare at him nearly the whole meeting? She snorted. Touché. I may have not been thinking clearly after seeing him in person. I was about to respond, until a knock sounded on the other side of the door. I think we were all too preoccupied with our own thoughts to notice who it was. Come on in. Sirafal let out a long breath, leaning back in her seat. Normally, we wouldn't have been so careless with who we let over here while we were discussing these sorts of things, but it's not like this person wasn't untrustworthy. Hello kids. Mother stepped through the threshold. Just came in to check to see if you need me any longer. I wanted to get back home soon. I couldn't help but force down a smile as the words left her mouth. It was funny that she's probably the only person in the underworld who would dare address us in such a way. Then again, she did like to say how she babysat us as babies and actually changed our diapers. Mama Gremory, perfect timing. Sirafal perked up. We were just discussing Wilhelm, anything you want to add? Damn it Sirfal. Nothing in particular, no. Mother smiled evenly. Oh come on, no super secret information that you're privy to? No eavesdropping on their plans so we won't be so thoroughly f***ed in front of everyone. Mother hummed non-committally. I do know some things that are not public knowledge. We all leaned in a little. However, I don't think you all want to hear about what I got up to in the bedroom. I felt myself face-palming, a groan escaping my lips. Jokes aside. Sirafal giggled. What do you think about seducing Wilhelm to join our side? Sirafal. I sighed. Sirtsks, I'm being serious. Sirafal was looking surprisingly earnest. Old Zekram is obviously trying to win him over, so let's beat him to the punch. We have the biggest advantage right now. She jabbed her thumb towards Mom. So, Mama Gremory, you think you can lead him by the D***ck to join us? It's not a bad plan. Ajilka also admitted, earning a glare from me. It's a ridiculous plan, this whole thing is ridiculous. Sorry, Sirafal. Wilhelm and I agreed to keep these kinds of matters out of our relationship. Mother shook her head. If you want to win him over, you'll have to do it without my help. I don't want to ruin the good thing I have going right now. Mother, how long are you going to keep this charade up? Charade. She tilted her head, looking oblivious. Please stop pretending. I sighed again. I get it, you're upset with me. Can you please stop with this whole nonsense about dating my son? Sirtsks, do you think I would lower myself to do something like this just to punish you? Mother frowned, her voice one that I recognized from my childhood when I did something wrong. Don't get me wrong, I'm enthused that it's making you uncomfortable, because you damn well deserve that much. But don't you dare assume I would treat myself so cheaply for that to be my sole motivator. Then, why? I didn't understand. Why my son of all people? Why? She blinked. I'm a devil, I'm a woman. I have desires, I have wants, I have needs. He was charming, and the opportunity presented itself. He's treated me very well, and I enjoy the time we spend together. He's just using you to get back at me. I spat out. Sirtsks. Mother said dryly. I'm the one who initiated. He denied me when I offered a no-strings-attached night together with me as thanks. He said he didn't want a one-night stand due to his own reasons. Which, I might add, stem heavily from how his childhood harmed him. She glared at me. I was impressed that he turned me down, young man that he is, when it was obvious that he desired me. So, I offered to try something more than just sex. He accepted. But that means, it's real? I thought she was just saying those things to get a rise out of me. Him, and Mom? How was I supposed to deal with the fact that my son was f***ing my mom? Don't worry, Sertsks, I won't ever make you call him daddy. Mom smiled innocently towards me, making my shiver in disgust. That's my job, after all. Chapter 327, Chapter 294. Meridia POV. Kunu stared at me. I stared at her. I was unsure of how to proceed. Her tails moved from side to side, the ears atop her head twitched every so often. A rather adorable smile on her face as she obviously waited for me to say something. I had been by no means forced or coerced into this, but now that it happened, I was having trouble. The daughter of the man I had given my love to. The daughter of a woman who also cared for him the same way I did. Someone who I could call sister and not feel uncomfortable about it. I had agreed to watch over their child as they attended an important meeting in their world. I was unable to attend personally, nor would it have been a wise decision for me to go due to my status. Thus, I wished to aid them, and I was aware they would be concerned for their child. I believed they would be at ease and be able to focus on their own affairs if I watched after her. Perhaps, I had not considered what that entailed, because I did not know how to handle children. They required a very light touch, one I was unfamiliar with using. As lofty as my position was, I was always firm and direct with those that I ordered. However, this was not some random mortal that I could order about with my normal manners and platitudes. It was difficult for me to separate the goddess from the lover when I spent time with Wilhelm. He was understanding, and perhaps he enjoyed it when I was stern and strict with him. That foolish man seemed to relish in taking fanciful allowances from me for the inanest of things. But someone, so young, they would be, not as understanding. I did not desire for this child to dislike me. As strange a thought as it were, I for some reason, wished to be liked by this yokai. It made me feel some unpleasant emotions at the mere thought of one Wilhelm's children having negative thoughts about me. It was another strange feeling that Wilhelm had brought into my life. Your mother and father have left you with me for the day. I looked into her anticipating eyes. Your mother has also given me a list of things you must complete before you are allowed time to play. How does one play with a child? I only hoped her required tasks took her long enough for me to figure out. Mama said I need to finish my homework, then we can have fun. The little fox yokai happily exclaimed. Very well. I nodded in approval. I have set up an area where you may work at your leisure. I gestured to the side where a table and chairs rose out of the ground. You may call upon me if you desire anything. The little fox looked at the table then back at me. See, can you help me? Her little ears drooped a little bit in what I can only assume is embarrassment. Mama doesn't know, but I am having trouble. She was really busy and I didn't want to bother her. I see. Yes, her home must be in turmoil right now with what has been happening. Yasaka was my sister, I would help her daughter in her stead. I shall lend my aid then, child. What do you require assistance with? Thank you, Auntie. Kunu exclaimed once more and I again felt a strange, warm sensation in my chest. I beckoned her over to the table as I sat down next to her. Show me what troubles you, child. She nodded, producing a book from a similar bracelet that Wilhelm had provided for every other of his targets of affection. She plopped a rather thick tome onto the table, colors and designs I was unfamiliar with. I'm having trouble with trigonometry. A word I was not familiar with, but hopefully it was something that I knew by a different name. There were several parchments laid out before her. Many symbols and what I assumed to be equations were written all over it. I don't understand. The little fox pouted. I can't get from this to this. She pointed at the parchment presented in front of me. And I looked at it with a blank expression. I had no idea what any of this meant. She looked at me so expectantly, and I was completely clueless. I should have expected that the knowledge of another world was not something I could have just assumed to understand. I had no doubt I knew what knowledge was contained within this tome, but the dissociation between worlds left me utterly confused. I reached out for the large book and began to read where she had it opened to. Realizing I was still confused, I flip a page backwards. And again. And again. Until I found myself staring at the first page. I looked up from what I was reading, looking at the fox. Still, there was that expectation of an answer on her face. And, I felt rather embarrassed that I couldn't immediately deduce the problem of this child's school work. I cleared my throat. Child, have you ever met a dragon before? A dragon? Kunu's eyes widened. Yes, a real dragon. Your father knows him well, and he would be enthused to meet you. It was not what I had envisioned when I took Durnevir into my service, however, sacrifices must be made. It only required a single thought for a bewildered child of Akatosh to appear behind us. Bewildered by the fact that a small fox was now running towards it with its arms wide open, trying to latch onto it so greedily. The ancient beast looked at me with pleading eyes as Kunu grabbed hold of his head, speaking excitedly and without pause. Mistress. The dragon projected its thoughts towards me. Sacrifice yourself for your mistress. I sent back, turning away as I didn't know if I could handle the embarrassment of it gazing at me. I required time to familiarize myself with this tome so as to not further make a fool of myself. Perhaps I should seek out that other child from Wilhelm's world that was born in the void. Surely it should know the answers that I seek? Child, are you finished? I lightly asked as the daughter of Wilhelm flew by me. No, one more time. She whined. I felt a small tug on the corner of my lips as I acquiesced to her request. Once more, then we shall depart to see your mother. She has finished her matters. Kunu cheered as I waved my hand, sending her far up into the air. A contraption created from the folding of space, and the bending of time. Regardless, she was sent down a slanted slope, flying into a door that teleported her to another some distance away, sailing through the air as the diffusion of contained time sequence grabbed hold, slowing her down before propelling her forward again. I do not recall how this came about, only that it was difficult to refuse any of her requests. Especially after I had to send her dragon away for another matter. His pride could only take so much, and I was not one to torture my subordinates. She giggled and laughed as she was teleported and careened through the air at random intervals. No harm was ever possible with me present, this domain was completely under my control. I let out a content sigh as I gazed at the tome of arithmancy that was near me. A proud smile crept up as I had conquered this foreign book and was able to render aid to the little fox. It was as if learning another language. I understood the intent, but deciphering it was the difficulty. It was strange, never before I had welcomed another being into this portion of my realm. This little bench I sat at to find a peace within the few moments of eternity that I allowed myself. Wilhelm was the first that I accepted here, a special place that became even more dear to me as he finally said those words that I didn't realize I craved. How that foolish man just made this ancient heart of mine flutter so easily. Of course I would never tell him such a thing, he would be relentless in his teasing. Yes, it was a memory I believed I would hold dear for the remainder of my existence. I knew that there would be a time where Wilhelm would disappear. Our existences were too different, a thought that had made it so I never considered a mortal for this kind of acknowledgement. And the less said about my peers, the better. I had never thought I would feel this way about another being, yet, it had happened so quickly. Even knowing this would not last forever, be it millions or even billions of years into the future, it would end. I would cherish these few blinking moments in the current of time. I was happy. I was content that I allowed myself to try when that foolish boy first said that ridiculous line. It was merely a curiosity at first. If I wished to get rid of him without making myself a liar, it would have been all too easy. I admit I was skeptical for a plethora of reasons, the most being that he wished to use me for his own gain. Yet, he seemed almost entirely uncaring about my status. Only, caring about me. It was a nice feeling. Now, this place was host to another memory I would cherish. My quiet place had turned to one of noise, but I could not be any less unperturbed. The soft giggling of a child's happiness met my ears as she continued to make her way through this contraption. The small child slowly fell to the ground, her feet touched the grass without any harm, only the jittering of excitement still present on her face. She mentioned this being similar to something called a roller coaster, whatever that was. Something from her home that I was still unknowledgeable about. As long as she was happy, I did not mind. Are you finished? I asked, knowing full well if she said no, I would not be able to deny her another go. She threw her arms up in excitement. It was so fun, thank you, Auntie. Before I could respond, her arms were wrapped around me, making me still in surprise. It was no trouble, child. I said softly, my arms unconsciously returning the affection. Come, let us go see your mother, I am sure she misses you dearly. Okay. She smiled brightly, grabbing hold of my hand. Her petite little hand felt so warm in mine as I waved my hand, leading us out of my realm. We touched upon the barrier that protected Nirn from the realms of oblivion, and immediately, I felt the eyes of Time's progenitor lock onto me as I pushed through. This portion of me was small enough that I was not rejected with my small allowances. I returned the gaze with a glare of my own. For some reason, I swear I sensed some amusement from the source. We appeared in Skyrim of Tamriel. A place I was more than familiar with at this point, even if I had precious few followers within this provenance. Yes, the familiar home that welcomed one such as I so openly. I was nearly pulled along as Kunu made way for the house. The magical protections washed over us as we approached the door and she pushed it open without a second thought. My little fox. Kunu released me from her grasp as she dashed towards her parents. Both Wilhelm and Yasaka wrapped her up with a hug. They all greeted me warmly, genuine smiles on their faces at my presence. Once more, it was an odd feeling, but not unwelcomed. I never believed I would feel at home somewhere other than my own realm. Wilhelm POV. Did you behave for your Auntie Meridia? I rubbed my little fox's head. Kunu nodded. She behaved herself. Meridia sniffed. Daddy, I rode on a dragon. Kunu wildly exclaimed. Oh. I raised an eyebrow towards Meridia who looked away from my gaze. I have a feeling there's more of a story there. It sounds like you had a lot of fun. Yasaka cooed. Did you thank your Auntie Meridia? Ahoy. Good girl. Yasaka kissed her forehead. And thank you. She turned towards the goddess. I know it wasn't something. It was no trouble. Meridia cut her off. I enjoyed it. She's too cute, isn't she? Jin walked up, giving the goddess a surprise hug. The stiffness didn't last long, we were all used to how Jin did things at this point. She was probably, no definitely the most affectionate out of everyone here. Let's get you to bed, little lady. It's way past your bedtime. Kunu whined, but didn't fight it. Does Daddy get a good night hug? I held my arms out making her smile again as I gave her another hug for the night. I loved this little fox. Come on sweetie, Mama is tired too. Yasaka beckoned her with a smile. I waved my hand, opening a portal right to their home. Yasaka walked over, giving me a kiss on the cheek. We'll talk more tomorrow, have to get her to bed. Of course, unwind a bit, you earned a nice rest. We'd taken a couple hour or so to calm down after the meeting, but Yasaka performed spectacularly, so she deserved as much rest as she wanted. She gave us one last goodbye before disappearing back to her home. Have the others retired as well? Meridia asked. I believe you had a few other people attending. Yasaka's guard, Soma, was dropped off at the compound. Aotab also went to give Nurarihayan his report on things that happened. As for Rin, well, this was a little outside of her pay grade, without trying to be insulting. So, she's collapsed from some stress and went to bed already. Rin did admirably under the gaze of so many higher beings. Artoria nodded in approval. I believe everything went as desired. The goddess asked. More or less. We got what we wanted with little give on our end. I nodded. I may have brought trouble. Rei Kao said softly. Due to my heritage, I have gained the attention of Indra, my father. Shall I smite him then? Meridia frowned. I will make sure he knows his place. Phew, as amusing as that would be to witness. It may bring more trouble than the desired effect. Skathik giggled, walking up to my servant, nudging her. This one merely worries over something unimportant. If that god steps over a line, he will meet my spear. It was too cute how protective Skathik was of Rei Kao. She's right. I won't let anyone touch my woman. I said firmly. Master. Rei Kao smiled warmly. Besides, I already have a plan for that. Indra's already poked at us once before, so I think it's time to retaliate. You do not mean a direct confrontation, do you? Artoria asked. We cannot afford such a thing, I believe I do not need to remind you. I couldn't help but smirk. Trust me, he won't see it coming, nor will we even have a hand in it. He'll be way too busy to even consider us as well. Then I have no complaints. He has reached out towards us on his own prerogative, I hold no ill will if you respond in kind. Artoria gave me her support and at the same time didn't ask for an elaboration. I stepped over to Meridia, joining Jin in hugging her. The genie happily held her still, without Meridia even showing an ounce of discomfort. She really had come a long ways since the first time I flirted with her. Are you free tomorrow? Do you require my help? Meridia asked. No, I just want you to be around. We have invited Venelana over. I believe Wilhelm asked her for help with his power of destruction and we were going to use the opportunity to socialize with the newest member of his harem. Artoria clarified. You accept her then? I have so far found her enjoyable to converse with and have no negative perceptions. Artoria admitted. Then I shall follow your lead. Meridia replied, glancing down at me. I have no pressing matters to attend to. I can find some time to appear. I was going to have all my girls together. Good, now that's settled. I believe it's time we move on to the important matter after having succeeded so brilliantly at the meeting. I dislodged myself from Meridia, addressing the room. Important matter. Artoria tilted her head. I threw my arms up. It's time for the victory orgy. Woo. Jin mimicked me, throwing her arms up as well. However, the others just looked at me with utter contempt on their faces. Even Rei Cao just stared at me blankly. Though, it just further made the shit-eating grin on my face grow. Only you, my student. Skathik let out a sigh. Master is being naughty. Rei Cao pouted cutely. Artoria turned a rather bright shade of red as she glanced around. No orgy. Jin deflated. Honestly, I don't think she cared one way or another, she just enjoyed stirring things up. You silly girl. Skathik chuckled, plucking the blue-skinned woman into her arms. Come, let us appropriate the bath, we can wash each other's backs and hair. The styling of this region's facilities will fit all of us together. I wouldn't mind getting out of these clothes. Rei Cao had a rather mischievous look on her face. It was a common bonding experience that my knights shared. Artoria said quietly. I have some time before I must leave. Meridia turned up her nose at me, though it was still rather cute how she tried to act peeved when it was obvious she was flustered. And no boys allowed. Skathik grabbed my cheek with a huff. Though she did lean down and kiss me very quickly. Accept your punishment. She added with a flick of my forehead, leaning down towards my ear. However, you may find my bed later tonight. The words whispered into my ear. She visibly sauntered off, her hips swaying right in front of me. I let out a sigh as I watched them all disappear upstairs into what I could only imagine would be the closest thing to paradise on earth. Oh well. I was kidding anyways, they knew that of course. Mostly. Could I just barge my way in if I really wanted to? Probably, but I do like them all doing things together. Regardless, I actually had something else I wanted to take care of after the idea had popped into my head. And the quicker it got done, the better. Thanks for doing this, I know it was abrupt. I stated, as we made our way through the dark of night. I understand the need for quickness after you explained. I agree that it's something we should do sooner rather than later. Izzy replied as she walked beside me. I'm only concerned if this is the correct decision to make. Do you really hate him that much? I asked. Izzy huffed. He is unrepentant, lecherous, and an annoying man. To be fair, I think I can fit in that category for the first half. I do have a harem of beautiful women and do take advantage of that. It's different. She huffed again, turning away. Whatever you say. I chuckled, nudging her with my shoulder. She pursed her lips, nudging me back. It's the difference between being kind and charming versus boisterous and arrogant. Kind and charming am I? Izzy rolled her eyes. I should have kept my mouth shut, now it's going to swell your head. You misunderstand. My ego can't get any bigger. I said haughtily. Because I already knew I was very charming, and handsome, and powerful, and sexy, and... Yes, you're God's gift to every woman on the planet. Izzy snorted. Ironic considering I'm a half-devil. That's debatable at this point. That's fair. Was I even technically a half-devil? Wouldn't becoming part dragon and god lower that percentage? So what, quarter, fifth devil? Thoughts for later. And we're here. Izzy gestured towards a cabin at the edge of a wooded area. You asked for a secluded location, this is one of the few I had available that no one knows about. I don't think anyone was watching any of us too intently at the moment, so I think this will do for now. And thank you. It is no trouble. Izzy perked up a little. Except for dealing with this person. I will not forget the debt you owe me for this. Whatever you want. I smiled towards her. Humph, I'll hold you to that. And, it looked like her cheeks went red for the briefest of moments. They're already inside, let's go. Izzy strode forward, flicking the door open with a slam. I thought I recognized those hips of yours. Odin's voice reached me even before I walked through the threshold of the door. I wonder if you can still recognize them after I break your legs. Izzy huffed in annoyance. Oh look, no minder this time? How are you going to handle yourself if you don't have a babysitter? Izzy. I quietly put a hand on her shoulder. She scowled but relented. Fine. Thank you. I said quietly. And Odin, please don't insult Izzy. Whatever, brat. The All-Father rolled his eyes. You going to tell me what you called me out to this deserted place for? Even told me to come alone. Is this where you try to silence me? I'm telling you now, I won't go down without a fight. He started waving his stick around. Don't put ideas in our heads. Izzy rolled her eyes at his antics. If we wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. Oh ho, bold words coming from a neat. I am not a neat. Really, then why? Odin paused, staring outside the door. And now, I'm surprised. Another presence approached. A familiar head of dark hair, and an aura of death, even if it was reeled in. As am I. The man spoke. I was told of who to expect, but even so. Hades. The Norse god grunted. Now a lot of stuff makes sense. You're the one who gave them the information on the Cows Brigade, weren't you? You're a part of it after all. Hades raised an eyebrow, closing the door behind himself as he walked inside. As expected of the wise god of the north. You make it sound like it isn't obvious after seeing you here. Odin took a deep breath, adopting a rather serious look. He took a seat at a plain wooden table, propping himself up with his stick. All right, so this isn't a social call. What scheme you cooking up, Hades? Don't look at me, All-Father, I was invited as well. His gaze turned to me. Damn, you really did pull one over on all of us. Odin let out a sigh. Hades quirked a small smile. I've heard what happened. My associates are still bickering on how to handle the fact that they've been revealed. They? Odin repeated. Yes, I no longer consider myself as one of their members. My interests have now changed. As if to answer, I deposited the spear right on the table in front of everyone. The All-Father went deathly quietly as he gazed at it. Hesitantly, he hand reached out to touch it, only for him to reel back at the faintest touch. How? Irrelevant. Hades replied. The only important facet is that it's possible. And I wish for it to come to fruition. What's your game, kid? Odin looked at me. He was obviously skeptical and hesitant to just agree since this had nothing to do with what we talked about before. We have common interests. Hades, you said that with the current force the Cows Brigade has, no single pantheon could realistically stand up to them. It was a general statement. The Hindus may be able to match them, but they wouldn't come out unscathed. Some are similar, some are worse. More of a mutually assured destruction of both parties for both sides. Few pantheons are willing to pay that price. Hades clarified. If the list you gave us was even half correct, it doesn't bode well even for us. Odin acknowledged. I can verify the list, I gave it to him after all. Hades stated. And I can vouch for Hades. Izzy also chimed in. Fine. Odin grumbled. I won't question your ties nor the validity of what you gave. But what do you want? We all have similar interests. Some align, some don't, but at the end of the day, this Cows Brigade is threatening all of us. I replied. And you told the world about them. Now, everyone else is on the lookout. Odin retorted. And they didn't know about them until we, the Yukai faction, blew the whistle. Call me skeptical, but I don't think that speaks well of everyone else. Sure, it's beneficial that now they're focused on it, but I don't like the odds of them being dealt with in such a way. It would certainly be beneficial for everyone else to be visibly laying into them when the opportunities arise, but their competency is questionable when this happened right under their noses for so long. Brat, didn't old Bones over here tell you in the first place? How are you any different than us? I knew about the Cows Brigade already, that they were made of many different races. I simply didn't investigate further because it didn't concern me at the time. I crossed my arms. Fine, fine. The old god waved his hand. And what are you suggesting? Hades is helping me revive the biblical god. I said very plainly, making the Norse god's eye widen. He's also keeping me updated on the Cows Brigade and what they're doing. An alliance of sorts. I wanted you to be a part of it. We already had a talk about the other thing I was helping him with. I wanted him to now be a part of what we had going on here. And what do I have to gain? Odin asked. I can't say I care or not about that biblical god's return. It might even be detrimental for me. He would be in your debt, for one. But for another, we would work together. Not like the agreement we made at the peace conference. Let the others flail around in the dark, I want people I can trust to work with me for now. Well, trust was probably too heavy a word. But he already knew a secret that could really harm us if it got out. And for Hades, well, I trusted that we wanted the same thing, and Izzy trusted him to an extent. I'm not against it, he already spoke to me about his intentions. Hades spoke up. I dislike this merging of different pantheons, however, I understand the need. The Cows Brigade has overstepped, they attacked my domain, freeing both my father and Hyperion. So while the others take the spotlight, while the Cows Brigade focuses on them, you want a secret cabal, a secreter cabal than the one they have, to handle things in the dark. Odin mused. To put it bluntly, yes. I nodded. It's not a bad idea. Odin rubbed his beard. And it's an enticing thing to have the biblical god be in my debt. Convince me then, that this is worth my time. Okay, I have a plan I wanted to immediately push through. I leaned forward. Indra's been reaching at me and mine for a while now, I wanted to push his attention off of us. I turned to Hades. The Hindus seem to have very few members among this Cows Brigade. I am doubtful if Indra was not aware of their existence. His sight is well known and even Apollo pales in comparison with his own prophecies. Hades admitted. It makes sense. Odin growled. That the lighting brat knew the entire time and saying nothing would be normal for him. More than that. I closed my eyes, letting out a sigh. The hero faction that attacked Kyoto. The leader Cao, descendant of his namesake. He was one of Indra's toys, as Sun Wukong put it. So he was more than aware of what was going on and turned a blind eye because it most likely benefited him in some form. And what's your plan, brat? Odin asked. Push everything right on top of his head. I cracked a grin. Hades, can you leak to the other members that Cao was one of Indra's people? It wouldn't be difficult. Hades rubbed his chin. Even now, they are doubtful that the Yukai truly got the information from the hero faction. They were at the bottom rung of the whole organization. It shouldn't be too difficult to make them believe that Indra was subtly giving out the real information through one of his disposable pawns. And it works well, but it's technically true. Odin looked at me, contemplating something. I'll perform a ritual obscure his sight from us so he can't figure out what's going on. Does that mean you're on board? Odin cracked a smile. Damn right. Just had to open with screwing over that lightning brat and I would have jumped right in. So he says, but I don't believe that. I think he just wanted to view our competency before he put any effort into it. In any case, F***ck Indra. This should keep both the Cows Brigade and the Hindu pantheon occupied for the time being so they don't focus too much on us. Vicious plan, brat. Odin spoke up again. I like it. So, you didn't say what you were doing about the crippled fellow. He poked at the spear with his stick. We are seeking out the other holy items. Hades admitted. I am having some luck in that regard. Yes, yes. Odin taped his finger against his stick. That's probably the best bet. I'll see if I can't scrounge up any information on those either. They haven't appeared in this generation, publicly, yet. Well, he's on board for now, so that worked out in our favor. Alright, I have a few more things to share that we didn't talk about in the conference. Let's get you up to speed. Chapter 328, Chapter 295. Welcome to Kyoto again. I held my hand out for Venelana to take as she stepped out of my portal. Thank you for inviting me over. She said rather warmly. You make it sound like I'm the one doing the favor here. I'm really thankful that you're helping me with this. I've made progress with my power of destruction, but I admit it's fallen a little to the wayside with everything that's been happening recently. Not that I hadn't been keeping up with workouts and sparring with the others. But most the time I've spent on things like experimentation had been for the benefit of the war effort and not on my more personal projects. It's been a while since I've taken the time to train myself beyond the basics. As we've entered a noticeable lull between any pressing concerns, now was as good of a time as any to work on my bloodline. Obviously, the war was on the forefront of Yasaka and by extension, the Yukai's minds, but it was still something we couldn't immediately act on. We're still incorporating the gifts we received from the peace meeting, which was going to take a while, so that 4-month window Yasaka stated turned out to be definitely the right choice in the long run. The Cow's Brigade was silent for now, no doubt running their own damage control after being revealed to the world. The various pantheons have gotten wind of their clandestine involvement and were probably going to verify certain things for themselves. And that little tip-off that Hades gave, I'm anticipating some news from the Hindu part of the world soon enough. Those evil gods and the like, they're not known for having unbruisable egos. They'd want to hit Indra just as a matter of personal pride. Yes, but I know it's an awkward situation, especially after the whole meeting that just happened. I'm happy that nothing changed since then. She's always so careful not to overstep, it's really endearing. Believe me when I say, that you're never unwelcomed. I took her hands, giving her the best smile that I could. So sweet, she giggled, leaning in to give me a kiss on the cheek. Besides, I wanted to get some exercise. After the whole Kokabeel fiasco, I realized I needed to get back in shape. I've been idle for far too long. Speaking of, I couldn't help but admire what she was wearing. It wasn't anything overly sexy, a simple pair of shorts and a t-shirt that one would expect if they were going to be sweating. However, I don't think I've ever seen her without a dress on. Not that I'm complaining, she's absolutely stunning in anything she wore. But seeing those delicious legs of hers so easily accessible made it hard to resist. If you keep staring at me so intently, I may think you invited me here for something else. Venelana looked at me coyly. I turned my head in embarrassment. I guess I didn't realize how much I was staring. Sorry. Don't be. She let out that enchanting giggle of hers. I do so love the attention you give me. I like to feel wanted, Wilhelm. And I never feel anything but that when I'm with you. Ha, I've never been good with my girls saying stuff like that to me, I was used to dishing out not receiving. I must look ridiculous now, and I'm probably even blushing. You ready to meet the others? I asked, changing the subject. Though given that sly smile of hers, she probably realized what I was doing but continued anyways. I'm excited to meet my new sisters. I have to say, it's a novel experience for me too. Before, I was the one managing Zoe's harem. I always facilitated things like this, keeping the peace, making sure everything ran smoothly because they're usually a lot of work. I never really thought about that. How hard was it to keep everything running smoothly? Venelana let out a cute sigh. It makes me envious that you're even asking that question because you really don't know. I could write a book on the difficulties involved. There were several girls over the years that didn't mesh well, and some outright hostile to others. On a couple occasions we had to kick out one of Zoe's interests because they simply couldn't accept the situation and were too greedy and ignored everyone else. I slowly moved my hand over, slipping it into hers. That bright smile that accompanied our fingers interlocking was adorable. Is it really that strange? I mean, there have been a couple occasions where we had to talk things out because of some miscommunication. But generally, if there's an issue between any of us, we simply say it and work to resolve it in a way to make everyone happy. We're all upfront about what we want from each other, and there hasn't been any major tension or fighting between one another. I pushed the door open of my house as I lead her outside onto the streets of Kyoto. I could have just portaled us over there, but I wanted to be a little selfish and have her to myself for a quaint little walk. The only harems I've seen work out similarly as yours are those that had all the members come together at the start, not get added over time like what you've apparently done. It's much more difficult for new members to be added into an existing dynamic than for everyone to agree ahead of time to share a person. Hey, never really gave it much thought. It may help that you seem to have a certain type that lends itself well to this situation. What do you mean? It's usually the younger girls that bring problems with them. Venelana giggled again. From what I've been told, you appear to have a thing for older women. I believe you said that I'm the second youngest amongst your lovers. With Yasaka technically being the youngest. I nodded. And you're right, I do prefer older women. I sent her a grin, squeezing her hand lightly. Lucky me, she cooed humorously. Tell me about the others. What should I expect so I don't do something or say something wrong? I want to make a good impression on your other lovers. Honestly, I think you'll make a good impression just by being yourself. You're a wonderful woman, and they'll see that in you just like I do. But, if it'll set you at ease, you already met Yasaka and Artoria so far. Yasaka's pretty easy, her daughter is sacrosanct, so obviously don't say anything bad about her, not that you would. Of course, I'm something of a mother myself. Venelana joked. As for Artoria, let's just say that she has some personal things she's working through that involve a son. I won't get too into it, but suffice to say that's a delicate topic for her and to let her bring it up if it's relevant. She did briefly mention someone by the name of Mordred. Venelana looked at me, earning a nod. Noted, I'll be careful with that, thank you. Let's see, you remember Jin, blue-skinned girl, very bubbly. Of course. Venelana laughed. She greeted me so happily the first time we met. Right, well, she's probably the second oldest amongst my girls. However, her CIRC* misstances were unique. She never really socialized much her entire life, so she's been exploring a lot of what it means to actually live a life. And she sorta took on the mentality of being the youngest and really enjoys being doted on and being affectionate. Don't be surprised if she tries to hug you. And also don't mistake this for her being simple. She is frighteningly intelligent and witty when she wants to be. She introduced herself as a spirit of knowledge at the meeting, that is a minimal description of what she actually is. She was very adorable when I first met her. I wouldn't mind getting hugs from her at all. I feel like she's someone I would enjoy spoiling in the future. Next we have Rei Kao. She's a little complicated, personal matters that I don't want to get into without her consent. Basically, she didn't have the best family. She calls herself my mom, and I will never rebuke her for that since it makes her happy. I'm hardly one to throw stones about something like that. Especially considering I'm your grandmother. She chuckled. Which I happily called her when I was inside of her. And moving on to Skaduk. Where to start with her? She's my teacher, I spent a couple years or so learning from her. Things developed during that time. She's a very direct woman. If you know anything about the stories involving her, you can probably guess what she likes and dislikes. Also, she is very competitive, she will try very hard in anything that she perceives as a challenge. Due to the time she spent in the land of shadows, she enjoys learning new things, even those of a mundane nature. I did read up after learning who she was. She has a very illustrious history. I'll be careful with my words until I can understand her better. Venelana nodded. And lastly, we have Meridia, my first lover. Oh boy, so much I could say about her. She is a goddess. I won't mince words about it. She has the attitude of a goddess and the presence of one. She will appear standoffish until she gets to know you better. She isn't used to interacting with mortals, and sometimes has difficulty doing so. That doesn't mean she's uncaring, but it's a new thing for her. She is a goddess of life and detests things like necromancy. I would suggest not even bringing the topic up around her. Otherwise, I suggest being polite as you would to someone of her station, and she's eventually open up around you more. Oh. Venelana blinked. I didn't think you would also have a goddess in your harem. I met Lady Izanami, I suppose I should have expected as much. Honestly, I know they'll all love spending time with you just as much as I do. I reassured her. I didn't want to scare her away at this point. We still had a little while to walk, trying to kill time. I changed the subject again. How have things been on your end, after the meeting? Without trying to pry into private matters, obviously. Busy. My son and the others have been running around after what happened. The old Satan faction is kicking up a fuss about the accusations, but we're having none of it and they've been taking some major hits since the other day. Venelana revealed. I was concerned you would be put in an awkward situation. Nothing bad there. Venelana hummed. Not unless you count being asked to seduce you over to the devil's side. She spoke, accompanied by a coy grin. Well, you already achieved half of that. She looked rather proud of herself as well. Yes, I did. Utterly unrepentant about the fact that she seduced me. If I could be a fly on the wall when she explained that to a certain someone. If we're talking about attempts at subtle side changing, I have one of my own. Oh, did Yasaka ask you to seduce me to your side? Because you're just as much to blame as I am for the night we spent together. That would be a hilarious conversation to have with Yasaka. Unfortunately, she hasn't. I had a little chat with Zekram Bale. Oh Satans, I can imagine how that went. Venelana let out a sigh. He is eccentric. I noticed. I responded dryly. He tried to bribe me into accepting his queen piece to join his peerage. He wanted me to act as a counter to your son since the old Satan faction were going to get the boot soon. Of course he did. Venelana pursed her lips. What did he offer? You. I think Venelana had to resist the urge to face palm. He offered your hand in marriage, almost immediately at that. Venelana actually let out a chuckle. Of course he did. I should mention that he technically has no authority on that matter after I married so. Once I left and became a gremmery, his power over my decisions waned considerably. That's not to say he can't influence me through other means due to his political power, but as a family head, he's out of luck. It was admittedly an enticing offer, but he had no business butting into our relationship. And if it ever gets to that point, I want it to be because we both want it. That warm smile that adorned her face was always so beautiful. You really do say the sweetest things. If we weren't going to meet the others, I would have loved to give you a little reward. Can't say that the idea wasn't attractive. I did thoroughly enjoy the intimate time we spent together, and I did want to do more with her. But bad timing and all of that. He did offer me one more thing. The way you said that, I have a feeling I'm going to get angry at that man. You weren't angry that he basically offered you up for marriage. Oh no, that annoys me quite a bit. But it's offset by the fact that we're already lovers, even if I don't want to rush into another marriage so quickly. I could at least get over that with time. And before you even explained yourself, I knew that you wouldn't ever accept that as payment. She leaned over and kissed me on the cheek again. I know what kind of man you are at this point and I trust you. Well, he offered you and your daughter. He said something about getting his hands on a marriage contract of hers and shifting it to me. Venelana visibly reacted to that. I'm going to have some very unkind words with him later. I can ignore it when he tries to use me for his games. But going for Rias is very out of line. I declined, obviously. Venelana has a mischievous grin about her. Did it not even entice you a little bit? Me and my daughter both at your service whenever you wanted. Are you trying to tempt me? I raised an eyebrow at the 180 she just did. Maybe I should reach out to him and accept deal. I thought for sure you wouldn't be into that sort of thing. Era. She chuckled again. You're right. She playfully nudged me. I just couldn't resist teasing you when you were being so sweet. She leaned a little bit onto my shoulder. I definitely wouldn't enjoy that relationship. I can't see Rias as anything but my daughter. So don't get any ideas, mister. She added with a little bit of humor. It was a pleasant and peaceful walk as we arrived at the back of Yasaka's manor, to the private training area the rest of the girls were all waiting at. As we got closer, I think Venelana got a tad nervous. She was very good at not showing those kinds of things on the surface, but the pressure she added to my hand made me think so. The sounds of fighting were getting louder as we got closer to our destination. Through a few doors, and we came out to a large courtyard, occupied with a welcomed array of faces. Little lasses, that all you have? Perhaps I should slow down for you. If you wish to suffer my blade, then feel free. The clash of weapons followed up the throwing of taunts. Skathik and Artoria were going at it, and it was getting heated. Venelana turned to me. No fights. Believe me, this isn't them fighting. This is bonding for them. The barbs they exchanged were far from intentionally insightful. But they stopped their actions once they noticed we entered. The others too, as we all seemed to gather around a large table at the side where most of them were seated, even Meridia. Well, since this is the first time, let me officially introduce you all to Venelana Gremory. I gave her a little squeeze of reassurance, letting her take the reins. It's a pleasure to finally meet you all. Venelana stated, a charming smile on her face, and formal introductions began. And this is the sword you use to help with your power of destruction? Venelana asked. Aptly named the Sword of Destruction. I nodded, holding it in front of me as we sat cross-legged, facing one another. The others were watching with interest. The initial meeting went fairly well, as I expected. Most were very open about meeting her, and even Meridia didn't appear off-put. I think they all knew how much I cared that they get along, so at the very least, for now, they were making the effort. It is a very beautiful sword. Venelana admired it. You know, technically, that sword is my brother. Jin cheerfully commented, making us all turn towards her. What? It's true. Silly girl. Yasaka giggled, pulling on her cheeks. Venelana smiled lightly at the antics. At this point she knew that Jin was a type of artifact spirit, basically announcing it within the first few moments of meeting. May I hold it? Of course. I handed my sword over to her. She held it delicately, giving it a couple of practice swings, but furrowed her brow as she seemed to inspect it. I don't think it'll work for me like it does for you. Call it a hunch. She handed it back. Probably. I had to do some enchanting and delicate ritual work to mesh the concepts together. It's pretty much in tune with my own power of destruction rather than the bloodline. Master said that his bloodline changed from what it originally was. Would it be too much trouble to see what yours looks like? Reikao asked towards Venelana. Oh, it's no problem at all. Venelana raised her hand up, her power of destruction enveloped it in that baleful hue. It raged around her hand like an uncontrolled fire, she touched it against the ground, utterly decimated the blades of grass underneath. Truthfully, his appearing to take the shape of lightning is odd. I'm not entirely sure I'll have an answer to his problem due to the differences. I held out my palm, producing my own power of destruction, appearing as if lightning crackled within. I had to concentrate hard to make it even slightly bigger than the tiny bit that appeared. Holding its shape, containing the wafting power from going out of control. This is my current problem, I can't bring out more than this without using the sword. To demonstrate, I took hold of my sword and produced it that way, coating the entire length of the blade with my destruction, waving it around for her to see. Is it a problem of simply not having enough? Artoria asked. Maybe. But then, why can I use so much more with the sword? Because I knew damn well the sword was only acting as a catalyst, it wasn't producing more of my destruction. Can you walk me through the process that you used to bring it out? Venelana asked. Okay. I held my palm out again, dispersing what I had before and got ready to bring it out once more. I touch upon my bloodline, begin the process of actualizing it. And I force it into the shape I want, and stop it from rampaging about. You're careful about it then? You make sure it's completely contained, that it doesn't cause any backlash and hurt yourself. Of course, it's potentially very dangerous, I don't want to accidentally cause any backlash and cripple myself. I nodded. I think I see the most immediate problem. She held her hand out again. Look at what I'm doing. Her hand was once more enveloped in her power of destruction. You're doing the same thing as before. Yes, but look at how I'm doing it. She waved her hand around. My power of destruction is coating my hand. And you're not getting harmed. I think I may have realized the mistake I was having. There you go. She smiled. With such a potent ability, don't you think it's odd that none of us have suffered any grievous wounds from our own bloodline? Are you saying that we have some sort of innate resistance to our own power of destruction? Of course, how else could we wield it properly? It would devour us from the inside out. My son can become a complete mass of destruction, which is how he earned his spot in our faction. How else is that possible unless we can survive under the power itself? That is an interesting concept. Does it apply to any other effects or specifically this one instance of destruction incarnate? Skathik, who had been silent till now, asked. I'm afraid I can't answer that question. The only powers that could match our bloodline are in the hands of deities and the like. Considering how much Indra tends to look down on devils even when his fated opponent is the god of destruction, who possesses a similar power within his domain, I'm going to say that it's just something inborn, a survival mechanism for ourselves only. I responded. Perhaps, but it's not important for the moment. Venelana clenched her fist, dismissing her power of destruction. I think I found out what you're doing wrong. Our power of destruction takes a similar form as fire, it's destructive, consuming, and unrelenting. While yours is slightly different, the idea should be the same. What you've been doing is snuffing out that flame before it even has a chance to truly start raging. I see, because I've been concerned about hurting myself, I've been stopping it from being produced properly. Whereas, when I use the sword, while also acting as a catalyst to bring it about easier, I also don't have that same concern over my well-being and let it flow freely. I'm a little embarrassed that it took me this long to realize. Without Venelana's help, how long would I have been stuck on this issue? Even with the proof, I was a little hesitant. This was a potent power and I didn't want to just disintegrate my hand. So, I held my palm out and didn't try to contain it this time. My power of destruction burst out a few times larger than before. I admit I panicked slightly, jerking back a little before it dispersed again. Venelana giggled lightly at my surprise. It's all right, do it again, I'll be right here in case something happens. All right, all right. I held my palm out again, and forced myself steady. I let my power of destruction not flow out, but completely burst with as much power as I could. It was loud, the crackling of baleful lightning erupted at the focal point, jutting out in every direction. Now, begin shaping and control it. Venelana spoke up. I followed her commands as I reined in the erratic power, keeping it from dancing too far off my palm. It's much bigger than before. I breathed out. Several times bigger. While still nowhere near the power I could produce with the sword, it's a huge improvement. Something I could genuinely work with now. I think I heard Artoria say something similar a few days ago. Yasaka said with a mischievous grin. The blonde knight let out an adorable squeak as her petite fists met the fox's shoulder. Venelana let out a laugh of her own. It'll get easier to do with more practice. Less of a disconnect between bringing it out than turning into what you want. It's the first thing I taught my children, but you seemed to completely skip over that part and went for the more advanced parts right away. I was curious when I first saw this power, I felt it had much potential. What other methods do you have available? Skadek asked, looking clearly intrigued, which wasn't surprising. Anything revolving around fighting, she would take an earnest interest in. Venelana stood up, brushing herself off. How about I show you? She smiled, her hands igniting in that baleful power. You challenge me? Skadek raised an eyebrow. I don't think I can match any of you, but I wouldn't mind seeing where I need to improve since it's been a very long time since I've had to truly fight. Skadek looked at her silently for a minute, evaluating her. Very well, let us see what this praised power of yours has to offer. Part of me was hesitant to let this happen, but I also didn't want to step on Venelana's pride. I felt like she was doing this to prove something. And I know that Skadek wouldn't simply look down on someone for being weaker. Venelana trying in her eyes would go a long ways towards acceptance. I also trusted her unconditionally, I knew she wouldn't cause any irreversible harm. And to be honest, I was also a little curious to see how someone more experienced with the power of destruction wields it. Perhaps it can give me some more ideas for my own? Regardless, I mentally wished Venelana luck, because I knew firsthand, the hell she was walking into. Lug POV. Things did not turn out as expected. I broke the awkward atmosphere. Michael smiled wryly. Yes, I do not believe anyone could have anticipated the results of the meeting. The main objective was fulfilled. You now have a strong agreement of peace between your three factions. I pointed out. Indeed, it is a boon. And with Father's blessing, hopefully we can finally see new faces amongst my brothers and sisters again. Right, those angel version of evil pieces, or whatever they deem to name them. I'm not quite sure I like the implications if they succeed. I suppose it couldn't be worse than what the devils already did with theirs. Odin had been turning humans into Valkyries for centuries, was it truly any different? Granted, the method was much more complicated and specialized. And in the East, there are plenty of humans who ascended to become immortals of the Jade Emperor's court. It wouldn't be my place to say anything if this was the course of action they decided upon. I wish you success then. I smiled towards the angel. It's strange, this angel always felt like a young nephew that I wanted to pat his head and tell him he was doing a good job despite the CIRC* misstance. It's unfortunate that you could not retrieve the spear. Michael frowned slightly. It is unfortunate. However, we did gain something meaningful. That sacred gear that made holy swords? I could see the use for his faction. Are you still concerned about the half-devil's use of the spear? It raised many questions, which were answered, however, I am doubting the validity of them. Michael admitted. I do not believe they lied, but I believe they withheld some truths. Smart kid. I had the same feeling. Did you also not wish to inquire about the Baylor View sacred gear? Originally, I was going to, however, things took a turn that I didn't expect. A secret organization led by various gods throughout the world. I had thought something was going on, but not to this extent. The contents of the meeting are going to become public soon. I did not wish to divulge the location of grandfather's eye when I don't know if any unsavory individuals may wish to acquire it through dubious means. A wise decision in light of recent information. I fear I may have to look through my own ranks to make sure there are no loopholes in father's system being exploited. After hearing what Kokabeel did, it's clear that some methods to interface with the system yet exist. That must be a dreadful thought he has. That one of his brothers or sisters retained their white wings, yet were still traitors. What a mess. I couldn't help but sigh. I didn't even intend to get as involved as I did, but that fox did a magnificent job of pulling everyone into her orbit and forcing us to follow her whims. Did you not just wish to confirm the existence of Skathuk? That was my original goal, maybe extend some light aid if the need arose. What I didn't expect was to join in on such a broad agreement, extending our already established one for the Fae to the Yukai, and even agree to lend some of my best druids to teach over in Yukai territory. I agreed with Odin completely here. Damn fox! Are your people going to accept it? They will, it'll be easy to convince them of that with this cow's brigade running around. I can just blame the Fomorian situation on them, and that'll get them all riled up. Not to mention, I still need to reveal to my people that Skathuk is alive and well. I assume that it will be a poor react for some. That's an understatement. I snorted. Some will care, a lot won't. Some will really care in a negative way. The Morrigan might not sit still, even if Skathuk is living over in Japan of all places. She really had a thing for my son and never forgave Skathuk for that. Which never really made sense to me. My son was, as the modern humans called it, a man-whore. He would have gladly taken them both. But they seemed to have some kind of rivalry that prevented that from happening. And it's truly her. As far as I could tell. Mannerisms, presence, etc. The way she insulted me without a second thought. I doubted an imposter could get all of that correct, at least in my presence. Looked different though, but that could easily be explained for a number of reasons. And it seems her student followed in her footsteps. Another Godslayer isn't something to ignore. One who possesses both the true Longinus, and the boosted gear. Right, that gauntlet too. It wasn't ever a main focus, so it was easy to forget. He summoned that damned dragon out of it, which should have been a more important point of discussion, but it somehow fell to the wayside. With all the questions we had, we seemed to have gotten very few answers, and only more problems thrown in our laps. Excalibur, a sword that father never told us about, but was undoubtedly a holy sword. Michael shook his head. I don't understand, and I can only hope that father had a reason for keeping it from us. That, I had no answer for either. That Excalibur sword, from the reports, was powerful. Something like that doesn't just pop out of thin air. Odin knew something, but he wasn't talking though. No, he just kept silent after learning that the kid had his blessing, and confused as to how he got it. Time travel? The thought was absurd, but it would make sense if it happened at some point in the past or the future. Well, we both are sending some people at some point to deal with the Yukai. It'll be a good opportunity to scout them a little, see what they're up to. Because it's obvious we don't know enough, and we needed to figure out what the hell was going on with that faction. They went from some random third-rate gathering of a species into a faction that could dictate terms to us, taking the front stage. Do you have any suggestions? You could send your sister to seduce the kid, that might work. The gurgled cough combined with the shocked look on his face was worth it. I was only half kidding. It was obvious what kind of relationship Skathuk had with him, just look at her previous students. There were a few looks here or there, but I could tell that the majority of the women there were his as well. He was a half-devil, so it should be easy enough. So, throw Heaven's Most Beautiful at him, see what happens. At the very least, I'd find it amusing. Chapter 329, Chapter 296. I just realized. Realized what? Yasaka asked. That this I paused, giving Jin, who was laying across my lap, a light spank. Adorable genie, doesn't actually need her hair brushed. Her hair is always perfect. I said, holding said brush in my hand, having spent the last 30 minutes brushing her hair. You just now realized that? Yasaka grinned, scribbling on some parchment at her desk. Jin started giggling. But I like it. I grumbled but continued. I guess that's all that matters. I don't mind pampering my adorable genie. Definitely going to nibble her cute ears afterwards as payback, that always got her squealing. Out of curiosity, I lifted her dress up, showing that sexy blue butt of hers. But more importantly, I still saw what she was hiding underneath. I felt kind of proud that it was still there. See something you like? Jin wiggled her butt with a giggle. I'm surprised you haven't taken it out. Nah, it's staying right there. It's proof that I'm yours. And she hit me right in my most critical spot. This is mine. Maybe we should all get matching ones. Yasaka spoke up, humored by the idea. Could you convince the others to do it? Jin laughed. Reikao wouldn't mind, nor would Venelana. And it's obvious you would enjoy it. Can't deny that. Yasaka grinned. Skathik would be fun to convince. Though the real effort would be to talk Meridia and Artoria into doing it. I would love to watch Artoria do it though. That girl is so adorable, I want to be there when Wilhelm makes that woman scream. As funny as it was to think about, no one else would do it like Jin did, that is keep it in on an almost permanent basis. Nor would I ask them to, it's not like I'm forcing Jin to keep doing this with her lamp, but she knew I liked it so she kept it. I continued to run a brush through Jin's silky smooth hair, it almost felt like water with how easy it was to continue my movements. The genie continued to make content noises as I further pampered her. However, I paused when the space around us vibrated. A familiar figure teleported inside. Izzy. I greeted with a smile. Hello Wilhelm. She returned. And Yasaka and Jin. Izzy. Jin happily greeted. And funnily enough, I think she's the only one that also used that nickname for her. They hadn't interacted much, but Jin was going to be Jin and already decided they were close. Good morning, Izanami. Yasaka greeted her much more casually than in the past. I still remember some months ago when it was Lady Izanami, but it seemed they're also much closer that neither cared for that kind of formality except in public. I was surprised when my first attempt at teleporting here failed. Izzy took an open spot on the couch next to Jin and me. Why do you have that Tengu of yours using his sacred gear to cover your estate? It's good practice for Soma. He's been picking it up very quickly, but he still needs to learn with continued use. Yasaka replied. And it keeps out any spies. I added. That too, however, I think that's a bit of a stretch at this point. Why take the risk? And it also makes us look mysterious, because other factions are going to see that the dimension lost is obscuring us, so we must be doing something secretive. I have very little doubt we're being watched in some capacity at all times now. There had been a small influx of people entering Kyoto recently, which I can't help but feel held some spies amongst their number. While we're still technically closed to other races and such, that doesn't mean we're not letting anyone in. Yasaka snorted with a small giggle. You just want to make them get more worried than they already are. That's not, unsure. And it should keep out any peeping gods, through clairvoyance or other means. Dimension lost was a Longinus for a reason. It certainly confused me at first, I had to investigate before realizing what was happening. Izzy crossed her legs, leaning back. Are the others away? They're basically off doing their own things right now. I shrugged. I don't play keeper with them, they are my girls, but they do have their own lives to live. How was the get-together since you finally had your grandmother meet everyone? I think it went rather well. I like her. Jin said plainly. I gave her another little pat on the rear. You like everyone, because you're a sweet girl. Though, she's definitely going to be sore for a while. I also added. I didn't need to know that. Izzy deadpanned. He meant because she spared with Skathik. Yasaka giggled. Oh dear. It wasn't that bad. I quickly asserted. Skathik was, gentle, well as gentle as she could be. Though, it did endear her more, to Skathik that is. Venelana struggled but tried her best. She said it best, she's out of shape, but there was definitely some experience there that shined through. And I saw a few tricks that she did with her power of destruction that I wanted to play around with, now that I made some headway in that area. The sword and my aura both were still facilitating the growth of my bloodline, so it shouldn't be much longer until it reached greater heights. Things went about as much as I expected. Venelana was very charming and a wonderful woman, it's no surprise that she was accepted, more or less. Meridia was, well, herself in that regard. It'll take her a little while to open up like she did with the others. She does have pretty much an open invitation to come and go, both to my home and to Kyoto as a whole. It was nice, they were all getting along. I think I'll talk to her about everything soon. I wanted her to meet Gramps as well. Anyways, what brings you here, Izzy? Just come to hang out? I asked. I come bearing news I believe you would be interested in. She replied. I received it from Hades, regarding your plan. Did it work? Yasaka perked up. I was skeptical when he explained it to me. From first appearances, it appears like it did work. Izzy nodded. Are you familiar with the Hindu realms? Sorta. I tapped my chin. I admit I'm not as well versed as the Norse, but the idea of the connected realms is somewhat similar. I think they're called Urdhvalokas? Basically meaning upper spheres of the world, different dimensions all interconnected if you want to be broad about it. That is correct. Izzy nodded, pleased. Hades informed me that the Loka that Indra resides in, the Swarga Loka, was recently attacked. A coordinated assault by both hostile Asura and Rakshasas. The most surprising thing was that Indra didn't see it coming. It appears as that old pervert did more than just obscure our talks. Damn impressive. He said he was going to do a ritual to obscure what we talked about. Did he go a step further and just F***ck with every clairvoyant on the planet, or did he specifically target Indra? Honestly, I wouldn't put it past him to do either. So they're able to whisper even in the ears of the Hindus' enemies. Even with Hades on the inside, it was a bit concerning to see how far they can reach. Thankfully, it looked like I was able to throw them off our trail and right at Indra's face. They aren't as untouchable as they like to show themselves. Izzy nodded again. They've always had their problems, they usually just get handled more quietly than most other pantheons when they cause messes. In this case, they were probably running around like headless chicken, so it was more visible. I idly stated. Good. It should keep him preoccupied and not thinking about Ray Cow. I'll be damned before I let someone touch my woman. Did I feel a little conflicted about setting up some innocents to be on the receiving end of the Cow's Brigade? Mildly, I supposed. But Indra was the king, and he acted towards us first. Should we do anything to capitalize on this? Izzy asked. I don't know what plans you have right now. It's probably best to let things simmer out on our end. We've grabbed too much attention already, it's best not to make any big moves. So, just sit back and watch the show for now. Which is probably best. It wouldn't do well to make any more major moves since Wilhelm is going to leave soon. Yasaka added. Wait, what? I blinked in confusion. What do you mean I'm leaving soon? Aren't you? Yasaka tilted her head. It's no secret that you don't like to sit still, and now that there's no immediate objective, you usually like to move about. She's right. Jin raised her head up. And don't take it as us complaining or blaming you or anything. You're just someone who likes to be on the move. When you say it like that, I feel really guilty. Oh sweetie. Yasaka got up, walking over, plopping down right next to me as Jin shifted to accommodate her. I know darn well that if we need you, you'll come right away. If there's any trouble, you're here before we can even call for help. The war is a concern, yes, but there's nothing you can add right now that isn't already being taken care of. Go, have some fun, you've done so much already. Didn't you mention something your grandfather wanted you to take care of? You have plenty of time to do that if you want. What about Kunu? Dear. Yasaka placed a hand on my cheek, rather lovingly. She no longer asks when you're going to come visit, because she knows that this is home for you. You've spent nearly every day with her when you weren't busy with other matters. You've done a spectacular job being her father, you don't have to put everything on hold. She's a big girl, she can go a few days without seeing her daddy. I admit I was thinking about taking a few days to jump here or there, and I had brought up what Gramps wanted me to do in more than on occasion. She did make some really good points too. What more could I bring right now that wasn't taken care of? It's mostly just preparation for war, which wasn't my area of expertise. Everyone is doing what they want to right now. You're allowed to do the same. Jin rolled over so she was looking up at me. Take some time to yourself, none of us will begrudge you. Especially with how careful you are to make sure we're all happy and taken care of. I guess there are some things I wanted to do, but couldn't pull myself away. Admittedly, one of them does involve some things here. I wanted to pick up as much dust as possible and bring it back here. Maybe whatever else I could get my hands on. And I wanted to go see Pandora, I haven't talked to her since we left that time. Alright, you're allowed to help with the dust, then you're getting kicked out. Yasaka playfully swatted one of her tails at me. You're kicking me out. I raised an eyebrow. That's right. She turned her nose up. After my turn. She flipped her hand over, producing a brush. I want all of my tails brushed. I chuckled, grabbing the brush. Fine, I guess I have time for this. Oh, and isn't I too? She's after me. Wah! The goddess let out a strange noise. She came all this way to give us some good news, don't you think she deserves to be doted on a little? Yasaka giggled. I looked up at the flustered goddess, and it was hard to meet her yes. I don't mind. I suppose it's all right. She looked away with a cute blush on her cheeks. I stepped out of a portal, looking up at the broken moon that hung in the sky. It had been a while since I've stepped foot on Remnant, and I was excited to see some people again. Pyrrha was definitely one, and Salem was another. Still felt weird walking on a world that was actively in the process of dying. The last few gasping breaths of a dying planet, that's what the dust basically is. And honestly, I didn't know if I could do anything to stop or reverse the process. It was just too large a scale an endeavor for me to take up. Something down the line might present itself, but as I am now there was nothing I could do. However, I was getting sidetracked. Almost immediately, I weaved a minor illusion around myself. Eye color changed, hair color changed, and even some slight facial tics and made myself like about 2 inches shorter. Overall, there wouldn't even be a second look in passing, at least with concern for being recognized. Walking out a back alley, the streets of Vale were just as I remembered. It was a very beautiful city, I adored the style of architecture they seemed to have developed, but I didn't dwell on it long. I had a destination in mind, and I set out. A place I hadn't been for even longer due to the volatile nature of my current legal standing. Hadn't looked into that yet to see where it stood, but I was still under the assumption that I was a wanted man. It's funny, looking back on it, I feel a little embarrassed. I admit I was acting a little more wildly than I would these days. Maybe it was just because I never had the chance to do that when I was younger. To get into trouble with some friends, granted, I took it a bit, okay, a lot further than most kids would. Regardless, I wasn't going to allow myself to indulge quite like that ever again. One time was more than enough, and the consequences were all of my own making. Juniors Club hadn't changed a bit. Even this early in the morning, the lights were on, so I pushed the door open. How nostalgic! As soon as I took a step in, many eyes were on me. I almost wanted to wave and start greeting them. No, instead, I sauntered up to the counter, sliding onto one of the bar stools. Junior himself was behind the bar, as I would expect. He eyed me suspiciously but walked over, leaning on the counter. We're not open yet, what do you want? I want to buy some information. He frowned, looking somewhat tired. What makes you think I know anything about what you want? I just run a club here and I don't need no brats like you coming in here causing problems. I tossed a stack of lean on the table, thankful that I made sure to keep this around in my storage ring. Junior eyed it, slipping it off the table and into his pocket. Maybe I hear a thing or two. What ya want? I'm looking for someone. Lots of people in Vale. He might be my son. Oh? One of those, hey. Yup, had a hot and steamy night with a wonderful woman many years ago. Heard she had a son, might be mine, you never know. Alright, spare me the details. What's his name? I can get some people to check. His name is Hae Seong. I had to stop myself from smiling. He went stiff, a low growl escaped from his throat. Do you think you're funny? It's okay, you don't have to call me daddy right away, we can work up to that. Your mom definitely did. Okay, I was totally wearing a shit-eating grin at this point. Cute. Junior sighed. Damn it Roman, I'm going to kick your ass. And Neo, is that you with the illusion? Seriously? Roman. I straightened my tie. I am much more handsome than him. Not to mention, more charming and... Kid, is that you? Junior's eyes widened. I could feel my expression soften. Hey Junior, it's been a while. Non-canon make a rough time. Rias POV. Mom, you're back. Hello, Rias. Mom. What happened you two? I looked her over, she had bruises in a bunch of places, and looked really exhausted. Oh don't worry, I just visited Wilhelm. I swear, he and his harem are really rough. What? Oh my, I'm sore in places I haven't been in years. Back when your father and I well you probably don't want to hear about that. How was I supposed to respond to that? My poor butt, it hasn't taken a beating like this in too long. I'm going to have to practice some so it doesn't hurt as much next time. Please stop telling about things like that. Rias, it's not that big of a deal. Mother rolled her eyes. My legs are practically jelly now, I think I'm going to get some ice between them. That Skathik was relentless, I don't know how Wilhelm handles her on his own. Oh my god, kill me. I didn't even bother with the jolt I felt in the back of my head. Maybe we should do something like this together? It would be a good bonding opportunity. I shuddered as Mom said that. I can show you some tricks I picked up over the years. Wilhelm enjoyed them as well. Wah! Suddenly, I felt myself falling backwards, only for things to go completely dark. Chapter 330, Chapter 297. Junior grumbled and huffed as he ushered me into the back room. I remembered this place, been here a lot when we had been discussing less than legal things. I plopped down on the familiar couch, waiting for him to speak. Junior took off his sunglasses, rubbing his eyes before falling into a seat opposite me. You and Roman. You both are going to give me a heart attack. Not Neo. Neo would just stab me. He snorted. That's probably true. She was a very stabby girl. At least you had the damn common sense to disguise yourself before waltzing in. Roman just strode right in broad daylight, sat at my bar and asked me how it was going. I had Vale authorities riding my ass for days. Junior breathed out in annoyance. Let me guess, he did it just to piss you off. Probably. Junior sighed. He did ask me a few things though, so it was probably just a pleasant bonus for that idiot. Roman. He would do something like that just to mess with Junior if he knew Junior wouldn't suffer meaningful because of it. Shit, kid. Where did you disappear to? You got any idea how many people were scouring the kingdoms for you? I even tried my hand to see where you'd gone, and I couldn't find a single trail. It's like you disappeared off the face of Remnant. I couldn't help but chuckle at his wording. If I don't want to be found, it's going to be damn hard to find me. Junior shook his head, knowing he wouldn't get any more out of me. Pretty good disguise too, didn't recognize you until you opened your mouth. Dead giveaway after that. It's hard to hide this kind of charm, even with my skill. I sighed dramatically. Sure, let's go with that. 'Cause it's definitely not that urge to slug you right in the mouth. Junior snorted. I missed your bluntness, Junior. I chuckled again. Yeah, don't get sappy on me, kid. I'm ready to hand over this lien I've been holding onto. Been burning a hole in my pocket, and I've had half a mind to just snatch it for myself. He went to the side, tapping on the wall and a compartment popped open, revealing a safe. After a few button presses and turning of the mechanism it popped up. He pulled out a briefcase and set it on the table. With a click it opened it up facing me. 230,000 lien. Damn right. He didn't take his eyes off the money. It was Atlas that ended up buying back the stolen blueprints. I guess they realized it was quicker and easier than the alternative. That must have been a fun conversation. Here's your stolen stuff back, please don't arrest us. And by the way, you owe us a lot of money. Junior let out a chuckle. Having been in the business this long, I do have contact on that side of the line. They wanted it out of the public and it was worth the cost. Yeah, I could imagine all the bad press they were getting. It made them look incompetent and everything, keeping the bad PR down was probably worth the cost. Well, while not the reason I came over, the greedy part of me was always happy to have more money. How you been, Junior? Have any trouble because of what happened? I've had my fair share, but I had enough cards in reserve to get out mostly unscathed. Had to burn a lot of favors and turn over a bunch of blackmail on some politicians, but it was worth it for the payday we got. I leaned back in the comfy seat. And what's the word on the street? I've been holed up in my little hidey hole for a while, what's going on right now? You want a rundown since you went underground? I'd appreciate it. I nodded. Junior tapped his chin. Don't know if you know the name or note. Merlet, or something like that. Apparently some mad scientist type, he's been experimenting with Grimm, had a lot of secret labs scattered around the kingdoms. They got stumbled upon when our illustrious Atlas elites went looking for you. Complete accident mind you, and they uncover a conspiracy that could have gone very bad. Did I get credit for the discovery? I smiled humoredly. I'm sure they'll give you a trophy if you turn yourself in. Junior snorted with a chuckle himself. Besides that, apparently there's been word out there looking for a woman that appeared over by Mistral. Some big players that people want to recruit and find out the origins of. They said she killed a few of Merlit's big nasties all by herself with nothing but a basic spear. Lots of sightings of her too, randomly wandering around, helping people. I blinked, because that sounded rather familiar. Does her description align with something like a red spear, purplish red hair, red eyes, purple skin-tight clothing? Utterly stunning. Yet, you heard about her. Hard to not know the woman who shares my bed. That would be awkward. Should I just randomly ask her who she was after sex next time? She'd totally kick my ass for doing it, but it would be hilarious. Junior opened his mouth and closed it again. Of course you know her, because why not? He finished with a shake of his head. Well, Atlas is going to piss themselves if they ever find out. From the talk I heard, she's one hell of a huntress. Made Atlas's special ops teams look like trainees. That's my Skaduk. I smiled in response. Yeah, I heard that's her name. Weird sounding, but whatever. Junior shrugged. Guess I don't gotta care about that now since you're involved. Probably just disappeared to whatever rock you were hiding under. But if she pops back up, I'll keep an eye out for trouble. Thanks, Junior. Yeah, whatever. He rolled his eyes, but I appreciated the sentiment. Other than that, not anything major. Mistral is settling down, that old bitch Malachite bribed the right people and she's not even being talked about. The tournament kind of went out with a whimper after everything that happened. He scratched his head. Really, the only noteworthy thing happening right now is Beacon's new semester is starting soon, which gets things really busy around here. Oh, is that coming up already? You got a list of potential attendees. Who do you think I am? Junior looked down at me with an offended expression. And what do you want that for? Just wanted to check to see if a friend is on it. Kinda befriended Piranikos during the tournament, we've stayed in touch and she said she's attending Beacon. I explained simply. Yeah, she's going to be there. Junior confirmed. Along with some other names that were in the tournament. Oh. I perked up. That's interesting, I might need to drop in and see how those kids are doing. And I guess there's one last thing. Junior hummed to himself. I said Roman dropped by, and he did ask me for some things. He didn't really tell me what it was for, but I think he's going to solve your little problem with the authorities soon. Don't know what magic he's going to pull out of his ass, but Roman can get some ridiculous things done when he wants to. I will be hesitantly optimistic. I shrugged, not really caring either way. Would be nice to walk around without a warrant for my arrest so I could bring others here. But it otherwise wasn't that huge of a deal in the first place. So. I closed the briefcase full of lean. Where's the girls? I was hoping to see Miltia. She was my friend, I did miss her. They bailed after Roman did his little walkthrough. Said they needed a vacation after being raided by the police for the 11th time in the past month. Junior let out another sigh. Can't really blame them there, if I could, I'd have jumped ship literally to that resort over in Vacuo. Oof, rough. Brothers, you don't know the half of it. Even if I'm technically in the clear, I'm being pressed by several sides to try and get me to roll over. You know how many times I've had to ride in the back of a squad car since you've left? Several times, and it's always for bullshit reasons, but the higher-ups that I got no leverage over want to keep making me miserable. Junior glowered, tossing his sunglass on the coffee table in front of us. I know the feeling. Really? He looked surprised. Well, kinda. Instead of police cars, they're beautiful women. Oh, F***CKU. Sorry, there's only one Xiong that I'll. Don't make me get my bat, brat. Junior groaned. Damn Roman, what was this bullshit about adopting you? Ain't no way you aren't his bastard. I'll take that as a compliment. It wasn't. I know, but it makes me feel better when you compare me to him. Junior chuckled again. How long you staying around? Gonna jump back into your hole right away. Probably. Might go see Pyrrha, bully her a little bit. But I did need something else, which is why I stopped by. I replied. What do you need? Keep in mind, I'm under heavy surveillance right now. I need dust. As much as you can get me. Crystals are best, and the higher quality the better. I didn't hold back. I was thinking about the siege weapon designs I gave to Meridia, and it might be more optimal when using dust as a source of power instead of soul gems. Shit kid, you're not with the White Fang, are you? Junior looked almost concerned. No? Why would I be? The Faunus terrorist organization is completely irrelevant to me. I said in confusion. Hey, I guess that's something I forgot to mention then. Yeah, the White Fang had been active here recently. Heard they've been hitting the Schnee dust shipments that been coming in. Stealing what they can, blowing up what they couldn't steal in time. Junior explained briefly. I let out a breath of annoyance. So it's not viable to get dust in quantity around here. It'd normally be something easy, relatively speaking. Large quantities of dust are watched by the kingdoms, but since dust is not an illegal merchandise, it makes it much easier to move around. However, Atlas and Vale both are heavily cracking down on it right now with the Vital Festival coming up, and it is to be hosted at Beacon this year. Junior responded. Vital Festival? Didn't ring a bell, but it's probably something I should know, so I'm not going to ask about it. So just shitty luck then, great. I slumped back in my seat. This was an annoying setback. Junior let out a sigh. I can maybe scrounge up what I can in Vale right now? Have my guys hit up most of the shops around town and gather it all for you. Otherwise, you're better off taking a page out of the White Fang's book, rob the Schnees if you want some. Or even the terrorist bastards themselves. But, good luck, even I don't know where they are. Yeah, if I could rob them, then I would feel absolutely no guilt. But it'd be near impossible to even divine their position with such broad information. Honestly, any bit would help, and I'll happily compensate. But you also gave me an interesting idea. Schnee Dust Company, they have some questionable practices, don't they? I inquired. A polite way to say that they use Faunus labor basically as slaves. How bad is it? In some places, pretty damn bad. Like, you see them and understand why groups like the White Fang exist. I winced a little, imagining it and what I was considering. Think there are some places where they're literally used as slaves, not allowed to leave, that kind of thing. I might know a couple places. The really bad ones where you get rumors about some horrendous shit. Well, I'm already a criminal, may as well put that title to good use. If there's one thing I abhor, it's slavery. Ojban POV. Glinda, how goes the recruitments? Nearly all of the children we scouted had accepted our invitation to Beacon this coming year. She pushed up her glass, a proud look about her. I could only imagine how difficult it was to gain so many promising hunters. My scroll began ringing. I noticed it was James, but I pushed it on hold. I would call him back in a few minutes after talking with Glinda. What about the few I told you to see your eye on? Specifically, Pyronikos will be attending, as you put a lot of emphasis on her. Especially now that we have to look for a potential host for the Maiden's Power. I let out a sigh, recalling what happened to poor Ember. She never liked to stay in one place at a time, and getting her to listen to us was difficult at the best of times. It was when we was in the wilderness that she was attacked. Not only that, stripped of half her powers as the Fall Maiden. Somehow, Salem had discovered a way to steal away that power I granted so many years ago. Something even I couldn't achieve with my diminished state. If Crow hadn't arrived in time, she would have been completely stripped of the power and killed in the process. As it is, she's currently in a coma below Beacon, and we're using the most state-of-the-art equipment to keep her alive. Unfortunately, it looks like her soul took a significant amount of damage in the process, and a natural recovery may be beyond hers and our means. Thus, we must search for a viable candidate to inherit what remains of her magic. My scroll began to ring again, breaking me from my thoughts. Looking down, I noticed it was once more James calling me. Should you answer? Glinda asked. I shook my head, dismissing the call. I will call him in a moment. If it's an emergency, he has other ways of contacting us. A special means for if Salem or her people make a move. And what of the other potential candidates, Glinda? Yang Xiaolong is also attending. But Crow may have some things to say about trying to get her to become a maiden. Agreed, we'll keep her as a worst-case scenario. The young woman is already hot-headed, we wouldn't want to encourage that kind of behavior with newfound abilities. And I believe that Miss Schnee is also attending. Correct, we received the letter from the youngest Schnee daughter, Weiss, and she will be attending come this next semester. Glinda confirmed, much to my delight. Beyond her potential candidacy for the Fall Maiden's powers, it would be very beneficial to have the heiress of the Schnee Dust Company attend our school. Especially considering that the vital tournament will be hosted by us this time. The cost of dust alone already puts us over budget, maybe we can get some allowances out of Jacques Schnee by means of his daughter. I would also like to bring up the subject of Blake Belladonna. Glinda's mood noticeably shifted. Are you sure it's a good idea to take her in? She had acted as a terrorist for the White Fang for how many years? Oh yes, the young daughter of Menagerie's leaders. How she thought she could go undiscovered by giving her real name is beyond me. It was very easy to confirm her identity and cross-reference it with sightings in White Fang operations over the years. Hopefully we can teach her to correct herself from such overt thinking. I believe in second chances. She clearly wishes a new start, and taking a promising young woman out of the hands of the White Fang is all the more reason. We will watch her closely. If she does revert back to her previous behavior, you have my permission to deal with it as you see fit. Perhaps I should reach out to her parents? That may be enough of a threat to keep her in line if she does show a hint of unsavory behavior. My scroll once more began to ring as I repressed another sigh. It seems that James will not give up. He is a stubborn man. Glinda snorted. I can wait, go ahead. I nodded at her with thanks before pressing to answer the scroll. James, what's the problem? We were discussing the upcoming beacon year. Ojban, he appeared. James looked frantic. Pardon? Who appeared? Wilhelm Schweinorg. We have a sighting and activity from him. James turned out, muting himself as he apparently started barking orders at some of his subordinates. All right, I cleared the room. We have witnesses who saw him. Where? I sat up with a renewed interest. Actually wait, let's get Crow in on this, he's going to want to hear things. I quickly dialed up his number as the red-eyed man appeared along with James. What's the matter, Ounce? I was about to hit the bar and crash for the night. We have a more important matter than your alcoholism, Crow. James grunted. The person we've been looking for has made a new appearance. The kid using magic. Crow swayed a little bit, clearly having already started drinking. Where'd he pop up? He attacked a Schnee dust mine, about 100 miles out of Mistral. James revealed, and I was actually very surprised. Ounce, there were very few survivors among the Schnee staff and they all point at him as being the culprit. Do you have the details, James? We have tons of witnesses, all of the Faunus were sent to Menagerie. The reports say that he used his portals which we didn't know they could reach that far, but he dropped them all off right in the middle of their biggest city. James, if you're saying that he killed nearly all of the Schnee Dust Company employees, why did he send all the Faunus away? Wouldn't he have killed them too? Glinda asked a rather important question. About that? Shit, wait, is it that one that had a griffin attack it like 8 months ago, then followed up by a massive swarm of Nevermores? Crow cut in. I'm surprised you know that. James replied. Hard not to when I was among those who took part in cleaning up T. Grim. Shit, James, if he cleaned that place up, then I'll drink to his name. That place was F***ing horrific, and that was after they cleaned it up for appearance's sake when the hunters came to help. I won't dispute your opinion on that place. James let out a tired sigh. James, what was going on there? Too far out in the wilderness, so the Schnee Dust Company allowed their employees to run it as their own miniature kingdom. Only, they decided that Faunus were slaves in their imaginary world. I'm sure you can imagine the rest. What was Jacques' response? How utterly disgusting. He claims he didn't know, I'm inclined to believe him. Really? You're going to believe Jacques willingly breaks labor laws to abuse Faunus Schnee? I wouldn't word it that way, but I agree with Crow. James, tell me you aren't buying into the corporate nonsense he sells to the public. Jacques is a businessman first and foremost. Do you think he would allow that kind of negative publicity for the minuscule gains that would have come in from that singular mine? James snorted with obvious disdain in the man's name. Trust me, I would be more than willing to nail Jacques with it if I could, but this is way too sloppy for his normal crap. Very well, I'm sure you will do a thorough job of investigating, James. I won't bother to assume anything right now. I couldn't argue with his reasoning, as much as I disliked Jacques Schnee. The man would completely abuse Faunus labor, even human labor, if he thought he could get away with it. Ironically enough, I don't believe he's racist. I think he just knows that faunus are easily exploitable and he can get away with it since there are a lot of people who are. Most of the staff are dead, and it wasn't a pretty sight. Good riddance. Crow raised his drink in front of his scroll. I won't say their presence will be missed. But it's going to be difficult to ease any outrage without anyone to parade around. This is going to become public soon enough. James rubbed the bridge of his nose. There's already a good portion of public opinion that embraces this Wilhelm. If news gets out about him rescuing literal slaves, he's going to become very popular. We can't fault someone for the good deeds they commit, James. While I never will celebrate the loss of life like this, I will admit that the world is a better place. I pointed out. I know, Ounce, I know. James continued to sound very tired. It also proves how dangerous he is. That place was fortified, especially after the incidents that Crow mentioned. He single-handedly took them all down. Magic is a very powerful tool. I fully admitted. Right, and a great means of theft. James snorted. He stole all the dust they had mined. Pfft. Crow spit out his drink with a burst of laughter that followed. Haha, get f***ed Jacques. Crow, at least pretend to be serious. This may be a concerning matter. Glinda lightly scolded him. Thank you, Glinda. Seeing James brighten up at her attention, it's like being young again. As I was saying, he stole all of the dust. Granted he didn't keep it up, he left dozens of crates with the faunus he freed. The witnesses said that he told them to take it to ease the burden of moving to a new place. Ease the burden, I'm sure. How many of them were there? 100, 2, 3? Split that evenly, and you probably have enough lean to set them up for life. Crow replied. It is a lot of dust. Hundreds of thousands of lean worth. I agreed with Crow assessment. An act of charity like that does give me hope that he isn't aligned with Salem. I do not believe she is capable of such. Based on how much was reported there and how much he gave away, it's clear he still kept a substantial amount. We have no idea what he's doing with that much dust, Ounce. Not to mention, aren't the White Fangs stealing dust around Vale right now? You refused me access to investigate. James continued. It would do no one good for your ships to hover overhead, James. We discussed this already. I rebuked him once more. He's a good man, but he can be very hard-headed when he gets an idea in his head. As for the link you're implying with the White Fang, I don't believe it the case. For one, he is a human, and this batch in Vale seem to be much more radical than some of their counterparts. I find it unlikely they would work so closely with someone they dislike. Admittedly, that is a very good point. But the timing can't be a coincidence. Perhaps there's some other connection we're not seeing. I will investigate on my end, and you do the same, James. However, what else can you tell us about Wilhelm? Do you have any clue on where he disappeared to? We can't very well track someone who can teleport, Ounce. We're trying to keep eyes on all his previous acquaintances but they're all laying low too. We haven't seen Roman since he came to Vale not that long ago, only for him to disappear into thin air just as quickly. Unfortunate. We didn't expect him to just waltz in like he owned the place when he was one of the most wanted men in the kingdom. The hubris on that one is almost admirable. I can take a look at the dust thing. Crow offered. Seems like it's our only possible lead right now, may as well start looking into it. Thank you, Crow. Your help is appreciated. Don't mention it, Tin Man. Crow chuckled, killing the warm moment between the two. Anything else of note to report, James? About the incident, we're still compiling a report. I'll make sure to send you a copy, see if I missed anything. James offered helpfully. But besides that, how about we talk about your new students? I'm sure some would love the opportunity to transfer to. Thank you, goodbye James. I quickly ended the call. I'm checking out too, Ounce. I'll start asking around, after I wake up in the morning. Crow hung up. I shook my head before giving Glinda my attention once more. Where were we? Wilhelm POV. I let out a breath, stepping out of a portal. The heavy deathly air hung all around me as I began walking through the grim lands. I was in a mood. I had several crates tons more dust in my storage ring right now. But for some reason, I couldn't feel happy about it. Maybe it was the children that I had to literally break the chains around their necks. God, what a f***ed up thing. Killed all of those bastards is what I did. Sent the Faunus slaves to their home island menagerie or whatever. Had to sort of eyeball the coordinates, but it should have put them out right in the middle of their main city. Made sure to heal the ones that really needed it right away, but otherwise, they made it there safely. Actually had one of the Faunus that I freed ask me why I was helping since I was a human. That really hit me right in the gut. Just wanted to forget about it right now. I think that was perceivable, because even the Grimm that roamed the area stayed very far away from me right now. Would probably have welcomed the stress relief if they offered themselves up. However, I'm in Salem's territory, so I wanted to be polite and not kill what could be her potential minions. It's kinda weird that I'm getting little butterflies in my stomach as I happily approached the spooky castle. I think it's supposed to be fear or trepidation. But I can't help but remember her cute smile, and that scary ambience seemed to fade into the background. The large gates opened up for me. It made me wonder if there were spells in place. The amount of ambient magic around the area made it hard to separate anything specific and localized like that. Not to mention the actual defenses that warded the castle. I was greeted, not by Salem, but her underling. Cinder? I thought that was her name. She paused upon seeing me, even bowing her head awkwardly. My mistress beckons you inside. She told me to relay a message that she is otherwise preoccupied for a moment and will appear shortly. Hey! So did she run away to her room really quick to freshen up? Cinder twitched, but didn't confirm. However, I think the embarrassed expression she had said it all. I could not comment on what my mistress does away from prying eyes. She drawled. I was going to tease her later, that's for sure. But more importantly, this woman here was surprising. Since when did you get magic? Cinder almost tripped over herself as she took a step forward, clearly not expecting my question. How did you know? How could I not? I blinked. Felt magical energy bleeding off of you since I first walked in. It's like you're trying to show off or something. I acquired it recently with the help of Mistress. Cinder stammered out before regaining her composure. She never said anything about my magical energy doing such a thing. She said it like it was foreign words to her. I tapped my chin, wondering what Salem was thinking. It's not impossible to give someone their own innate magic, however, most processes are extremely difficult. Salem must treasure you a lot to go through the effort to do such a thing. I'm guess it was within the past few days? Which would make sense that she hadn't bothered to say anything, she's probably eyeing it to see if it'll start falling off by itself or if other action is required. Cause leaking magical energy like that was not a good thing, even if it appeared as though her reserves were rather large. Though I'm curious how you acquired it. Cinder looked hesitant. I do not wish to reveal the matters of my mistress. That's fair, and I shouldn't have tried to pry. I was just surprised and intrigued enough that I didn't consider proper decorum. Has Salem taught you anything yet? A much more innocent question that wouldn't be touching on any secrets. Mistress has only showed me how to control the flow of my magic. There was a slight annoyance to her tone. I have yet to learn how to control it fully. Well damn, if I had known, I would have brought a proper gift. It's tradition when visiting another magic user to bring a gift for new students. I quickly thought about what I could give her. You don't seem to have a proper focus yet, I suppose I have some decent training ones. I mentally looked into my ring and took out one of the various staffs I had from Skyrim. It wasn't anywhere near even the one Evenrin had made, but it was above average for what an apprentice would use. I casually tossed it to her and she caught it with confusion. What do I do with this? Cinder looked at it, completely bewildered. You give your thanks. Salem pushed open the doors, strutting into her throne room. Mistress. Cinder stiffened. Do you not know proper etiquette, Cinder? Salem stared at her. When presented a gift, you give your thanks. There was a little bite to her words. Thank you. Cinder quickly bowed in my direction. Think nothing of it. I honestly didn't care much, my attention was almost entirely taken by the breathtaking figure that just walked right in. Humph. Salem walked up, practically snatching the staff out of Cinder's hands. She gave it a once-over, inspecting it intently. It is adequate. She pushed it back into Cinder's hands without any fuss. You are dismissed, Cinder. Why yes, mistress. Cinder bowed her head, scurrying towards the doors that Salem walked in from. Salem glanced at her leaving, walked to her throne, taking her seat as she loomed above. So, You have returned once more. Foolishly you seem to have forgotten of all fear as you stand in my presence. Tell me what brings you here, do you have more trite fanciful words to try and whisper into my ear? Do you attempt to woo this queen? For what reason do you once more trespass upon my realm? It's funny, with how standoffish she appeared, I sort of felt like there was some expectance in her words. I missed you, I said with all sincerity. And that whole visage she built up came tumbling down with that slight bit of red that appeared on her cheeks. Even with the scowl as she turned her head away, it was honestly too cute. Chapter 331, Chapter 298. Salem POV. What did you say? I missed you. He repeated those words so flippantly with that warm smile on his face. Your absence was not noticeable in the least. I rolled my eyes at his attempt with honeyed words. Did he think that saying something like that would make me swoon over him? That overlarge ego of his would find itself deflated then, because I did not return the sentiment. Even if he continued to look at me like that. If I'm not welcomed, I wouldn't want to impose. I suppose I'll take my leave. He looked dejected, bringing a foreign but unpleasant feeling within my chest. Humph, to waltz into my castle then leave immediately. I scoffed. Do you have no sense for common courtesy? As host, it is my obligation to entertain you, regardless of my lack of desire to do so. Stupid man. Don't look so happy with me merely extending the proper etiquette that was required. I would not shame myself as a queen to kick you out after making the trip here. I'm happy with any time we can spend together. Don't be pleased by such a trite thing. I am not doing this for your enjoyment. So stop that ridiculous smile of yours. With a huff, I pushed myself off my throne. I couldn't stand to look at his stupid expression any longer. These conflicting feelings that swelled up were becoming annoying. Instead, I walked towards one of my seers, floating in the corner to focus my attention on. As the master of this domain, I shall properly express gratitude for your gift you deliver upon my subordinate. It would be rude of me not to properly thank him. Cinder did an awful job of doing such herself, and I would not let him think I am not educating her correctly. He provided her with a staff. A real one, no mere trinket or bauble that could be found on the modern markets. I held it only briefly, yet I could tell it would synergize with most magics that were cast through it. How long has it been since I held a real magical item and not one of my own creation? To even make something like that, how hard must it have been to find the materials in this era? I never liked to wield a staff myself. I could not deny the benefits such a focus brought, but I preferred the speed which I developed by not relying on a magical foci. Ozma would swear by his staff, but I was still the better spellcaster. For Cinder, I cannot see the harm in her using one. It may help her become competent to the point where I was not embarrassed by her. She's something like your apprentice, right? It's only proper that I give her something decent if I'm trying to court you. He replied. And he said something ridiculous again. Court me? A continued jest that I had allowed for reasons I could not seem to understand. He said it before, and the time previous. I should throw him out for spouting that nonsense so blatantly again. Yet it was difficult to respond to such an absurd claim. Thankfully, he was most likely preoccupied with staring at my rear, as he tended to do. If he merely replied that it was just a lustful desire born out of his youth, I would be more prone to believe such a thing. It would certainly be easier to navigate around, simply lift my dress up, allow him what he wished for a few moments, and he would be putty in my hand. Gods know if I just offered him my rear for whatever perverse fantasies he dreamed, I could gain access to all the secrets he held, to gain the relics he hides away. No, he insists on this approach. To flirt with this queen of the grim. To try and move my decrepit and dead heart out of some misbegotten desire that I cannot fathom. I, of course, only allow it to better learn his secrets. I suppose she could be seen as an apprentice of sorts. I decided to just ignore his words. It was not worth the effort to dwell upon. Surely, he would lose interest at some point, there was no point in giving it any more of my thought. How far she can go, I do not know, considering she wasn't born with the gift properly. I sniffed. If it was magic not of Ozma's, I would have found the act distasteful. To give magic to someone so undeserving as this new humanity. No, since it came from one of those maidens whom were given the gift by Ozma, I would welcome it wholeheartedly and even take pleasure in taking it away from that scornful man. With you teaching her, I'm sure she'll go far. You were able to give her the capacity for actualizing spells in the first place. That kind of thing is not easy by any means, and just says a lot about your knowledge and experience. He praised me with genuineness in his tone. Really, the only thing to be worried about is that she's leaking it all over the place. I do not need your praise, regardless of how deserving it is. I turned my nose up at his continued attempts at winning my favor. Even if it had been a long time since my talents have been properly appreciated. I have not had someone who could share my understanding and interest in the magical arts in thousands of years. What about her leaking of magical energy? That seems like a problem that could have some consequences if left unchecked. Are you simply waiting for it to bottle itself up, so to speak, stymy by itself? Or possibly it's some overflow from its original source? His questions were intriguing, interesting, even. I turned back to face him. I was waiting to see how long the effect persisted before I was forced to take action. I admitted. It was not an exact process, and I was eyeballing it as I went. As strange as it was to be as flippant with the whole situation, there was no true or proper guidelines to base my actions off of. I have thus far only began the process of teaching her how to harness the magic within. Too soon to tell. He rubbed his chin. Would it be impolite if I asked for an update later? It really is an interesting thing you're doing. I suppose I can allow you to know my dealings. I could ignore this abominable feeling in my chest more easily when we speak of other things. And, your insights aren't not wholly unwelcome. He was knowledgeable, and it wasn't unpleasant to converse with him on subjects we both clearly were well versed in. If he dared to try and court me, it was only proper that his magical ability be up to a certain standard. I would expect no less, otherwise I would be insulted by his attempts. If only he stopped looking at me with that damnable smile of his again. Now, what boon do you desire? Pardon. You have bestowed a worthy gift upon someone under my tutelage. It would look bad upon me if I did not return the gesture. I put my hands on my hips as his eyes briefly flickered downwards. Knowing I could hold his gaze even with the knowledge that he had other women who saw to his desires. It was oddly satisfying. Tell me what you desire. Knowledge? Ancient treasures? I am the Queen of the Grim, there is little I cannot offer. Anything. He slowly developed a Cheshire grin. This is not what I anticipated. He laughed at my admittance. What is so humorous? Nothing, it's just, the situation is familiar. Humph. His stifled giggles only grated on my patience. They were in no way pleasant to listen to. I sat there, motionless, as he continued to have his way with me. Unable to voice a complaint due to the rather mundane nature of his request. I was at his mercy completely. He chose to use my lap as a pillow, as he called it. He lay there, head upon my thigh, eyes closed in a strange peacefulness. Did he not know that I could end his life with but a gesture? He put himself completely at my mercy, utterly unguarded from anything I wished to inflict upon him. Perhaps I should invade his mind? Test his defenses. He would be completely caught off guard, and I'm sure I might be able to scour him for the information I desire. It was not my area of expertise, but I'm sure I could force the issue. The state of his mind afterwards was another matter entirely. But for some reason, that thought left a sour taste in my mouth. Of course, I would never do something so inelegant. I could. I paused. Why was I running my fingers through his hair? And why did hearing his content noises make me feel so pleased with myself? For some reason, it was bringing a warm sensation to my chest to see him so relaxed in my embrace. I jerked my hand away with a huff. His eyes opened again, looking up at me with such a soft gaze. Annoying. Stop it. I had to bring him upon the top of my castle so no others could happen upon me making a fool of myself once more. Otherwise, all respect I had garnered would have been utterly destroyed. Did you expect me to ask for something else? The corners of his lips curled up. Of course. I pursed my lips. What foolish person, when offered a boon, from me, would ask for this? Really? I think I got a better deal. Would have given a lot more than just the staff if this is what you offered. Do not think you are allowed this lightly. I gazed down into his eyes. No man has been given the privilege for many years. I merely took pity upon you for wasting the opportunity given. Maybe I should have used the boon more favorably then. Since you were obviously expecting me to do something lewd. Now I feel like I disappointed you. Who is disappointed? The sheer nerve of him. To insinuate that I was in expectance of him to lay his lecherous paws upon my body. It's not too late. He had that annoying look about him once more. Would you deny me if my hands started to wander? Wander? You make it sound as if they would not immediately latch upon my rear if I allowed you. I raised an eyebrow and flicked away his raised palm. Your intentions are obvious. I huffed, turning my nose up. You will sleep tonight knowing you missed an opportunity that will never come again. His chuckles just annoyed me further, thinking I was merely jesting. He slowly rose up away from my lap. It was odd to feel that pressure upon my skin now move away. That was it, nothing more. I was merely tired of him weighing upon my thigh. What if I asked nicely? What dare you ask of me? You think I will just offer you anything you desire with but some honeyed words? I scoffed at his foolishness. If you attempt to take liberties with me again, know that you will have to bear the consequences. I waited for him to inevitably do something to earn my ire. I would cast him from the top of my keep, see him fall into the mud below. Then he would know that I am not one to make jests at. And if the consequences are worth bearing. He said quietly, leaning in, and I could do nothing to stop his advance. Why did I not stop him when I knew what was going to happen? I stilled, even when his face approached mine so slowly, his breath brushed against me. Why did my eyes close, in anticipation? I felt a pressure I had not in eons. It was quick, excruciatingly quick, as his lips met mine for only the briefest of moments. The faint softness, the slight taste, they were gone just as quickly as they arrived. I opened my eyes to see his face only mere inches away from mine still, his eyes meeting mine. And why did I feel as if my face had heated up and my heart beat erratically? Chapter 332, Chapter 299. This had become a common occurrence. I would come visit Salem for a day or two, staying the night in one of her guest rooms. However, she was acting a little more awkward than previously. I wasn't oblivious to the reason. I had kissed her. It was a brief kiss, barely a peck on the lips, but it was a step forward. We had a sort of dynamic already. I would tease her a little bit, and she would hide under her obligations to perform to a certain extent in hospitality. Had she shown any real dissatisfaction towards my advances, I wouldn't have pushed, even as mildly as I did. But she appeared open about it, so I took a shot and she accepted. However, she had become distant, or more so than before. I mean, we weren't nearly as close as I was with my other girls, though much more familiar than when I first came over, but there was still a lot to work through. She basically told me that I was welcome to stay the night in my room again before disappearing. Maybe she just needed some time alone with her own thoughts. I had a vague idea of how long it'd been since she was involved with someone. Thanks to Jin, I did see quite a bit about her life in very broad strokes. It might just take a while for her to accept that I'm being sincere in my attempts. Though, I think she knows it, but just had trouble accepting it for whatever reason. As long as she doesn't show actual distaste or annoyance, I'll continue doing what I've been doing. What do you think, Squidward? My faithful grim companion hovered nearby, as it did when I came over to visit. Was the kiss too soon? I elbowed him as I made myself some coffee. It wiggled its tentacles as if to say meh. I couldn't help it, she was being too cute. And the face she made afterwards, I had to force myself not to go any further. I let out a sigh, taking a seat nearby. Should I apologize? I don't think it was a big step forward personally, but maybe I read the signs wrong. Can't say I was infallible in that regard. For all I knew, I was completely wrong in my interpretations. That's why communication is important. Last time we did talk about the potential for something, this time we spent a sorta intimate moment together, and I leaned in for a simple kiss. It could even be called a third date, if you looked at it a certain way. God, seeing her actually blush for the first time. I've gotten her flustered before, maybe even some hint of embarrassment from teasing. But never a full-on blush like what happened. Especially the way it contrasts on her pale skin. Way too cute. I really have gotten smitten with her. I hummed to myself. Squidward made a strange sound in agreement. Oh shit, did someone actually make a familiar face? Pushed open the door, stepping in, only to pause when he saw me. *CK me. I blinked at his reaction upon seeing me. Sorry. Shit, shoulda known you were here. No one else *in makes coffee, always gotta do it myself and they all steal it. He let out a sigh. Is there something wrong with me being here? The kid groaned. Mercury, I think I recalled his name correctly. Boss lady said to stay far away after, last time. Oh. I snorted. Yeah, the one where Salem walked in when you. Yeah, that. He chuckled depressingly. F***ing almost got burned to a crisp for that man. Really? I do it all the time. I took a sip of my coffee. You also flirt with the scary magical grim lady? He pointed out. That I do. I chuckled. And somehow live afterwards. I guess I could see how that would be a little intimidating from his perspective. Honestly, it just makes her even more sexy. Alright, that's true. Shit, so rank out of 10? He asked. You really just have no F***ck's to give, don't you? I raised an eyebrow at his question. Even after what happened last time, he was asking something like that again. Dad was an assassin. Every day was take your kid to work day for him. If he was in a bad mood, he beat the shit out of me. If he was in a good mood, he beat the shit out of me with a smile on his face. The silver-haired kid shrugged. Wow, alright then. If I was forced to say she's oh hey Salem. I turned my gaze to behind him. The kid froze, turning around with eyes wide open. Except, there was no one standing behind him. OF***CKU. I couldn't help but chuckle. Damn it, I should really go. Cinder's going to get on my ass if she finds out. CYA later, man, it's nice to have someone without a stick up their ass around this place. He gave a quick wave before leaving in a hurry. He's fun. If I remembered correctly, he had prosthetic legs. Maybe I should enchant them, think he'd enjoy that. Would be entertaining to watch him fly around and whatever else I could come up with if nothing else. Speaking of enhancements, I wonder if Salem would be upset if I upgraded Squidward. Give him some bitchin' weapons to fling around with all his appendages. Maybe some armor too, something super intimidating for him to float into battle with. It would be hilarious for Squidward to fire a cannon or something, only for the recoil to send it hurling away. Or maybe, Sir Wiggles could use a mount. I poked the floating eldritch abomination. It made a funny sound that seems to easily brighten my mood. I should have known you would be here. I perked up upon seeing who spoke. Good morning, Salem. I smiled warmly towards her. Guess Mercury had good instincts, or maybe she was waiting for him to disappear. I wouldn't put it past her, sounds like something cute she would do so as to not make an awkward situation again. She eyed me for a moment, silently, before taking a few steps forward, finding a seat at the table opposite from me. Want some coffee? I offered, along with my plethora of additions available. I take my coffee seriously. I am not of the mood. She stated. She did say she doesn't require food and drinks anymore. But I can't fathom the idea of not enjoying either for the sake of it. Maybe she simply didn't like coffee? It was a blasphemous thought, but I would be willing to bear with it if it meant I could spend more time with her. Did you just come to see me and Squidward then? I asked, poking the grim again. You named my seer such a ridiculous thing. She shook her head in exasperation. You are aware I can see and hear everything it does, yes. I blinked, looking at Squidward. Now that's awkward. Betrayed by someone I thought I could trust. Humph. She breathed out some air from her nose. You are a strange man. Normal is boring. If I were normal, I wouldn't come to the Grimlands because I heard there was a beautiful queen here. I pointed out. I wouldn't have been able to see that wonderful smile of yours when it's finally coaxed out. Nor would I have known about that adorable laugh of yours after working hard to make it appear. Perhaps I am the strange one for allowing you to act the way you do. She crossed her arms, lips pursed. Falling for such obvious flirtations should be beneath one such as I. She said that, but I could tell she was pleased at least a little. You know. I took a sip of my coffee again. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. Well, there was teasing and I did that, and then there was a true discomfort. I don't want to put her in a spot where it's the latter. If I do something to overstep, or something you don't like, tell me and I'll stop immediately. There was a small twitch of her lips as her arms unfolded. I was merely surprised. She said quietly, obviously referring to the kiss. It wasn't unpleasant. And I really wanted to surprise her some more right about now, but it didn't feel appropriate. No, it felt like something I should drop for the moment, let her get her own thoughts managed for another time. Let's change the subject then. So, how have you progressed on runecraft? I don't know if she was just happy at the change of subject, or the magic to discuss, but she noticeably perked up. It is a very interesting piece of magic. The nuances are deceptively simple once I began more experiments. They really are. I know some practitioners who basically use singular runes for the most simplistic but convenient effects. Weave the correct one into the stitching of a glove, and it's great for bursts of enhanced strength. Shoes for speed, clothes for some protection, etc. Viable effects for a minimal cost in magical energy. As inelegant an approach as that is, I cannot argue that it is an efficient use of such a concept. Salem muttered. But my first failures came from using multiple together. It seems that the more that are combined, the more difficult it becomes to hold the spell from unraveling or imploding upon itself. Ah, I understand completely. I remember that when I began trying to create my own runic sentences, even though I had much more knowledge on the subject than you, my own teacher would point out redundant choices, word combinations, or contradictions that often made it fail upon actualization. I nodded along with her word. While not exactly a good metric of basing one's ability in the area, how many runes can you string together with certainty of non-failure? A handful, perhaps 3 or 4, before I begin to lose confidence. Impressive. Is it? She sniffed. I feel inadequate as this touches on many things I am learning and thus unfamiliar with. Even the best of magic users find things that are difficult to pick up if it's new to them. I soothed her a little bit. As I said, you're fumbling around in the dark right now. You're missing a lot of information. That is true. She acknowledged. The books talk about things I do not have a reference for. Places, people, and if I am not mistaken, it references deities other than the brothers. Does this come from a culture that worshipped something else as misguided as that is? That's right, they had their own beliefs. I smiled at her deductions. How strange. I can hardly recall any cultures during my time that did not worship the brothers. Salem mused. I have a couple more books on runecraft that may help you. As for their cultural history, well, I don't have anything specific on hand that details that. But, I wouldn't mind telling you the stories I know about their beliefs and mythology. I offered as an alternative. I would find that most enjoyable. That rare smile of hers finally appeared once again as she settled herself in to listen intently. I could feel my heart melt when she looked at me the way she did. Without any delay, I began to recant the tales of how the Norse pantheon came into existence from their cosmological point of view. This was turning out to be a wonderful morning. Weaving another illusion around myself, I stepped out of a portal. The time I spent with Salem was amazing, but I still had other things I wanted to accomplish before heading back home. I'm a little sad I couldn't steal another kiss, but it was clearly something she was still confused about. Regardless, I left her castle with her in a very good mood, so I would count that as a win. Spending hours talking about magic seemed to be a good way to bring her some enjoyment. I had considered telling her about everything, but I don't think we were quite there yet. There are still some things we need to talk about. The fact that she was the Queen of the Grimm was a rather big deal. I've glossed over it thus far, but I couldn't ignore it entirely. Maybe I'm just hesitant about bringing it up because I don't think I'll like what I'll hear and I don't want to ruin what has started developing between us. I had already made some progress in getting her to cease direct attacks on the kingdoms, better to wait before pushing further. I'll give it some more thought for now. It might be a good idea to sit down and talk to Jin about it too. This was her home, she should have a say in how something like this is handled beyond the aspect of the harem. However, she did give me her blessing along with the others to pursue Salem. So I don't need to go have a talk with everyone about that aspect of it. But, that's something to think about at another time. Right now, I was on a mission. A very important mission. Operation Bully Pira. Finding her took all my skill and cunning, for she could have been anywhere on Remnant. And by that, I meant I called Junior and asked him if he knew where she was. She was a celebrity after all, it wouldn't be difficult to find out. She was actually in Vale. Not surprising since Junior told me that the Beacon semester was starting soon and I did talk about that with Pira last time I saw her and Junior confirmed it. But Junior also came through with her exact location. She unfortunately seemed to still have people following after her and all that, but what can you do? That's how I found myself standing in what looked like a mall. Slightly different aesthetic, but it had the general multi-shop layout I was used to. One clothing store was closed off with a crowd gathered around the outside. I was annoyed and tempted to disperse the crowd from what I assume was Pira's unwanted fan club, however, they admittedly weren't doing anything wrong. Pyrrha feelings aside, they weren't being malicious probably. I felt oddly protective of the other redhead. Bending light around myself, not that difficult with magic, even if it was noticeable with some effort and the right equipment/spells. The most basic form of invisibility, but it left a faint shudder around my frame if you looked close enough. With how chaotic it was right now, I doubted I would be noticed. So, I just sidestepped the crowd and walked right inside the store. Might seem odd that they were catering to a single person, but they could easily use this as a publicity opportunity. The Pyrrha shops here. Etc. There were some higher-end brands and overall some pretty good-looking stuff. Girl, you need to show off those legs more. Take these. I followed the sound of the voice. And wouldn't you know it, there were two people I recognized. Pyrrha, of course. The adorably awkward girl was standing there with another girl shoving clothes into her hands. A beret on her head, with sunglasses worn inside, and just a tacky sense of fashion overall. Are you sure? These are really revealing. I don't know if I like. I'm sure. I think her name was Coco? She forced the outfits into Pyrrha's hands and literally pushed her into the changing booth. Try those on, then we'll go from there. Gods, I haven't thought about that girl in forever. I think Miltia said that her parents owned a bunch of clothing stores. What are the odds? This Coco seemed to utterly ignore Pyrrha's protests. Maybe I should help Pyrrha assert herself more in the future? She reminds me of Jean in that they both didn't like conflict and would make themselves miserable if it meant avoiding that. And they're both very bullyable. But only I'm allowed to bully the adorable cinnamon roll that is Pyrrha. Pyrrha did follow the instructions, changing into a short skirt, and a cute sweater. It admittedly did look good on her, I wouldn't deny it, but she clearly didn't feel comfortable wearing it. Odd considering her combat clothes are pretty revealing as well. But then again, that's mostly for the maneuverability and not something she thought about too much outside of her work as a huntress in training. Or perhaps it was due to her nature as a sort of entertainer. On that note, it might not be remiss to bring up the topic of some different kind of protection later on. Her casual dress was more a reflection of her tastes. She's a much more reserved woman than that, or so I understood. Coco tipped down her sunglass. Nice. She admired. Could pop a cantaloo with those thighs. Pyrrha of course got flustered at the comment, so I took that opportunity to quite literally work my magic. Coco had another outfit in her hand, and with a flick of my own, I cast another illusion over it. Now try this. Coco held up the other outfit for her to try on, except... what? Pyrrha blurted out. Coco blinked in confusion, looking down at what she was holding. It was a very provocative combination of leather straps and an accompanying gag even. An ensemble that would somehow come together to barely cover her most private of places, leaving absolutely nothing to the imagination. Coco made her own squawk of surprise. This isn't what I grabbed? Why is this even here? She blurted out. Funny, I didn't take her for the type to get embarrassed so easily, but here we are. I am going to figure out who put this here and fire them. She ran off presumably to the back where they keep things. Pyrrha stood there with a red face, unable to respond properly. I think red is the perfect nickname for you. Your face definitely matches your hair right now. I took the opportunity to sneak up on her. She jumped a little, startled by my appearance. She looked at me in confusion. I clearly looked very different, but her brow furrowed as if she realized. Will. Hey Red, been a while. I smiled towards her. Will. Pyrrha exclaimed, and I was mildly taken as she initiated a hug. Usually I was the one to do that. I accepted it happily, of course. You disappeared again, for like, 3 weeks. She sounded sad. Sorry, Red. Had to take care of some things. I apologized, patting her on the back. Wanna go somewhere more private? The bondage gear is optional, by the way. Why you did that, didn't you? Pyrrha squeaked out, smacking my shoulder with a cute pout. I couldn't help but chuckle. Guilty. That was mean. She huffed. And now I feel bad about Coco. Don't, she's a tool. I rolled my eyes. She wears sunglasses indoors, and don't get me started on her beret. Not to mention she's a bit of a stuck-up bit. Language. She poked me with a stern look. Unpleasant person. I cleared my throat in clarification. Humph. She untensed a little. Is there still a crowd outside? I don't think I can get away without being seen, and you're... Pira. I chuckled again. Did you forget who I am? I waved my arms, opening a portal. I forgot you could do that. She admitted. Appearing someplace more deserted, Pira peeked around a moment before calming down. She looked at me again, pouting again before hitting my shoulder like many seemed to do. You disappeared for so long. Do you know how worried I was? She began chastising me. Sorry, I was really busy with some stuff. Helped the missus handle some negotiations with some rival factions and all that. I vaguely replied. You better not be involved in any more criminal stuff. She let out a little huff. Hey, I've been on my best behavior. I don't believe you. She immediately replied. I may or may not have turned over a Schnee mining camp. Will. That was using literal slave labor. I added. She deflated right away. That sounds horrible. It was, but I handled it. I reassured her again. So, what about you, Miss Dominatrix in training? Brothers, you're never going to let that go, are you? Pira covered her face with her hands. And it was you who did it. I should be calling you that. If you want to call me your dummy daddy, I won't so no. The embarrassed sound she made was always fun to hear. I would die of embarrassment if the press heard you even imply something like that. Oh, I could imagine the headlines. Pira Nikos, deviant. The secret to her strength, she likes to be spanked. Don't add on strange things like that. She squeaked. You didn't deny it. I pursed my lips. Very suspicious. Nyet. She smacked my shoulder. You're not allowed to spread lies like that. Don't worry, Pira. I won't spread your obvious deviant behavior. I promised with full sincerity. She covered her face again, the red hue obvious at this point. I heard that the deputy headmistress at Beacon uses a riding crop. Maybe you should practice with a whip, to fit in better. Stohohib, Pira whined. All right. I pulled her in for another hug. I'll stop teasing you. You're a bully. She huffed, accepting the hug again. But, I missed you. She whispered. Sorry, I really was busy. I breathed out. There were no romantic feelings involved. I knew she didn't feel that way about me, beyond maybe a physical attraction, which in turn I could recognize she was very beautiful herself. No, I saw her as my friend, and I cherished that, even if it wasn't for very long. How long are you staying around? She asked. Couple hours, probably. Only came to visit because I had the time. I admitted. I see. She sounded depressed about it, even if she forced herself not to frown. Hey now, don't get so down. I poked her nose. You said you were attending Beacon. Well, I'm going to make damn sure I'm around when you get accepted. You said they have an entry test after passing the enrollment verification, right? Yes, I heard that every academy has their own variation of a hands-on testing process, though I don't know the specifics. She bit her lip, like she was pensive about something. They said I don't need to take part in the test, that I'm welcome even without it. Oh. I realized what was troubling her. You think they're only doing that because you're a celebrity? I know it sounds silly, it's not like it's uncommon for well-known names to bypass that test. There are some legacies that pop up, and they're usually pushed to the front of the line and everything. But, I just feel weird about it. Pira replied. From an outsider's perspective, yes, it did come out because of your fame. I admitted. However, your fame arose due to your combat abilities. So in that thinking, is it strange to be against it? You completely earned your own strength, and that's what they recognized, Pira. And, do you have to accept the line jump? Couldn't you just take the test anyways? She did smile brightly. Thank you, Will. She said with an honest sentiment. I know it's silly, but I guess I just wanted someone who understood to tell me that. And, do you really think they'll not be against me doing the test like everyone else? Pira, they're willing to forego the test in the first place to get you to their school. They're clearly willing to jump through hoops, so to do the opposite, shouldn't be any issue. Be humble about it, say something like you wanted to prove you could attend such an illustrious academy like Beacon or something, play up on their pride if anyone asks. They literally wouldn't be able to turn away your request at that point. I offered some advice. That sounds devious. She muttered. Yet, kind. She looked at me, with another light slap at my shoulder. Why are you so good at being underhanded in nice ways? Lots of practice. I chuckled. You'll have to learn how to navigate situations like this eventually. You've had an agent handle negotiations and stuff in the past, right? Yeah, I have a good agent. A friend of my mom. Pyrrha nodded. Maybe I should start standing in for things like that for the future. Your mom, huh? I'm imaging a much older version of you. How about you introduce us at some point? I wiggled my eyebrow. Don't you dare try anything on my mom. She squeaked out again. Besides, you have a daughter and wouldn't your girlfriend be upset with you about saying something like that? She puffed up indignantly. Actually, I have a harem. I decided to drop that bomb on her without any setup. Just like I did about Kunu. Her reactions are always adorable. Alright, Junior, I'm here. What's the big emergency? I opened up a portal to Junior's back room. He reached out to me via scroll while I was wrapping up with Pyrrha. However, once I realized who exactly was in the room, I couldn't help but sigh. You know, I thought it was something important. How my day is ruined. Oh kid, your words hurt. Don't you miss your old man? Roman Torchwick replied with that shit-eating grin of his. Where were you, Dad? You went out for cigarettes so long ago. Then next thing I hear, you're spending all your money on drugs, turning tricks on the corner for your next fix. I sniffled, wiping a fake tear from my eye. Poor Neo, did she have to watch you spiral? One moment you're the great thief Roman Torchwick, next, you're giving truck drivers hand jobs in the bathroom for some quick cash. Neo, who I absolutely knew was around, appeared next to me, mirroring my hurt look. Junior stared, cracking up. Roman twitched noticeably. Don't worry kiddo, old daddy isn't going to ever leave you again. He reached into his jacket, pulling out a bundle of papers, tossing them on the coffee table in front of us. It's official kid, the adoption papers went through. He was way too smug to be just joking. I looked at him, that unwavering grin on his face as I reached for the papers. I read them, well schemed them, but I was having trouble formulating a response. You gigantic asshole. Pfft. Roman even had trouble holding back his cackling. What's wrong kid? Watermelon Torchwick. I repeated the name he apparently adopted me with. I tossed the papers back onto the table. Was Wilhelm apparently too difficult a word for you to spell? Hey, I take tradition very seriously. Roman grinned. Neo was falling over herself laughing silently, as she didn't speak. Between laughs, Junior grabbed up the papers to read them. Holy shit, these are legit. He finally said, wide-eyed. Well, nice to meet you, Watermelon Torchwick. F***ing Roman. I face-palmed. Oh come on, kid. Is it really so bad? F***CKU. I sighed. How did you even? Lots of bribes. He said without a hint of shame. You really spent money, to do something like this. He pulled out a cigar, lighting it up. Taking a breath, he puffed out little bit of smoke. Yup. You are a special kind of asshole. Hey. Roman wagged his finger. Don't speak about your father like that. Damn Roman, if you went half as hard on your usual schemes as you did this crap, how much easier would they be? You even have a freaking birth certificate made. Junior continued to look it up. Was this karmic payback for teasing both Salem and Pyrrha earlier? Wait. I blinked. Who the hell did you put for my mom if you plagiarized a birth certificate? I turned towards Neo. Who, which had a mischievous smile about her. Haha, F***ck no. Roman laughed. Neo would be insufferable if I implied anything like that between us. As for your mom, I put. Your mom. Junior interjected. Yeah, but who? No, your birth certificate literally says your mom, for her name. I opened my mouth and closed it again. God damn it Roman. I face-palmed again. Don't mess with the master, brat. Roman cockily replied. Well played, Roman. Well played. And since I'm a hot topic, people are going to find this. They're going to call me Watermelon Torchwick. It has a nice ring to it. Junior seemed to mull it over. You're F***ing with me. I am. Neo literally fell over laughing at my expense. I really hope this isn't what you told me was so important that I should come on over right away. I poked at the silent girl twitching on the ground. All right, serious time. Roman clapped his hands. Neo's figure shattered, her semblance having activated, she was now leaning against me, parasol in her hand as she spun it innocently. It's a little dangerous to get together like this, especially for me to come over to Vale right now. Heat is still high, even if I've been working on this whole problem. You mean after you came by originally to F***ck with Junior? I raised an eyebrow. Yeah, brought more problems. Roman nodded. Worth it, but still not really my best decision. F***cku, Roman. Junior huffed. Do you have any idea how many rides I took in the back of a police cruiser because of that little stunt? Or how many surprise visits by some hunters just checking up on my club? Listen, there was a very important reason for me doing so. Yeah, what was that? Roman looked at him for a moment before clapping his hands. As I was saying, kid. Got a reason to call you over. Clearly ignoring Junior's question. As I said, been trying to get us out of this little predicament. While I do so love being, as you put it, Roman Torchwick, thief extraordinaire. Charming, charismatic, untouchable by the law. Feared and revered by all of Vale and most of the world. Ladies practically throwing themselves at such a. Like, 1 or 2 words of that vomit is accurate. You hurt your father, Watermelon. Roman clutched his heart. You know I'll get you back for that, right? I like to live in the now. Roman bit down on his cigar. Like, right now, you're my precious little watermelon. As much as I absolutely enjoy the kid's new legal name, get back to the point, Roman. This is a little important to just be coy about. Junior interrupted. Fine, fine. Roman shoved his cigar into an ashtray. So, here's the thing. Doing lots of blackmail, bribing, and a few threats to the right people to pull all of our asses out of the fire. You can thank me later, by the way. He puffed up his collar. But, we hit a little snag. No way to beat around the bush, we're in some pretty deep water, and it's been hard to get this far as it is. So, I may have a way to tips things in our favor, might just be able to drop the warrants completely in Vale. And this involves me? I asked. A very influential council member, not entirely above board, he wants a favor. He does care about Vale, all that patriotic bullshit or whatever. Roman waved his hand flippantly. But that helps because they're in a pickle right now. You heard about those mutant Grimm? Junior filled me in. I nodded. Good, that saves some time. Well, shit is getting pretty intense with them. This nameless council member offered me a deal of sorts. He would throw his weight around in our favor, and believe me, that's some hefty mass he has to toss around. But, he'll want a favor regarding the dealings with some unsavory things of the Grimm variety. Roman explained. So he wants me to clear up some Grimm? He couldn't ask Atlas to do it. That seemed a little too easy. And just like that, we're home free. Please, don't downplay the effort I put in, son. Honestly, he could see the writing on the wall, he just wants to gain something before we managed to pull our petards out of the fire ourselves. It'll admittedly be a lot quicker with his help, so, you okay with this? Roman asked. But why me? I was confused about that part. They have hunters, they have Atlas. It seems weird that he'd ask a criminal like me to do it. Kid, do you not realize how scared shitless you've made some people? Roman tipped his hat. You threw a F***ck off laser at an almost ancient sea felong, and killed it. That kind of thing makes people scared. People with that kind of power the kingdoms try to force people into their service. Shit, if you did try to go the route of a huntsman, they would have done anything they could to get you under their thumb. What about their own huntsmen? Couldn't they call up Beacon, have some of their experts go deal with it? And risk losing their big sticks? Even Atlas has had some trouble dealing with these mutant Grimm, why risk their own people when they can have you be their patsy? I rolled my eyes at his phrasing. I'm not against it, it's just killing some Grimm. Sure, tell him I'll take care of it. By the way, what time frame are we looking at? Think you can manage to get us clear by the time Beacon semester starts? With his help, sure I can have it settled a few weeks before Beacon gets rolling. Roman nodded happily. He won't need the favor right away, honestly, that should be right around the same time. They've found one of those labs with a bunch of the creepy crawlies right by the city, but they haven't made a serious push into it yet. They probably want a chance to investigate it before calling you in to go all pew-pew at it. Roman shot off some finger guns. Fine, whatever. I shrugged. Not a bad deal, I don't mind handling Grim, and it would line up perfectly with Pyrrha so it wouldn't make it awkward if we were seen together, what with me being a wanted criminal and all that. Spectacular. Roman clapped his hands with a wide grin. Can't wait to see the look on Iron D***CK's face when he finds out that I'm a free man in Vale, that is. Roman straightened his collar. I'm going to go get on this right away. Thanks kid, I really mean it. No problem dad. I rolled my eyes. Keep out of trouble, watermelon. He winked at me with that cocky smile of his. Come along, Neo. I need you to hide us so the cops don't get stupider, that is. Neo walked up to me, stealing a quick hug. We'll catch up later once we're in the clear. Drinks and ice cream will be on me. I gave her a genuine smile. She wordlessly made some motions with her hands, waving them all around, following up with some stabbing motions. Yes, we can find some things to stab. If you want to join me on the Grim thing, we can do that too. She threw a thumbs up before skipping off towards Roman. Junior looked at the door then back to me. F***ing Roman. He shook his head. Yeah, F***ck Roman. Chapter 333, Chapter 300. I stretched my arms as I walked out of my portal once more. While I've been bouncing around a lot the past few days, it was rather relaxing. I saw Salem, which was always nice. Pyrrha was doing well, which was also good, and I planned on checking in again when her semester of Beacon started. And everything with Roman, still was processing that. There's no way I can let anyone else ever come to Remnant. I would never be able to live this down. Yup, just going to break the bad news to Jin. Sorry, a stray meteor hit Remnant, it doesn't exist anymore. Don't pay attention to me going back there, trust me, it's gone for good. The perfect plan. Whatever you say, watermelon. F***CKU, Drake. God damn it. It's not that I forgot he was there, but, well, I guess I forgot he was there. I had been forgivingly preoccupied with the shenanigans that Roman was up to. And other things. Still remembered the softness of Salem's lips. Going to have a pep in my step after that for quite a while. Imagine how I feel. My user's name is Watermelon. Drake complained. Might as well be called the Op-High Dragon. Don't you dare compare that to me. Usually I'm the one who gave him shit about that. They must never know. I'm gonna tell them. I will paint you white, you stupid lizard. Just paint me a little green so we match. Damn it, Roman. Happy thoughts. So we're back here, hey. Drake's teasing stopped as we both took in the surroundings. Coming back a second time, I can definitely say this place feels different than the other worlds we've been to. It's like, I'm not supposed to exist as I am, if that makes sense. Phantasmal creatures, gods, dragons, and everything more supernaturally inclined, their existence is much more ethereal there, fleeting existences based on humanity's collective unconscious. Even compared to back home where perception can alter a heroic spirit's existence to an extent, this place can drastically alter a being of myth to completely twist their origins, turning them into something utterly foreign in comparison. Strangely, though, I felt good to be here. Like my inner Campione was ecstatic to be back. I also felt that strange focus, like the tension before a lightning storm, when you know that thunder is about to crack in the distance once you see a lightning bolt and your body heralds it with the slight tingle up your back. I should be careful about coming back here in the future. I think some of my more aggressive traits might be brought out due to the nature of how Campione interact with the world's laws. I muttered. Well, there was a reason I came here, specifically here, that is. I came to visit a certain someone whom I promised a while ago. However, she lived in a very peculiar realm, and I was hesitant to just straight portal there from Remnant. It rarely hurt to be cautious. Well, time to make good on my promise. Withdrawing Mirage from my ring, I couldn't just do this one by remembrance alone. This was a somewhat difficult link to establish, and I needed the calculative ability of my mystic code. However, it only took a moment as I had been there once before. Nothing major changed in the meantime, so with a swipe of my blade, I opened a new portal and stepped inside. It was the same. And I was briefly wondering if goddesses like to model their realms with modern amenities. I mean, this place, and Izzy, it's a little bit of a pattern. Well, I suppose it's not like I've met many other goddesses beyond them and Meridia. Amaterasu didn't really count, it was more she flashed me and then pretended I didn't exist. And now I'm remembering that thong between those wonderful cheeks. It may have been a random thought in any other situation, but at this particular moment, it felt appropriate to recall. Because, across the room, a petite goddess was hanging off her couch, upside down, legs up in the air and over the back of it as she was apparently watching her TV and eating snacks. I could tell because of the crumbs all around her on the floor. Though, one particular detail really drew my attention. Her dress had fallen down to her stomach. There was an awkward silence as she stared at me and I at her. Bold choice in panties. I finally blurted out. Black lace, nice. Kaya. The goddess threw herself off the couch, and in the same motion that familiar shoe came sailing for my face, and I realized that even as powerful as I was, I had no means to prevent it at this moment. It literally knocked me off my feet. Why you? Pandora was sporting a very bright red hue on her cheeks. You can't just drop in here like that. She wailed. How else am I supposed to come? It's not like you have a doorbell for me to ring. I can just, not come anymore. I tossed her shoe back towards her. No. She quickly changed tunes. Wah, don't bully your mother. She pouted, running towards me with her arms up in the air. Her hands balled into cute little fists as they lightly pounded on me. Where have you been, mister? I couldn't find you anywhere, and I checked around. I grinned, patting her head. She puffed up adorably. Don't be coy. She somehow managed to snake her hand up to pinch my cheek. I really checked because you were gone for a while. My urge to tease her sort of deflated once she sounded genuinely sad. I'm sorry, I was taking care of some personal stuff. And it's easy to make sure I don't have prying eyes from gods and such entities. You're my only child that can visit, please don't forget to check in every once in a while. I promise to keep checking in and spend time with you. I smiled towards her. Good. She beamed happily. You can apologize by telling your mother how you are able to come here in the first place. Magic. I poked her forehead. Humph. She made a cute noise, stomping her foot. I'll figure it out eventually. She followed up with a huff and crossed her arms. Oh, does that mean you'll be able to come and go as you want? I quirked an eyebrow. Even then, I'm a true goddess, not one of those heretic gods. I can't just. She didn't follow up, but I could fill in the gap. I got it, rules and stuff you have to follow. She nodded as her hand cupped my cheek. Look at you. You seem different again, did something else change since the last time you were here? I sense the presence of another god on you. Presence of another god. I repeated the words. Was she talking about Big G? So far, not many were able to notice his presence. Don't hide it from your mother. She pouted. Did you bring another god here, A petite finger poked my chest. No. Don't lie to your mother. Pandora puffed up again. I didn't. I just have something that's sorta like that Gorgonian. A piece of a god's authority, not an actual god. I quickly denied. Which was an oddly accurate comparison now that I blurted it out. You're hiding something. She hummed, but didn't really push me on it. All of my children are so naughty. They don't call, they don't write, and they even keep secrets from me. She sounded pitiful. They don't remember their poor mother. Have you tried flashing the others too? Can't say I'll ever be able to forget you after that. Don't bring that up. Burned into my memory nice and good. I nodded to myself. Giga. Funnily enough, it isn't the first time a goddess wanted to flash me. Though, oddly enough, it was a daughter flashing her mother last time. Amaterasu flashed Izanami. I guess this time, it was my mother who wanted to flash her son. I wonder if this was going to become a thing? Can't say I'll hate it. Don't compare me to that hikikomori neat. Pandora whined indignantly. Ouch, sorry Izzy. Wait, even here Izzy was a shut-in? But even so. Cute. This time, I pinched her cheeks. You're bullying your mother. Her voice was sorta distorted through my teasing. It's weird, I didn't feel uncomfortable when she referred to herself as my mother. With Rei Kao, it felt like something else, and I also didn't care that she did so. But Pandora, we didn't have that kind of relationship, and even still, it was pleasant. "Can I have a hug?" I asked quietly, stopping my teasing. "You poor child," Pandora whispered, and her arms wrapped around me. "Come here, let your mother ease any worries. Hugs are nice." Maybe it was because she felt completely genuine. I didn't feel an ounce of malicious intent, nor hidden motivations. She was doing this simply because she wanted to do this. It's rare that I get a visitor, much less one of my children coming to see me. Pandora smiled brightly as she released me. "Come, tell me what ails you, my child." She took me by the hand, practically forcing me down into a seat on the couch. "Nothing really ails me." I furrowed my brow. "Just the normal crap I've dealt with. I guess I've been under some amount of stress recently, but I do have other people to share that kind of thing with. You naughty children are always getting into trouble. You can't help it, it's in your nature." Pandora giggled. "Those foolish few who decided to fight gods. Technically, Susanoo fought me," I pointed out. "And you didn't run away when you clearly could." She tweaked my nose. "Fair. Phew phew phew, nothing escapes your mother's eyes," she proudly declared. "Except me, apparently. Because you're the most elusive of my children," she quickly countered. "I can see all the others, everything they get up to." "Oh, you watch them intently, hey? Don't make it sound weird." She pouted. "Geez, why was it so much fun to bully her? What have my apparent siblings been up to then? Anything I should be aware of?" "I'm not actually allowed to tell you too much." Pandora frowned. "Even if you can come here, my interference allowed is minimal." She tapped her chin. "Though, since you're technically a king of Japan, along with Godu, I suppose there's some wiggle room. Your older brother Sasha Daonjdalvoban. He has his sights set on Japan right now." Ah, I recognized the name. I did receive some information on my siblings after making contact with that magical association in Japan. They were convenient to fill in a lot of gaps in my knowledge about this world. "Do you think Godu can handle it?" I asked. Pandora bit her lip. "That child of mine, he's so stubborn. Does he not realize how many others envy his position? And yet, he just always drones on about not wanting to be abnormal." Pandora threw her arms up. "Ugh, was he still going on about that? Is he at least trying? He's still training and making sure to learn what he can. I think your talk with him put things into perspective." Pandora leaned it, putting a kiss on my cheek. "Thank you, for taking care of your younger brother. Rarely do my children help another like that." It felt warm. There was absolutely no lust or attraction that Wei felt in the slightest, there was only affection. He's a good kid put in an awkward situation. It's how he's coping with his entire worldview being turned upside down. Give him a few more months to acclimate. So sweet. Pandora giggled. He's already turned into a bad boy, that one. Gaining the attention of several maidens without even trying. Oh? That embarrassed and awkward Godu, is he working on his own harem? That would be fun to tease him about. Yup. And he needs more, Mama wants grandbabies. Pandora proudly declared. Unfortunately, one of the girls around him is the target of your eldest. She's a powerful, well, as obvious as it may be, I really shouldn't say. Nor is it appropriate to reveal his plans. If he wants to go cause problems, I'll give Godu a chance to deal with it. If he can't, I'll step in. I can't always be there to hold his hand." Pandora let out a sigh. "All of my children, so troublesome. Why can't they just get along? I suppose it can't be helped. They wouldn't be my children if they didn't get into trouble all the time. You know." I nudged her a little bit, not liking to see her with that depressed look about her. "You were talking about grandchildren a moment ago. Wanna take a look at my adorable daughter?" "Yuh." She made a surprised noise, eyes widened. "Show me, show me, show me." She grabbed onto my sleeve. I withdrew my phone. "Behold my fluffy little fox," I declared, showing her the first of many pictures of my cute Kunu. "So cute," she squealed. I didn't mind showing her my family. Because at the rate things were going, I had a feeling she would be meeting them all in person at some point. It really did make me wonder, was this how it would feel if Mom was still around? It was a nice feeling. I'm back. I stepped into my home, hearing the greetings of several of my girls. Actually, everyone was here but Meridia. And by everyone, that included Venelana. I was overjoyed that she was finally being included. They all sat around the living room, chatting about something I had no idea about. I walked up, putting my chin on Rei Kao's head as my arms wrapped around her. We were just discussing you, my student. Scathik spoke up. It wasn't me, I didn't do it. I quickly denied the broadest spectrum of things I could have done. Oh my, how quick he is to try and weasel out of any perceived trouble. Venelana giggled. You really did a number on him, didn't you? Clearly, not well enough. Scathik pursed her lips. He often requires remedial lessons. Even though those usually ended with me between her legs, one way or another. Hell, there was one time she just knocked me on my ass then literally sat on my face and we went from there. I do so love how direct she is with what she wants. So, what thing do I have to deny being responsible for? I ran my hand down Rei Kao's side, giving her thigh a nice squeeze. One of the absolute best things about having a harem? I can pretty much do something like this whenever I want. Rei Kao not only allowed me, but there was a twitch of enjoyment when I started touching her. And the others didn't even call me out, nor look uncomfortable, as if it was something expected. Well, I'm sure if I ripped off her clothes at this point, at a minimum, Artoria would shift into that territory. She was still very conservative with some things. But overall, I had an amazing group of girls. We're all pregnant. Jin suddenly blurted out. Triplets, all of us. Damn, who's the father? The genie giggled. I couldn't imagine a trio of kunus running around. Yasaka playfully flicked at Jin's shoulder. You silly girl, you can have triplets, I'm fine with one toddler at a time. In truth, we were merely discussing what things would need to be taken care of with your absence. Artoria spoke up with a small smile on her face. We wished for your heart to be at ease if you went away for a little while. Do not worry, my student. Scathik shared her soft and gentle smile. A rare thing for her to look so unwavering affectionate in her gaze openly like this. You have done well in how you have handled yourself in recent times. We share no dissatisfaction about you wandering off for a time. You could use break. Yasaka smiled. And I know that doesn't necessarily mean sitting around and doing nothing. You like to run off and have adventures, so go ahead. As your woman as all of us are your women, and we are more than happy to support you. You all really don't mind if I disappear for a little bit? I asked, looking around the room. I don't like being away for too long as is. Master. Rei Kao looked up. We wish for you to be happy just as you try hard for us to be as well. This warm feeling in my chest was really hard to describe. I leaned forward, claiming Rei Kao's lips for my own. I didn't quite know how to put my appreciation into words, so I would let this fill in the gaps. It wasn't an overly long kiss, I didn't want to make it awkward for anyone else, but Rei Kao was flushed, a look of complete longing followed as our lips separated. She wanted more and I wanted to do more. I'm still new, so I can't speak about everyone else's opinions right now, but it seems they align. I'm a devil, a few days, a few weeks, a few months. That small amount of time doesn't really mean much, and it appears as though all of my new sisters are long-lived as well. Venelana also chimed in. However, I do expect a certain amount of attention when you return. I believe Wilhelm would give you all the attention you wanted. Yasaka grinned coyly. With as much vigor as he could. A devil does have needs, Venelana giggled. My hand slipped into Rei Kao's without even realizing it as she leaned into me. So everything is really okay? You're not just telling me that to set me at ease. I looked around. I was very happy that Venelana slid right into the group dynamic without it being awkward. It didn't seem like anyone was against her presence. Yes, we had discussed everything at length. Artoria nodded. There were not many things that needed overseeing beyond our personal responsibilities which we were fulfilling thus far. There is no pressing matter that requires your direct oversight, and you are quite easily accessible if an emergency comes up. Fine. I relented. I'll not ask about it anymore, you all clearly put enough thought into it. However, if anything happens, promise me you won't wait to contact me. I give you my word, Wilhelm. Artoria said firmly. I am aware you are like me in this regard. You wish to be immediately alerted to such things. Good, since Artoria promised me, she wouldn't hold back. Oh, and I have a large amount of dust. Like a really large amount of dust that I managed to get my hands on. Artoria blinked. Please tell me you acquired it through moral means. I do not like you partaking in criminal activity, Wilhelm. I have let some things slide in the past, but I will be adamant that in our continued relations that you do not overstep certain lines so blatantly. It was a mine that was using literal slave labor. Some of which were children. I helped them out, removed the ones involved, and claimed the dust in the aftermath. I gave a brief explanation. Artoria smiled brightly. Yes, that is the man I know you to be. Getting praised by Artoria, why did it always feel good? So damn charismatic, it was absurd. If you have as much as I think you do, then I can do some fun things. Jin grinned. Just leave enough for Meridia to play around with, and some for possible use in her own projects. I stated. Don't worry, I'll bring her in so we can play together. Funnily enough, while she was being half cute with her wording, I'm sure she really saw it as an opportunity to play with someone she was friendly with. When do you plan on leaving? Venelana asked. I know it's something you don't want to share the details about, but will it be dangerous? Probably in the morning. I scratched the back of my head. As for danger, maybe? Gramps asked me to investigate this before. He was, unwilling to have Artoria and Rin do it instead, said it was probably a little beyond them. Well, at least Rin, no offense to her, but she isn't ready for some of the stuff Gramps wants me to do, even with Artoria. Artoria furrowed her brow. The Wizard Marshal's expertise is not something to overlook. Agreed. Skadik added. You will make adequate preparations before you depart. Which was her way of saying she was concerned and wanted me to be safe. You may take the time to properly lay with your servant beforehand. What? I stuttered out. 'Tis obvious that you find each other, wanting in this moment. Artoria was the one who answered. It is an expected occurrence in this strange relationship you have gathered us all into. If we were not pleased with such outcomes, we would not be here at this moment. Her face turned a red hue as she turned away. I blinked as Artoria of all people told me to stop being a prude and go f*ck Ray Cow. Granted, it was not exactly in that wording. I admit I was the most hesitant with Ray Cow out of everyone, even Artoria. I was scared I would be taking advantage of her. But if even Artoria was being so candid about it, maybe I really am just being silly and should stop overthinking things. Also, don't put up sound barriers. Jin added. Artoria likes to hear while she... Jin. Artoria squeaked out. I looked around and realized I was being silly. I wanted Ray Cow, and it wasn't a situation where it wasn't appropriate. With her hand still in mine, I lightly pulled her up, getting her to rise from her seat. Master. She let out a surprised noise as I swept her up into my arms, lifting her up off her feet. Ray Cow. I sent to her through our link. I need my servant. The affectionate gaze she held towards me was clear. Master, your servant shall take care of all your needs. I carried her upstairs into my bedroom. Ray Cow Lud insert here. Shouldn't take too long. Saying goodbye to the girls, and Kunu, it was time to say my farewells to one last person. I stared into her warm eyes, that look reserved for me and me alone. I have heard what you are doing. You will embark on a seemingly dangerous endeavor. Meridia greeted me with a slight displeased tone. That's debatable. I'm just investigating something for Gramps. He only mentioned some interesting facilities involved that I would enjoy researching it. Thought it would be a good break from the normal nonsense that's been popping up. She pursed her lips as if not believing me. I do not enjoy this feeling of uncertainty. For someone like you, it's just a single blink of an eye, and I'll be right back like nothing happened. I reassured her with a little smile. She stared at me and blinked, slowly. It appears you are correct. Good, now you may stay until I allow you to leave. I could not resist the amount of cuteness he was giving up as I walked forward, wrapping her up in a tight hug. It's not like you can't contact me. I'll be sure to check in with you, give you an update, how about that? Humph. It will suffice, I suppose. She said quietly. I will keep an eye on your other paramours, so you need not worry. I know you will. I kissed her forehead. I love you. "You, my foolish man." She let out a sigh, laying her head against my chest. Her hand slowly went to mine, more specifically, she touched the ring of my finger, reaching into it. Dawnbreaker appeared for a moment, then disappeared another. "Are you telling me I'm not allowed it back until I return?" I chuckled. "Don't be ridiculous." She huffed, pouting cutely. "I believe it is time I enhance it. I will not have my sword fall short of your others. I never intended it to be more than a weapon to bestow upon my mortal champion, thus I never considered powering it beyond mortal limitations until now. I will make it into what you call a divine construct. A fitting term for the weapon I shall bestow upon you," she said rather proudly. "Are you going to reforge it?" I questioned, interested in the process. "And how does that work? Is it made of a tangible material, or was it crafted from your essence?" "I used a spark of my light originally, dulled and darkened to what the standards of mortals may consider to be excellent in comparison. Now, it accompanies my true form, incubating in my primordial light. So it's inside you right now. Must you make everything sound lewd?" She blushed a little. "Here is my sword. It will not lose to any other weapons you acquire from now on." I kissed her nose as she huffed again, taking it with glee. "Thank you, really." Just holding it, I could that the sword was significantly stronger than before. I had to be more careful when using it for now on. I decided to copy that noble phantasm of yours. Call its true name and you shall deliver a cleansing light unlike what was previously possible. Were you jealous of Excalibur? I raised an eyebrow. "I am not jealous." She quickly tried to deny, but I saw through her charade. "Thank you, again." I admired my new sword once more before putting it away. "I'll put it to good use." "Good. See that you do." She sniffed. "I expect you to return without problems now that I have bestowed upon you such a wondrous merit. You may thank me by continuing to annoy me for many years to come." It seemed like a long time since I've been back here. Well, not that long now that I thought about it. Months at most, but it felt like I've been through a lot since I've been back home. "Look who it is." A warm, feminine voice reached my ears. "Hello, Lucretia." I greeted the women who may or may not have become my grandmother. "Hello, Wilhelm," she smiled warmly. "Are you here to see Zelli?" "Yeah, is he in?" He's in his study, go on ahead." She replied. How funny, she practically owned the place now. Well, I'm sure Zelrich was fine with everything. He wasn't one to put up with nonsense if he wasn't on board with it. I just walked up and pushed his door open. The same room hadn't changed after the many times I've been here already or all the times in my memories. "Wilhelm," he greeted warmly. "To what do I owe the pleasure? Do you require my help with anything?" "Actually, I am here to help you," I replied, taking the same seat I always did. "I find myself with some time on my hands, and you said you wanted my help with something previously. I figured, I could do that now." "Oh." Zelrich perked up. "If you have some time, I would really appreciate it." "Great." I leaned back. "So, what can you tell me about this Caldia?" Chapter 334, Chapter 301. "What's this? No, how are you? Just simply off to business, is it?" Zelrich chuckled as he got up from his seat as he went towards his liquor cabinet. "What are you in the mood for?" he asked. I tapped my chin. Thinking maybe some wine. I don't want anything too strong, but I could enjoy a good drink. "Oh, wonderful, I have just the thing." Zelrich pulled out an aged bottle. "Not the oldest, but the sentimentality of this one makes it a good addition." "Do you remember the story?" he asked, flashing the bottle. "It seems vaguely familiar, but as you know, I'm missing a lot of details. Lots of things fell through the cracks when you passed on what you did. Or rather, when he would pass on his knowledge some undetermined time in the future. Because it was clear he does very far into the future. From a small winery in France. Burned down by the Nazis during World War II. Zelrich began to elaborate as he poured us both a glass. It was rebuilt, during the occupation. It was burnt down a second time because they didn't bow their heads to their oppressors. This cycle repeated 4 more times. 6 times. They, as you said, burned it down 6 times, yet it still continued production. Wouldn't it take years for their orchards to recover, even if the land was still able to grow things? I blinked, mulling over what he said. How many times must the ground have been burned to overstep the point where it would be beneficial and instead make the area desolate? Oh, they stopped producing wine, mind you. After the first couple times, it's as you said, the land itself became barren around the place. But out of sheer spite, they wrote their brand name on barrels of water, and sold it as their latest yield. The people in the nearby cities, knowledgeable of what was happening, bought and drank it in an act of solidarity. Zelrich chuckled. There was one such time, a highly ranked Nazi came to visit this winery because he had heard the tales. He had the mind of tearing them out by the roots, stomping out any resistance and all that. He was going to mock them by sampling the wine in public, but they secretly replaced the wine with salt water. They laughed even as they were hung in the streets. After listening, I gently swirled the glass in my hand before taking a sip. It wasn't the most amazing wine I've ever had, but it certainly had its own charm after hearing that story. Sometimes, presentation can enhance a flavor beyond simple taste. I take it this is a bottle produced before they were burnt down the first time. Indeed. Zelrich smiled softly. It's just one thing I love about humanity. That we're unmatched when it comes to spite. I offered. Ho ho, that's certainly one way to take it. Zelrich chuckled in amusement. How have you been, Wilhelm? You haven't come by to visit in a while, so I assume you haven't had any major problems. I'm sure you're aware of the broad strokes. I do keep up to date with things when I can. He nodded. I'm as well as I can be. Stressed about some things, but that's just life. I can't really complain when I have so many people who support me. And honestly, I have many ways to relieve the stress with the harem. You wouldn't happen to have a piece of the world tree hanging around, would you? Do you think I have a vault full of treasures you don't know about? Zelrich snorted with an eye roll. Worth asking. I shrugged. Odin realized my secret, and asked for my help. Their Ragnarok took a weird turn, their world tree is dying, and not in tune with their cycle of rebirth. Everything else, I either already had plans in place or have help managing things. With this, I'm honestly scratching my head and just trying to figure out a game plan. A strange position you're in for sure. I can honestly say I have no plausible explanation off the top of my head. I can keep an eye out for anything that may be useful. Zelrich offered, which I nodded appreciatingly. I mean. I scratched the back of my head. You basically know everything else. War with the Fae over there is looming. The peace conference happened, it was fun watching Yasaka verbally slap everyone. Oh, trying to help revive Big G over there too, that's interesting. Got pulled into a conspiracy involving gods due to that. Don't let anyone say that you have small ambitions. Zelrich grinned. The revival of the biblical god in that world, I assume you considered the ramifications. I did, this isn't merely on a whim. I honestly think it'll be good for the world at large. I nodded. Good, then I won't say anything against it. Zelrich gave his approval. And I finally told Meridia I love her. It felt a little embarrassing to say it out loud. I'm proud of you. Zelrich looked genuinely happy for me. What about you and Lucretia? I decided to shift the topic. I had not realized how much I missed her until she was here again. He smiled warmly. I dare say that this place feels much more like a home now that I have all of you running around. I know the feeling. It was nice to have somewhere I could actually call home again. That reminds me. Zelrich put on a thoughtful look. I was approached by some of the other lords. They wished to schedule a get-together for the younger generation of the Clock Tower, a networking event if you will / want to call it that. To stroke their own egos, I presume. I rolled my eyes. Oh, look at my son / student / protege, aren't they so talented blah blah blah. Undoubtedly. Zelrich replied without a second thought. However, I do have a reputation to uphold, so I wish both you and Rin to attend. Attendees are allowed to bring a +1. I'm assuming that Rin will bring Saber with her. Agreed. And I have nothing against her doing so. They're already a well-known duo amongst the tower. All right, I'll bring Meridia. Vetoed. The old man deadpanned. I wish for the Mages Association to be standing afterwards. It would be hilarious introducing her to the idiots who are way too full of themselves. Here's my eldritch goddess lover, she's the physical manifestation of the universe's first light and embodies the concept of life. You're making it hard to stick to my guns on this one. Fine, I won't cause too many problems. That means Yasaka is probably out as well. A nine-tailed fox is going to cause a commotion because they're racists against Asians. Venelana would make the church go on a crusade. Jin, I don't want to bring her into this kind of place. She's way too much of a sweetheart to force to interact with the worse here. So, probably Reikau or Skathuk, depending on who wants to do it. We can figure that out later, it is not for some time. Zelrich stated. For now, you wish to know about Caldia, yes. Before I just stumble into any potential mess, yes. Very well. He nodded. Let me start off by saying, I want you to investigate a strange happening on this world line. Something, or someone, is blocking my sight. I don't think I need to explain to you the degree of danger this can present. Yet, the things that can actively avoid his sight are scary. Things like off-eyes are completely beyond his ability to accurately simulate. The spider was also something he can't properly simulate, only doing so in a roundabout ways due to how humanity was so thoroughly involved. There are certain items as well, that can escape his gaze through the nature of their existence. But mostly, it's just very powerful entities that can actively obscure themselves by just existing. Caldia Security Organization. Zelrich spoke. Or more specifically the Organization for the Preservation for Humanity Finus Caldia. A lofty name. I whistled in admiration. The way you speak, I assume it's more than just an ambitious title. It's a beautiful combination of scientific research and magic research. They're tasked with preserving the human order beyond all else. Recently, they've discovered an anomaly that will happen in the year 2019. An event that makes all their models and simulations fall apart, as the human order unravels. And you have no idea either. I'm completely blind with all but the faintest idea of what's going on. That's why I need you to head over there to investigate. I would have Rin and Saber do it originally, but this task I feel is beyond their ability. By your words, it sounds like they're simulating the future. Most methods of doing so are unreliable in the best of CIRC* misstances, especially with human sources. That's one of the aspects that makes this organization so interesting. They have invented some amazing means of analyzing the flow of the world by utilizing the world's soul. Their accuracy is beyond reproach from what I've looked into. Granted, I believe my own means are superior, but without the full aid of my magic, they have achieved something like this, which is not without its own merit. I'm sure there's a lot you haven't told me yet. But what's my entrance strategy? Do I just waltz in and start throwing around my weight as your grandson to get the information I need? I was being facetious, I knew that wasn't going to be the case. Well, he took it as good-natured humor as I intended. As much as I would enjoy you doing that, I believe a more subtle hand is appropriate. Whatever is going on, we need to be cautious and not tip our hands. It's the reason the me from over there is not going to be involved. I fingered the rim of my wine glass and thought. You think you're being watched over there? It's a high possibility. I'm one of the few who would notice something strange happening. And I'm a complete unknown with no parallel there, so I can be your eyes and ears. I finished his thoughts. So, infiltration mission. What's the game plan? They're hiring people from all over the world. From brilliant mundane scientists, to talented magi. Anyone they can get their hands on, they're doing their best to recruit. Specifically, they're making two teams right now beyond researchers and workers. To resolve this singularity in what they perceive to be incorrect. Explain this irregularity. I won't go into the long explanation as of yet. But they traced the cause back to something that occurred in Fuyuki of all places, back in 2004. They're putting together a team to go back to that time period to ascertain the cause and correct history. Time travel. My eyes widened. Not with a method you would initially think, but it's still a very intricate design and worthy of admiration. Zelrich replied. But to still cross the timeline, that's by no means an easy feat. If they're putting so much resources into this I can only imagine the scope we're dealing with. As I said, this is something that is weighing on me. You can understand now, why I'm being overly cautious. So, want me to join this super team of magi or something? No, you're going to join the B team. The second string, so to speak. Zelrich chuckled. We need you to go, under the radar, but still maintain a level of actionable knowledge. Your entrance will be an Asian magus recruited by chance by one of their various intermediaries. Somewhat talented, enough that you would have earned high marks in the association. But with how racist they are against Asians, easily unnoticeable, which lets me slip under the radar, as you said. Until I gain some manner of respect or influence by my own hand. Correct. Zelrich nodded as he continued. The most important bit of information is your compatibility with servants. I don't believe you mean what I do in the bedroom. Unless they want to know how well I've given the D**ck to Ray Cow and Skathuk. Would be a fun conversation. On a scale of 1-10, how satisfied was your servant after intercourse? Zelrich snorted, tossing a wadded-up piece of paper at me. You know damn well what I'm referring to. Beyond servant compatibility there is also the compatibility for their process of time travel known as rayshifting, which I'll explain later. Suffice to say, you'll pass with flying colors, I can guarantee that. Yet, I smiled. Okay, putting this ray shifting aside, what does servants have to do with things? Are servants going to be summoned? Their main method is a system they devised to facilitate the summoning of servants to help resolve the singularity. Different than the one I helped make for the Grail, but it's quite well done. But they are seeking out those with the highest compatibility they can find for their backup team, as they view that as more important than prestigious bloodlines or similar. Makes sense. This backup team, them being able to summon servants when the need arises, it's more important than being experienced in magecraft or other things of that nature. They're the backup team for a reason, and it's easy to presume that the servants would be doing the heavy lifting if things went sideways enough that they're required. And that's where you come in. A no-name magus with some knowledge under your belt, even if you're Asian in their eyes. And a very high compatibility with servant summoning, you would be a very easy grab for their needs. Zelrich explained. We just need some background information to fill out and a name to go with it. A name? Hey. I rubbed my chin. I do believe I have a perfectly fine name to use already. Are you sure you want to use that name? I am in no way ashamed of my old name. I originally changed it because I was scared and desperate at the time. It was the name my mother gave me, so I am more than happy to use it for this occasion. Unconsciously, I ran a hand through my hair. It seems like Takao Shimoda is joining Caldia. It was f***ing cold. That was my first thought. I felt like I was back in Skyrim, in the colder parts of Skyrim. Over at the college, but without the magics there to keep everyone warm. And I felt like I couldn't magically warm myself up in this situation, because I was supposed to be keeping a low profile. And it didn't help that we were flying in a helicopter at the moment over the goddamned North/South Pole. Funnily enough, the others they've recruited, they had to use various means to knock them out, as to not reveal the location of the place we're going to. For me as an actual magus, I just had to sign a geese to not reveal the location. Not that it was effective on me, but they didn't need to know that. There was another man sitting across from me. A typical magus from the association, one who thought it was an honor for me that someone like him would come to a primitive country like Japan just to recruit a hedge mage like me. Already had to hold my tongue several times at this point, and I'm sure it wouldn't be the last. Had to get a good rap on my own powers and shove them way down. You never know what they had lurking around here, better to not accidentally tip anyone off about my abnormalities. Gramps did good work. Apparently the paperwork was almost all ready and he had been sitting on it for a while. But everything was pushed through nicely, and I got a response after hanging around for a few days here. There was a light interview, one where they measured my compatibility. Apparently I scored around a 91%, which would have technically put me in the parameters that they wanted for the A-team, but that's composed of what they believe to be the cream of the crop. Experienced and knowledgeable magi, not some random mage with no family name. But they were quick to offer me what I could admit were some pretty good terms for employment. Very good monetary compensation, as well as some tutoring on certain subjects to enhance any crafts I was currently learning. They boasted about having a wide array of materials and books available if I chose to sign up. I could see how it would be tempting to someone in my perceived situation. It only came with the stipulation of some pretty heft contracts including magical, as well as a guaranteed employment term of at least 6 years. Which, again, good compensation for my time if I was really looking forward to it. We have almost arrived. The man sitting opposite of me stated, opening his eyes. Prepare yourself, you step into the illustrious organization of Caldia. Headed by none other than the Animusphere family itself. I held back at his superior tone he took. I've heard of them. An old and powerful family. As you should have. He sniffed. Even the savages of your country know about the higher bloods of the tower. I'll be sure to thank Lord Animusphere if I am ever presented with the honor. Or was it Lady? Because the family head was a young woman about Rin's age, according to what I've learned. See that you do. He replied without a hint of sarcasm in his voice. You are not as lowly as one would first assume when hearing of your origins. Knowing to respect your betters is a lesson that takes years for those mongrels to usually learn. You have impressed me, a feat you should be grateful for. Once you arrive and are bequeathed with the privilege of accommodations, you may mention my name when seeking appropriate apprenticeship with the staff. Know that Friedrich Le Drachenkönig looks upon you favorably. With your talents, you may even rise above your station and become a noteworthy associate. Zekram, is that you? Just kidding, this was basically how every noble family acted. Just another reason why I usually don't spend my time inside the association unless I had to. I don't think I could not kill someone if I walked those halls every day. Pardon, did you say Le Drachenkönig? Honestly, out of all that nonsense, this was the thing that took me the most by surprise. I did indeed. He preened like a peacock. It seems my family name is well known. Yeah, something like that. Honestly, it's my first time hearing the name. Well, hearing that someone dared take that as their family name. It basically meant Dragon Kings, or something thereof. I could practically feel Drake's amusement at the sheer audacity. If you wouldn't mind me asking, what is the history of your family name? I couldn't help myself. Again, this Magus ego seemed to visibly inflate when I asked about his family. My family originates from the Age of Gods. We were powerful and wise wyvern tamers from before recorded history. Raising them from birth and even riding them into battle. He replied with no shortage of pride in his tone. His family had a farm for the stupid, inbred, twice removed cousins of dragons. That's why they called themselves Dragon Kings. And I thought I was pretentious. We are here. The Magus declare, glancing out the window. And I could see it myself. Beyond the cold winds that filled my vision with almost nothing but white, there was the silhouette of a building in the distance. Absolutely massive in scope as it almost entirely blended in with the background. The helicopter flew towards it, the massive structure increased in size as we approached it. Large enough that once we landed, the helicopter could barely be seen from landing upon the roof if one looked at it from the sides. The cold winds smacked me right in the face as the door opened. The Dragon King had no such qualms as he cast a spell on himself to divert the winds. Yes, it annoyed me to no end, that he appeared pristine while I struggled to keep my hair and clothes from flying all over the place. Follow along, Asian. The Magus stated, hands behind his back as he walked towards the rooftop door. We are already behind schedule, it is best not to make the director wait. Director? Was she waiting for me? I let out a sigh as I followed along. Maybe it was my draconic pride, but I really wanted to punt his smug ass off the roof of this place. The corridors upon entering the building were also oblique white, no indication of direction, nothing telling someone where to go. But the man led me without hindrance, turning several corners until some more individuals began to appear. Some busy with work as they passed, others giving him a nod or two as they went their separate ways. Even some maintenance staff here or there working on something or another. I drank in all of my surroundings, making a mental note of everything I saw thus far. We have arrived. He said again, placing a hand on the door, pushing it open. Finally, you're late. A feminine voice reached my ears. Apologies, Director. The Dragon King slightly bowed his head. Unexpected weather appeared to slow down our flight. Whatever. I peeked my head in to see her. Young, early 20s at most. She had long white hair, and striking amber eyes. And honestly, she looked rather cute. This the newest recruit? Yes, Director. He gently guided me inside. As you requested, Takao Shimoda, Origins of Japan, 2nd generation Magus. Very well. She looked me over. You are dismissed, Friedrich Le Drachenkönig. She flipped her hand. He nodded, walking out the door, tossing me into the deep end. There were several other faces present, the others sitting at tables and looked as confused as I was right now. Well. The director huffed. Take a seat, we're going to go over the new employee orientation. I blinked, following her directions as I slid into the closest empty seat. Good, we can finally get started. She huffed again. You all are the first group to be hired and assigned to the temporarily designated B team. She declared. As the only ones amongst this group worth my time, I will be personally giving you instructions on what your responsibilities will be and how we will proceed from here. My name is Olga Marie Animusphere, you will call me Director. Chapter 335, Chapter 302. It almost felt like I was back in class. Olga Marie Animusphere definitely had that stern teacher vibe about her. Right, we'll be going over the basics. I won't be repeating myself, so if you still don't understand after I'm finished, ask someone else. I'm already too busy as is, and you should be happy I'm taking the time to do this much. And the haughtiness of Omegas bleeds through. But I was surprised to meet the director this early. I thought for sure she'd be off doing more secretive and important things. Now, as I said, you all are going to be part of the B team unless there are any noteworthy reasons for your transfer to a different section. A man a few seats over raised his hand. Yes, what? The director called on him. Excuse me, ma'am, but B team for what? He asked, and it seemed to be a question many others here had as well by the look on their faces. We weren't told much before being herded on OVA. As if I couldn't tell you were an American before. There was a hint of a scowl as she replied, obviously noticing his southern drawl before shifting to a sigh. By a show of hands, how many here knew about magecraft before signing up? I was the only one to raise my hand. The director slowly brought her palm up to meet her face. Excellent, complete novices. I feel insulted. All right, so I'll explain from the beginning. She recovered quickly. Welcome to Caldia, our job is to protect the human order. That is, to protect what we perceive to be reality through our own collective subconscious. I won't be going too far into details, I'll make sure adequate materials are sent to everyone so you will not make fools of yourselves later on. She quickly added. We have invented several devices that allows us to view both the past and future in a way to watch for irregularities that might become a threat for our continued existence. This is important because we have discovered one such occurrence. There was a chalkboard behind her as she turned around, taking a piece of chalk. The simulated global environment model Chaldeus. She wrote on the board. A perfect replica of the planetary body of Earth through past and future eras. However, detailed observation is nearly impossible, so we developed a secondary technology to supplement this. She began writing again. The near-future observation lens Sheba. If Chaldeus is a representation of the world, you can picture Sheba as a satellite that allows us specify a specific point for monitoring. Are you saying you can see into the future and the past? Another asked, bewildered by the information. That sounds like a load of barmy. Olga frowned. Being able to view both the future and the past has been available for as long as humans have existed. Merely, no project has taken it to this point in human history. If you are incapable of accepting such a widely known application of thaumaturgy, you will not progress far in further deliberations. Or, get over it, this isn't even the strangest thing you are going to see. Any questions? No? Good. She didn't actually give anyone a chance to respond. I think I was the only one in the room with an understanding of what she was talking about. I assumed there would be more review on the subject for the less baptized of this part of the world. Now, moving on, we're going back to the reason you are being assembled into a team. We have detected an anomaly that appeared in the year 2004, in Fuyaki City, Japan. She paused, looking at me. You, the Asian. Takao Shimoda. I answered for her. Takao Shimoda then. You're the only one here with experience, are you aware of what happened in Fuyaki City in 2004? A Holy Grail War. I answered. Correct. She said, apparently not believing I knew the answer. At least someone here doesn't need me to hold their hand. She turned around with a huff, as she started writing again. Now, this is important, because in 2019, Sheba predicted the extinction of humanity, and we've linked it back to an unobservable locale that appeared in Fuyaki, 2004. If it happened years ago, how are supposed to stop it? Good question. Olga replied, though it sounded annoyed more than anything. There are 2 reasons you have been selected as a master candidate for B team. She eyed the new hand but continued. Yes, I will explain what that means in a moment. She muttered something under her breath about dealing with amateurs and it being beneath her. Though, I don't think anyone but me heard. First, ray-shifting. Our method of time travel. She sounded really patronizing with her tone. She turned back around at the chalkboard again, pausing as if trying to think about what to write. Through the use of highly advanced pseudo-spiritron containment unit short-named coffin, your body and history will be analyzed. The relations of causality will be distorted, and then the coffin will form an imaginary formula to create a reference of the candidate's history in place. Using the Chaldeus function as a map of pan-human history, the coffin will analyze the situation at the designated time period, thus initiating a transfer. Once completed, it will engage a spiritron projection of the master candidate, allowing the master to materialize in the era desired. This is called reshifting. She put the piece of chalk down, wiping her hands. With a proud smile on her face, she turned back to anyone. Now, any questions? And everyone but me raised their hands. She scowled, looking at us. What part was confusing? All of it. Someone said quietly, as she snapped her head and glared at him. We'll be using a device coffin to analyze our bodies, and play a trick on reality so that we don't technically exist at this point in time. Then, at the spot we're supposed to time travel to, the coffin will create a magical replica of our body, and throw our soul into it. Once we're done, I assume that the processes will then remove the trick and reality will look at us, realize we're not where we're supposed to be on the timeline, destroy our fake body and yank our soul back where they should be. Is that correct, Director? I summarized for the ones having trouble. The Director looked at me, seemingly having trouble responding correctly. If you want to be crude about it. She huffed. I suppose that's a very simplified explanation of the delicate and intricate process. She quickly recovered. It will suffice for now until you all will have had the proper tutelage. And now the others were all looking at me with a hint of thanks. Obviously, it wasn't a 100% accurate explanation, but for people who had no knowledge of magecraft, it would more or less give them a visual of what they could expect. There were many more variables that went into account with this whole process. Like for all intents and purposes, you existed at the spot you reshift to. Eating, sleeping, etc., needed to still be done, and if you die for real. As I was saying, the process requires a certain compatibility with the whole process. She stated. And I think I picked up a hint of shame when she said that. Curious. Is it dangerous, Director? The American spoke up. You're talking about this stuff, but it's all new to us. Time travel, it sounds like some sci-fi mumbo-jumbo. Everything about this process is dangerous. She didn't even try to sugarcoat it. Which is why we are seeking those with the highest compatibility to mitigate the risks. But make no mistake, if you are ever deployed, it is entirely possible you will be killed. This operation is about preserving humanity's continued existence. You said we're B-team, that means there's an A-team. She turned her head towards a shorter woman off to the side. That is correct. They are the ones who will be taking point. They are skilled, trained, and knowledgeable about every facet of this operation. They have extensive magical knowledge, and have trained in combat. You are the reserves. In the worst-case scenario, you will be deployed if we have no other options left. But, if this A-team is so much better, then what are we supposed to do if they fail? She took a deep breath. That brings us to the next part. She turned towards me. You, Takao Shimoda, what do you know of servants? All eyes fell to me again. A derivation of heroic spirits. Individuals who have left their mark upon human history, elevated to a higher state of existence after their death through worship, mythologization, and acknowledgement, which causes them to ascend to the metaphysical plane known as the Throne of Heroes. Closer to divine spirits than humans, you can summon a smaller piece of them into a servant container comprising one of 7 classes: Saber, Archer, Lancer, Rider, Berserker, Caster, Assassin. From summoning them, you enter a master-servant contract. She looked me over for a brief moment. A silence reigned. Well said. She seemed to praise, something I think was rare for her. As he said, servants, they are pieces of heroic spirits, individuals exalted throughout history. The secondary requirement is your compatibility with being a master. Someone able to summon and make a contract with a servant. They are beyond human means, even a trained magus is like a child in front of a servant if they fought. They will be the main means of settling any conflicts. You will be acting as an anchor and a source of magical energy for the duration of the summons. They kinda just stared at her blankly. Then slowly, turned towards me. The director let out a sigh. Explain it in simple terms, Shimoda. Servants are ridiculously strong. You're basically a battery for them to operate because as they have already died and appear in the form of spiritual beings, they can't make any magical energy themselves like a living person. Of course, I assumed that the systems they had to facilitate the summons also carried the brunt of the costs, just like how the Grail did with the one I'm more familiar with. Granted, they also haven't opened their magic circuits yet, which they undoubtedly possessed if they have the capacity to be a master. You can be forced to shoulder a servant without circuits, but actually summoning one can't happen without them. That's one of the aspects of compatibility. Then again, I don't know what method they use, and this timeline could have slightly different metaphysics than home, so my information could be incorrect at this point. Does that mean we can do magic too? One of them excitedly asked. The director let out another long sigh. This is going to be a long morning. Man, this is crazy. Magic, time travel, souls and stuff. I listened in as I added some milk to my coffee. The American's southern drawl was an obvious catch even from across the kitchen. Can't wait to be a wizard. With how many staff work here, this place had a massive kitchen. And it seemed like they would have coffee brewing every minute of the day. Pretty good quality too. I turned around, looking at the newcomers to this wonderful world full of backstabbing and magical shenanigans. I couldn't even fault them for their excitement. How happy was I when my memories returned. To realize how much wider the world actually was. So far, this has gone pretty well. Met the director already and learned some new information. Now, I just needed to start investigating without drawing any unwanted attention. I need to straddle the fine line between competent but not unnaturally so. Well, I'll just play it by ear. Magus, actually. I decided to interject, earning their attention. The correct term is magus. Mage has also been used often in modern times. Magi, when plural, is also an option. Most magi from the prestigious families are very particular about terms like that. Wizard is a term associated with a prestigious position in the clock tower. You'll make them annoyed if you call yourself a wizard. And definitely don't call yourself a magician or a sorcerer. Oh, thanks man. The American smiled brightly. Don't wanna look foolish, that director already been treating us like kids. By the way, the name's Samuel Washington. He introduced himself. I'm new to all this magic and whatnot. Takao Shimoda. I greeted back. Only a second generation, so I don't have too much a head start. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. However, I believe they'll be covering the basics to get you all up to par. Japanese, hey? Your English is pretty darn good. That's some magic spells. He wiggled his hands for emphasis. Haha, no. I shook my head with a chuckle. English is pretty much the default language in these circles since the Mages Association is housed out of England. The shorter woman I noticed in the classroom earlier sauntered over. I'm Evelyn Thomas, thank you for the explanations earlier. That accent, I can't place it off the top of my head. I tapped my chin. And no problem, I can understand how confusing this must all be for all of you. Canadian. The woman smiled lightly. If you don't mind me asking, can you tell me about what kinds of magic you know? This is all new and fascinating, I want to know everything I can. I wanted to approach one of those others, but they're kind of intimidating. Oh boy, well good thing you didn't go up and ask another magus this question. Else they may have found a body shoved in a closet somewhere. Be very, very careful about questions regarding someone's magic. Is it some sort of secret? Yes, magi protect their crafts with their lives. It isn't even uncommon for spouses to not reveal research with each other. It's a taboo to try and delve into another's magic, and asking questions about it beyond surface level inquiries is pretty much one of the worst social faux pas you can do. You need to understand, they won't just throw some insults and get upset. They very well may kill you for the slight, and the ones to judge the incident would probably agree with their decision because they hold the same values. Your rights that you're used to having, don't even think about them anymore. This world is ruled by the strong, and if you step incorrectly, you can easily lose your life. It might be harsh, but they needed a reality check before they got a lethal one. Well, it left them a little speechless. Realistically, how do you even respond to that? Their world was already turned upside down, and now I'm telling them that they might be killed for saying the wrong thing. Just, be careful with who you talk to. Answer questions directly, don't agree to any deals, don't sign any agreements, and be very polite to everyone you meet. If you have any problems, feel free to come to me, and we'll see if we can't get them sorted. May as well prop myself up if I'm going to be here for a while. Thanks, Takao. Samuel smiled. The others were mostly just watching on, but they heard what I said, so I didn't feel the need to repeat it. I can't force them to do anything, only hope they took my advice. I nodded to him, taking a moment to sip my coffee, and I had an idea. Let's see, it was 2 rights, a left, straight then another left and straight again, 4th door on the right. I swear, navigating these halls was like going through a damn maze. And there aren't any signs telling you where to go. Basically, Olga said go take a lunch break and leave me alone. Granted, it sounded a tad more polite than that, but that was the gist of it. I thought she would have called us back already, so I figured I'd go check up, and bring a little gift. A second cup of coffee in my hand. She seemed really out of it and short-tempered, so I figured she may be a little tired. Or I could be wrong and that's just her default, it's hard to tell with some magi. I pushed the door open, and it was in fact the room we were in before. I paused for a moment, as I noticed the only other person here. The director had her face down against the desk, lightly snoring. I cleared my throat. The director shot up from where she was resting. Her eyes widened as she stared at me, a small bit of drool flowed down the corner of her lips before she hastily wiped it away. There was the faintest blush of embarrassment that adorned her cheeks. The others were wondering when we would start again. I decided not to draw any attention to her previous state. Figured I would check in. Right. She quickly stood up, straightening her clothes. Continued lesson, yes. We should start shortly to wrap up the basics. By the way, I got you a cup of coffee, if you want. I held it out for her. She blinked, staring down at what was in my hand. There was almost the instinctual desire to grab it, but she held back. Why? Pardon. Why did you bring me coffee? Why not? I tilted my head. You seemed a little tired. I added with a shrug. Feel free to check for anything I may have added or any poison or whatever. I walked up, setting it on the table in front of her. Just thought you might appreciate the pick-me-up. I suppose it would be rude for me to refuse. She replied, clearly pleased with it even if she wasn't voicing it. Thank you. She said very quietly. It's no problem. I gave her a smile. I can't imagine what it's like trying to run an organization like this. Not to mention taking the time to deal with all of us. The director let out a snort. It's my duty as an animosphere. She flipped her hair back, preening slightly. Not that I will be doing this for the recruits coming in over the next few days. You all are the top potential recruits bar 1 or 2 that are taking a while to bring. Such that I am only giving my time in this singular CIRC** misstance to see firsthand what degree of ability our B team will have. It must be difficult to find people who are both compatible with being a master and reshifting if you are willing to take those who aren't even knowledgeable about our hidden world. Unfortunately, it's a small percentage that manages both. She grumbled. We will make do with what we have. That being said, I believe you will make an adequate leader for B team. Leader. I blinked. Indeed. You have shown a competency in everything that has been discussed. And your previous experience, however minor, already puts you far above what your peers have. Considering only your fellow B team members, of course. Well, it would be beneficial for my whole purpose in being here, so why not? If you think so, then I'll follow your commands, Director. Why yes, of course. She sounded rather happy about that for some reason. I can tell you will fulfill the role splendidly. She nodded proudly to herself. Maybe we can have you train with the A-team. We'll see to make sure that you won't hold them back too much, then we can start preparing for more rigorous training afterwards. Speaking of preparations, you may want to give the new people a rundown on the do's and don'ts of the Magus culture. Explain. I had one of the new people start asking me about my craft. I replied, making her eyes widen in realization. Obviously, they didn't know how taboo that is, and I did explain it to them. But there's more to it than that, so it may be prudent for some basic etiquette lessons so they don't run afoul any other Magus in the facility by accident. That is an excellent point. She grit out, seemingly annoyed with herself, probably for not thinking about it. Thank you, Shimoda. That could have been disastrous had something happened. It seems like I'm already proven right on your qualifications. There was a hint of a smile forming. I was skeptical about a secondary team, but maybe it will prove useful after all. Glad to help, Director. Would you like me to go get the others? I asked. Wait 30 minutes, I will go fetch some materials to explain the next portion with. She stated, though a feint and give me time to wake up under her breath was added. She quickly made her way out of the room, disappearing off to who knows where. Well, that had gone better than expected. I mostly just wanted to win some brownie points with her for the benefit of my job. But I guess I'm going to be the leader of B team now? Not that this was some illustrious position, the others were completely new to magecraft as a whole, so it's probably going to be like herding cats. I won't be here for too long, but I could set up the team and try to train a replacement for myself so B team won't fall apart when I do leave. I wonder if she made me the leader so she wouldn't have to deal with it herself. Regardless, it would benefit me in the long run. I left the room myself, going off back to where everyone else was staying. God, this place is so f***ing big. And every hall looked the damn same. Was it left right, or right left? I turned a few corners and kept going straight but, another long corridor that greeted me. Though, I saw the snow falling outside through some windows, and I could immediately tell I had gone the wrong direct. Ugh, completely lost, what a surprise. I was very tempted to cast a spell to help me find my way. Thankfully, my background had runecraft listed as one of my areas of expertise. That allowed me to get away with quite a bit if I wanted to. Why don't I just? The words died in my mouth. I felt a shiver, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I could feel my aura bubbling underneath the surface, and even my divinity was stirring. It was as if all my instincts were suddenly going into overdrive. Slowly, I turned around. It was not a person that made me feel this way, no. There was a thing. A thing standing there, staring at me. A white creature, and in any other CIRC misstance, I would find it adorable. Barely bigger than Sir Wiggles and probably equally as fluffy. Some kind of mixture of a squirrel and a rabbit that was honestly very cute if it didn't give off such threatening vibes. I don't know how long I stared at it, and it returned my stare back. I could see it clearly though, the wisdom and intelligence that was shining in its eyes. What are you? I managed to whisper. It tilted its head. Foo, a strange noise was all that it replied with. Chapter 336, Chapter 303. I usually trusted my instincts. I can't recall a time where they've steered me wrong. And after becoming a campione, it seemed like they'd been further enhanced. That being said, the thing in front of me sent all of those instincts into overdrive. The part of my brain that handled my fight or flight response was having a seizure right now and I just stood here, motionlessly. Whatever this thing was, it was f***ing terrifying. I might call it a similar feeling to when off eyes dropped in, but it is at a high enough level where that's hard to gauge the difference from where I was standing. It made a single sound, and I had to use all my self-control to not immediately call out Drake and pull on my authority in a panic. You're not involved with what's going on, are you? After staring at each other for several moments, I came to the conclusion that it wasn't hostile. I likely would already be dead if it was. Phoo. He squeaked out, and the adorableness really contrasted with the terror that lurked beneath all that fur. But, now that I had a better look without the perceived threat of impending doom hovering overhead, it felt like whatever it was had been, pushed down, condensed, no compacted maybe? I don't know how to describe its aura, a feeling of a large presence that was locked away inside a box and intentionally set aside. You wouldn't have an idea of what's happening, would you? I bear no ill will towards anyone here, simply trying to investigate the source of an anomaly that popped up. Which was technically true, even if my focus was on the fact that Zelrich's sight was blocked. It didn't answer me. Instead, it slowly started walking forward, taking little steps that led it to circle around me. I felt like I was lost at sea while being circled by a shark. Suddenly, it sprung up, and my head slowly turned to see it standing on my shoulder. Please don't eat me. Phoo, phoo. He squeaked again, raising a little paw up as it started swatting at the side of my head. It was with about the amount of force you would assume if you merely saw the creature's stature, however, I was having a mini panic attack as something on the same, or at least equivalent level of the infinite dragon god was currently using my head as a tiny punching bag. Phoo, there you are. I blinked, not even noticing the presence that crept up on us. Even the thing on my shoulder stopped doing what it was doing to watch the young woman hurriedly coming down the hallway. A young woman, probably no older than 20. Lilac hair and lavender eyes. She wore a sweatshirt and glasses, making her look rather cute. Phoo. It jumped off my shoulder right into her arms as she got closer. It almost appeared affectionate at first glance, which was a far cry from the sheer terror that was lurking beneath. Is this what it's like to be on the opposite end of me and Meridia? The girl sweetly hugged the monstrosity in her arms. And the thing in the form of a small animal seemed to enjoy it. I'm probably the last person who had any right to say anything about the current CIRC * misstance. So, the creature's name is Fu? I asked. The girl perked up. I guess she briefly forgot I was right there, too focused in finding her pet after losing him. Sorry, he just suddenly ran off. The girl's head quickly fell down into an apologetic bow. And the thing looked at me, as if trying to convey a certain message. It's no problem. I felt my eye twitch as it seemed to approve of what I said. He's an adorable little thing. What is he exactly? Fu. Its beady red eyes flashed for a moment. For some reason, I have the vaguest sense that it wanted me to keep its true nature a secret. I don't know actually. She smiled awkwardly. I just found him one day and he's been sticking with me ever since. She followed up with a very warm smile. It's strange, he doesn't usually like other people. Well, it was obviously not hostile to me in the slightest at the moment. Honestly, it seemed to be mostly amused by my presence. Did you make sure to get him fixed? Fu. The animal made a surprised noise as it glared at me. Fixed? You know it's important to get pets fixed. I don't quite know what his species is, but for cats and dogs, it's to make sure they don't spray or cause issues due to going into heat and such. Honestly, it's the responsible thing to do as a pet owner. I said with the straightest face I could manage, staring right into the eyes of the terrifying monster. Well, turnabout is fair play. Really? She tilted her head. Fu. The thing began to struggle in her arms. Believe me, he would thank you if he could. I could feel the corners of my lips begin to rise up. Oh. The young girl looked really thoughtful. I'll ask Roman later. She smiled happily. He's more knowledgeable about stuff like this. Though, Fu-kun doesn't really like him, so it might be hard. I'd be more than happy to help put him to sleep, to make sure he can get a thorough checkup. Don't want him to be hyperactive if his dangly bits are going to get snipped. Oh no, it's all right. If Fu needs a checkup or anything like that, I'm sure he'd behave. Fu. With that, he jumped out of her arms and bolted down the hallway, turning several corners before disappearing. Hat. Payback is a bitch. What's gotten into him today? The girl let out a sigh before turning back to me. Who knows? I shrugged. Couldn't possibly have anything to do with the implication of getting the snip. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've seen you around Caldia before, are you new? She turned to me and asked. Yup, just got here today, the name is I had to catch myself, almost used my real name. Takao Shimoda. Probably the future leader of B-Team. Amazing. She said with an awe in her tone. It's nice to meet you, senpai. I'm Mash Kyrie Light. She seemed like a sweet girl. I kind of wanted to pat her on the head, but I held myself back. Well, Mash, you seem to know this place pretty well. I'm a bit lost. Do you think you could point me in the direction of the cafeteria? I can show you. She perked up with a big smile. It took me a while to figure out where everything is too, so I can show you the tricks I learned. She seemed eager to be of help. Wouldn't say no to the help. This place is a maze and I think this won't be the last time I get lost. I thanked her for the assistance. Olga Marie Animosphere POV. Has anyone seen Shimoda? I raised my voice, gathering the attention of all the B-Team members who were conversing in the cafeteria. Where did he run off to? I explicitly told him 30 minutes. Of course none of these people answered me. It made me wonder if this B-Team idea was even feasible. With the blank looks they'd given me all day, I wondered if they have the processing ability to even comprehend the most basic of magecraft. It's like night and day compared to the A-Team. They're all proficient in their crafts, had the theoretical knowledge, and knew how to operate efficiently. Maybe if we had a few more years to prepare them, they would be a feasible substitution in an emergency. However, everyone suddenly decided it would be a good idea to have more in reserve. No warning, just an idea and they throw all the work on me. As if they could do anything if the A-Team failed. We would be just throwing bodies at the situation, and I failed to see how that would solve any problem if the experienced team failed in the same instance. Ugh, so stupid. If the investors weren't backing this idea so vigorously, I would have never even considered this foolish waste of time. No doubt some vultures planned this, to use as an opportunity to discredit me somehow. They're mundane people, they don't have the slightest clue about what we do or how we do it. Not only do I need to get them up to speed on what really goes on behind the curtains, but we also have to train them up to be somewhat competent in a fight. Shoving decades worth of teachings into a few months, in addition to forcing the practical applications into their bodies when they're not learning everything else they need to. What a ridiculous plan, and whoever thought it up needs to be flogged. Even with the advanced facilities we have available, this was going to be a trial in of itself. Hope a full caster can provide some help here. I don't trust many of our staff to handle this kind of daunting task. And I can't pull away A team members to help out that often when their own training was even more crucial. No, in comparison, B team was just a side project. I won't even consider them a probable alternative. I'll continue to do the logical thing and focus my attention on A team. Unfortunately, I actually had to go along with this nonsense, since the investors were being so forceful with it. The idiots can't seem to see beyond any resources they'll gain. Should I be thankful that there's actually someone halfway competent that appeared for this idiocy? Maybe I would be if he actually showed up. Sorry I'm late, Director. This place is a maze, got a little lost. Speak of the devil. Finally. I scoffed at his return. You will be forgiven this once, do not make a habit of it. Perhaps we should put directions around since we're going to be experiencing an influx of new personnel soon. This was only the first batch of B team and other service members that have come so far. I don't want to have to put up with some nobody wandering somewhere they shouldn't. And based on what Shimoda already told me, I needed to consider their ignorance as a top priority. It would do no good if one of them did or said something that crossed a line they didn't know about. Thankfully, I had a chance to glance at the files of the upcoming batches. There were actually a handful more of real magi coming along. For what definition one could use real to describe them? Spellcasters and outsiders. Barely better than the freelancers that stalked about the halls of the association to make money. I would take Shimoda an Asian over the most of them. At least he had propriety when it comes to this kind of work. Now, we can continue. I pushed away those annoying thoughts. I was already too busy dealing with actual problems. Beyond this singular instance of my direct involvement, I wouldn't be keeping an overt eye on B team. We will begin a secondary discussion on the basics of your new position. This will include a very brief overview of our history, our customs, and how to hold yourselves as members of Caldia. I knew that those vultures in the association would use any opportunity to peck at me if I allowed them. So I would make sure this plebeian lot at least knew how to treat their betters. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a scheme to undermine my authority since I don't possess the qualities to be a master nor to reshift. So what if I can't participate? I was the director, I have more than enough work to deal with. My role was too important to go off gallivanting into another era. Since we're on a strict time constraint, we will be handling several matters at once. You will be individually called upon by our lead medical chief to undergo a thorough evaluation and medical inspection. This is not negotiable, and I will hear no complaints. We needed to know what we're dealing with before opening their magic circuits. Never before has anyone tried to do so on a batch of plebeians in such large numbers. One of the reasons we were bring B team in batches, to better streamline the process for each new group. At least the data will be somewhat valuable. Something we can toss to our investors to give them something to bide their time with. I have a question, Director. Shimoda raised his hand. Very well, ask. I addressed him. So far, he had not asked anything idiotic, and he has helped thus far. A question or two was not remiss. What about non-human heritage, will that be an issue? I blinked, until I realized where he came from. Of course he would have some phantasmal ancestry, those Asian countries still have some demon-blooded cretins running around. We have experience in dealing with such things, there will be no issue. Was it a wonder that the proper sort don't go to those countries unless they have to? Am I interrupting? I turned to face the new voice, holding back the smile that would come about when he made an appearance. Leviticus. I greeted evenly. Director How he stopped, his gaze turned towards Shimoda. I furrowed my brow, why was he just staring at him? And why was Shimoda staring right back? Did they know each other? Did he do something to make Lef of all people have a dislike for him? I can't remember anyone that Lef disliked. Instantly, I felt a feeling of anger swell up. I clapped my hands, snapping them out of it. We're short on time, get moving back to the room you were in previously, I will join you in a moment. I left no room for arguments as even Shimoda nodded and they all filed out. Olga. Lev asked me as they left the cafeteria. Who was that young man? The red-haired one is Takao Shimoda. Do you know him? I can kick him out if he's someone you don't like. No, that won't be necessary. I was just surprised when I saw him and I don't know why. Something about him is just painfully familiar and I can't quite put my finger on it. Lev looked to be thinking about something. He's a member of B Team. Yes, I was going to have him take over the position of leader for B Team. He seems decently competent, even if he's from a backwards country. Do you want me to reconsider? If he has the ability, then I have no complaints. He had a strange look about him. However, keep an eye on him. And when you have a chance, please send me his file, I wish to look it over. Oh, it seems that Shimoda caught the eye of Lev. He should be honored, and if he played his cards right, he may move up in the hierarchy here. For now, I may just take an opportunity to introduce myself to him properly. I don't ever remember seeing Lev with that kind of smile on his face before. I'm sure it's nothing. Chapter 337, Chapter 304. I had been here only a single day and I had already solidified a single thought about Caldia. What the F***ck was wrong with this place? First that thing, which had been able to sneak up on me. I had no idea what it was, only that it was something monstrous hiding beneath its fluffy surface that was kept under lock and key. It didn't appear hostile for now, so I had stopped overly worrying about it, for now. But still, what the hell was it doing running around here? And this new creature/man/being. What had Olga call him, Lev? What the F***ck was that thing? Because every instinct of mine told me that he wasn't human. But I also had no idea what he was, and her had been friendly with the director, so did I even have a right to call him out? I can't exactly call myself a normal human either, and I don't have any ill intentions towards the people here. That's how I tried to rationalize the situation to myself. However, that thing gave me a very strange feeling, and I didn't know how to process the reaction I had. There was a sense of familiarity, but something else that set me on edge around him. It was nowhere near the same feeling of terror that the little animal gave me, but it was still something that made me cautious. A dim glow rather than a spotlight. But more importantly, why did I unconsciously default to hatred for whatever he was? I caught myself from overtly reacting, but just being in his presence made me annoyed and uncomfortable, and I don't know why. No wonder the old man wanted me to investigate this place, there was a lot happening here under the surface. And frankly, I was becoming more and more confused on where to even begin my investigation. It was hard to pay attention to what the director was droning on about. Not that it was things I needed to know. She was giving a quick course in how to act around other mages, but it was important for those who might be in my future team. Just because I had a main objective, which was to investigate what was going on, it didn't mean I would skirt any responsibilities I was given. Call it pride, but if I was supposed to get these people up to scuff, I would do so. And that is why you don't interrogate other magi on their crafts. Olga clapped her hands, breaking me from my thoughts. I glanced up to see her wiping away chalk dust from her hands, looking proud of herself as everyone else was listening intently. Anything you want to add, Shimoda? Geez, why do I feel like I'm back in school with my teacher calling me out? I scratched my head a little awkwardly, because I think she knew I hadn't really been paying attention. Honestly, it's a pretty decent rule of thumb to just not ask too many personal questions, even if you think the question might be innocent. A good majority of magi have a story, you never know what could poke them in the wrong way. Best just to be polite and not ask too many questions if you don't know, just to be sure. If you really need help with something or are confused, I'm sure there are people on staff that could help you without getting offended. And I did say they could come to me about anything. Good, I will make sure you know which staff members are available for questions to not cause problems. Olga nodded in confirmation before taking out a pocket watch of all things. That lazy idiot should be ready now. Shimoda, you're up first, head to the medical facilities for your checkup. Where? I'll show you the way. She let out a sigh. Roman, you better not be slacking off. Olga practically kicked open the door. I swear, if I see you watching that stupid cartoon again, I'm going to. Director. I peeked inside to see a light brown-haired man fumbling with some things in his hands as he tried his best to shove them into a drawer at the desk he was sitting at. I'm working, I promise. Sure. She snorted. I have your first patient, give him a proper checkup, make sure there's no problems. Right on it, Director. He stuttered out, clearly caught doing something he wasn't supposed to be. The director scowled, but stomped out of the medical area, presumably going back to where the others were. Whew, that could have been bad. The man sighed in relief. So you're my first patient, hey? You should be a member of the B team that we just had arrive. Nice to meet you, Takao Shimoda. I held my hand out, something I would normally be hesitant about with these kinds of people, but he gave me a very fluffy feeling. I felt comfortable around him, strangely enough. Romani Archaman. He smiled rather good-naturedly, taking my hand for a shake. You can call me Roman, everyone else does. Suddenly, I felt the spear in my ring vibrate, and for the briefest moment, there seemed to be a spark of holy power between us as soon as our hands met. We both quickly jerked our hands back, looking at each other in confusion. That was strange. I quickly tried to play it off. Honestly, it was really weird. The spear didn't usually react to things or people like that. And I couldn't very well take it out to investigate in a place like this. Who knew what kind of sensors or alarms might start blaring if I take out such a potent holy weapon? Why yet, what was that? He smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I have a mystic code on my finger under my glove, maybe some kind of reaction? Like 2 magnets or something? Yeah, that's probably it. I'm wearing a few mystic codes myself, I'll make sure to keep them from activating. I took the out that was given to me. So, what kind of checkup am I going to do? I doubt you want me to cough while you... No, not that kind of physical. He chuckled awkwardly again. Well, I guess we do need to check your physical health, but this is mostly to make sure there aren't going to be any foreseeable side effects to using the fate system or reshifting if the time comes. Sorry, fate system. I furrowed my brow. Did the director not get to that yet? He scratched his cheek. She'll probably explain it better than me. It's the system we use to summon servants, based on the one used in the Grail Wars. Ah. I nodded in understanding. She did mention servant summoning, but there's a lot of things to cover for mundane people who have just stepped into our world. Oh yeah. He winced. I'm sure the director is loving that. Yeah, she definitely felt put off having to do something like that. It seems like she's going to hand over those responsibilities to me though. Most likely I'll be the leader of B team from what she said. Networking was a go. It's a good idea to start making acquaintances with the other staff members. Congratulations. He smiled rather happily. Take care of me when you start moving up. I'm probably going to be nothing more than a glorified teacher. I chuckled. But the benefits are probably good. The director takes care for her people. He nodded. A word of advice, if you need anything reasonable, she'll probably huff and groan about the costs and necessity, but she generally makes sure we're all satisfied. Hey, a surprising take based on what I'd seen of her so far. I'll keep that in mind, thanks. Anyways, we should get started before she kicks my door down again. He slumped his shoulders. She already confiscated my hidden snack stash the other day because she caught me taking a break. I'm wondering what he meant by break. Well, not my business. Alright, so, what's first? Going to need you to strip first, down to your unders, please. I shrugged, as I began taking my clothes off. Thankfully, the old man had prepared me for a situation like this. My command seals were hidden by a mystic code he created, a small bracelet on my wrist. I could easily play it off as my own magi paranoia that I refused to take it off, or bullshit some other reason. It also did a good job of hiding my non-human nature from most probing, though it was certainly not foolproof. Let's see. The doctor was flipping through some doc *ments. We have most of your information from when you signed up originally. Blood type, gender, general medical history, though there are a few more invasive questions we're going to need. I understand, ask away. I hopped up on the bed, seat, table hybrid thing that most doctor offices had, sporting only my briefs. Are you a virgin? Well, that came out of left field. Are you coming on to me? Wait, I know it sounds weird to ask. I'm flattered, Really? But I think this is highly inappropriate given the CIRC * misstances. I could feel the corners of my lips twitching upwards. You're messing with me. He sighed, slumping his shoulders. Why does everyone bully me? Probably because it's easy and natural. So, what's the explanation for that question, if you don't mind me asking? I know it's weird, but it's generally an important thing of note when using the fate system for summoning. It can affect what servants can be potentially summoned, and the more information we have, the better we can facilitate the whole process. Should I make it more awkward for him? Ask him to clarify if certain activities counted as losing my virginity or not. Does it count if I went balls deep into King Arthur's throat? I'm sure that would go over splendidly. But, actually considering what I knew of how servant summoning works, I can actually completely understand why he was asking that in hindsight. No, I'm not a virgin. I chuckled. And I'm already starting to miss my girls. Alright, moving on. He quickly jotted some notes. Done. Are you related to any notable historic individual through any direct means? Be it a direct bloodline, or an inheritance of some kind? Not that I know of. Yet, anyways. Would it count if one of them bared my children? I'll put you down as unconfirmed for the time being. We may need to further search your history if it turns out to be an issue down the lost. I shrugged, not like they could find anything meaningful. How many questions are there, exactly? I asked. He began flipping through pages, dozens and dozens of pages. I realized we were going to be here for a while. Right, moving on, I'll mark you down for a positive on the time dilation. Funnily enough, they had a question asking if I've ever had my personal time altered to not align with the world. Which, I spent a few years in the land of shadows, while only a week passed outside. So, technically, I was obviously vague about spending time in an area that flowed different than the outside. How much longer do I have to hold this? I asked. Oh, I forgot about that. You should be fine now. I'll mark it down as a pass. He reached over, taking the mystic code out of my hand. It's just a measure of how much magical energy output you can sustain for the process of facilitating the summoning of a servant. It was just an orb-like object that constantly drained my magical energy at a consistent rate, and I had to keep a consistent flow into it. Now, are you aware of any inhuman ancestry you might possess? He asked. Oh, and you can put your clothes back on. Nope, none whatsoever. Completely mundane human over here, no need to check. Hush, you. Ignore the wings, and the divinity, and the dragon. Completely natural, I assure you. I rolled my eyes at Drake's antics. But there was the matter of how to answer this question. I have a relation to yokai, specifically of the kitsune variety. Which was technically the truth, just not the type of relation he would assume. And I very well couldn't say I had demonic ancestry. The church would probably burst through the door before the words left my mouth. He raised an eyebrow as he looked at me. Hey, that's new. He scratched his head. While we have some non-human blood among some of the staff, it's the first time we've run into someone related to yokai. Not many magi from out east that come on over here. Do you think it'll be a problem? I asked, putting my shirt back on. Probably not. He sounded a little uncertain. We can't know for sure until later. But, you have magic circuits, so it's not like that kind of inhuman blood is predominant. So, I think it's fine to treat it as any other mixed blood among our staff. It might also help if you gave some blood for testing. He said quietly. I would rather not. I forced a smile as I fixed my buttons and adjusted my tie back into its original place. He did ask before, more officially, but we could also reserve the right to refuse. No magus worth their salt would willingly give their blood to another magus. The amount of horrible things you could do with willingly given blood was absurd. An interesting thing of note, that willingly given and forcibly taken, made a huge difference when conducting rituals. Speaking of inhuman blood, would you happen to know a person by the name of Lev? The director seemed familiar with him. Big poofy hair, likes to wear all green. But a snappy dresser. Oh, Lev. He perked up. Yeah, I know him. We studied at the association together, and we've been friends for years. Roman smiled warmly. Lev Laner. He's supported the director for years now, and even after Lord Animusphere passed away. They seem to have a good opinion of him, so maybe I'm just overthinking things? Wait, what did you mean by inhuman blood? Lev is fully human, I've known him since we were still teenagers. Roman blinked. Oh, my mistake, I was probably just misunderstanding something. I played it off easily enough. Do you think he is? If you have any questions about me, I would be more than happy to answer them myself. My eyes dilated for a moment as I turned my head towards the source. The man was standing right in the doorway. I didn't even sense his presence and I was hesitant to expand my senses outward in case anything unnatural about myself was noticed. We can consider it a trade. He smiled innocently, but I felt an underlining hostility there. After all, I'm also very curious about you. Chapter 338, Chapter 305. I hope I'm not intruding, Roman. The man looked cheerful as it walked into the room. Ah, well. The doctor scratched his head. I guess it's all right, it's not like you won't have access to this information afterward the exam anyways. And we're done with the personal examination, only have some questions left. As long as Takao over here is okay with it, that is. By all means. I kept my emotions even. Wonderful. He said with a jolly tone. I'm excited to have a talk with our B team leader. It's not quite official yet. I strained a smile. Once Olga sets her mind to something, it gets done. He shrugged in a what can you do manner. For some reason, his entire attitude was very unsettling. Well, I suppose I should just accept it then. Takao Shimoda, B team leader. I introduced myself, a little tongue-in-cheek. You came all this way to see me, what can I help you with? An interesting choice of words. Do you believe there is something you can help me with? He questioned, eyeing me intently. I'm always happy to help, but I'm just a simple hedge mage from the Far East, I fear I couldn't possibly be of much assistance to someone like you. I smiled right back at him. With such a lofty position, I'm sure you have access to much more competent help with but a snap of your fingers. His lips thinned. Talent can blossom in the most unlikely of places. I do so enjoy helping bring out that hidden potential that I sometimes come across. I didn't like what he was insinuating underneath those flowery words. Was I seen through? No, I don't think that's entirely the case. I think he's in the same situation as I am, we both noticed something was off about the other, something familiar that we can't quite place. Or at least something similar in his regard, because it was difficult to read this person. I'm making a lot of assumptions here. And what makes you think I have some hidden potential? I could very well have peaked as I am now. I'm just a rather average magus, nothing too special about me. I have a fairly good eye for this. His own narrowing. One might even call it instinct. You should listen to him. Roman spoke up as he watched us go back and forth, clearly not reading the mood. Lev is a well-known teacher, all of his students have gone on to be successful. If you could learn a thing or two from him, it would definitely help you. Thank you, Roman. Lev twitched slightly, clearly annoyed at his friend interrupting him. Oh well, how about we continue the checkup, the director might get impatient if we take too long. Don't know what this Lev's motivation was right now, I think it might be better for me to take a step back and watch him for a little bit. So I just took the opportunity presented by Roman to end that little back and forth. Alright, well, we just need to clear up your own crafts that you practice. Roman looked down at his paperwork. Obviously we won't ask you to delve too deep into them, we know how secretive that kind of information is. But for the ease of summoning, and for picking relics that could better align with yourself, we need to know what your area of expertise is. However, there may be some crafts that require a few more personal questions. In that case, I'll be contacting the director, and we'll set up the proper protocols to make sure that kind of information doesn't get out. By protocols he probably meant a geese. I could imagine some crafts or practices could have an effect on servant summoning. Things like spirit invocation needed to be taken into consideration, and the more darker aspects of magecraft, such as necromancy, also needed to be taken into consideration. And hell, even transformation types of crafts should probably have some asterisks next to them. Generally they would want to summon coherent and easy to get along with servants, not monsters, or the worst type, those that could easily be called villains. Fine, what do you want to know? I already prepared some explanations for what I had going on. Lev was also listening intently, obviously curious as well. Just a rough idea of what you're competent in and what your pursuit is. Are you seeking the root like most magi, or are you just using your mage craft in a more practical application? My family is very young, so to speak. However, I can trace my roots back pretty far, and I've scrounged up a few things that allowed me to piece together a path towards the route I'm striving for. I specialize in runecraft with a minor in alchemy, specifically the botany sub-branch. I also have a passing knowledge in elemental manipulation, and on my OG arts for the more practical application as you put it. Not many families are willing to waste time with runecraft these days. Lev spoke up. What can I say? I'm just an ignorant Eastern magi without many resources available to me. I have to use what I can, even if most others look down on the craft. I shrugged helplessly. Truthfully, I think it is foolish to disregard any craft. Especially considering the divine nature which runes originate from. Most magi are rather proud of the paths they are treading. Could you sate my curiosity, what is your path to the great wellspring of knowledge? Lev asked. Not technically an intrusive question. He's just asking what path to the route I'm taking, which was pretty common knowledge amongst magi circles. They sure do love to proclaim how superior their own crafts are in every regard. I plan to follow in Odin's footsteps. Oh. Levin raised an eyebrow. No one can say you don't have high aspirations. He immediately could understand my intent. Regardless of everything else, he appeared to be a very adept magus. Can I get a better explanation please? I mean, don't just explain the details and all that, but I need something better to put down. Roman rubbed his head awkwardly. I glanced at him and nodded, taking my attention away from Lev. There is a well-known legend of Odin hanging himself upon Yggdrasil as a sacrifice to himself, and gouging out his eye to drink for the enchanted mead. I didn't feel like I needed to retell the whole legend. What he did was peer into the foundations of the world, in other words, he gazed into the Akashic records, learning the primordial runes of old. There should technically still be a path there in the present era since no human has ventured it and the age of gods has thus ended. That sounds paradoxical. Roman blinked. Since Odin isn't around, you can tread the same path, but everything else involved no longer exists either. I don't want to tell you how to live your life and practice your mage craft. I understand where you're coming from. That's why I've dabbled in other aspects, to fill in the blanks so to speak. I shouldn't elaborate more, as someone in my position wouldn't if I wasn't just spouting bullshit. But this was the background I chose since I had a connection to the Norse cosmology. It would explain a lot of my knowledge and spell usage if it came down to it. If I was an established magi from a long lineage, I would have taken offense to his kind intentions. But I could understand where he was coming from as an outside perspective. Roman just seemed like a genuinely nice guy so far. A far cry from the normal sort of magi that I've met in both of my lives. A well-rehearsed reasoning. Lev smiled innocently, but I could understand his insinuation. He was calling bullshit. Right. Roman chuckled. It's good, with the magi around here, even if you practice something common like runecraft, if you have a well-thought-out thesis and unreproachable reasoning, they'll give you some respect at least. Right, Lev. He turned towards his supposed friend, still missing the subtext. It's as you say, Roman. It's nice to see such close friends even in these kinds of circles. I didn't miss Lev's little annoyance at his friend continuing to blunder into any attempt at interrogation. There were so few magi out east, and I was warned that they were much too cutthroat to even consider the idea of friends. Haha, it's a whole different world in the clock tower. Roman put an arm around Lev, the latter of whom looked like he was forcing himself to not scowl. Lev and I became quick friends, but we also made some enemies along the way. If you haven't interacted with many magi, you should be careful. Quite. He quickly corrected himself with a jovial smile. As Roman says, much of magi culture is very exclusive. As a member of Caldia, you're afforded a lot of opportunities that someone without a pedigree would normally come across. And I would be more than willing to help you out in your studies should you find yourself stuck on any problem. Lev, always the teacher even while helping out with Caldia. Roman chuckled. Just being able to say you're his student will open doors, you know. Oh now, I couldn't possibly intrude on your time. My lips thinned in annoyance. Especially with all these new responsibilities I have suddenly. Not just being a master candidate, but also the future leader of B-Team as you said. I won't have much time to study my craft as is, much less come to you for tutelage. Lev opened his mouth to respond but Roman was quicker. Ah, you're right. He scratched his head awkwardly again. I'm sure the director is going to run you ragged for a while. Best to put a pin in that for now, but hey, thoughts for the future once things settle down. Lev kept his expression even, but I could guess he was fuming at Roman right now. Yes, we wouldn't want to make the director unhappy by preoccupying his time away from his official duties. However, I may drop in every now and then to check up on your progress. I'm flattered to have earned the personal attention of such an esteemed magus such as yourself. I replied with mock flattery. But it may give people the wrong impression if you focus on me so much, and we certainly wouldn't want that. Perhaps that is the very impression I wish to give. He chuckled, though I could see through the tone was using. He was threatening me with his attention, so to speak. But he hasn't actually asked something that really warranted such a tactic. I was trying to tread carefully right now as to not give away my identity, but at the same time, I wouldn't just roll over for him. Well, it looks like that's all we need from you. Roman paused. Oh whoops, I almost forgot. We still need a sample of your magical energy signature to key you into certain security around the place. I'll be right back. He quickly scurried off into a back room, leaving me alone with the thing in the form of a man. Well, this. Who are you? I felt a hand latch onto my arm. The grip was tight. If I was a normal human, I think my wrist might have been broken. I narrowed my eyes at him as I slowly moved to pry his hand off my arm. My name is Takao Shimoda. I smiled innocently. And for the briefest second, I think I saw his eyes flash red. He looked surprised as I was able to overpower the amount of strength he was using. An unaccounted one? No. He looked utterly confused as he mumbled some words under his breath. Never mind. Roman walked back in as Lev quickly pulled away as if to make it look like nothing happened. I forgot I still had the measuring device we use to measure your output. I just used the magical energy already inside that thing to get it all sorted. He blinked at the tense atmosphere that just dissipated. Am I interrupting something? Not at all. Lev smiled casually. Young Takao and I were just having a discussion about some inane subject. Well, I think we have everything wrapped up thing. Roman didn't dwell on it. Why don't you head back, and send the next person in? Sure thing, Roman. I started making my way to the door. How about I show you the way back? These halls can be confusing for newcomers. Lev politely offered. I'm sure the director would give me an earful if I had to be escorted back by someone like you. I may as well learn my way around by my own hand. But the offer is very appreciated. You're right. Roman interjected. The director can be a stickler for wasting time. And if she thinks you're dragging Lev away from his business, it'll only make her ride you harder. Trust me, I know. Roman let out a sigh with shoulders slumped. I barely noticed the small twitch that Lev had before the corners of my lips curled up. It was a pleasure to meet you both. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty of each other quite a bit. I quickly gave my goodbye before leaving the room. It took me a few moments and several corners before I let out a breath I was holding. I still had no idea what that thing is, what species he was or his motivations. It didn't seem too intent on exposing me but rather figuring out my own CIRC* misstances, so I didn't feel uneasy in that regard. I knew for sure that this wasn't the end of things. But seriously. What the hell is wrong with this place? Two things I had no reference for just on my first day here. Why did I have the strange feeling that this wasn't the strangest things we're going to get? Chapter 339, Chapter 306. Surprisingly, Lev hadn't come to try and talk to me in the past few days. That's not to say he hadn't been watching me. I'd seen him on many occasions, but he never struck up a conversation like he did in the infirmary. Rather, he kept a careful vigil, never approaching but noting my every action he could. I was starting to think he was also worried about his own position coming under fire. However, he was in a much more secured position than I was. If we started blowing whistles, he would have the support while I would be cast out without a second thought. So, I had to play this smart. Just keep deflecting everything he tried, and don't cause any big problems. It also helped that I'd shown myself to be reliable in the director's eyes. All right everyone, gather around. I clapped my hands, grabbing the attention of my new team. Yup, my team. I was the leader of the B team. Olga made it official the other day when we finally finished up with the basics she wanted to cover. However, they still had plenty of studying and lectures to attend that were run by the staff, but it was the point where Olga stepped out and handed things fully over to others, mostly me. Whatcha got there, boss? The Texan asked. Glad you asked, Samuel. I liked him, a polite and hard-working guy. He mentioned that he worked on a farm for his early years even though he comes from a wealthy family. Reaching into the box, I took out a glass sphere. We're going to begin learning your first spell. Seeing their eyes lit up was honestly heartwarming. How happy was I when I first walked away from my old life. Did I have a childlike joy about the simple fact I could wield magic? Now, at this point, you all have your circuits opened, and everything that this entails. The process was not pretty, lots of trial and error because it's not the same for every person. Before we jump to that, I want to see everyone activate their circuits like you've been taught. I paused, waiting for them to get to it. The fastest took about 30 seconds, which wasn't bad considering how new they were to this. But it was far longer than what they needed to be at if they ever went into an active situation. And it was Samuel who was the fastest. Now, usually you'd spend months practicing with your circuits, opening them and closing them to the point where it barely takes a conscious thought. But since we don't have much time, we're going to be multitasking. I expect you all to be continuing this exercise whenever you have free time. Give it a week, and if you can't make any progress, there are other means we can employ, but there aren't a surefire answer to any problems. Self-hypnosis wasn't a perfect fix. Some people were just too resistant to their own attempts for it to always work. Or those people who are too stubborn to believe that they're capable of doing it. As weird as it was with how little whimsicality that magi seem to have with magecraft, you have to believe without a shadow of a doubt in everything you do, otherwise there adds an uncertainty with any spells or mystical phenomena you try to perform. Boss, is it still supposed to hurt? Samuel asked. There were some other murmurs of agreement to his question. Yes. I said bluntly, activating my own circuits and pulled up my sleeves for them to see. It's going to hurt, and you're going to have to get used to it. There's no other way to say it nicely. Every magus deals with it every time they start using magecraft. Unfortunately, we also learned when we were children, so you don't have the novelty of growing up accustomed with the lingering pain. It would be a good reminder that magecraft was dangerous as well. It's not something natural and our bodies actively reject the usage of it through the pain of just flaring our circuits. Alright, moving on. I tossed the glass orb in my hand up and down a few times. Samuel, catch. I tossed it to him. He stumbled slightly, but caught it gently. Tell everyone what that's made of. Glass. He blinked in confusion. Correct. Do you think you could shatter it with your hands? Maybe throw it against the ground and break it. Yet. He looked at it more closely. Feels pretty brittle. Think if I accidentally dropped it, it'd break. Good. I nodded, taking it back from him. Now watch. I cast a simple reinforcement onto the orb, right in front of their eyes. They could see the visible phenomenon, but I didn't explain it just yet. I reeled my arm back and threw it at the ground. I could see them slightly stiffen, anticipating the break, but instead, it bounced off the ground a couple times before coming to a stop. The first spell you are going to learn is reinforcement. One of the most basic spells that any magi learns. Though, not all of them learned how to use it to its true potential. It's mostly used a training exercise for children, to learn how to push their magical energy into things without breaking them. It trains their fine control and such. However, they should have an upper hand in this regard being adults with much more life experience. Realistically, this would take months to learn and many more months to learn how to use reinforcement viably in a fight. But, we don't have that much time, so I'm going to have to cut some corners. How will making things harder help us? I looked at who spoke. A French gentleman, I could easily pick up on the accent, not to mention his name was Pierre. Unfortunately, my background didn't cover my proper English heritage, that being the many decades/centuries in my past life that I lived in London. So I could not do my duty as an Englishman to insult his heritage like it so deserves. You said we were supposed to be getting into fights. Good question. Who said it merely makes things harder? I reiterated with my own rhetorical question. It reinforces the concepts inherent in objects that it's used on. A sword, for instance, would both get harder and sharper. The glass orb I just showed you, it got harder, and if you wanted to test it, it would have become more see-through comparatively than before. I mainly focused on its durability, however. And to follow that up, what makes you think you can't use it on yourself? That certainly got their attention. Now to give them something to work towards. I reinforced my arm for them to see, but ironically, I had to lower my strength as I slammed my fist into the floor, shaking the ground beneath them. You see? Now, let's begin with the very basics. Learning to not break things. I started handing out the orbs as I would begin the long process of explaining how the spell works. But first thing first. I held up a glass orb again. Now imagine that this is a part of your body. I overloaded the spell, shattering it for them to see as their eyes widened in realization. I don't believe I need say how dangerous this is, yet. *CK it, I'm going to start marking these hallways. I know for a damn fact that someone made this shit intentionally a maze. At least I had been to Roman's office a couple times to know where it was relatively speaking. Walking there, and taking the next person because he didn't know the way. Though, when I got up to the door, I smelled smoke. Which definitely shouldn't be the case. I quickly pushed the door open, only for a familiar girl on the other side to make a surprised noise. In the confusion, she threw what seemed to be a cigarette across the room. It kinda took a moment before either of us made a response. What are you doing here, Shimoda? The director straightened herself up. And don't you know it's rude to suddenly barge into a room? It's the medical bay, coming and going without notice is mostly assumed. I scratched the back of my head. And I smelled smoke, so I assumed the worst and quickly came to investigate. The director flushed slightly. I suppose I can't get angry at you for doing the right thing. I don't care if you're smoking. I pointed out. I'm not your parent, and you're an adult. Not to mention, any damage they cause is easily reversible by virtue of magecraft. She eyed me for a moment before letting out a sigh. Look, I would appreciate it if you didn't spread this around. I don't want people to look at me and think, well, that I can't handle things and I'm resorting to something like this. She walked over picking up her discarded cigarette. Hey, I understand. It's a stressful job and you have to balance what's probably some very unique personalities while also preparing to save the world. I can give you my word that I'm not going to run my mouth about something like this. I reassured her. There was the smallest hint of a smile forming. Thank you, Shimoda. She said quietly, taking a deep breathing. I'm glad you understand. Just one question. I was a little curious. Why are you doing it in Roman's office/medical bay? She flushed a little more. I think she was embarrassed by it because she wasn't making eye contact any longer. It's one of the only places I can find privacy that has the ventilation needed. She pointed up to the ceiling showing certain vents. Privacy. I blinked, gesturing to whose room it was. Roman was needed for an urgent matter on the other side of the complex. She said with a completely straight face. Well, I guess it couldn't be helped then. I played along. Indeed. She sniffed. It is a much better use of that lazy man's time anyways. I chuckled a little. This side of her was a lot more endearing than when she was, on the clock, so to speak. I'll leave you to it then. I didn't want to bother her if she was trying to have a peaceful moment to de-stress. Wait. She called out. You came here for a reason, what did you need? Oh, we were just running low on the glass orbs I requested. I wanted to see if we had any more available and Roman was the only person I knew who I could find that kind of stationery. This place is still a maze, so I was going to see if he could point me in the right direction. Glass orbs. She repeated. Explain. I'm teaching the B-team reinforcement. Reinforcement. Her eyes widened. They're complete novices. How could you start teaching something that dangerous? It's not like I'm just throwing them in the deep end, Director. I quickly tried to calm her down. And I do have a reason for doing so. She huffed, taking out another cigarette. Clearly at ease with doing it in front of me at this point. She lit it up, taking a drag before breathing out. Explain it to me, Shimoda. I made you the leader for a reason, don't make it out to be a mistake. Look, we're short on time, and it's not like we can teach them any meaningful spells to help them if they're actually forced into a situation where a team fails. I agree with your assessment thus far. So, their biggest asset is staying alive. And their best way to do that, is to have the means to run away from things that could threaten servants. So you're teaching them reinforcement in order for them to be better at running away. She twiddled with the cigarette between her fingers. I don't like that this is the situation we're forced into, but I can't argue with your logic. Explain to me the process you're using, because it sounds like you're skipping completely over structural grasp, which is an integral step before learning reinforcement on oneself. They're barely able to activate their circuits with no stress involved. I breathed out with a little relief since she was hearing me out. I won't lie and say this is the most optimal course of action, but I don't really have something to base my methods off of. I'm cutting as many corners as I feasibly can to get them up to standard. Right now, I'm having them learn how to push their magical energy into objects without breaking them. I'm going to slowly change the objects themselves, and then we're going to start working on human anatomy and focus on their lower bodies. So you're basically weaving the essential process that structural grasp provides into the learning of reinforcement. Do I need to tell you that this is a very suboptimal method? Even if they learn reinforcement this way, it would be lesser than if they learned the steps properly. Do we have the time for the proper methods? I shot back. She scowled, not really at me, but more so at the situation. Very well, I won't disagree with the attempt for now. We'll revisit it in a couple weeks to check their progress, then reevaluate where we go from there. Unfortunately, this also means that it will require more resources to get them to the point of being able to reinforce themselves. She rubbed the bridge of her nose. I will authorize what you need if you submit me a report. Within reason, Shimoda. I won't let you down, Director. There was the faintest twitch at the corners of her lips. See that you don't. And there was a hint of warmness to her tone that wasn't there previously. And, thank you again. I am pleased to have you join Caldia, Shimoda. Continue with the good work. Taking the little win, I left it at that. I won't intrude any longer, Director. I gave her a wave as she nodded at me. Stepping out of the room, I realized that I was starting to enjoy my time here. It was much more relaxing than what I was getting up to before. Is this why Skadek enjoyed teaching so much? I can't wait to see the progress they'll make in the coming weeks. It's very exciting. Granted, I'm kind of winging everything as I went, but I did have people looking on in case I made a bad decision. Perhaps I should call Skadek too, ask her for some tips? I mean, I want to call her anyways, I missed all of them, but I would always welcome advice from someone experienced in this field. It also made me forget the reason I came here in the first place. I had a few leads to check on, but moving around is difficult while still being such a new face. I really needed to take the time to explore and meet everyone, so I was not suspicious if they saw me somewhere I was allowed to be, and especially if they saw me somewhere I probably shouldn't be. Though my mood quickly changed as I heard a shriek coming from up ahead, right past the doors into the training room I was using for my team. I quickly bolted forward, pushing past the doors to see several faces other than the ones belonging to those who I expect to be here. The quickest glance I noticed Lef was off to the side, and our eyes met only for him to flash me a grin. I didn't keep my focus on him for a second longer as my eyes were forced to the source of the pained shout. It was Samuel on his knees with someone I didn't recognize hovering above him. Slicked back hair with some noticeably pointy ears, wearing glasses with bright red pants and a black dress shirt with matching black gloves. He had a very pale complexion with a vicious smile on his face as he held the wrist of Samuel in a tight hold. I pushed past the people who were just standing there watching. The man looked surprised as I grabbed his own wrist with a bit more strength than I normally would. He flinched slightly as I pressed down. "Remove your hand, or lose it," I growled out. "Who are?" He relented, but I didn't give him a chance to finish as I gathered my strength and pivoted my foot, throwing him across the room and into the nearby wall. Chapter 340, Chapter 307. The sound of the impact almost wanted to make me take a moment to stop and admire the durability of the structure here. I suppose it's to be expected when we're housed in what's basically a bunker in the middle of the Arctic. But, the guy didn't sink into the wall like I would expect. Oh, there was a dent, but he sort of bounced off with a loud smack, landing on his head. This left him to awkwardly push himself up off the ground with a menacing snarl on his face. And probably a concussion. Now that I calmed down a smidgen, there was something about him that disgusted me beyond what he was doing to someone under my protection. It's weird, I barely knew these B-team people aside for a few days, yet, I felt they were mine already. Well, not in the same way that I consider my girls mine, but they were still under my aegis. Was it my draconic nature that made me protective of them or something else? Regardless, that settled down once I tossed him away, so I knew it wasn't that but something else that just utterly disgusted me about him. Just his presence seemed to grate on an unconscious part of me and I couldn't pick what it was immediately. I was starting to wonder if he wasn't human either. Maybe some phantasmal hybrid like I am that doesn't mix well with my own parentage? I'm usually good about picking up on other non-human heritages unless someone went to extreme lengths to hide theirs. However, I just couldn't call it out either way on this guy. Samuel. I turned to look at the man wincing in pain. I reached into my sleeve to pull out a talisman and with a flare of my magical energy, I gently put it on his wrist. Who knew that those sleight-of-hand lessons for stage magic would have come in handy at a time like this? Instead of hiding a card up my sleeve, I had a plethora of talismans available, and I can secretly replenish them with the stash in my ring to hide their existence for the moment. Be boss. He shuddered a little as the effects took hold. Probably was both surprising and mildly uncomfortable to have foreign power invading his body like this, even if it was for his benefit. Hey! I heard the voice of that disgusting fellow, but I just ignored him. It's not amazing, but it'll provide some healing and relieve some pain. I took that moment to pulse some magical energy and structural grasp the spot where he was hurt. Normally difficult to do on another Magus, but he wasn't even qualified to be an amateur yet. The more I looked the more pissed off I become, because that guy intentionally nearly shattered his wrist. I could see several fractures, and even an ounce more of strength would have really F***ed up the bone and shattered it. He just... It's all right. I put a hand on his shoulder. Let's get you to Roman so he can take a look at that. Don't worry about any permanent damage, it should heal up fine. Though I wondered if that would be the case if I didn't walk back when I did. I said hey. The other man snarled, walking up to us with heavy steps. You got some nerve to ignore me when I'm talking to you. I patted Samuel's shoulder again, giving him a small reassuring smile. Pierre, Evelyn, please take Samuel here to Roman to get checked up. I said turning around to face the murderous intent directed towards me. You gon' be okay, boss. Despite being in pain and probably completely out of his depth, Samuel was worried about my safety. Then again, it might be a normal human reaction when someone was exuding so much bloodlust. Don't worry, I'll make sure you guys have some company following soon. I waved them off nonchalantly. I quickly swept my gaze at the remainder of my teammates who were standing behind me as the trio slowly made their way out of the room. And it momentarily pissed me off that the bystanders just watched on silently. Honestly, they looked frightened, and I couldn't blame them. I would rather this not become a thorn in their hearts for later. I didn't really want to get into conflict with someone this quickly, nor this messily. But I knew that Lev had a hand in whatever mess this was. Even so, I knew how to deal with this sort. My own face twisted back into a sneer as I walked right up to him, my face getting close to his as he looked a little surprised at my sudden action. My nerve? Shouldn't I be the one saying that? I scoffed, getting more displeased by his aura up close. I wonder, how many people you have killed to get that disgusting smell of blood so entrenched that it's this nauseating? Ho ho. He almost giggled at my tone. I lost count. Which is probably the point where you ran out of fingers to use. He's one of those. Killed for shits and giggles. Regardless, I demand an explanation. The momentary surprise from a moment ago died pretty quickly as his vicious grin was pulled back, reeled into the vague facsimile of civility. What explanation? He held his arms up, shrugging exaggeratingly. Isn't it my duty as their senior to give them some pointers? Not my fault they couldn't do something as simple as a basic reinforcement. He held his head slightly above as if to look down on me. Oh, where are my manners? He said in a rather condescending tone. Barrel Gut, member of A-Team. No need to thank me, I'm always happy to help out the cute little babies. An A-Team member? I suppose that made sense, but why the F***ck would he willingly come find trouble? Well, the disgusting feeling I'm getting from him probably answered that question. I've been around people who reveled in bloodshed, Skadic being a prime example, but this guy, he felt a lot different. His had a more malicious intent behind it. Some pointers? Aren't I your junior as well? Why don't you give me some of your pointers? Thought you'd never ask, he replied cheerfully, but the flare of murderous intent cued me in on his true feelings. Let ol Barrel here teach you how the world really works, kiddo. Something to pass on to your adorable little team if you survive. His lips pulled back in a maniacal grin. What a shitty personality he has. Don't worry, I'll be sure to pass this important lesson on to them. Oftentimes, the one postulating is the weakest. I snorted at his attempt to be intimidating. What's the saying, the dog that barks the loudest? I wanted to say something and him snapped, but even with that malicious look about him, it didn't seem like he lost his rationality. No, he was just a f***ed up person, I could easily see that much. He was looking much too forward to hurting me, not out of some misplaced anger, but from the glee of causing pain. I could see that look in his eyes that screamed a childish happiness at the mere thought. He made the first move, the wind between us burst forward as his hand was swinging downwards. I was momentarily taken by surprise. Not for the speed at his movement, but for the he was using. Fleshcraft. I blurted out, seeing his hand become a claw of some animal. Was he honestly trying to tear me to pieces in front of so many people? And no one was making a move to stop him. Sometimes, I forget that I'm back among a bunch of magi, and not the more civilized groups I have been working with for the past year. Survival of the fittest wasn't just a saying in this neck of the woods. Well, credit where credit was due, his hand claw cleaved out a good chunk of the ground, which was also saying something considering the materials this place was made out of. I sidestepped it with ease, spinning my body to the side as I followed up with an elbow in one motion. Maybe I used a little too much strength, because his body slumped forward as he was lifted up off his feet and sent hurling back right next to the dent where he had been launched previously. He looked absolutely furious as he rose to his feet, spitting out some blood onto his hand. He then looked at me and slammed his palm against the ground, red marks circled around it. Malak a flake. Was that Gaelic? Roughly translates to the curse of the plague. I looked to the side to see a blood-red mist escape from the ground where his claw gouged out from before. Hey, did he hide a spell in that movement? More props to him then. Not just some lunatic with a body count higher than he can probably count. It spasmed until it took on the form of a skull, opening its massive jaw as if to consume me. A curse. I scoffed. Adorable. I flicked my hand, several talismans coming from my sleeve. My Onmyoji excelled at dealing with curses. For something of this level, I didn't even need a full chant. My talismans flung out into the form of a pentagram as it formed in front of my hand. Gods of the seven seas, fend off the 100 demons and drive back the fierce disaster. Order. I actualized it as the curse itself was sucked into then pentagram. It tried to fight against my spell, but it did the equivalent of chomping down on the black magic and dispersed the ties that held it together. What did you do? He grit out. It's easy to forget how under the radar Eastern magical arts were for most mages. My country has been dispelling curses for thousands of years. I returned in an almost lazy tone. But I'm waiting, where's this so-called tutelage you offered me, senpai? Well, that did piss him off. Maybe more than I anticipated, because he dug into his opposite hand with the clawed version. He bared what looked like fangs, a clear wince of pain as blood seeped out. Black blood. Was he using his own blood as a catalyst to try and curse me? I couldn't help but furrow my brow. It should be an ineffectual method, but then again, I'm not an absolute source on all magecraft in the world. While thanks to Gramps' memories I had a passing knowledge on the majority of magecraft fields, there were several that he, and by extension I, never gained an interest in. And I wouldn't call him an idiot exactly, he seemed competent in the magecraft department. The black blood seeped back into his arm, his wounds visibly healing as black marks jutted out in every direction along his arm. Queer air ace. By Nachial Mayan, Bejakagastil. He chanted out the 10-word aria with a quick and practiced ease. It carried an invisible force targeting me. I expected to splash against my magic resistance harmlessly, reeling back my aura as to not show that of, then I would proceed to beat him senseless. I had to at least give him a shot or two, didn't want to make it too one-sided. However, I didn't expect for it to not physically assault me in the slightest. I felt something, which was strange. It tugged at me in a metaphysical sense, and this barrel guy had a shit-eating grin on his face like he had just won. As if he was waiting for a good show about to happen. His silent laughter, and that maniacal grin and bated breaths of anticipation of his suddenly halted. Black blood began seeping from various holes on his face, down his ears, out his eyes, and even running down his nose. He spit out a mouthful of that black blood and it started dissolving the ground. How? He growled out. My curse. Not even Wadaim could have stopped it like that. His legs almost buckled underneath him as he struggled to keep standing. You tried to curse, what, my future? My past? Or maybe did you try something stupid like trying to curse my fate, perhaps some causality twisting? I mocked his failure, until I blinked in realization, recognizing the feeling that washed over me. I know a couple of spells from my on Myoji arts that did something similar, or rather, made use of similar a concept. You tried to curse my karma. Hilarious. Knowing the translations of his spell words, I could more or less guess what he attempted to do. I'm pretty sure he tried to shift my positive karma into negative karma to use for another means. But the curse failed halfway through for a couple simple reasons. There was no way he had enough magical energy to overturn the amount of positive karma I've mulat thus far. That combined with the sheer weight behind my actual existence, it's no wonder it fizzled out and by the looks of it, rebounded viciously inside his own body. But a curse like that isn't something simple, and it's by no means easy to come by. And now that the pieces came together, I realize why he was giving me such an uneasy feeling. Fleshcraft falls under both necromancy and witchcraft primarily, but the necromancy variety usually deals with dead materials. Combined with his noticeable aptitude in curses, I knew I felt something inhuman about him. You're a witch, I declared, making him momentarily startle at my proclamation. No wonder you came off as an immediate piece of shit. A witch isn't just a term used to call a female magecraft users. They're basically another race than humans with their own logic to accompany their magical abilities. There was one main point that separated them from mages. It was their inability to coexist with the human order in its entirety. That's not to say they're vehemently denied by the ruthless will of humanity, but they're basically outsiders, rejects from the age of gods. Even if their arts were exceedingly closer to the former era, they basically don't have a place to properly exist. Don't you dare! One of my talismans slammed right into his face, a minor sealing effect that just had the byproduct of stopping him from speaking. Don't worry, the lesson is far from over. I wanted to reassure him of what was to come. That spell must have made a mess of his body, because he didn't even tear away the seal as quickly as he should have. It was persisting as he fell to the ground, his body looking very sluggish. I feel like you have a lot more to teach me. I smiled innocently as I walked forward. He slowly moved to remove the talisman on his face, but a little bit of force applied, a small kick, and he fell completely to the ground again. It's impressive how you can keep this fleshcraft active in your state. And now that I think about it, it's also the hand you used to harm my team member. He looked up at me as I met his gaze. I raised my foot up and slammed it down, followed by a very loud crunch. His scream was muffled under my talisman. An eye for an eye and all that. I'm a fairly firm believer in such depiction of justice. I hummed to myself, looking at his throbbing hand. I generally don't start fights without a proper reason, but if someone under my protection was involved, I ended them. Oh, whoops, you hurt his wrist, let's correct that mistake. I generally don't partake in this kind of behavior, but I really don't like when others touch my people like that. And this absolute piece of shit really pissed me off right from the start. I couldn't bring myself to gather an ounce of sympathy towards him. I was curious how long it would take for one of the warriors to step in. Well, let's find out then. Chapter 341, Chapter 308. What a weird atmosphere. It felt like I'd been called into the principal's office. Though I wasn't alone, thankfully. Olga sat behind her desk, practically steaming as no one wanted to speak. However, my attention was mostly on the other woman in the room. Olga enjoyed her break enough that she stayed there for quite a while, which gave me more than enough to learn under Beryl's tutelage. She erupted in anger when she finally walked into the room to see the commotion. She probably was sent there when my team members finally made it to the medical room. Funnily enough, it wasn't entirely directed at me. In fact, I think she was the tiniest bit amused to see Beryl in such a state. Kadok. Olga breathed out, reining her temper in. Explain it from the beginning. Why yes, director. A young man with silver hair that looked almost white in the right light answered. He was slim and had a sort of timid personality, though that could just be his reaction to the director's anger. It was after the group training exercise this morning. Lev came and asked if any of us wanted to give B-Team a few pointers, and, I offered to help. Hinako. Olga turned to address the woman who I couldn't help but keep an eye on. It's as he says. She said simply. She had long brown hair and two pigtails that almost touched the ground. A large coat around a turtleneck sweater and brown eyes that gave me a strange feeling. She was by every definition, beautiful, but that wasn't what held my attention. Lev asked me specifically as well, saying that I was the most versed in Eastern magecraft, and that the new leader of the B-Team was said to have some proficiency. So I was curious to see as well. She glanced at me, and I met her eyes. Not human. Absolutely 100% not human. And I think she noticed something wrong with me too. Because it was not a kind gaze she returned towards me. I may have thought that was because of what I did to her teammate, but she seemed utterly apathetic to his current situation. But another important question was annoying me right now. Why was there another non-human here? I have absolutely nothing against non-humans, considering I can't truly be considered human myself, but they're supposed to be rare in this world. Strange, I don't have a reference for whatever she is. Drake spoke up. With that left person, he at least feels a little familiar, but mostly foreign. That brat you beat up earlier, he reminded me of some disgusting things, if only a little bit. And I also had no reference for that creature you met at first, aside from that immense power it was hiding. But whatever she is, she's definitely not on the level of that creature, but she's still a complete unknown to me. You don't have a clue? Nope. Do you? Maybe. But, I'd rather investigate some first. Because my initial thought seemed a little too outlandish considering the era. I guess I'll go shifting through your memories, see if I can't maybe pick up a clue. Drake hummed to himself. I can say for sure that they're not dragons though. Was around that corpse of my opposite here long enough that I can pick up the same of my kin, even if our existences differ. Leviticus. Olga waited a moment before addressing that thing. He was smiling innocently to the side. And to my surprise, the Hinako woman also looked at him with a strange expression. I can understand your intent, but why did you bring Beryl? She asked more so than demanded answers like she did the other two. A huge shift in her tone when talking to this thing in the form of a person. I apologize, Olga. He had been behaving rather well recently, and I thought he would be a good lesson for the newcomers. I was afraid they were beginning to see what we're doing here as a game. Lev replied, and I think I picked up some hidden amusement in his tone. I just wanted them to get a firm understanding at what kind of world we live in. I expected Beryl to be a little rough, but nothing beyond what we couldn't patch up in a day or two. It made me frown that Olga didn't even question him on his intent. She just adopted a thoughtful look before nodding her head. I can see your point. It's a good idea to knock those ideas out of their heads early on. It's unlikely they'll be needed, but if we're doing a second, backup, team, then it should be done properly. Director. Roman suddenly pushed open the door. The brown-haired man had a strange look on his face. A pensiveness mixed with a subtle glee. I brought cursed Arya, like you asked. Behind him, a man with long blonde hair walked in. He wore an immaculate ensemble, and exuded an air of nobility that I would place with many different Magus families. Director, I have just received the summons. His tone was oddly gentle in contradiction with his perceived appearance. Wadime. Olga said rather stiffly. Good, you're finally here. We can settle this matter for good now. Yes, I believe it prudent. Wadime stated, turning towards me. Are you Takao Shimoda that I've heard became the leader of B Team? The one who beat Beryl unconscious? I am. I met his gaze with my own. Well, I already had a good excuse for my actions, so I was primed for him to start throwing accusations and call for. I apologize for the actions of my teammate. He bowed his head. As the leader of a team, I take full responsibility. And I was a little thrown off by his admittance. Pardon. I should have given you a proper warning. Beryl is not the most appreciated member of our team. As critical his duties are, it is no excuse for his behavior. He raised his head. I will take full responsibility, Director. This wasn't how I expect him to act. Wadime, I vaguely recalled that family name. An old one, thousands of years old, and he looked competent. I expected him to have an ego bigger than the room, but he immediately bowed his head and apologized. Interesting. Olga looked at him for a moment and huffed. Roman, what's Beryl's status? His right arm is broken in about a dozen places. His fleshcraft wore off during the events, thus it didn't revert properly, causing some muscle and tissue damage and disrupting the flow of blood. There's also the rebound he suffered from his miscast spell. His organs were going into failure but I managed to stabilize him, barely. And there are a bunch of other minor wounds, bruising, sprains, that kind of thing. But they aren't life-threatening, just in large enough quantities to make note of. Roman replied rather cheerfully. Is he a sadist? Shimoda. Olga sighed, dropping her face to her palm. What am I going to do with you? Give him a raise. Roman replied happily. You are dismissed, Roman. Olga glowered. All right, I'll go back to poke at my patient. He hummed, not even perturbed at the tone that Olga used. And for some reason, I think he meant that quite literally. Did he have a grudge against that witch for some reason? And now it's public knowledge that he's a witch. It was an open secret before, but I know some busybodies are going to kick up a fuss about this whole thing. The director steeled her expression again. We should get on top of it immediately, Olga. A punishment must be rendered, otherwise some of the vultures may use this as an opportunity to make a move. Regardless of how disliked Beryl is even in the clock tower, and among the staff here, our priority is to resolve the singularity above all else. Shimoda's actions, while understandable, have potentially lost us a valuable asset. Lev spoke up, flashing a grin towards me for a brief moment. Dr. Roman said that Beryl should be recovered by the team we set out for the singularity, Director. Wadime spoke up. And we cannot fault Shimoda here for his actions when Beryl was the one who instigated and attacked first. Olga scowled as Wadime spoke, and it made me think she had a grudge against him. Lots of relationships here I didn't have context for. Lev is correct. She finally replied. We can't let the ones circling around the chance to kick up a fuss. So, I will give punishment to Shimoda. And I was going to lose a lot of respect for her if she went this route. Shimoda, your pay for this month is going to be docked. She leaned back, with a small smile on her face. And I will not be punishing Beryl. Well then. My expectations have been dashed in a good way. Wadime nodded. I will spread news around. Good. Olga seemed pleased. Magi, the sort that would claw at any advantage they could. I have no doubt there are those vultures circling overhead, ready to tear into this big piece of meat that is Caldia given any opportunity. Olga is going to spread that I got punished while Beryl didn't, making it seem like she did right by the more esteemed figures of our society. I was but a random mage from out east. And while Beryl was a witch, and seemingly detested everywhere, he was still a known figure with a pedigree of some sort, and he was a member of a team. It wouldn't do good for Olga to show favoritism to others when so much more important things, and people, were on the line. Besides, I'm sure Beryl got punishment enough. I didn't go that easy on him, after all. Lev looked unhappy but didn't let it show too deeply. There's still the matter of his missing status for a team. Agreed. Wadime added. From what I understand, Beryl used a curse that's tentatively placed at B rank, with the ability to go further. I believe it was cast hastily at a diminished state, but that is still a powerful curse, especially to have it rebound. As much as I dislike him, he is an expert in curses. The unknown woman with the name of Hinako spoke up. I believe we have an obvious solution. Wadime looked at me again. I cannot claim to know much about the Eastern arts, but from the report I heard spoken and not entirely verified, Mr. Shimoda here is adept enough at the curse arts to counter them without harm to himself. Not to mention handily beating Beryl in a fight. Are you suggesting I make Shimoda an A-team member? Olga asked. Is he not already a reserve member? Wadime asked. I'm suggesting that he integrate with our team for the interim on the off chance that Beryl is unable to perform his duties when the time comes. He will still be the leader of B team and perform those duties to the best of his ability. Your suggestion has merit. Olga frowned. Kadok, Hinako, your thoughts? It should be fine. The timid younger guy said awkwardly. He can't be worse than Beryl. Hinako scoffed, though she was still glaring at me for some reason. Shimoda, what about you? Olga asked me. I have nothing against it. It would give me a chance to see how a team is training if you expect me to join in. Would help in how I handle my own team. It would also let me investigate further, and maybe keep an eye on a few individuals I'm skeptical about. Wonderful, I believe this settles the matter then. Wadime smiled noticeably warmly. I suppose it does. Olga grumbled. Very well, you all are dismissed. And Shimoda, I can overlook this incident because of who was involved, but this won't be acceptable in the future. I'll keep that in mind, Director. Thank you for your leniency. I made sure to be humble towards her. I felt like she was someone who liked her authority respected, even if she didn't lord it over others. She perked up the slightest bit, so I think I hit the mark. Right, see that you do. She said proudly. Unfortunately, I must attend to matters that have arisen due to Beryl's admittance to the medical wing of our facility. I apologize for not being able to properly converse and apologize, Shimoda. Wadime addressed me. If you allow me the opportunity, I would be honored to properly welcome you to our team, perhaps tomorrow once the dust has settled. Don't worry about it, I completely understand how things have gotten a little messy. I look forward to meeting the whole A team. I politely replied to his humble words. Speaking of, where exactly do you guys gather at? I'm still new here, and the place is confusing to navigate. Oh yes, many of us have gotten lost among these corridors. Wadime chuckled as we all walked out of the director's room. I didn't even notice that Lef disappeared. Which made me a little paranoid if I were to be honest. Why don't I show you? I'll show him. Hinako interjected. You go deal with Barrel's mess. I can show him where to come later. Wadime blinked, looking at her. If you insist, I shall leave him in your capable hands. Why did it sound like he thought the idea was strange? And why did she volunteer? Come, Kadok, I need your aid. Coming, boss. He said quietly, following behind the team leader, leaving both the woman and I alone. Follow me. She said rather aggressively as her hand grabbed my wrist. She walked with haste, turning corner after corner, and it had been several minutes since I saw any other people walking around. No one comes to this area. She abruptly let go of my wrist. Except the maintenance staff, and they routinely check every Wednesday, so we have some privacy. Privacy for what? Her hand slammed against the wall right next to me, a very intense look on her face and her eyes flashed a dangerous red. Her hand dug into the reinforced building, digging out a chunk as it turned to dust within her grasp. Why and how are you here, divine spirit? Was she threatening me? And she called me out so blatantly. The fact that she didn't blurt it out in front of everyone else meant she was also hiding herself. This was just getting more and more strange the longer I spent in this place. But one thing was for sure, I did not like to be threatened. I let a faintest bit of my divinity seep out to accompany my words. Shouldn't I be asking that, true ancestor? Non-canon Omake, a game to decide the fate of the world. A wager. The beast spoke. Ars Goetia, the human order correction ritual, and the one responsible for wiping out humanity. You wish to bet the fate of the world on a wager. Its voice sounded incredulous. We could fight. I cheat, mind you. But we could fight, an epic battle to decide the fate of humanity as a whole. Servants from across all time and space answering the call to do battle against you. The will of the world backing us up because it doesn't like what you're doing. Or, we can just make a wager and bet it all on a single moment. It would save both of us time and effort. The idea is not detestable, magician. Very well, what are the terms before I agree? Good, I baited him. Just as I would honor my word, so too was he bowed by his own pride. A game of skill, 1 versus 1, me and you to decide it all. The monster let out a raucous laugh. A game? An appropriate conclusion, as this was merely a game from the start. I accept, magician, this game of yours. You may choose the means, I care not. I will defeat you at any ridiculous attempt at skill you think you can face me with. I have lived thousands of years and thousands of lifetimes through my demon god pillars. Do you believe there is anything I cannot match you in? I smiled, waving my ring. It was an old device, one from my childhood. A video game, one that I had mastered through many years of torture. We'll be playing Mario Party. Goetia let out another roar of mocking laughter. Even with this laughable device you attempted to subvert me with, I have still defeated you, magician. It was kind of comical, seeing his massive hands hold that tiny controller. He picked up the rule very quickly, as expected of someone of his intelligence. Not only that, but he played perfectly, as well. Every aspect of the game that came down to skill, he won with ease. It made me feel a little depressed, if I were to be honest. It's time to pick the winner. Toad on the screen began tallying points. Pitiful. The beast continued his laugh. Are you even capable of counting this high, magician? Do you not see my 5 stars to your 1 star? Why continue with this charade? Just admit defeat now. I may even allow you to watch the final moments of this wretched world for the minuscule amount of amusement you have provided me. Oh wow, it looks like Mario has the most stars. Goetia picked Mario as his character. His logic being that he shared a name with the game, thus Mario must be the best. Unfortunately, Luigi is far behind. And I picked Luigi. He didn't know yet why I picked Luigi, even when I picked my character first. But he was going to find out in a moment. But before we decide the winner, it's time to give away some bonus stars. What? Goisha stopped in his laughter, taking focus once more. What does that creature mean by this? I have already won, declare me the winner. Who said it's over yet? I grinned and his eyes widened. First, let's see who won the most coins throughout the game. Toad on the screen began tallying the amount of coins we each won. Oh wow, it looks like Luigi won the most coins. Here's a star as a reward. No. Goisha said quietly, before regaining his composure. It matters not, it is my 5 to your 2. A futile effort on your part. Now let's see who walked the most spaces. Luigi gets the star. What is this nonsense? Who won the most mini-games? No. Luigi. Who lost the most coins? Ridiculous. Luigi. What is this ridiculous ruling? I demand an explanation. How are we tied? I defeated you for the majority of the game, and you were given stars for merely existing. Now, one last star to give. No. This is a special star where we pick our favored to win. Don't you dare. And it's Luigi. The game got cut off. A controller was now impaled through the screen of the TV with a very angry Goisha on the other end. He didn't speak a word as he stood up. He merely walked away and disappeared. But moments later, the incineration of human history was reversed. And I never heard a word from him again. Chapter 342, Chapter 309. I don't know why she was surprised that I called her out in return. Did she not expect me to call her out after taking me somewhere isolated and claiming I am a divine spirit? She was, a little off the mark on me, but it wasn't entirely inaccurate, more she aimed right when she should have aimed left. Her eyes flashed a dangerous red, the mild surprise wore off immediately and I could see her tense up. Honestly, it felt like I was looking at an animal that was backed into the corner, ready to lash out. Odd considering that she was the one who initiated this confrontation. I'm not a true ancestor. She hissed. And I'm not a divine spirit. I countered. She blinked at my abrupt denial. Impossible, your divinity is obvious, and you have an authority, regardless of how you try to hide it. And the fact that you can pick up on those things, I'm going to call bullshit on you too. There's no way she would have picked up on something like that unless she was a true ancestor or something of a similar weight class / caliber to the point where titles were merely semantics. I am not a true ancestor. She seethed quietly, repeating herself. An elemental then. I raised an eyebrow. Don't act like you don't know. She scowled. Who are you, why are you here? If you're here to mess things up. Whoa, hold it. I quickly cut of her, because it was clear she was thinking the worst. You're making an awful lot of assumptions here. Clearly she didn't want her identity revealed by how she's acting. It seemed like a sore spot for her, and I think she's worried I'll blow whatever cover she currently has. I can promise that I have no ill intentions regarding Caldia or the people here. Am I just supposed to take your word for it? She snorted, but took her arm back. Why are you here? If you're doing anything that could ruin my plans, I won't let you off easy. A precarious situation I found myself in. How many days had I been here at this point, and how many things had noticed my interesting heritage? Though, this woman was the most direct about it. Funny that everyone else so far was very cautious about revealing themselves. I quickly decided what I should and should not say. Some parties are interested in what's happening, and I was sent to investigate to make sure everything gets resolved satisfactory. And that tells me nothing. Do you expect me to give you my life story? Pretty much just said I'm undercover here. She huffed in annoyance, crossing her arms. I take it your name is fake then. And your name is real. I countered. The look she gave me made it obvious I hit the mark. And what exactly is a true ancestor doing here? The purpose of this organization is the protection of the human order. I find it unlikely that one of your kind would overly care about that. You can continue to exist even if the human order falls and another takes its place. I am not a true ancestor. She growled. And I don't care, divine spirit. She pursed her lips. And you're one to talk. Not a divine spirit, and my mom was human. I chuckled at her attempt to verbally jab right back at me. Not caring about the purpose of Caldia, yet here all the same. And a part of a team as it were. Makes you look suspicious. I look suspicious. She repeated in mild disbelief. You're the divine spirit that shouldn't be able to manifest in this era. Not to mention, you're coming in at this point when we're getting ready to deploy. I've been here since the beginning, you're the suspicious one. Maybe I should report what I found. She eyed me. By all means, let's both step into the spotlight. The little twitch of hers meant I hit the mark the first was trying to. But you're hiding just as I am, so it appears we're at an impasse. Are you trying to blackmail me? It's more like mutual blackmail. You don't want to reveal yourself for whatever reason. I don't want to reveal myself for reasons I already said. The noise she made giving me the impression she didn't believe me just yet. So, mutually assured destruction as it were. Not to mention she was the one who pulled me away, though I can understand her reaction considering that she's an elemental of some sort, something infinitely close to a true ancestor, but she denied an actual title and I appeared close enough to a divine spirit for her to start panicking about. There's no reason we have to be hostile. I offered her an olive branch. I genuinely have no ill will towards Caldia or anyone here so far. As I said, I'm investigating the whole situation. I can't rule out that some people here may be less than savory in facilitation of this whole problem. You think that someone here is the cause of the singularity? You should know how the world works more than most. Do you think a singularity like this would manifest and sustain itself without some external assistance? The counter-force should have purged it with prejudice. Caldia formed after the problem was discovered. And if someone or something was the cause of the singularity, do you think they wouldn't keep an eye on the ones tasked with fixing the supposed error in the timeline? She bit her lip, seemingly accepting my logic was reasonable. She took a deep breath before responding. I had no hand in it. Obviously. I snorted myself. I find it unlikely that an extension of the world would actively seek to unravel the current texture. Of course, it's not like I'm a human. I wouldn't do something so ridiculous as harming the world. A very clear disdain in her voice when talking about humans. So we have an agreement. I don't trust you. She sneered, crossing her arms. You still haven't proven who you are or why you're here, only given your word. You keep calling me a divine spirit. I won't deny that I have both divinity and an authority, so believe in my pride that I wouldn't lie. I offered her another perspective. I intend to fulfill my duties as hired to the best of my ability, and I will be helping resolve this situation as best as possible while also investigating the cause, which may or may not be currently lurking these halls. Fine. She relaxed the slightest bit, her tense shoulders slumping a little and her arms unfolded. I'll believe you, for now. If I think you're doing anything that will disrupt my own goals, then I won't hesitate to reveal you. And you would reveal yourself? I questioned. I'm much more trusted than you are. And I was actually hired by Marisberry with him knowing my real identity. She huffed. So I have a lot more weight behind my words than you do. Fair. I nodded at her explanation. So, she was hired by the previous head of the Animusphere family knowing her true identity. That made things a little interesting. I wonder how Olga's father was able to discover her when even I had no idea that she existed. And just for clarification, what are your goals, so I don't accidentally step on your toes? I wouldn't care as long as she wasn't actively participating in the singularity's creation, nor going against its resolution. None of your business. You kidnap me, force me to run my mouth, and you won't even tell me your basic goals so I don't accidentally stumble into it. Rude. I said rather playfully. She frowned after blowing some air out of her nose. I want to summon a specific servant, that's all. Really? I blinked at the sheer simplicity of her supposed goal. That's it. You have a problem with that? She narrowed her eyes. The opposite, actually. I honestly can't say I have anything against you doing so. A part of me is curious as to why you're going through all this trouble. There were ample opportunities for you to hijack a Grail war that you could have used, yet here you are going through this roundabout method. And reveal myself to humans so I get hunted down and used as some kind of experiment. She scowled. The only reason I agreed was because my identity was hidden. I suppose I can't fault you there, I know how the Mages Association would treat you. I let out a small sigh. All right, I won't do anything to interfere with your attempts to summoning this servant you want. Good. She whispered, there was a noticeable relief that washed over her. How important was this summoning for her? She's an elemental of some kind, so it's likely she's very long-lived, at least since the end of the Age of Gods most likely. So, it's reasonable to assume that this servant she's summoning was someone she knew in life. I wouldn't press. It seemed obvious that she's unrelated to my investigation. And I sort of sympathize with her. I don't know what her relationship with this servant was, but all I could think about was Skathik and what I went through. The way she's anticipating it by her undertone, I can imagine it's someone important. Since we're being all candid, can I ask you about some things? She quickly recovered and returned to her annoyed expression. Fine, be quick. I don't want to have to answer any questions on why it took so long if there's anyone still around in the training area. Says the one who took me here in the first place. Anyone suspicious I should note? Sure, if they can practice magecraft, chances are they're SCM and would likely do something horrible if it meant they could gain even a modicum of benefits. The sarcasm was clear in her tone. Even your team. There are very few exceptions, even amongst my own team. You've met the witch. Touché. I couldn't argue with her there. Wadime seemed pretty nice, surprisingly enough. Thought he was going to act like the average high noble magus. He is not insufferable. She said quietly. Curious. Good to know that Wadime's attitude wasn't just a one-off response to what happened. He appeared amicable. I didn't want him to actually be insulting me in the back of his head during every conversation. Anyways, anyone I should specifically look into? Perhaps, laugh. She stiffened a little, barely enough that I could have blinked and not notice. So you noticed? It would be hard not to. Well, he does a good job of hiding it. The elemental shrugged. Not even Beryl noticed, and there are a few other non-humans walking around. Any idea on what's going on with him then? Because I'm fairly sure that Lef was targeting me subtlety. Clearly, he doesn't want to reveal himself either. Why would I know? It's not like I asked him. He hasn't caused any problems, and he's been involved before I came along and hasn't done anything to make me skeptical. But you immediately drag me off to an isolated corner of the building. Do you think I wanted to get involved in whatever it is you're doing? He isn't a divine spirit masquerading around as a human. She scowled again. At least whatever he is, he's discreet and wouldn't draw any attention to me. I couldn't say the same for a divine spirit that just waltzed right into this place like he owned it. Well, considering the personalities of most deities, I could see her concern. Better to get ahead of it than to let it blow up without her control. He's also targeting me. Obviously. She rolled her eyes. Why else would he bring Beryl to help out? Everyone knows he's a menace at the best of times and outright disgusting normally. Wadime has to constantly threaten him to keep him in line. And you're not the least bit curious why he's doing so. I don't care. She said very bluntly. As long as I'm not involved, and it doesn't interfere, I'm not going to stick my hands in it. That does give me an idea. How about a trade? A trade, for what? What would you even want from me? I want nothing to do with you. I could use someone in my corner that knows why I'm here. An extra ear around the place with someone who has much more trust would go a long ways. She scoffed again. You have nothing I want. Don't bother trying to. A holy grail. I cut her off, making her stiffen. I can offer a holy grail to summon the servant you want. You're lying. I promise on my divinity, my authority, and my name. I spoke with genuine sincerity. I won't even interfere with your attempts to summon through Caldia's systems. But I also can promise the use of a holy grail in case of failure or any other reason. I could tell she was conflicted on the choice here. She was silent for several moments before her lips parted to speak again. What do you want specifically? If you hear anything, see anything that might be related to someone either helping the singularity or preventing Caldia's mission, I want to know. Also, I want you to run interference with Leviticus. Do you think he's involved? She didn't sound immediately against the idea, which was a good sign. I don't know, but he gives me an uneasy feeling and he's been hostile to me, so it couldn't hurt to be cautious. At this point, I was 99% sure she had absolutely nothing to do with why I'm investigating, so I didn't mind trying to pull her over since she already picked something out about me, so she could probably pick something out I might have missed. I won't do anything that jeopardizes myself. I wouldn't ask you to. And I did make a promise. She pursed her lips. I won't betray Caldia, I have my own pride. The agreement I have with Marisberry Animus Fear stands. Good to know her pride was important to her in this kind of CIRC** misstance. I genuinely have the best intentions for Caldia. Also her hand was raised in front of me, a single finger extended. Her singular nail turned into something sharp, sharper than steel as she kept it for my eyes to see. Slowly, it trailed down to my chest, hovering right over my heart as she poked the spot. Divine spirit or not, if you're lying to me, I will carve out your heart. I wonder if I should tell her that her threat made her more attractive than intimidating. Come on guys, 20 more seconds. I called out to the side as my team were running back and forth. Stamina is key for nearly everything we do. Your magic circuits have a strange connection to your physical attributes. Stamina carries over not just in the physical aspect, but your ability to push through continued use of your circuits for long periods of time. And it would help them since they weren't being trained on full body reinforcement. Meaning, their stamina will drain faster, so they needed to thoroughly train that aspect. It made me feel a little like a drill sergeant. I held up my fingers, counting down the seconds. All right, everyone, you can stop. They immediately collapsed on the ground. While you're resting, I want to see you turning your circuits on and off. Get used to doing it under stressful situations. By the time we're done, I expect you all to be able to do it with but a thought. Though, I would go over it again in a couple days, see who needs more help in that regard. So far, they've been making some decent progress. After the incident with Beryl, I hadn't been bothered, and I've had a few days now to really get into their training. I was also going to teach them how to activate my talismans and load them up with their own. They weren't spectacular, but their benefit came with their ease of use and ability to be mass-produced with large amounts of resources. The downside being of course that they're usually weaker than normal spell casting with similar effects. But that's just considering the basic use of talismans. I obviously have spells that incorporated their usage, but that came from more knowledge and experience than they have the time to catch up to. So, the ability to just throw out a talisman that has an immediate effect attached would be beneficial. Though, if worse comes to worse, I'll forego my hidden identity. I don't think my pride can let me just sit and watch if they got into danger and I could help. I accepted them as my responsibility, that made them my people, and I'll do what I can to assure their survival. All right, everyone. I clapped my hands. You did good, we're going to slowly increase the physical exertion every day. As much as I hate to say it, you guys are going to be hurting every day, and we're going to cheat with magecraft so we can keep up the effort without breaking your bodies. The director had authorized the use of magecraft of the medical variety. Muscle soothing, enhanced rejuvenation, that kind of thing. Not much, but it would be extremely useful when continuously stressing the body. Samuel. I started speaking again. How you feeling? Good boss. He moved his wrist. Feels weird, but it isn't hidden no more. I nodded. Remember this feeling, your body is getting used to foreign magical energy invading it, even for its own benefit. It's going to feel odd for a few days, but you'll get used to the feeling. I walked to the side, pulling out another box of glass balls for them to continue practicing on. You guys know what to do. They all walked over with staggered steps, taking a ball or two with them before moving a few feet back and sitting down to concentrate. Pierre, you're being too impatient again. I walked up behind him. Slow and steady. He took a deep breath, focusing intently on it before it suddenly shattered in his hand. Fils de bâtard. I chuckled at his insult in French. If it helps, think of it like your mother. Castoy. He threw his arm up with a huff, telling me to get lost. I held back another snorted, dropping another glass ball in his hand. Seriously though, slow and steady for now. Get a feel for how it reacts, you don't want to just throw all your magical energy into it at once. Jai compress, patron he nodded, focusing again. Like a fine woman, she needs to be romanced, slowly. Like your mom. A distinct British accent followed up a few feet away. Branler. Pierre shot back. Or, you wanker, in the language you pigs talk in. I will learn this faster than you, swine. There wasn't really any bite to the words, from either of them. Is that a bet, Frenchie? All right, I interjected. Focus on your orbs unless I misjudged and you guys have some energy to spare. Which means you can run a bit more today. I walked over to the one Pierre was arguing with who quickly lowered his head. Ah, boss, I can't feel my legs. He looked at me really cheekily. I lightly swatted at the back of his head. Focus, Benjamin. I chided him lightly. He was the youngest of the lot. Barely in his 20s, so he was a bit more playful about this whole thing. You're having the exact opposite problem. You're going too slow, your magical energy is dispersing before it can fill up, so you're just wasting your effort. I knelt down next to him, putting a finger on the orb. Watch me. I ushered him. Don't be afraid of it breaking. He watched as my magical energy poured into it, taking his own and inflating it to where it should be. Slow is good, but you're not ramping up at all when you see that nothing's happening. Don't be afraid, this is the point where you can mess up without any problems. Alright, cock it up all I want, got it mate? He laughed, but did start focusing harder. I just chalked it up to his personality to make light of situations, but he had been putting in the effort, so I didn't think anything negative about him. I looked around, and the progress was minuscule, but they were getting better. They actually got along pretty well. No major issues among themselves, even some playful bantering here or there. And no one was challenging my authority, however, that may be because of what happened with Beryl the other day. Maybe that did put it into perspective, like Lef said, even if he was bullshitting. I either want you to succeed successfully in 10 attempts without breaking the orbs, or I want you to go through 20 orbs before you finish. I stood amongst my team as they all nodded. Afterwards, we'll be sitting down and I'll give a small lecture on bodily anatomy and how it pertains to this specific spell. I more or less figured out how I was going to go about this even without them learning structural grasp. It would be difficult, but within the time constraints, it seemed plausible. Anyways, I suppose it was time to address the spectator that had been waiting patiently off to the side. He perked up slightly as I approached. Kursht Arya Wadaim, to what do I owe the pleasure? The leader of a team stood silently as he watched for the past 20 minutes or so, not moving to disrupt. I apologize, I did not mean to interrupt your training time. Don't worry, you didn't. He was very polite like before. We were wrapping up the physical aspect, before moving on to a lecture afterwards. You appear to have built a strong rapport with your team so far. I had expected it to be more disorganized due to their origins. They're very out of their depth and they know it. It's easily to get their admiration when I offered them help after their worldviews were utterly shattered. And Beryl's introduction seemed to help in that regard. I admitted. It is unfortunate that this is required. I do not enjoy the thought of sending inexperienced and unprepared people into such a dangerous situation, if we were to fail. Tell me, do you believe this to be a viable strategy? Viable? No. I shook my head. You're asking if sending a bunch of mundane people into a potential battlefield that requires the use of servants to navigate is a feasible alternative. It's practically suicide, but at that point, everything had gone utterly wrong and we're out of options. The literal world would be at stake, so there isn't room to argue about the morality of it. I explained it to them thoroughly, and they're prepared for what hopefully may not come. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. The best we can do, in a reasonable time frame, is to prepare them to be able to run away from danger while relying on their servants to do nearly everything. It seems we share the same sentiment. I am pleased that you took the path of ensuring their survival instead of training them in other means. I admit I am skeptical with the approach of teaching them reinforcement even in as minor a capacity as you are attempting, but I can also say I do not believe there is a good alternative. The director mentioned that there are other mages that were recruited for B team coming in the next few batches. I can work with them to fill in the gaps after I see where we're standing at that point. I looked at my team still going about their training exercise, the sound of glass breaking filling the silence between our words. A logical approach. He replied. It is a stroke of luck that you were recruited when you were. Otherwise, I fear B team may have been left in the hands of those who would be uncaring beyond immediate gratification. I can only imagine. Yet, most magi would just make them presentable and nothing more if they didn't have to. I do have a question though. Speak, I shall answer as best as I can. Where are we with regards to servant summoning? I asked, still a little confused on that TID bit. So far, I don't think you all have performed the summonings yet, but we're approaching the deadline soon. Wouldn't it be wise to start now, train with your servants and be more prepared? A worthy thought, and I believe you have not had much time to learn about Caldia's facilities thus far as to why that is not the case. To put it simply, our summoning system is not reliable. He strained that last word. Is it prone to failure? I raised an eyebrow. No, perhaps I chose the wrong word. The system is based on the grand ritual performed in the Grail War, but there are also differences. The ability to operate without the support of the Grail or the ley lines it is usually anchored to made it so that other methods were needed. It lacks the coordinated power to latch onto a heroic spirit and pull them down as a servant. I could summarize what he was getting at. Indeed, even with a probable catalyst, to facilitate the summoning of a servant is a difficult endeavor. That seems like a worrying notion that should have been brought up sooner. I'm assuming that there is a reasonable solution to this problem. As we approach the time of deployment, Caldias and Sheba have foreseen the intervention of the counter-force. The Fate system will be operable beyond its original limitations and summoning of servants will be more accessible. The counter-force is going to open a direct link as the path of least resistance. The counter-force was basically a machine, it used the bare minimum energy necessary to solve any problem. Knowing that Caldia is here, ready to resolve this singularity, the counter-force would see it and know it doesn't have to expand energy, just open a path to the throne to allow the Fate summoning system to operate without problems. And if the Chaldeus and the Sheba systems in place were able to simulate the world, peering at points in history, predicting the intervention of the counter-force should be child's play in comparison. Indeed, you have a good understanding of the underlying situation. I am impressed as I heard you have not had any official tutelage connected to the Mages Association. When this matter is resolved, if you would be inclined, I would offer my recommendation to the Clock Tower. That's very kind of you. And I was being sincere when I said that. A recommendation was not a trivial thing to give out. But I will politely decline. I have no intention of going to the Clock Tower, I don't feel I'll fit in that well. Understandable. He didn't push the issue. Regardless, I have come here to apologize once more for the conduct of my teammate. It's fine, it was already resolved as best as it could have been. I don't hold you accountable for his actions. No, as the leader, it is my fault, I will not shy away from that. He seemed to not want to budge on that aspect. I wished to come sooner, but many problems took my attention. As I said previously, I wish to invite you to train with our team. We have a simulation room set up with the data and the records of dozens of servants that will allow us to properly simulate a battle involving them. We use it often for our own training purposes, and I believe it would be beneficial if you brought along your team so they can see what they will be participating in if the time comes. A battle simulation involving servants? Color me interested. I was immediately enthused by the idea. I knew that Caldia had some interesting toys, but it just continued to impress more and more. Wonderful, tell me when you have time prepared. I reserved the simulation room for the entirety of today if that is acceptable. You may use them how you see fit. Well, I did have other plans, but when would they get this opportunity again? I clapped my hands loudly, gathering everyone's attention. It seems like we have a change of plans. A-Team Leader, Kirsht Aryawadim here offered the facilities used by the A-Team today. So, we're going on a little field trip. Chapter 343, Chapter 310. Hinako Akuta POV. You have decided to watch as well, Hinako. I had some free time. I replied simply to Kirshteria's words. Have you taken an interest in Takao Shimoda as well? He inquired. You offered to escort him previously. It is odd for you to take the initiative in such matters. An interest. I supposed he could call it that. Maybe I was too quick to reveal myself to him, but I couldn't just let a divine spirit blunder into things and potentially wreck the plans I had. Who knew what would happen if he was revealed what I was? Humans are such capricious animals and magi were even worse, dangle the right motivation in front of them and they would turn on a supposed teammate without a second thought. I've already had to run away from magi in the past and seclude myself away from civilization for centuries. I knew all too well what humans would do if they discovered me and I wanted nothing to do with them. I didn't want to have to flee this place after all the trouble I've gone through already. I was so close to being able to summon him. After so long, I would finally see my lord husband again and I didn't want anything to get in the way of that. A small amount. It is a good idea to understand the capabilities of the leader of B-Team. And there is the possibility he will be replacing Beryl should the unfortunate occur. The leader of our team nodded in approval. Would it be unfortunate if Beryl recovered or if he didn't? I scoffed at the thought of that man. I never had any good interactions with witches the few times I ran into them. Why were they all so demented? It's not like I care about humanity either, but why do they have to act so disgusting about it? Beryl wasn't even strange in comparison to others of his kind, a mass-murdering psycho whose idea of a fun evening is going on a killing spree. There was a slight reaction from him, but he didn't overly lean into it. I understand that Beryl is not very well regarded, however, he was chosen by Marisberry for a reason. We should respect that decision above our own opinions. Oddly caring for a human, much less a magus. Maybe that's why I don't get bothered by his presence. It made staying in this human facility much more bearable when I had to answer to him and not a more stereotypical magus with their head shoved so far up their behind that they couldn't see past their own inflated sense of self-worth. It's not hard to guess Marisberry's thinking process. Despite everything, Beryl was suited for the job, being an expert in curses, and his unique perspective as a witch would most likely come in handy. And his lack of morals meant that he wouldn't care about who or what got in the way of solving the singularity. Then there's him. The one standing in the center of the simulation room. The divine spirit who claimed to not be a divine spirit. He had divinity and an authority, what else could he be? Though, there were other things about him. But it was difficult to accurately gauge those when they were drowned by his divinity, and I just assumed they were part of his divine attribute. I still don't know why I accepted his offer. I feel like a fool for believing him, even if the deal felt genuine on the surface. He swore on things that no divine spirit would ever lie about, but still, it was hard to trust that he would keep his word. I guess it wouldn't harm me either way, and the idea that I had a backup plan didn't hurt. Ugh, why did things have to get so complicated? I didn't want to get involved in all this. I just wanted to summon my lord husband, not deal with magus intrigue or a silent fight between whatever Lef was and whatever that person was. Speaking of, it seems that some unexpected ones have gathered. I eyed Lef as he walked into the room, the director following after him like a lost puppy. He was probably referring to me. It wasn't a secret I tended to stick to myself most of the time. I rarely took the initiative to gather in a group like this. Lef Laner. Wadime greeted. Kursht Arya Wadime. He politely nodded back. And Hinako Akuta, a pleasant surprise. It's hard to find you away from your room or the library these days. He smiled cheerfully. However, after the talk with that divine spirit, I now had the feeling that he was probing me. This man was obviously not human, but I never cared about that before. I wasn't one to speak up about a non-human hiding themselves when I'd experience humans' cruelty firsthand. Admittedly, he gave me an odd feeling, but he never showed a reason to distrust him. He left me alone most of the time, so I did the same. I had some free time. Is that so? He hummed. Well, he is an interesting young man, is he not? I don't fault you for wanting to get a better look at his capabilities. I wouldn't know. I shrugged. But if he's going to be participating, I may as well see it with my own eyes. Indeed. He eyed me for a moment before turning his attention back towards the scene below. Why did his gaze feel unsettling? It felt almost like a warning. It wouldn't hurt to keep an extra eye on him regardless. Where is the rest of A-Team? Olga stepped forward, that pitiful girl who tried her best to look authoritative. I apologize, Director, I did not anticipate the attention this would receive. I did not give orders for my team to assemble. Kursht Arya replied. It seemed that every time Kursht Arya opened his mouth the director got annoyed. It almost made me feel bad for her. She was basically abandoned by her father because she lacked the aptitude to be a master or to reshift. He put all his effort into nurturing Wadime as a pseudo-heir in her place. Then he suddenly dropped dead, leaving Olga to pick up the pieces and try to hold everything together when she never was properly set up to do so. Pitiful. Barely more than a figurehead. But it was none of my business. Humph, fine. The director scowled. It doesn't matter. Let's see how Shimoda handles servant combat. It's surprising she's even here. She usually stayed far away from anything involving servant training. She always had a clear look of jealousy whenever she was forced to be near. He's shown splendid combat aptitude against Beryl. I read his file on which crafts he has competency in. I can't say I have any meaningful knowledge on Onmyoji, but runecraft is not a very popular method of application inside the clock tower. Wadime commented. Thankfully, we have our own expert in the field. Lef smiled, gesturing at me. I was annoyed that he drew attention to me like this. I wouldn't call myself an expert. I have some knowledge about it, but it's rare to see outside of Japan. Don't sell yourself short, Miss Hinako. Lev's deceptively gentle smile ever present. I'm sure you have quite a bit of experience. More than enough to call yourself an expert on such Eastern crafts. I did not like the way he was being so direct with me. How about we make this a little more interesting? Lev suddenly changed subjects. Do you propose something, Professor Lev? Wadime asked. Only that we increase the difficulty just a smidgen. He said rather innocently. If I'm not mistaken, you intended for the fake servants he commands to be randomized. Why not lower their parameters a few degrees compared to his opposition? I can see the reasonable logic. However, are you sure you wish to do that on his first encounter with servants even if they are merely facsimiles of the real ones? I fear that I may have done him a disservice beyond simply having Beryl act as he saw fit. I do not wish to see such a promising young magus walk the path of arrogance that blinds him. I believe it would be a good lesson that he understands the degree of difficulty he will potentially face. It was, well reasoned, but after talking with the man who called himself Takao Shimoda, I couldn't help but see the underlining scheming. Maybe if he never brought it up previously, nor if I had watched them interact, I may have just ignored it. I don't know why they seemed to be antagonizing one another, and I wanted nothing to do with it. I don't see the problem. The director spoke up. Lev's thoughts are reasonable. Shimoda has shown to have a good head on his shoulders, it's best to not let it swell too large. That girl was just wrapped around his finger. I wondered if she even gave it a second thought or just agreed with him immediately. By your will, Director. Wadime just bowed his head in acknowledgement. Really, that guy is surprisingly gentle. It's probably out of respect for her father that he put up with her attitude and borderline hatred. He's not so oblivious that he can't see how envious she is of him and he just lets her lash out and doesn't do anything to stop it. Well, it doesn't matter. It's not my concern, and I won't butt into something that's not my business. May as well see what he's capable of. I added my 2 cents. Maybe he'll show off something he's hiding? Divine spirits aren't really known for being subtle with a few exceptions. Wilhelm POV. What an interesting place. I had to hand it to Caldia, when I was told their facilities were state-of-the-art by Gramps, I didn't know by what standard he meant. Now, after seeing it, it was a genuine compliment by his own standard. I looked up to see my team sitting in an observation room to the side, clearly excited and waiting for the show to start. And in another observation room above, I saw a few more faces. The true ancestor correction, the incarnated elemental. Pretty much an academic difference, but she got annoyed when I called her a true ancestor. So, I suppose elemental would be the more correct terminology. Hinako Akuta, a name I could guess was probably fake. And there was Kirshtaria Wadime as well, or as expected I should say. Our eyes met and he gave me a gentle nod of encouragement. I was pleasantly surprised to be wrong about someone. I expected the quintessential magus, but I met one of the rare good ones. The director also showed up. I flashed her a smile and a slight nod, and she seemed very pleased with my acknowledgement. I was still trying to understand her more, but I already picked up that she seemed to preen when her authority was respected, so I made sure to do so when I could. And then there was Lev, looking right at me. Sir Shimoda. Wadime's voice carried over the room from where he stood above. It was a very polite and respected greeting, especially when nobility was still a thing among magi. We will begin when you are ready. This is your first time, please don't hesitate to ask questions. He already explained to me how this place operated. A combination of many different field of magecraft, it basically made a fake battlefield and produced simulacrums in the form of servants. From what he described, they used the gathered data to create very generic class types to fill in the expected slots. A very impressive training method since actual servants would be used in combat in the future. While not a perfect representation of servant capabilities, it was darn near impossible to come as close as they managed to. The last benefit was that you couldn't really get hurt here. Everything was a simulation, by the literal definition. You might feel sore and get a little tossed up, but these projections couldn't kill you or meaningful harm you in any way. I'm ready to begin. I replied. Very well, we will begin the summoning process. He stated as my vision around the room changed. Solid illusions took hold, bounded fields in such massive quantities that the area became much larger than the room was before. We were now in the middle of a destroyed city, rubble and flames filled the distance. Randomized summoning commencing. 3 figures materialized next to me. Blank expressions on their faces, but I could guess their summoning based on they were holding. Archer, Berserker, and Lancer are the 3 servants you will be leading in this battle. You have 3 command seals to use. And each of their noble phantasms can be activated 1 time. You have 5 minutes to familiarize yourself with their statistical parameters, and their noble phantasms before the enemies will attack. His voice was abruptly cut off as soon as he finished. I looked down at my left hand, 3 command seals appeared on it. Funny, considering my magic resistance shouldn't allow this to happen. But they weren't real command seals. They were basically an illusion to represent the real thing. He did explain everything like this to me as if I were new to handling servants. What a marvelous piece of magical technology they created. I wonder if I could create something like this back in Kyoto to help train everyone? Thoughts for later. For now, I mentally pulled up my servants' statistics. And by that, I basically just called upon the spells intertwined with the room to send me an image of their layouts. They were lower than anticipated. The highest was a B stat, which was my berserker's strength. Everything else was more or less at C across all their boards with a few D ranks mixed in. Their noble phantasms were very straightforward as well. Berserker could basically become immortal for a fixed duration. Archer could release a very powerful volley of arrows. And Lancer could strike with a near unblockable attack. I see what he meant by generic in their application. I more or less had a plan after seeing everything. I reached into my sleeves, taking out a handful of talismans, slapping a couple dozen onto my Lancer while also putting some on my other servants. Archer, take the high ground, I stated, and my servant immediately moved, jumping up the nearby building a couple dozen stories tall. Lancer, hide nearby in one of the destroyed shops. The Lancer servant immediately bolted off to the side, dashing into the collapsed storefront. Berserker, immediately attack the first melee-orientated servant that appears. Otherwise, shield me from any projectiles. A strange grunt was its response. Unfortunately, it's not my Rei Cow here with me. I would much rather stare at those amazing legs of hers as she fought. A large timer appeared above in the sky. The countdown began until the fight started. Once it hit 0, a few lights flashed in the distance, obscured so that I couldn't place any figures, but I could easily tell there were new presences around. Another admirable creation was how these servants felt real to the senses. I stood behind my berserker, as something approached quickly. It was another Lancer that covered the distance down the street in the blink of an eye. My berserker roared in fury as it pushed off the ground to meet it. The collision sending shockwaves out in every direction. I frowned as I noticed the enemy Lancer equaled my berserker in strength, not giving an inch. My berserker was at a large disadvantage. No real weapon except its large fists, and sub-PAR stats. From the other corner, another figure ran forward. The generic form of a knight, sword in hand, as its metal greaves cracked the ground beneath its quick steps. Archer, keep the saber at bay. I called out as arrows immediately began raining down from the sky. The enemy saber dashing to the side, stopping its momentum to parry and dodge the hail of arrows. Though, I didn't see the third servant anywhere. I was assuming it would be an even match, 3 versus 3, but I suppose I couldn't make any assumptions. My eyes darted around until I felt a presence distort the wind behind me. Lancer. I called out and he moved right as I commanded. A dagger appeared from the shadows, coming right for my back, only to be intercepted by a spear. An assassin servant. I frowned as it was difficult to sense. Something I chalked up to the way the systems here replicated presence concealment. I wondered if it simply didn't exist in a tangible form until right as it came close. The assassin tried to jump back, slipping back into the shadows, but I ordered my Lancer to pursue. The saber jumped up, as if to climb the building and seek out my archer. I flicked my hand, taking 3 talismans between my fingers, and they shot off, like shooting stars. They slammed into the servant's footing of the building, making the saber servant fall off. It caught the saber by surprise, clearly struggling to find a foothold as its sword slammed into the side of the building to stop its descent. My archer didn't let the opportunity pass as it began unleashing a barrage of arrows, several burying themselves into its body as it tried its best to defend. Lancer appeared back at my side as it appeared he lost sight of assassin. I was assuming at this point that the assassin servant had some kind of passive noble phantasm that allowed it to slip under detection easier. My berserker was struggling with the enemy Lancer, cuts covered its body as it continued to roar furiously, large hands slamming down trying to get a hit in, but the Lancer kept dancing around the attacks. Hold here. I told Lancer as I eyed the situation, waiting for an opportunity. I began drawing runes in the air. It wouldn't do me good to show how adept I was at runecraft. Better make it look like there was effort on my part. I held my hand up, signaling several of the talismans on Berserker's body to explode. The impact sent Berserker stumbling, but the Lancer was taken way more off guard by the sudden attack. My servant was the one to recover quicker due to his mind clouded by madness, grabbing the lancer with one hand and furiously attacking with the other. It was at that moment that assassin reappeared, dagger striking at the back of my berserker. I actualized a couple more talismans stuck to its skin, a transparent shield covered its body, stalling the dagger for a moment before shattering, giving my servant enough time to swing its large arm around, slamming the assassin servant to the ground. Bindings of Gaia. I finally cast my runic spell. Massive vines burst out of the ground, enveloping all three servants where they stood. Lancer, use your noble phantasm on Saber. I called out as Archer was retreating from the Saber servant, avoiding its attack. Saber's magical energy gathered together, and I was assuming it was about to release its noble phantasm. Immediately, Lancer shot off, enveloped in a large quantity of magical energy as it scaled the building in a split second, turning into a blur as its spear seemed to multiply, only to condense into a single point. The Saber servant, seemingly sensing the impending attack, jumped back, sword up in a guard as it braced itself and the power it had gathered a moment ago dispersing. With my archer servant no longer harassed, I continued. Archer, use your noble phantasm on Lancer and Assassin, don't worry about Berserker. And Berserker, use your own noble phantasm. My bindings of Gaia only needed to hold for the moment. The servants easily ripped themselves free, but it was too late. My archer gathered up a not insignificant amount of magical energy and released a barrage. Different than Atalanta's noble phantasm that was like a torrential downfall. This was more like a condensed stream as the much smaller area was bombarded in a countless number of arrows. The two enemy servants fell to the ground, dissipating into magical energy. I quickly threw out two more talismans towards Lancer and Saber, arching around my own servant who had just used their noble phantasm. Saber was hurt, but still going strong. It was about to counter-attack my Lancer when my talismans whipped through the air at it, causing Saber to halt their steps to slash at them. It was in that moment that Archer changed targets, making the Saber servant retreat, but only to run into my rampaging berserker who stopped it in its tracks. It only took a few more moments before the Saber was cornered from the triple assault of my servants and fell as well. With the enemies defeated, my servant went still and the area around us started to fade away and my servants disappeared as well. I was greeted with the sight of a pristine white room. The only indication of anything having occurred was where my own spells damaged the ground. I dismissed the vine that grew, and I could see the ground visibly begin to repair itself. Impressive. After another moment, the door to the room opening up, the faces from the room above were all present except for Lev. Well. I looked at the director with a small smile. How did I do? The director was speechless for some reason. Chapter 344, Chapter 311. Why you did adequately. The director managed to eke out. As expected from someone I made B-team's leader. It's kind of cute how she praises people through a roundabout manner like that. A very intriguing display, Sir Shimoda. Wadime spoke up at Olga's side. Forgive me for prying, but do you have previous experience with servants? I couldn't help but feel you had some familiarity in the way you executed your actions. What to answer with? Knowing there were several different Grail wars in the past few centuries, I did have some wiggle room to work with. I happen to be acquainted with someone who participated in a Grail war, so I do have some knowledge of servants. In addition to ample combat experience with regards to non-human entities, much of which were beyond the physical means of normal humans, I suppose you could say I have experience in situations like this and I just did what I normally do. I answered pointedly, not giving too much away, but letting them come to their own conclusions. Why are we just finding out about this now? Olga huffed. Even some basic second-hand knowledge on servant combat and how to operate with them would have been something worth noting. I never had the opportunity to bring it up. I shrugged helplessly. Was I just supposed to arrogantly blurt it out when the topic first presented itself? Fine. Olga grumbled. But shouldn't the paperwork you filled out before being accepted have asked about previous history? Why was something like that glossed over? Actually, it barely covered anything beyond achievements that you would find in the clock tower. Things like combat experience, or miscellaneous experiences in that same vein were completely ignored. Honestly, reading the recruitment paperwork, Caldia sounded much more like a research institution. Olga opened her mouth and closed it again, bringing her palm up to her face. Please tell me our recruiters didn't ignore a very important aspect of recruitment for potential master candidates, Leviticus. Apologies, Director, but Lev had disappeared as soon as the simulation ended. Wadime answered. As did Miss Hinako shortly after. Ugh! Olga groaned out again. It seems I'll have to audit our recruiters personally. I have no idea why that was missed by so many people, but we will at least be able to rectify it for the next batch of recruits, as late as this correction is. If I may make a suggestion. I spoke up again, breaking her from her scowling. Speak, Shimoda. It may be beneficial to look for any combat experience, not just focusing on things like dead apostle hunts. Or in my case, fighting yokai in the past. While those kinds of things are no doubt worthy of notice, if a potential recruit had experience in the military, that would also be a great boon. It's nearly impossible to teach that kind of discipline to the random people we may find out and about without a lot of time and effort. The ability to keep calm under pressure, following orders without questioning them every step of the way, and handling extremely stressful and deadly situations. A wise sentiment. I believe it is a perspective I would not have considered. Wadime looked thoughtful. Such history is easy to overlook for vaunted magi, that is easy to not even consider them. Olga glared at him briefly before orientating herself. I will look into it and update our recruitment parameters. Your advice is most welcome, Shimoda. Sometimes your worldview is so skewed that you just don't consider certain things until someone pointed them out. Hell, Gramps and I are more than guilty for this same exact thing. And it would also be a great help if I had to leave. Finding someone to fill my spot would be easier if they knew how to lead teammates into battle. Good, but I have some questions and I believe it prudent to go over your combat session, as this was your first attempt. Olga continued on. Don't expect me to do this all the time. Since I was here, I may as well lend my expertise. Shall I grab my team then? I offered. We should turn this into a lecture for them. Even if we've barely covered servants in their full capacity, with the simulation fresh in their heads, it would be good to hammer in some details. All right, everyone, listen up. Olga slapped the chalkboard at the front of the room. Since it's your first time seeing combat at that level, we're going to do a breakdown of what you need to expect if you are put into that kind of situation. Olga said before that she wasn't going to get involved with B-Team as it was beneath her, but here she was. She may come off a little harsh, but she never did anything detrimental. The complete opposite from what I've seen thus far. She would always try her best to help with any problem that came her way. Yet, she would huff and groan, but she would do what she needed to make sure her subordinates were content. It's a little early for you all, but you got your first taste of how things will go if you have to deploy. Olga swept her gaze around the room. Shimoda here performed well above what was expected of him. You all are lucky to have someone adept giving you practical lessons. Thank you, Director. I took her pause as cue to cut in. So, as she said, we're going to do a little talk about my simulation. I clapped my hands, easing the tension a little in the room. Olga's presence seemed to have the effect of making everyone slightly cower. It was understandable in their position, but I wanted them at ease. We've barely covered the basics, but this is also a good opportunity as you all will be doing something similar in the coming weeks. I don't expect any of you to do, well, good at all. But we don't have the time to be gentle about our means. A-Team was kind enough to offer a schedule for when they will not be using the simulation room. Your leader will be making your own schedule to fill in those gaps when he deems you competent enough to take that step forward. Olga informed everyone. Which was nice of Wadime. I wouldn't say it was cutting into A-Team's training time as it was empty time slots, but it was nice all the same. He seemed like a genuinely nice guy. Unfortunately, he had other matters to attend to, so he had to leave. Moving on. Olga grabbed a piece of chalk and began writing on the board. The classes of servants that appeared in the simulation. You should be aware of the absolute basics by now after the few lectures you have participated in. The meaning behind the classes, for instance. We will start from the beginning. As well as Shimoda performed, what was his first mistake? I was actually curious what she was going to point out. No one raised their hand, but it felt more rhetorical on her part. What about you, Shimoda? What was your first mistake? Well, I suppose in hindsight, I made a mistake from her perspective. I put myself in the middle of the fight when I had the opportunity to take a step back. Olga looked at me for a moment before smiling slightly. Indeed. She nodded in approval. Servants are beyond the means of nearly every magus. It's a forgivable mistake in this CIRC* misstance, but it is not a good idea to stand in the middle of the fighting like he did. That isn't to say that masters are not involved, a master is part of a servant's strength. You would do well to remember this. But at the same time, you are also the biggest weakness for a servant. Your lives are much more valuable than your servants as well, take that into account in the future. She whipped her hands after writing on the board a few times. Shimoda, recount the exercise from your perspective. Yes, Director. I turned back to face my team. Starting from the beginning. You covered Noble Phantasm very briefly, so I won't delve too deep into the workings of those. They're a servant's trump card, sometimes cards, and come in many different shapes and sizes. You'll be able to see the servant you make a contract with, their stats and their Noble Phantasms. I was able to learn right away that my Berserker could become invincible for a short duration, my Lancer had a very precise and near-instant attack that was hard to block, and my Archer had a wide-range kill shot. A hand went up as I gestured to him. Go ahead, Samuel. How come the other, servants didn't use their Noble Phantasms? He spoke the term with a little difficulty, perhaps feeling odd to say out loud. A good question. Olga interjected. Shimoda basically explained why, but he will give his own opinion. I didn't give them the chance. I said simply. Good. Olga nodded. It was not a fluke, or luck. She sounded actually a little proud if I were to be honest. A Noble Phantasm generally costs an exorbitant amount of magical energy to release. It is not something to be used casually, a trump card is a valid explanation of what it usually means. There are exceptions, of course, but it holds true for most situations. Going back to my setup. I took over once more. I made my traditional archer take the high ground. Monsieur. Pierre put his hand up this time. What do you mean traditional archer? Another good question, and something we simply haven't covered yet. Classes are broad and simplified. Archer basically means any ranged servant that isn't a caster. An adequate simplification. Olga muttered. Continue. Right, so I made my archer take the high ground. I didn't have much time to set up a proper ambush, so I made use of the terrain. I set my Lancer merely out of sight so he could gain the initiative on his first engagement. And with my Berserker, complex commands wouldn't be well received. We covered why they're called Berserker, so I won't delve into that. So I made him well, to put it simply, he was my meat shield. Hey boss! Samuel put his hand up next. So, don't mean to be a downer. But you did a bunch of spells and stuff. We don't know any of that, how are we supposed to copy what you did? I was about to answer, but Olga stepped in. Your situation is different, admittedly. But you will be provided abundant resources by Caldia. We will be creating personal mystic codes for each of you that will help you if the situation calls for it. They stared blankly at her for a moment. Magical items. I clarified. Olga blinked, a flash of a flush for a moment. Thank you, Shimoda. She said quietly before clearing her throat. In addition, you will be learning to work as a team to overcome obstacles like this. Also, my talismans aren't particularly difficult to use. I pursed my lips, thinking it over. Get reinforcement down, and I'll start teaching you all how to use them and make sure you are all outfitted with an assortment. At least the basic talismans weren't difficult to use. Nothing more than one-time use mystic codes. Channel magical energy, activate their effects. Things like the shielding talisman, a healing talisman, a few basic elemental talismans, etc. I had a lot I prepared beforehand. The benefit was their ease of use and lack of magical energy required, the drawback being their strength was lacking compared to the equivalent of a spell cast through normal means. Skathik didn't let me leave until she thought I made adequate preparations for nearly every situation. Honestly, it was just her way of showing her concern and caring about me. They noticeably perked up, and I couldn't fault them. Who wouldn't be excited about playing with magic? If that is sorted, we will continue. Olga actually sounded a little enthusiastic, despite her earlier claim that she wouldn't be helping B-Team and it was beneath her. Her eyes were lighting up with a certain gleefulness that I hadn't seen before. Now, let's go over his combat strategy, and the commands he issued. Thank you for your help, Director. I said as the team filed out of the room. We had been in a discussion for well over 3 hours, and Olga barely even noticed. Yes, well, I was just doing my duty as your senior and the director. She always preened under her praise. Having you here helped them greatly, I'm sure. I find it unlikely that any other experienced magi would be so willing to spend their time to help them. It wasn't a bother, she said in a hushed tone. They actually listened to me, so it wasn't unpleasant. The last bit was added with barely a whisper. And I felt like there was a lot to unpack with what she said. But I was going to pretend to not hear her. I don't think she meant to voice her thoughts like that. Geez, she must have had it rough if something like this was enough to make her so happy. I said before that it must have been stressful to run an organization like this, especially after her father passed. But maybe I was just underestimating what she actually had to do to get this far and keep her position. You have done well, Shimoda. She returned to her rather stoic expression. I'm pleased that you handled yourself so well in the simulation, and you have good theoretical knowledge that I don't find lacking. Since you are the leader of B Team, I believe you can be let into one of the secrets we're keeping. Secret? I repeated, a lot more interested now. Could this be a clue I was looking for? I hadn't been able to pick out any major problem yet. Sure, Lef was a big red flag, but that hadn't crossed into the boundary of problem on the same scale as what this singularity represented. Not to mention the other things I've met here. As you know, servant summoning through the fate system has only a minuscule possibility of succeeding right now. Fortunately, we have been able to summon a singular servant and they have been a great help to Caldia. Olga informed me. I will take you to meet Caster. Caster. I blinked. Are they a traditional caster or someone who just fills the role? While I was a little sad that it didn't go the direction I thought, it was still interesting to meet another servant. A traditional caster. Olga replied. I mentioned mystic codes for B Team, we can discuss what you should need with her as she will be the one to fulfill those requests. She has taken over certain duties since her summoning, some of which involves the production of mystic codes. Fascinating. Unfortunately I couldn't reveal myself. I would love to talk shop, but I had to keep my competency a secret beyond what I've already shown. Olga began leading me out the room and down the hall. Please remember that her existence is a secret. I don't want to have to deal with outsiders wanting to bother her for their own personal gain. Yet, a caster-class servant would undoubtedly have knowledge that most magi would salivate over. Who else knows? A Team, Roman, Lev, myself and a select few more of the staff that she has to interact with. She does wander around from time to time, but her existence as a servant is a secret. Noted, I'll be careful about it in the future. I stated as we approached an end of the facility I had yet to visit until now. I was able to sense many different kinds of bounded fields and defense mechanisms. Are we approaching personal workshops? You noticed. Olga eyed me inquisitively. You have good senses. I noticed when Assassin attacked you in the simulation and you called for your Lancer before he even appeared. It's a shame you haven't had the opportunity to apply to the association for your talent to blossom. I thank you for the praise, but I don't think I would fit well in that environment. Regardless, this is where personal workshops of the staff are housed. I don't think I need to tell you what that entails. If you're found trying to break into one, being fired may be the least of your concerns. But I don't suspect I will have to watch you for that. She continued onwards, several more bounded fields washed over us. Caster has 2 workshops, a public and a private one. She can be found in her public one most of the time, and if the situation calls for it, you can approach and attempt to contact her. Anything I should know about this caster servant? They are eccentric. Olga twitched a little bit. Here we are. Olga didn't even give a knock of courtesy, she pushed the door right open. Director, you're here. A cheerful voice greeted us. Caster. The director returned curtly. I peeked in to see who spoke. A woman wearing a bright blue and red set of garments that wouldn't be out of place at a Renaissance festival, yet at the same time, had a modern touch with a skirt that showed off some very beautiful legs. She had bright blue eyes, shoulder-length brown hair, and what could be described as a gorgeous face. Oh my, who's this? Caster looked at me. Ah, you're Takao Shimoda. I had a few moments, so I watched your simulation battle. On Myoji, an interesting bit of magecraft. It took me a few minutes to figure it out. Not very difficult, but it was fun. I blinked. Thank you. What do you mean you watched? Olga narrowed her eyes. I hacked into the surveillance. She said as if it was unimportant. But, introductions are now required. She spun around once in her chair before jumping to her feet. You were admiring my body, as expected. Continue looking at this model of perfection that I crafted for my vessel. Gaze upon my genius and splendor, for no beauty could match that which I have created. And are you wondering who stands before you in such perfection? It is I, Day. 8 out of 10. The caster came to a screeching stop. Pardon. You said you made that body? I'm assuming it wasn't the form you were supposed to be summoned in, but your preference by your admittance of crafting it. I give it an 8 out of 10, not bad. Why did it suddenly get a lot colder in the room? Chapter 345, Chapter 312. Haha, I think I misheard you. The servant giggled menacingly. I think you called my greatest work only an 8 out of 10. You're basically just copying yourself. How could you call this your greatest work? I replied. You were going to introduce yourself as Leonardo da Vinci, yes. She nodded. Oh, by the way, do you still want to be called that? I don't want to presume since you made yourself a woman. It was easy to guess her identity once I took a look around the room in addition to some other small clues. There were drawings and blueprints with designs that were rather iconic and connected to a well-known artist. She blinked, smiling lightly as the tension eased. That's sweet. I don't really care about gender. Man, woman, what's the difference? My genius transcends all of that. So, feel free to just call me Da Vinci-chan. Da Vinci it is. I nodded. I'm actually a little bit of a fan. Oh. She perked up. What one of my works is your favorite? That's hard to decide. I tapped my chin. I want to pick out one specific project of yours, but honestly, I think my favorite overall were the plethora of designs that basically predicted a lot of modern inventions. Though, honestly, all of your works are cultural icons that make it hard to choose a favorite. Those old things. She flipped her hair back with a bright smile. Those was just some doodles I scribbled when I was bored. But I suppose it's to be expected from a genius like myself. I wish I had been told you were here beforehand, I would have prepared something proper to ask for your autograph. She let out a cute laugh. Oh, that's kind of you to say. I really do appreciate that my works have managed to survive and continue to inspire people even centuries later. What's happening? Olga said in confusion. You insulted her looks, and now she's happy. That was that, and this is this. Da Vinci shrugged. It's obvious for him to lavish me with praise, even if he seems to be a bore that can't recognize beauty perfected when he sees it. She introduced herself as a craftsman, not a model of sorts. I was critiquing her work in that same spirit, not insulting her looks. I defended myself. And I disagree that it's a representation of perfection. I would never be so crass to just wantonly critique a woman's looks with blatant disregard. However, it was obvious she had been promoting herself as the crafter, more so than propping herself up through her own looks. I suppose everyone's entitled to an opinion, no matter how wrong it is. I couldn't agree more. We stared at one another for a moment, a twitching smile was on her face. Says the person whose eyes lingered on my legs for an extra 0.32 seconds. Well, they're nice legs. Was she trying to fluster me? Ha! Though, the corners of her lips curled up. They are, aren't they? She looked at me coquettishly, her dainty hand lowered down to the hem of her skirt, a single finger tugging on it, raising it up an inch. One might even say perfect. What are you doing, you perverted servant? Olga squeaked out. I almost forgot she was there, as Da Vinci understandably held my full attention for the moment. But the director was sporting a very red face as she threw her finger at the servant in accusation. Be decent, you scoundrel. You can marvel at my perfect form as well, director, I don't mind. The servant stopped her act with a laugh, plopping back into her seat. Though, she did have a little smug look about her when she noticed I gave her legs another glance. Can't take your eyes away, It seems that someone isn't being honest. I've seen better. I said nonchalantly, making her smile twitch again. Humph, playing hard are you? I'll make you admit to my perfection sooner or later. She relaxed, the playfulness of hers settled back down. I could more or less parse her personality from the first few moments. I didn't feel like she would be truly insulted when I made that comment. At least you're more fun than most of the other magi here, stuffy blowhards. I'll take that as a compliment from the great Da Vinci. I chuckled. Even if that's not much of a threshold to overcome. Will you two stop flirting? Olga stomped her foot. Oh fine. Da Vinci exhaled. I guess we'll get started on the boring stuff, then I can go back to my own projects. What can I do for you, Director? I assume it has something to do with the blind magus you brought. Do you need me to make him a mystic code to repair his vision? That may be a task that even a genius such as I would find difficult. It's weird, I've never had a problem with my vision before. I replied with a rather dry tone. Maybe it's someone else who's blind and projecting a little bit here. Enough. Olga huffed. I don't care if you two hate each other, but stop bickering and wasting my time. I don't hate her. I shook my head. Why would you think that? Da Vinci also blinked in confusion. Olga covered her face, letting out a groan. Just, let's settle what we came here for. We were going to request mystic codes for those cute B team members you're training. Yeah, I know. Da Vinci interrupted. I mostly got the designs ready. How? Olga questioned softly. Did you not hear me earlier when I said I hacked the surveillance system for the training rooms? Da Vinci once again said it with complete nonchalance. Do keep up. Wonderful, that saves some time. I interjected, noticing the fuming expression that Olga had. What were your thoughts? Tricky, tricky. Da Vinci tapped her chin. But I managed to get something that should work. You may give me your praise. She beamed/said/preened as she grabbed a piece of paper out of a stack at the desk she was sitting at, shoving it into my hands. I looked it over and couldn't help but be impressed. Did you copy the idea of my talisman shield and add it on? How long ago did I even show that off? It was a quaint spell. She shrugged. For people who have no knowledge of spellcraft, I had to tone down any of my usual inventions to something they could properly manage. Give me that. Olga growled, still seething as she tugged it out of my hands. A modified uniform, acceptable. You added in spells with a single activation phrase. The power is limited, and you focused nearly entirely on utility. I suppose it's the best we can expect in these **** Using a form of displacement magecraft, the shielding spell can be used on oneself or the target of choice. I leaned over Olga's shoulder, further reading the doc * meant. An elegant change and one I hadn't considered. Even more so when it still completely retains the simplicity of pointing and saying shield to actualize. It will certainly be a useful tool, and one capable for them to learn to use without much effort. Of course, who do you think I am? Da Vinci preened. I had to make room for something like that, along with the healing spell, and for offense I included a Gandra spell. Obviously, they all have a set amount of uses before they have to recharge, but for complete beginners, it's the best I can manage. That being said, it originally included a strengthening spell, but that's pointless if you're teaching them reinforcement. So, you have room to add another spell if you're fine with what I've created already, even though we both know the answer to that. The smugness in her tone was not hidden whatsoever. What about a binding spell similar to what I used? She tapped her chin in thought. I can manage that easily enough. When do you think you can have them all done, so I can schedule them to get some practical use with the training simulation? Today's Tuesday, so Friday, since I do have something else I need to wrap up. She hummed. Really? You can get them all done in 3-ish days? That's really impressive. I was being completely genuine. Looking over the designs for their uniforms, it wasn't standard material she was going to work with. And she was going to make some decent mystic codes, as simplified as possible, which was not an easy take, and get it all done in a few days. Well, I can have 80% of it done 3 days. She said cheerfully. I had to resist the urge to let out a sigh. You're going to hold a grudge, aren't you? Let's call it 8/10 of a grudge. Ah well, I suppose I asked for that. I like her though. I hummed to myself as I walked down the corridors of the facility. A small smile and nodded as I greeted the other staff members. I've been here for a couple weeks now, give or take a day or two. At this point, I think my face was becoming familiar. And I could more or less figure out where everything was here. Having explored the corners when I had free time meant no more getting lost. With a pep in my step, I pushed open the door leading to the facility's library. It was open to basically anyone, but it was practically empty this time of day. I think it got most of its use later in the evening when a good portion of the staff clocked out. One of the benefits of the job was the extensive amount of knowledge they gathered here. There was a good chunk of the staff that were magi of first and second generations. They mostly composed of non-essential positions, but in return for their several years of service, they could have access to things like this. A library filled with many different crafts, albeit nothing of any true secrecy, but some rare and obscure works could be found here. It was leagues beyond the resources available to those first and second generation families that were trying to muddle through by themselves without any foundation. This was, of course, just one of many benefits the staff here would receive for their work. They were dedicating literal years of their life to this place, but they were certainly not losing out for their contributions. Once I stepped through the threshold, I did notice someone else in here. Fancy seeing you here. I waved to Hinako, who sat quietly in a corner, reading a book. She obviously noticed me when I walked in. Did you need something, or did you just come here to bother me? The elemental slammed her book shut, sending me a glare. I didn't even know you were here. I blinked in confusion at her sudden burst of anger. But if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were avoiding me. I haven't seen her since the day in the simulation room a while ago. And despite Wadim's insistence on my training with a team, they haven't had any team training exercises recently. I was. She huffed. Do you really have to be so blunt about it? Maybe spare my feelings a little? I don't think I've done anything to earn this kind of response. You blackmailed me. Because you basically kidnapped me and tried to blackmail me first. I did not kidnap you. She scowled. What do you call forcing a young and impressionable youth to a dark corner away from prying eyes? I countered. Young and impressionable. She scoffed. I'm barely in my 20s, you know. Like I would believe that. She accompanied that a very visible eye roll. And that's only because I spent time in a place that time flowed differently. Based on my birthday, I'm barely out of high school. Actually, I'm a high school dropout. It was still a funny thought. Honestly, I think the only one who would care about that would be Venelana, and not in the way of being ashamed or anything. I don't think she cares about human education. Speaking of, I should call her, well, her and the others. I think it might be important with her since she's the newest to my harem, and as such I wanted to make sure she knows I value our relationship. I can't tell if you are lying or not, and it's concerning me. Why would I lie about something like this? I shrugged, not really caring if she believed me or not. How would I know why one of your kind does anything? One of my kind? That sounds vaguely racist. And you don't even know what race I am, considering my mother was human. I'm pretty sure you have no idea. I faced the nearest bookshelf, looking over the titles. I am not racist. Sounds like something a racist would say. I barely held back the snicker as I pulled a book from the shelf. I briefly flipped through the pages before putting it back. But you keep assuming I'm a divine spirit when I'm really not. As I said, I'm barely into my 20s and my mom was human. Then how else do you have divinity and an authority? That's not just something you can pick up on the street. She huffed in annoyance. I turned back and looked at her with a completely straight face. I usurped it from the deity I killed. I didn't elaborate and turned back around. Another scoff I heard told me that she wasn't believing me. Oh well. Though, I was adopted by a goddess. I go to visit her sometimes, she's really sweet. Oh, and one of my best friends is a goddess, I go to her death realm to visit her sometimes as well. And then there's my lover who's an eldritch goddess. Stop mocking me. She growled, slamming her book on the table. If you say so. I whistled innocently, going back to doing what I was doing. Specifically, I was looking for a few books on theory for my team to study in their downtime. I couldn't keep shoving lectures down their throats and running their bodies rampant. They did need some downtime, but that could be spent casually reading some helpful materials. The only issue was that I was not a beginner, and I was having trouble filling in all the gaps they would need. It's been way too long since I had to think with that mindset. Even when I regained my memories, I never thought of myself as a novice. Sure, I was not well equipped and had to build myself back up, but my foundation was solid beyond reproach. That's not to mention all the miscellaneous knowledge IACC mulat in my past life that I inherited. What are you looking for? I cast a sideways glance at Hinako, who had approached me by her own accord. Her tone was a lot softer than it was just moments prior. Want me out of your hair quicker? Relax, I'll stop bothering you once I get what I came here for. I put another book back onto the shelf, ignoring her presence. Look, I'm sorry, alright? I didn't meant to come off as a bitch. I'm just not used to dealing with other people, and you're making me nervous by just being here. She said quietly. You're right, I was the one who forced us together and started everything. I looked at her for a moment before relenting. Honestly didn't expect her to apologize, she seemed like the type to keep doubling down regardless of the CIRC* misstances. Alright, apology accepted. I can understand where you're coming from. Even if we reached an agreement, I'm sure you've been feeling anxious about everything. I don't know what this servant means to you, but obviously they're very important that you don't want your chances ruined. And it was left unsaid that my own offer, that she seemingly accepted last time, she was still a little skeptical about. My husband. She whispered. He was my husband. Oh. I was unsure of how to respond to that. There was a small but awkward silence that ensued before she spoke up again. What are you looking for? Maybe I can help. She offered, and I happily took the chance to change the subject. I did not expect her to be so honest like that, and it took me completely off guard. Study materials for my team for their downtime. They're complete and utter novices, as you know, so I wanted something to help them learn and put them in the right mindset. Maybe a couple books on self-hypnosis since I will be touching on that soon enough. I'll check on the other shelf, and start pulling things off I think will help. She replied, immediately going to the side to start scanning through the books. I haven't found anything yet. Yet, we just started looking. No, I mean, I was looking into things, quietly of course, and I haven't found anything out of the ordinary about what's going on. She clarified, taking a book off and tossing it on the nearby table before continuing. You mean you didn't conveniently overhear someone's diabolic plans as they conveniently explained it step by step in detail? I let out a faux noise of surprise. The elemental let out a snort of amusement. Unfortunately, no convenient villainous monologue. Have you tried putting Lef in front of a mirror? Maybe he'll start practicing when no one's watching. After you mentioned him, he's been giving me an unsettling feeling. I knew he wasn't human already, but I didn't really care. But now that I'm paying attention, it's obvious he has something against you. And I have no idea what he is. He was antagonistic the moment I first met him. And oddly enough, I feel the same way towards him, and I have no idea why. My current theory is that our bloodlines just don't mesh well, but I'm not entirely convinced. I don't suppose you're going to tell me what you are. What aren't I? I'm part god, part dragon, part angel, part devil, part. Can you be serious? She huffed, tossing another book onto the growing pile. I guess it's not my place. Not like I go around wanting humans to know about my background. I smiled and chuckled lightly. It's not like I expected this to be easy. But I also appreciate the effort. I did it for what you promised. She grunted, tossing one last book onto the table before stopping. And this should be enough for now, what do you think? I carried a few more books myself, adding them to the pile. Looks good, thanks. You're really acting as B-Team's leader. She said, looking over what we collected. You're not just playing around. Of course. The moment they put their lives into my hands, I made a promise to do what I could to make sure they survive while we settle this singularity. Honestly, I hope they don't get deployed, but I'll do what I can to help them if they do. Does that include revealing yourself? She asked. I paused only for a brief moment. They're my subordinates, I'll do what I have to in order to protect them. I'm starting to believe you aren't a divine spirit. The ones I've met in the past would never care about humans like you apparently do. I think that's the nicest thing you've said to me. She crossed her arms with an eye roll. Don't get used to it. I couldn't help but chuckle a little bit. Looking at her relaxed posture, I thought maybe we could actually get along. Takao Shimoda. What? She looked at me in confusion. Maybe we got off on the wrong foot before I held my hand up. Takao Shimoda, it's the name my mom gave me. It's not the name I normally use, but it's not necessarily fake either. She looked down at my hand before letting out a sigh and taking it in hers. Hinako Akuta, it's not my real name, but it's what I go by here. I think I saw the tiniest hint of a smile as she said that. Meant to release this chapter with the one earlier today, but I only got like 3 hours of sleep and couldn't do it in time. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my p.a.t.r.e.o.n.c.o.m/astory4own. Comment. 48 Comment. Vote. Chapter 346, Chapter 313. Sorry I'm late, Director. Roman said as he scurried into the room holding a stack of papers. You're always late. The director, seemingly used to Roman's tardiness, just rolled her eyes. Director, you're always so mean to me. Roman slumped his shoulders with a sigh, setting the paperwork down on the nearby table. Then stopped fooling around. She huffed. Did you bring what I asked? Of course. He smiled warmly. I have the medical doc *ments you asked for, and everything else. Will Roman be staying while we conduct the test? I asked. Olga looked contemplative. It would be beneficial if he was on standby. It's funny, as much as she complained about the effort she put to help with B-team matters, saying how it was beneath her and everything, she genuinely seemed to like being involved in some capacity. More so than just a keep me informed mentality that I originally thought she meant. No, she often made time to come on over to inspect everything and even sometimes give lectures or advice. Test for what? Roman blinked. And hello, Takao. He gave a warm greeting. Honestly, the few times I've met him since the whole barrel debacle, he had been very friendly to me. Hello, Roman. I chuckled. Night and day compared to the other Roman. We're going to conduct the first self-reinforcement test on a B-team member. Olga briefly explained. Shimoda here tried a different approach to their training, and we're going to see if it's worth it to continue down this path or if we need to scrap it for something more practical. We were right around the point where we had to commit on a direction, otherwise time limits wouldn't allow us to do anything. At this point, if Olga felt like it was a wasted effort, we still had time to focus on something else as the singularity deployment approached. Oh right. Roman nodded. I heard you were doing that. I can't say I necessarily agree with inexperienced magi like them attempting something like this, but I can also see the logic. It's the most well-rounded spell for nearly any given situation. And I was specifically going to focus on their lower half. Basically, I wanted them to have the best tool to just get out of harm's way with. Nothing can really beat being able to run away quickly. Roman looked like he agreed with my thinking. I guess it's my job, regardless of where I am. How surprising, you remember you have a job. Olga said dryly. Director. Roman whined. What? Do you think I don't know where you disappear to when trying to skip work? She huffed with arms crossed. And I know all about your secret stashes of sweets. Castor showed me all of them. What? No, Leo wouldn't do that. She would if I threatened her budget. No, Director, please don't touch my snacks. Then I better see you doing your job. She harumphed. I couldn't help but smile at the pair. They really did get along well, despite the harsh way she was chiding him. It didn't really feel like she was actually upset. Humph. Olga ignored his continued pleas as she reached for the stack of papers. Who's going to be first, Shimoda? I want to choose Samuel. I replied, having given it thought previously. He's not the most talented out of the bunch, but he's never tried to push boundaries and he's very hard-working. Good at following directions and rather meticulous. 26 years old, born to a wealthy family in Texas. Grew up on a farm and graduated college near the top of his class. She summarized the information provided. His medical report looks all right, nothing that would stand out, a low amount of circuits, but they are average in quality. Not bad considering he was randomly brought in without any real pedigree to speak of. Out of curiosity, are there any talented ones among them? Roman asked. I mean, not in a bad way, I'm not trying to say they're untalented or anything. He awkwardly tried to correct himself. I get what you mean, no harm done. I assured him. Well, it seems the youngest is probably the most talented. Benjamin, conveniently grew up in London. Olga didn't keep track of the minute details of B-Team as a whole, she had to rummage through the pile of papers to find who I was talking about. 22 years old, college dropout. She frowned, skimming over most his information. Parents are in prison, joined a gang for several years. She continued to scowl. Did we really hire such a scoundrel? She looked up in disbelief with a scoff. At least he stopped selling drugs on the corner of the street like a vagrant before being recruited. Not everyone is dealt a good hand in life, Director. Olga frown deepened, looking at me before relenting with a sigh. I haven't heard of him misbehaving, so I won't question it. She shook her head for a moment before flipping pages. Below average quantity of circuits, but high quality. Of course the drug dealer would have the best circuits out of all of them. I know scions of noble families that have worse circuits. He's a good kid, just a little too playful. I leaned back against the desk. Give it a few years and he might be someone worth picking up. The director snorted again. We'll see when his contract is up. If he shows promise, I can recommend him to some places. That was about the best I could do. If Benjamin wanted to pursue a career in this world, he was more than welcome to after his tenure at Caldia. I would see if I could help the others of my team once everything was settled. I pushed myself up off the corner of the desk, giving a light clap. Alrighty, shall we get this show on the road? Welcome, Samuel Washington. Olga was sitting in a chair as Samuel stood straight, trying not to appear nervous in front of her. Director. He greeted very directly, earning a nod from her. Good, he's learned well. If you don't know how to respond to someone in these kind of circ misstances, be very simple but polite in the greeting, in this instance, using her title. Let's see, you've been with Caldia for a little over a month at this point. How have you settled in? She looked up from the papers in her lap. It's been difficult, ma'am. He said honestly. Olga wasn't put off by his admittance. It's good to be honest. I understand how our world may be hard for you to acclimate to. She had a rare smile about her as she continued. We called you here because we're going to begin the next phase in your training. Know that your team leader has been training you in a very unorthodox fashion, understandably due to the time constraints we're operating under. This is both a test for him and yourself to see how you perform. Are you okay to proceed? Boss has been good to us, ma'am. I don't know much about how things are supposed to be, but he's treated us well and been helping us a lot. I trust boss to be doing his best. Geez, he was going to make me blush. Olga had a strange look about as Samuel spoke. Good, let's begin with activating your circuits. Samuel nodded, holding his arm out, and a couple seconds later they were filled with the familiar patterns lighting up under his skin. Roughly 2 seconds to activate, not horrible. Olga noted, writing something down. Especially after only having about a month to practice with them. But I expect it to be near instantaneous in the coming weeks. I'll keep practicing, Director. See that you do. She said with a small amount of encouragement. We'll begin the first test. Shimoda presented him with the object. Here you go, Samuel. I tossed him a glass orb, just like he'd been practicing with before. Do the same that you've been doing and tell us when you're done. Samuel nodded, holding it up to his eyes as he very clearly began to concentrate. It took longer than just to activate his circuits, probably about 30 seconds in total before he relaxed slightly. I'm done. Olga lifted herself off the seat, stepping forward to take it from his hand. Standard reinforcement, consistent frequency of parallel augmentation with an overlapping matrix of magical energy. She held it up to the light. Surface level is pristine, crystalline structure shows only very minor damage from spell cast, advisable for some inspection on the micro-level fractures for the future. Otherwise, high marks. Olga replied, a rare amount of praise leaving her lips. However, there is one last test. Olga reeled back her arm, planted her foot on the ground and threw the orb hard at the wall. Perhaps with more force than necessarily as the wind whipped with her movement. The glass orb slammed into the wall, but it didn't shatter into pieces. It deformed, cracked, and nearly imploded into itself, but it still retained a nearly solid shape as it bounced onto the ground. Guess I didn't do too well. Samuel said awkwardly. Nonsense. Olga replied, beating me to it. Do you expect a glass orb to sustain no damage even with a cast of perfect reinforcement with the force I used? She flipped her hair back. The nature of the reinforcement spell is to augment and strengthen the concept of the object in question. Regardless, it is still a glass object, holding the understanding and mystery of brittle and delicate. Yes, there is room for improvement, but it did not shatter and retained its form in a general shape. It was a good cast, well done. Thanks. Samuel said kind of awkwardly again. I couldn't have said it better myself. I walked up, patting Samuel on the shoulder. But don't get too happy, the next part is going to be difficult. He's right. And as the head doctor on staff, I'm going to warn you again of the dangers of using reinforcement on yourself. I don't think I need to go into detail after seeing all your failures. Roman walked over, picking up the deformed glass orb. It won't be pretty if things go wrong. I want to try, sir. Samuel resolved himself. Good, you have courage. Olga smiled lightly at his insistence on continuing. Keep Roman's words in mind, but do remember, we have medical facilities that are beyond what you can imagine. Don't be afraid to fail, that's why we have the setup as we do. She was being weirdly gentle with the whole thing. I'm starting to wonder if she just has a hard time connecting with people and just defaults to her normal director attitude for every situation. That, and it must be very tiresome and stressful to handle Caldia's matters on her lonesome. I don't think she's a bully or something that likes to lord herself over others. So, given the situation, she's probably acting more in tune with her true self. I'll be helping you along this time. I reassure him. Take a seat, cross-legged, I'll help be your guide for the first few times so you can get a good idea of what to do. You may proceed when you are ready. Olga said, not rushing us. Samuel nodded, taking a seat as I put a hand on his shoulder. Don't fight my magical energy, you should know the feeling now, so just relax. Granted, his body would do it unconsciously as all would, but if he were to actively struggle it would be more detrimental and likely dangerous. We're going to focus on a single part, specifically your legs. I told him, getting a good look at his inner workings with the help of structural grasp. Normally, this kind of spell work would involve another spell, structural grasp, which allows you to view the inner workings of something at its most basic. However, in complexity, it can rival reinforcement on just theory and learning alone. With the time constraints, we're skipping that step to get you all to have a general idea of how much you can push yourself without self-harming. Got it, boss. Samuel closed his eyes and I was feeling rather warm by how much he was trusting me right now. I never really had students before, but I kind of thought of them in that way. I'm going to start. All right, I'm right here, just do it slowly like you did with the glass. I said quietly, not to distract him. His magic circuits flared as the magical energy filled his body and he focused it towards his legs. It took hold as the spell cast began. Even it out, left leg needs more, but only a tiny bit. I whispered as I watched him adjust himself. I used my own magical energy to help guide him, a very gentle touch to help him feel his own body out and not overexert any specific part too much. It wasn't perfect, but I wasn't going to pick out every single minute detail right at the start. The important thing was for the spell to actualize completely without any major problem. The familiar signs enveloped his legs as the spell took hold. Though, there were a few spots that began turning red. I was about to say something, but he noticed apparently as well as he went about fixing it by himself. Samuel let out a grunt of pain as his body jerked, but he opened his eyes. There was a moment of silence as I patted him on the shoulder again. Well done, you did it. I feel weird. Samuel mumbled as he tried to stand up, but stumbled slightly. Careful, your legs are operating at a much higher level now. I steadied himself. Wait, don't move, let me give him a quick checkup. Roman hurried over, also propping him up as he leaned down to inspect his legs. Looks like you strained several muscles, prolonged use in this state will tear them if you aren't careful. There's a few ruptured blood vessels, and you inflated some veins which will flame up shortly as well. I also see a very faint hairline fracture along your shin. He listed off. What's the verdict, Roman? Olga asked. In an emergency, it's passable. Roman stood back up. Obviously, I'm going to take him back to my office for a more thorough checkup. But, if this was all that happened while in the field, it's not too bad and passable. Granted, the spell effect is probably only at about a fifth of the standard of a more experienced variant. For a first try, these are acceptable parameters, well done. Olga praised again. Roman, take him back to your office, to double check to make sure there's nothing we missed. On it, Director. He nodded. And keep your reinforcement active, I want to see if there's any other problems that come up from the short walk over. Roman said as he ushered the Southern Magus out of the room. I watched them go only to turn back in time to see Olga do a little fist pump into the air. She blinked, noticed me and blushed a little in embarrassment. Pretend you didn't see that. She said firmly. See what? I smiled wistfully, but I held back a laugh. Is it up to your standards, Director? You did good work, Shimoda. We just need to get them to be able to cast it quickly and efficiently without any major bodily harm and they will be field operable at a minimum. Olga preened. And I can gloat to the investors and those vultures that we managed to teach a bunch of mundane people something as complicated as reinforcement in just over a month. That should keep their mouths shut for a while and give me some breathing room. She sounded rather enthused by that idea. So you agree with my direction for training? I admit I was and still am skeptical, but the results prove themselves. We need to outline the whole process and begin making preparations for the incoming flux of new master candidates. I've held off on bringing the next batch until now so we could have a streamlined training process. However, I believe you are ready to take them on now. Next batch, hey. I scratched my head. How many are we talking? Counting your current team and A team, we decided on a total of 50 mastery candidates. Not all of them will be arriving at the same time in the next batch, but it should be the vast majority minus a handful. Olga replied. I expect them to arrive within the week after I give the go-ahead. That should give me enough time to standardize everything and get my current team on the right track. I would be a little more busy, but it also solidified my spot among the staff. At this point, I'm pretty sure Olga was very appreciative of my talents. It hadn't been entirely smooth sailing. I had no experience teaching people for extended periods of time. And most of those I had conversed with before had been among those I could call peers. It was slow going at first until I could get a hang of things for complete beginners. But, it's apparently paid off after working for so long. Excuse me, Director. There was a knock at the open door as Wadime politely interrupted. Kirshtarya. Olga immediately took a rather even tone with him, the light fondness she was showing off earlier nearly disappeared entirely. I take it congratulations are in order for your excitement? He asked. First test was a success. I didn't hide it. Remarkable. Perhaps there is some room to write a paper on the practical applications. He said idly but blinked and seemed regather his thoughts. I apologize, I seem to have had a stray thought. But I have come to request your presence tomorrow as I will be gathering a team to conduct a team exercise. While I don't expect you to participate in every aspect of my team, I was hoping you would come and acquaint yourself with them in the case of emergency and you will have to take Beryl's place. And I believe it would be beneficial if you were to associate with them regardless due to being the leader of B team. I can make time, I look forward to meeting the remainder of A team. Wonderful. The A team leader smiled brightly. The singularity approaches, but I believe a few instances of cooperative training will do wonders in the worst case scenario. That's right, they're going to deploy soon, should be right as the next round of trainees arrive. It seems odd on the surface, but they're going to attack the singularity right as the moment presents itself, leaving quite a bit of time before things delve into a critical situation. Meaning, in the worst case, if A team fails, we still have time for a proper response, i.e. B team. Even in that case, we would still have several months afterwards to train and resolve the problem before it passed the point of irreparable damage. Well, I can't say I had a lot of confidence considering the whole reason I'm here. But I think I'll get a lot of my questions answered once the singularity approached in a little while. Chapter 347, Chapter 314. Welcome, Takao Shimoda. Wadime waved his arms in a grandiose manner as he pushed the door open. It was a rather mundane action in nature, but I suppose he wanted to add a little flair to our first meeting. I walked forward at his beckoning and was greeted by several people in the room. There were some familiar faces though most were unfamiliar faces that greeted me as I walked in. Introduction then. Shall we start with the ones you've met thus far? Wadime asked, a little rhetorically as he continued on. Hinako Akuta he gestured towards the elemental who quietly stood a little off to the side of the group, a small book in her hand which her eyes peeked over it. I gave her a good-natured smile and I believed I saw the hints of one reciprocated, the book blocked most of face so it was hard to tell. At the very least, she seemed a lot less hostile than previously. I would even almost call it friendly by the shift in her posture. Next we have Kadoxim Lupus. He gestured towards the young man I had met in Olga's office previously. He shrunk a little under the attention, but held up a hand in a small motion of acknowledgement. I returned the greeting, trying to appear approachable as the guy seemed really withdrawn. Next we have Ophelia Famersaloni. Wadime moved on to a young woman standing a little closer to Hinako compared to the others. It's a pleasure. I smiled towards her as well. She had long brown hair with a slender and attractive figure. But the most notable thing about her was the large eye patch that covered her right eye. Hello. She said curtly. Am I next? Someone else stepped up. He was very flamboyant. One side of his head was mostly shaved with purple highlights on what remained, while the rest was pink and slicked back. He wore some very tight and form-fitting clothing that bordered on skimpy. I didn't want to stereotype, but I was making a couple assumptions. Scandinavia Pepperon Sino. He held his hand out rather demurely. And I was fairly sure that name was completely and utterly fake. But on the other hand, Magi have some really F***ing weird naming conventions. Hell, I barely batted an eye at Remnant's cultural insistence on naming their children based on colors in comparison. I took it, not changing my expression. Takao Shimoda, it's a pleasure to meet you. Aren't you charming? He smiled. I heard you fought Beryl. Things turned out that way. I shrugged. Can't say most of us get along with him too much, but he was a member of our team. His carefree attitude sort of shifted slightly as he eyed me for a moment before shifting again. Oh well, he probably had it coming. I just hope we can all get along in the future for the sake of the mission. He smiled cheerfully again. I have no problems focusing on the mission. I kept my reply vague, but also extended a hand halfway. If Beryl caused more problems in the future, I wouldn't sit back and take it, but I wouldn't go looking for trouble. He smiled again, but didn't speak any more. Wadime nodded in approval before turning to the last one present. Finally, David Semvoid. A young man with blonde hair and light purple eyes. He was wearing black cargo pants, a black dress shirt with a tie and a light striped vest over it with a black leather long coat to complete the ensemble. Honestly, he was the most normal appearing one of the group. But why did something about him make me feel uneasy? Not hostile like I was with Lev, just a faint feeling that made me unnerved around him. You're very bright. The normal-looking man tilted his head and commented without changing his expression. Thank you. I offered in return, confused by what exactly he meant by that. We do have one more member, technically. But due to certain CIRC* misstances, her participation is uncertain for now. Wadime chimed back in. However, I believe you've already met Mash Kyrie Light. The adorable lilac-haired girl? Yeah, I met her already. I confirmed. Wonderful, then you are acquainted with every member of the team. While the time before deployment makes team training difficult at this point, I do hope that what little time we spend together helps us build a rapport in the unfortunate case that you are required to reshift with us. Wadime the ever-polite Magus explained. Is that why you called us together, cursed Arya? Pepperon Sino asked. Some good old team bonding. It was my hope. The A-team leader acknowledged. Shall we convene to the simulation room and have a few practice matches? I will have this be a small test for our newest potential member. Oh? Sounded interesting. It was nice that Wadime was trying to include me. Honestly, I was starting to feel rather fond of Caldia as a whole at this point. Sure, there were the negatives that I wouldn't gloss over, like the stuck-up magi that skulked the halls, or Beryl even. Hell, ignoring that little creature that I've gone out of my way to avoid, and even Lev, I was enjoying my time here. I inspected my servant, giving him a thorough look over. Assassin wasn't my preferred summon, but I could make do. Again, as I looked around the area, I was enthralled with the sheer competency of what the Chaldean technology had achieved. I really wanted one of these rooms for myself, and I was seriously considering about how to get the blueprints. I wonder if Gramps could get them for me? Maybe I could get them myself once my job here was done. Then again, Olga may not be happy if I skipped out before my contract was up. And the thought of making her upset really made me feel bad. With everything she's dealing with, she didn't need more thrown on her plate. Hopefully everything will be settled neatly by then so it won't be a big deal. Well, regardless, it wasn't the time to focus on that kind of thing. As Wadime said it was a test, he didn't really give me any instructions, only that the objective was to retrieve the Holy Grail. The simulation being one that was based off the singularity that was approaching, something that happened during the Grail War that took place in Fuyuki. I suppose I should meet up with my teammates. There was that clairvoyance spell I picked up in Skyrim, but I didn't really want to overly reveal that branch of magecraft if I didn't have to. Are those dragon tooth warriors? I was snapped out of my thoughts as I saw a horde of skeleton-like creatures running down the destroyed street. Hey, how nostalgic! Makes sense they would be added to the simulation. They were a rather popular tool from the Age of Gods that somehow made its way around the world. I know Medea can use them fairly easily, and Semiramis produced them without effort in her hanging gardens. Not that strange that Caldia has records of them from the use of other servants. Take them out. I ordered my assassin as it seeped into the shadows. I barely paid them any more mind as he reappeared, taking out a handful before they could even react. But at that point, the dozen or so mindless creatures were thoroughly eliminated by the speed of my servant. Assassin, scale the tallest building nearby and find any other people in the vicinity. I gave another order as my assassin disappeared. No doubt I was being evaluated on how I perform. Should I just make a beeline for the Grail and take it that way? I feel like that would go against the spirit of the simulation if I did so. Kirshtaria did say it was a team exercise. I felt a tug in the link I shared with the fake assassin. They weren't really intelligent, to the point where they didn't think, thus we didn't have the same mental link like I did with Ray Cow. However, it could still facilitate some sort of connection, as assassin directed me somewhere based on my desire. I suppose he found someone. I waved for him to come down and activate his presence concealment as I started moving in the direction he pointed. It didn't take me very long to find out what he pointed out, and I couldn't help but grin as I noticed who was up again. A servant riding a horse was impaling several dragon-tooth warriors with a certain elemental standing to the side with her arms crossed. Of course it's me you found first. She rolled her eyes upon noticing me. Funny how she's still so standoffish, but it felt a lot less hostile than before. Well, guess we're teaming up then. Good, I was supposed to find someone. Didn't know if I should just go straight for the Grail or not. She shrugged. We were told to not move towards it ourselves for about 20 minutes and give you a chance first. If you ran into any of us, then we were okay to go ahead. How kind. I snorted. I can't tell if I'm being looked down on or not. Feel free to show everyone your real power. She rolled her eyes again. So far, you've just shown that you're adept at handling curses with some experience in combat. It obviously makes you more valuable in their eyes, but it's a far cry from the training everyone else had done. We did a lot of simulations and training exercises as a group and individually a lot before you arrived. The only reason we still aren't is because Wadime wants us rested and prepared mentally for the singularity since its close. That's true, I suppose from their perspective, I was just a good seed, not fully bloomed as their own established team was. I did counter Beryl pretty damn hard with his reliance on curses, which was both beneficial and detrimental to me. Good that I didn't make people question me beyond what someone in my position should be questioned on. Bad in that I wasn't propped up beyond what I already had been. Oh well, I think it all turned out good enough in the end. Fair enough. I acknowledged her reasoning. Speaking of Beryl, he tried to reverse my karma with a curse. It was her turn to let out a snort, though it was mostly in amusement. No wonder he's been stuck in bed for so long. That idiot basically cursed himself due to the backlash. She would obviously find the humor in it considering she had an inkling of where I stood on the metaphysical scale. Beryl trying to curse me in that way was like trying to ram into a mountain on a motorcycle thinking it was a little sand castle. So, how do you want to do this? I stretched my arms, summoning my servant. Are we competing against the other masters, or is it just do the best you can, and we'll clean things up if you can't finish? There were a few bets on how well you would do. She admitted. Oh. I raised an eyebrow. Consider my competitive spirit ignited. Joy. She said dryly. Let's just get this over with. We were told to let you have a chance to navigate things if you caught up with one of us, so. She waved her hands flippantly. Call the shots, I guess. Rider servant, I looked at her servant. Got any idea where the Grail is? She raised her dainty hand, pointing towards the center of the city. Obviously that way, it's where the dragon-tooth warriors have been originating from. That's a fair assumption. And thankfully, we have a horse. My servant has a horse. Don't be like that, we're a team. It's our horse. I smiled. How do you expect all three of us to fit on it? She crossed her arms. The horse is a separate entity from your servant, just have him run along next to it and we can ride it together. I offered. I am not sharing a horse with you. Then run by yourself. I'm sure that won't throw up any questions as to how you are keeping up with a servant's horse. I chuckled. Do you even know how to ride a horse? Because there's no way I'm letting you get on behind me. I know as soon as we go, I'm going to feel something poking my butt. I know how to ride a horse. Kinda. I've done so before. On the date with Artoria, where she technically did the riding, I just enjoyed the closeness. Ugh, fine. She threw her hands up. Let's just get this over with. She ordered her rider servant down as I admired the fake beast. I gave it a gentle pat as it let out a snort of air. I hopped up, swinging my leg over the side. Well, let's go. I held my hand out which she took, pulling her up behind me. By the way, I better not feel any wandering hands. I shot her another grin. Like I would do something like that. She scowled deeply, a little huff accompanying it. Oh, and just a heads up, I've never actually maneuvered a horse before. I grabbed the reins. What? You just said you knew how to ride a horse and you've done so before. I said I know how to. And my riding experiences is basically holding onto my girlfriend as she goes at it. Which remembering really brought a warm feeling to my chest, despite the situation I found myself in. You idiot! Hi-ya! I kicked its sides, making the horse let out an abrupt neigh, and it took off like a rocket, making Hinako grab onto me out of instinct, an abrupt noise of confusion coming out of her mouth. Almost immediately, it was not like I was expecting. The horse seemed to want to jerk every which way as it started running down the street. Stop gripping the reins so tight, she hissed, adjusting herself. Sit up straighter and only lightly tug where you want it to go. I didn't argue, following her instructions. The horse seemed to settle down a little, it was still a bit rough, but more manageable as it hurtled down the street. Thanks. Don't mention it. She grumbled, relaxing herself. How do you want to handle the dragon-tooth warriors up ahead? I let out a whistle. That's got to be over 100. Enough to even keep a servant occupied for a few minutes. What's your rider's noble phantasm? His mount turns into a whirlwind as its speed increases several folds. It's an anti-army designated noble phantasm. She briefly explained. Does he need to be on it for it to work? I could see her open her mouth to respond out of the corner of my eyes only for it to abruptly snap shut as she genuinely considered my question. Rider, activate your noble phantasm. Holy shit! I grabbed onto the reins tightly, despite her earlier advice, as a large amount of magical energy swirled around us, enveloping the horse in a literal whirlwind similar to the shout that I'm able to use. Though, these winds were sharper, like blades as they converged around us, and the horses shot upward by several factors, completely plowing through the skeleton monsters that flooded the street. It only stopped once we passed several blocks, completely clearing everything that was in our wake, be it monster, destroyed rubble, or even the wreckage of cars that littered the ground. That was genuinely amazing. I guess it was interesting. She agreed, and I'm pretty sure there were more hints of a smile she was trying to hide. I think we should be the first, but the others won't be far behind. So, let's end this as soon as possible. Are there any other simulated phantasmals, or is it just dragon-tooth warriors? And I'm assuming that the last enemy is going to be a servant or multiple guarding the grail. This is a simulation on the lower end of difficulty. It's unlikely to be anything substantial, like wyverns or other phantasmal species, and you're probably right on the servant. Do you have a plan, or would you like advice? I do have a plan, but what advice would you give out of curiosity? Don't *CK up. Good advice. I replied, not missing a beat. Thank you, it's something I came up with just for you. Simple and easy for even someone like you to understand. Alright, I think my plan is better though. I took out a stack of talismans as I tried my best to slow down our mount. No. She quickly denied me. I can read kanji, that is not a good plan. I think it's a wonderful plan. I waited a moment for my assassin to properly catch up as I began sticking the talismans to his body. Those are going to explode. How is that a good plan? Big boom, get grail. I also added in some hand gestures to help accentuate my point. She pursed her lips, slapping at my hands. I'm serious. I am too. I countered. Point out one problem that can't be solved by a big enough explosion. I gave her a moment as she seemed to be unable to formulate a response. See, can't do it, can you? Many problems. I'm having trouble because the sheer idiocy of what you said made my brain almost collapse. She scoffed, throwing her hands up. Whatever, do what you want. That servant is coming this way as we speak. It probably has the grail on it. I finished putting all the talismans on his body, giving him a pat on the shoulder. Question. What? So, the assassin is most likely modeled after one of the Hassan I Sabah, right? Yes. Is it offensive, what I'm doing? She opened her mouth and closed it again. Oh my god. Because of his nationality, and the you know I made an exploding gesture with my hands. I can't believe this is where my life has led me. Her hand covered her face. All right, moving on. I clapped my hands. Assassin, take to the shadows. I commanded as it disappeared, the enemy servant accelerating towards us at an insane speed. Must be some pretty high parameters it was operating under. However, its physical ability was mostly irrelevant right now. It lacked the true intelligence that a real servant had. I briefly wondered if the higher level simulations would accurately portray that. I should ask later. Assassin, grapple him. I shouted as the servant got closer and I could see a hulking form covered in armor with a lance in hand. My assassin appeared from behind, latching onto its back, taking the enemy servant by surprise as I went to end it. Command seals were a very beautiful piece of magecraft. They could overturn time and space, so doing this was very simple in comparison. Assassin, by the power of my command seals, ignite your magical energy and explode yourself. All my command seals flashed as a massive explosion erupted at the focal point. And I really mean massive, it shook the ground and shattered all the glass in the vicinity. The enemy servant was probably 10 blocks down, yet I could feel the heat from the explosion at the point we were standing. After the dust finally settled, it was obvious that there was no body left in the gigantic crater that had mysteriously appeared. I can't believe that worked. She looked at the spot, dumbfounded. Oh, ye of little faith. I mocked pain as I clutched my heart. Did you think I was just messing around? Yes. She said bluntly. It was calculated, actually. How was that calculated? You just decided to suicide your servant by turning him into a bomb. A Lancer-class servant doesn't have the best magical resistance. And I commanded my assassin to grapple him, making it so he couldn't put any effort into actually defending himself in a physical way, nor activate any noble phantasm in panic. On the off chance that turning him into a bomb with the backing of 3 command seals didn't finish off the enemy servant, which I might add is below what a genuine one would be, your servant would have been more than capable. Yup, these fake servants, while good for training, they're several levels below what a good servant would be on the battlefield. Not to mention I used 3 command seals for that maneuver in addition to the stack of talismans I added. I am taking my role seriously. I wouldn't jeopardize the actual purpose just to get a rise out of you. It's just a bonus. I don't know what's worse, if you really did plan things out or if it was just a fluke of luck. She sighed, walking up next to me as we both inspected the crater. A clean kill, relatively speaking. And there's the grail. She pointed at a little gold sheen half covered in dirt. I slid down into the crater, picking up the grail. Nearly immediately, the simulation ended and the room started to collapse back to what it was previously. I admit, it was a rather unorthodox method, but I can't argue with the results. Wadim's voice reached us as he walked out of the observation rooms. He opted to watch rather than participate. Being able to operate with a flexible mind is very important for this job. However, I do hope you know that such action would not be as operable in the genuine deployment. Of course, I would have much more respect for my servant than that. I admitted with full honesty. I basically just abused the fact that it was a simulation. He nodded in approval. Well done. It was close to the record established and you did so without any meaningful delays or hazards involved. Let's take a small break, perhaps retire to the cafeteria for an early lunch before we begin a more difficult simulation. The others just nodded along or grunted in agreement before filing out of the room. I didn't really think I would have much of a chance to build any bonds with them before the time of deployment if Beryl wasn't out of bed and fully ready in the next few days. I shot one last grin towards Hinako. She rolled her eyes again, but there was the small twitch at the corner of her lips. It wasn't that bad of an effort, I suppose. You wanted to see me, Director. I walked into her office at her beckoning and noticed that Castor was here as well. Da Vinci, I greeted the servant. If it isn't our B team leader, I'm surprised you could find the director's office. It must be difficult to navigate through Caldia without proper eyesight. She smiled brightly as if she didn't take a jab at me. Hello, Takao-kun. I'm surprised you could get clothed properly. With how swollen your head is, how could you ever fit a shirt over it? I shot right back. You too. Director groaned. Is it always going to be like this when you two meet? Probably. Until he admits the truth. Ugh, forget I asked. The director scowled. Let's just get this over with. Wonderful, I can finally show off my work. Da Vinci happily exclaimed, picking up a box and setting it on the director's desk. The director opened it up, inspecting the contents. Good, the mystic codes appear adequately done. Just adequate. Da Vinci exclaimed. Director, can't you see how much effort I put into their designs? Da Vinci walked forward between Olga and myself and she bent over. As in, she visibly moved her butt in a way that her skirt would ride up enough that I got a complete look. She and the director were talking about something, presumably, Da Vinci was gloating and stroking her own ego. But honestly, my attention was taken completely by the well-shaped ass covered in blue panties that she was basically shoving in my face. What do you think, Shimoda? Hey, what? I blinked in realization as they were both staring at me, just in time for Da Vinci to fix her skirt so the director didn't notice. The director was asking what you thought about my work. Don't you think it's perfect? She looked very smug as she said that. It's decent. I managed to eke out. Only decent? Da Vinci still had a coy smile about her. With how much you were staring, I think it's far beyond that. No comment. Her smug smile was frustrating. Would you two just stop? Director huffed. Uniforms, good or not? They're good, thank you, Director. I quickly answered at her growing frustration. And thank you, Da Vinci. Oh, it's no problem. I do so love to show off my amazing works. She flipped her hair back haughtily. It's a shame really. If you had been more enthralled I may have been more content to really show off how good my craftsmanship really is. She walked up, lightly running a hand down my tie. Well played, Da Vinci, but not quite good enough. I took a deep breath. I stand by my previous words. I admit, I was very tempted by her words even if it came off as more teasing than actual flirtation. She seems more like the kind of person who would be much more direct if she really wanted to get that kind of acquainted. No, she was just doing this to get a rise out of me and win our little game. She looked at me with a pout before giggling to herself. I'll get you to admit it eventually. You're dismissed, Caster. Continue with your maintenance to make sure all systems are running properly before we begin the reshift in the coming days. Da Vinci quickly corrected herself from the flirtatious feeling she was giving off. I'll get right on it, Director. She said, quickly walking out the door back to whatever her responsibilities were. The director let out a sigh as she slumped into her seat. The uniforms were done several days ago, but you held off on them until now, why? My team was already preoccupied with their own things. I didn't want to add another layer of complications on top of them already progressing through their reinforcement training. They've run a few simulations at this point, so I think it's fine to start taking the kid gloves off slowly, mind you. You have done well in leading this team, so I will not question your decision. I hope that they will wear their mystic code or the mundane version of their uniform starting today. Olga ordered. Sure, but can I ask why? So far, the dress code has been a little lax. Especially with what some people generally wore. The time for reshifting is approaching. We only have 2 more days before a team will be deployed and along with it we have some important guests visiting to oversee the progress we've made. Say no more. We need to be presentable for the inevitable criticisms that they will start spewing from their mouths the moment they arrive. I could understand completely. I know the type, and I'll make sure my team is informed beforehand. Thank you, Shimoda. The director replied with a genuine smile. Along with the singularity, we are also receiving the next batch of recruits for your team. Not all of them will be arriving at the same time, but the majority will be here the same day. You will have to settle them as well. I'll be handing over the responsibility completely to you. I rubbed my chin, thinking about the work that would require. I think I can knock out any kind of orientation in the afternoon and have time to be present during the reshift and mission briefing. It would give time for the newest members to settle in. Hell, I bet the vast majority of them are new to magic like my current team. It would give them a little more time to acclimate to the situation they found themselves in. I assume that Beryl will be good to go. Frankly, I think it would be better if I watched from the outside. I still haven't made any headway on the actual reason I was here. I was fairly sure my clues would come about through the singularity, either it would get resolved or something else would happen. Regardless, I would take a wait-and-see approach for now. Speaking of, I haven't seen Lev for several days at this point. No idea what he's doing, and I didn't want to go around asking lest that draws me unwanted attention. Fortunately it sounded like Olga forced herself to say that. Beryl has fully recovered and will be present at the reshift. though your presence would be welcome as the unofficial substitute in case of emergency. I would be thrilled to be present, Director. I assured her. Despite the grim nature of this whole thing, it's also a very exciting experience and I wouldn't miss it for the world. I'm glad to hear that. She smiled lightly. I may be busy during the first few days once A-Team Ray shifts, so I expect you to operate well without my input for B-Team. It may seem redundant that we're still gathering master candidates this late, but our supporters were insistent on having a backup plan in the absolute worst case. I understand, don't worry. Even if I don't think, nor hope, that my team will deploy, I'll still be doing my best to train them up. I replied. Technically, they could have ray-shifted to the singularity as soon as it was discovered at any point up until this time. However, this was going to be the most optimal period for the ray-shift to occur in addition to also being early enough to have a fallback plan in the name of B-Team. Basically, it's like how the Earth rotates around the Sun. There is a point where the Earth was closest to the other celestial bodies, thus making it the best time to launch probes or rockets to the other planets. Could you still launch a probe to Mars at any other time of the year? Yes, but it takes more effort, fuel, time, and things aren't guaranteed to succeed. It's a similar concept here. They're trying to maximize the chances for a successful rayshift, even by a few measly percentile. What about servant summoning? Are you going to conduct that before or after the rayshift? After. The director noted. It requires abundant resources and power to operate the Fate system. We can't afford to waste either in the case of failure, so to minimize the chances of that, we're going to go with a summoning within the singularity. Inside, the influence of the counter-force should be lowered in a way that prevents the summoning from occurring. In addition to it being the site of a presumed active Holy Grail war, there should be no problem once inside. That and the counter-force would probably step out of the way or even lend a hand to facilitate the summoning. I mean, if they waited longer to deploy, the counter-force would probably remove the probability completely and allow the summoning in their entirety. However, it's still a little ways off from what could be considered the deadline before the singularity impacts the greater history, which is when catastrophe strikes. Which is honestly the whole point of B-Team. When, or rather if, it gets to that point, we're just summoning servants and throwing them at the problem en masse. I'll go and start making preparations for my team growing several times in size. Good, and Shimoda. Olga stopped me before I could get up. You continue to do very well. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Director. I smiled, earning one back in return. This director was much better than the one I first met when I came here. Hey, how do I look? I did a little twirl. The big day, I finally had to put this uniform on, and it wasn't that bad, admittedly. Did you really come here to ask me that? Hinako looked at me, dumbfounded as she peeked up over a book she was reading. Thankfully, the library was deserted at this point, so I didn't have to hold myself back. I shrugged. Is it weird I want my friend's opinion? I would be presenting myself in front of the new members of my team later today. I wanted to look the best that I could. They've been trickling in for the past couple hours now, I wanted to give them some time to decompress before I started ordering them about. But honestly, I was more excited to see the ray-shifting and the singularity start. It's unlikely that the singularity would be resolved in a single day, so I wasn't really anxious to sit there every moment and watch them go about it. Since when are we friends? She scoffed. Since I decided we were a few seconds ago. And you decided that without my consent. Yup. She scoffed again with an eye roll, but didn't argue. Probably because she realized it was pointless and I already decided it happened. What do you want? Well, I would love it if you told me I looked good. How this uniform accentuates my figure, maybe if it matches my eyes. The bright white definitely makes my hair color pop. Honestly, white wasn't really my color, but the uniform here kind of grew on me after walking around for a little while. You're vainer than that caster's servant. Why did you really come here? Just wanted to check up on you. I stopped playing around. It's only a few hours until you're going to deploy, aren't you excited? Of course, I can finally be with my husband again. She said plainly. What are your plans for afterwards? What do you mean? I mean, after the singularity is resolved. In a perfect world, nothing goes wrong, you return with your servant in tow. At this point, it's probably going to be obvious that you and your servant are acquainted, and questions are going to be asked. So, what's your plan? The same thing I've done all my life. Will disappear from human society and live a peaceful life. Not to sound mean, but do you really think it'll be that easy? Before, you could probably operate under the radar because very few people knew of your existence. But once the entirety of Caldia staff and those other magi who are hovering nearby learn about you, do you think they'll just let you quietly disappear? If they don't want to be on the receiving end of a servant? Come on, you know it's not that simple. What are you getting at? She crossed her arms. Would you like somewhere to go away from the majority of humanity? What do you mean? The reverse side? I don't have any plans of crossing over there. No. I shook my head. But what about a realm full of 99% yokai, living peacefully? I know the leader, and she would warmly welcome you if you wanted to live a nice and quiet life with your husband. She blinked, staring at me for a moment. Why? What do you mean why? Why are you helping me? Being nice to me? I've done nothing but try and keep distant, yet you keep. She held her hands up, letting out a frustrated sound. You just keep ignoring that and being nice to me, in your weird way. Why? Maybe I can sympathize with your situation. You said you were barely over 20 years old, how could you possibly sympathize with me? Scathing. What? She blinked. You asked me how I could sympathize, it's because I've been through the same thing. I was trained by and fell in love with the immortal witch of Dun Scathing. She was bound to the realm of shadows, so she couldn't leave. She had a single desire, to die a warrior's death. I couldn't bear to be apart from her afterwards, so I sought out a Grail war and used it to bring her back to me. So yes, I can sympathize with your plight. Maybe it's why I was being so considerate. I could put myself in her situation and completely understand the turbulent emotions. You are a really strange man. She said quietly before letting out a sigh. Do you really? I don't know why, my body acted mostly on instinct as I felt a tingling up the back of my neck. I reached out, grabbing hold of her and pulled her into my arms. A normal action that would have her utterly furious with me and one I wouldn't have overstepped in doing, however, an explosion ripped through the ground right below us and my vision was filled with flame. Chapter 348, Chapter 315. It happened so quickly that I barely registered the sea of flames that filled the room. My aura flared on instinct covering me protectively, but for some reason I felt something scathing brush across my body for a brief moment. Hinako, who reeled in my hands, let out a pain-filled cry as I tried my best to protect her from the explosion. It only lasted for a fraction of a second, however, it already decimated our surroundings, with the ensuing flames devouring everything else in the way. The ceiling of this industrial and fortified complex caved in at the sheer might of the eruption, to the point where snow began falling as if the outside weather managed to get inside. That brief weather change didn't last long enough for me to even gather a second thought about it before the ceiling caved completely, toppling to cover us. Without another moment of contemplation, I cast a greater ward around us to hold up the falling debris. I was about to anchor it to a proper bounded field to keep physical items outside, when the whole facility shook violently. Explosions rang out from every direction, causing the lights to flicker and sirens start to wail/scream/sound. I instantly started to panic for the people I deemed under my protection, but I had to force those feelings down and deal with the individual currently squirming in my arms. Hinako. I gently whispered as I took a look at her face. Her eyes shot up, a very bright red sheen in them as she gasped and wheezed. I was stunned at the state she was in. She was an elemental that I confused for a true ancestor on our first meeting. How could a mere explosion cause this kind of damage? Out of the corner of my eye, I swiped my hand, catching a piece of something. I opened my fingers to see the scraps of parchment. An uneasy feeling overcame me as it tried to burn through my aura. Holy sacraments! I whispered again, clutching my hand tight, destroying the piece of paper. It was no wonder that I felt something scalding touch me. Even if I experienced no actual damage due to my nature as a campione at this point, just the feeling of it brushing against me was painful due to my devil heritage. The bomb contained fragments of holy sacraments that scattered upon the explosion. This was not some random occurrence, or some haphazard terrorism. This was targeted and probably specifically tailored for Hinako. If I hadn't become a campione, if I didn't have my aura, that may have caused me an exceedingly high amount of pain and harmed me in a way that was unrecoverable. My hands erupted in a bright and warm light as I began casting a healing spell on Hinako. I pulled her in a little closer so her body could lean against me as I began focusing on the more damaged part of her. Pressing my hands against her back, I could feel the blood oozing out, and I could vaguely feel that her flesh was nearly stripped away completely. With holy sacraments, I could understand how she was wounded, but still, this was too much. I could feel her flesh knitting back together, but the errant holy power that had invaded her body was wreaking havoc by the convulsions she was exhibiting. The holy sacraments of the Church, it despised existences like her. She was an elemental, but she could take in power through blood, making her no different than a vampire in their eyes. Hinako, stay focused, you're going to be okay. I gently called out to her as her eyes refocused slightly. However, her body was still trembling and shaking from the pain and the attack. She mumbled something incoherently, and I could see tears slowly drifting down her face. The pain she must be experiencing. How long have you isolated yourself that you've become so weak? I couldn't help but blurt out in a hushed tone. She was a damn nature spirit, an elemental that lived in the human world before the age of gods. She was not an existence that could be brought so low by something like this. The only explanation would be that she had been slowly degrading over the years and never sought to rectify that. It wouldn't have taken much, just feeding on some blood every few decades would have substantially helped her in this situation. But she had been running on the equivalent of fumes for how long now? Her vitality was completely running dry. Like a human who hadn't eaten in weeks. Except, it was over the course of centuries for her. I pulled my aura back, and gently guided her head down to my wrist. It didn't take much, perhaps instinct took over, but I felt a tinge of pain as something sunk into my skin and blood began flowing out. The blood flowed out continuously for a few moments, the sounds from far away continued to give me anxiety at each passing second. The building continued to shake at the very foundations with the sirens blaring from down the hall. What? The elemental finally regained her wits as she raised her head, noticing what happened. She looked down at my wrist, then ran a finger across her lips where some blood speared across her skin. You fed me your blood. You good now? My blood should be potent enough with just that small amount. What happened? We were talking then all of the sudden. She paused, reaching a hand behind her to feel her naked back. And you healed me too. Holy sacraments. I held back a snarl. Someone tried to assassinate you, but you're not the only one. As if to prove my point, another massive explosion rang out not far away, shaking all the hanging debris once more. A look of shock mixed with anxiety filled her own features. She quickly tried to stand up, but staggered as I caught her again. Are you okay? I'm fine. She gritted out. I'm fine. She iterated again, a little gentler. I don't like drinking blood. I've only done so a couple times in the past. It's going to take me a few minutes to digest it, especially since yours is divine, mixed with some other things apparently. She shot me a look of confusion, but it wasn't the time or place. I need to check on everyone. I quickly helped her steady herself. She regained her wits fast, realizing the situation. Go, go. I'll be right behind you. I nodded, pushing my way towards the exit to the room. My bounded field would hold for a while, so I wasn't too worried about her. Her latent abilities would kick in quick enough and she would heal completely in a matter of minutes with a lot more energy to her than before. As I kicked down the bent metal door, I could vaguely hear a call of thanks from behind me. I gave her one last look, before heading off to check on the situation. I practically slid to a stop as I kicked down another door, using far more force than a human could normally bring. It crumpled enough that I could pull it off its hinges and tossed it to the side. Thanks. I saw someone wearing the Chaldean uniform cough as he scurried over and dived through the opening as black smoke filled the room nearly to the brim. Are you a magus? I quickly brought him to his feet. No, his voice was interrupted with more coughs. Normal human. He wheezed some more. The hell is going on? I took out some talismans, and pushed them into his hands. I don't know, but it's bad. If you find a magus, give him those and tell him they're healing mystic codes, they'll understand. Otherwise, get to safety or help anyone you see. I patted his shoulder, not giving him a chance to respond as I kept moving. I'm going to kiss Skathik so hard for forcing me to make so many talismans. I had plenty to keep doing this for as many people as I ran into. They aren't the best methods of healing, but they're invaluable when someone's teetering on the edge. It can at least save some lives if it's as bad as I'm imagining around the remainder of the facility. Water, get some water. I immediately ran towards the shout, vaguely recognizing it. Friedrich Le Drachenkönig. I blurted out his name on instinct, as it was kind of seared into my mind by the absurdity of our first meeting. The man turned around as he was leading several what looked like technicians, out of a room. And he did not look to be in good shape. "You, Takao Shimoda." He turned his head only for me to see a good portion of it burned pretty badly, to the point where his left eye was shut and he had no hair on a good portion of that side of his head with some nasty burns. As he was about to say something else, another explosion erupted from the room they were just in, flinging the Magus backwards into the wall. The flames looked to consume him, only for a cry to ring out and a red light spring around the fire, dispersing it with relative ease and the Magus coughing out a little bit of blood. I quickly knelt at his side, hands alight with a healing spell. Another explosion. A side effect. He breathed out, holding up a shaking hand. Sub-generators E through H were housed within that room and provided power to this part of the facility. I was unable. He winced in pain. "Are you okay?" I quickly asked as his complexion got a little better. "Rubbish such as this will not keep a Drachenkonich down." He took a deep breath, forcing himself to his feet. "Fire is our domain," he said proudly, despite his current state. "Thank you, Sir Takao Shimoda." His eyes shone with gratitude. "You have proven yourself a great man. However, I have a duty. I shall not sit idle." Despite his haughty tone, I held a smidgen of respect for him. "Do you have any idea what's going on?" "No, I'm afraid I do not. I was meeting with the maintenance staff to access the generators to prepare for the reshifting as per protocol. The next thing I know, everything was engulfed in a sea of fire. If not for my family's legacy, I would have been burnt to ash. A clear case of sabotage. I barely was able to save Hinako further back." A fury quickly appeared on his face. "Let us dally no longer. I fear for the worse. I shall search for the maintenance staff and the more critical parts of the facility. If I find who did this, I shall let them know the fury of a Drachenkonich." "How's your healing?" I asked. He scowled briefly but relented to my question. "My crest allows for a form of self-healing, thus I never bothered with learning the arts beyond the bare minimum." I took out some talismans again, pushing a stack into his hands. "One time use mystic codes, just inject magical energy. They work best if they're closer to the part that needs healing, but just slapping it on someone's body will also do the trick." He didn't say thanks, even if I knew he wanted to. Instead, he nodded resolutely and put them away. Sub-generators in the Western Wing are most likely in critical condition. They support both the greenhouses and medical facilities. I will be heading there next. He looked a little hesitant. "Can I leave you to look into the Eastern generators? I don't know who to trust right now, but I know that you are not responsible." Man, how much did he have to swallow his pride to ask a favor of a lowly person like me? An amusing thought that I quickly pushed aside because we had much bigger problems. "Leave it to me." Neither of us said any more. Pleasantries and real thanks could be given another time. Right now, we both started running down the hall and split at the next turn, the blaring sirens picking up as his figure disappeared down a corridor. As I turned a few more corners, I noticed the emergency lights weren't on, but the normal lights were flickering constantly. However, there was snow and ice that started covering the hallways. The temperature dropped considerably as I looked up and saw a massive hole in the ceiling. I had to come to a stop because what once filled the hole now blocked my path. "Help!" My head snapped to the side, a weak cry coming from nearby. It was faint, which made it all the harder to hear with the sirens still blaring out in different parts of the building. I moved to the wall, putting my ear against it. I heard some running water and I knocked a few times. I did this several more times, moving further down the wall until I heard a weak whine from the other side. Without considering the consequences, it took out Mirage from within my ring and pushed it through the wall, dragging it to the side, then downward before leveraging it and peeling off the outermost layer. Immediately, I saw the source of the cries. A woman was stuck on the ground with pips having burst from above as they filled the room. My new hole let it all flood out, but it was close to submerging the woman. And by being stuck on the ground, a pipe had impaled her through her lower abdomen, and she couldn't get up. She wasn't the only one that was here when the explosions went off. I could see 2 more bodies covered in debris, fresh blood spilled out, but they were unmoving and just looking at them, I could tell they died way too quickly. I quickly fell to my knees at her side, a huge look of relief washed over her, but then it turned back to panic as tears stained her cheeks. A silent cry as her dainty hands touched the metal intrusion holding her down. How much pain had occurred for her to cry out for help as she did? The pipe was still in one large piece, attached to the sunken ceiling. I swung Mirage, slicing it off into parts to better be able to deal with it, until only a stub was poking out of her stomach. You did good, you're going to make it. I reassured her, my healings engulfed in that familiar light as I started to do my best to heal her. Obviously it would be pointless to keep pushing while she was impaled, but I was getting her up to the point where I could safely pull it out. She let out a full throat whine as she touched the pipe, a little more life returning to her eyes. Don Juan die. She slurred. You're not going to die, trust me. Look, I'm healing you right now, and we just have to take this pesky pipe out and you're good as new. I reassured her. Give me a few moments, and you'll be fine. What's your name? Sarah. Sarah, what a lovely name. I couldn't help but notice your hair color and the freckles. You wouldn't happen to be Irish, would you? I could see her breathing heavily, the panic was becoming more obvious as she got more coherent. I couldn't blame her, it was a very traumatic experience and she wasn't out of the woods yet. A brush with death wasn't something most people can just casually dismiss, especially while still within its jaws. Me ma is Irish. She clamped down, slurring again. Granda is a Fragga, and I want to make him proud, so I joined up to get more help with. Her lips quivered as the tears kept flowing. I don't want die. Her accent really came out as she spoke of her own accord. I think she was trying to distract herself, even if it failed. Hey, look at me. I put a hand on her cheek, wiping away some tears. On the count of 3, I'm going to pull this out, okay? I won't lie, it's going to hurt, but you're going to be okay. She nodded weakly, tensing up. 1. I immediately pulled it and my hands glowed bright, pressed against the hole in her stomach. She let out an impressive string of expletives that in any other situation, I'd find amusing. But I was left with a little problem. Sarah, I can't sit here and heal you all the way. If I do, it'll take several minutes, and I need to keep moving. I can heal up the worst of it, but the bleeding is a problem. I'm going to have to keep moving, but I can leave you with some talismans, one-time mystic codes, that you can use to heal by pushing them on the wounds. Thank you. She quivered and more tears flowed. I nodded, taking out some more talismans and handing them to her. She expertly actualized them and pressed a couple against the back and front of where she was impaled, having rolled onto her side to reach both. She would be fine for now. Living was the most important thing in this specific moment. I got up and walked to the actual door for this room, which conveniently took me around the blockage I originally ran into. I gave a silent prayer to the ones who died and pushed the thoughts away, leaving the room and heading towards the generators. With a grunt, I grabbed hold of the door that was only an inch open. It was different from most, these were heavily reinforced and didn't have hinges, but slid open and closed. A security measure, I'm sure, but it also made it more difficult to access. I grabbed hold and began exerting my strength to pull the door fully open. Finally! A voice exclaimed. An older man looked at me with disheveled hair. There were a couple of bodies in the corner, but the guy didn't even seem to notice them as he slid out from a massive generator that I could only see a portion of as most of it seemed to be hidden from view. I need a hand here, lad. I'm barely keeping this thing from blowing up as is. Whatever happened, the main monoreactor discharged all of its energy backwards. I've barely been able to siphon off the reflux so this one doesn't overload like I'm sure the others have. What do you need me to do? Because this certainly was very far out of my element. Can you handle high pressure and condensed magical energy that's already forming ether clumps and producing electricity in enough voltage to fry a damn dragon? He said, rather sarcastically as he let out a groan and fully pulled himself out from underneath. Maybe if we cut off the source, then rig up a outside siphon to discharge the excess into a grounded. I can do that. What? I can handle that. What do you need? He looked at me for a moment before regaining his wits. If I didn't just lose my subordinates to a damn explosion and almost got my D*CK smashed from a falling brick, I'd say this was my lucky damn day. The emergency shut-off isn't working no more, and we can't afford to just break the damn thing with the way things are going, but if we don't do something, it will explode, and it might damage other crucial systems through the backlash. This is one of the sub-generators that powers the Fate system. I don't know what's going on outside, but my gut is telling me we have to save this no matter what. Worse came to worse, I would have just bit the bullet and done this myself. Didn't you just say that it'd basically kill someone? I'm old enough, lad. He barked with a huff. But I don't mind seeing a few more years. Put a lot of work into this place to see some ass blow it the hell up. So, get your skinny butt over here and help me out. He walked up to the generator and with a wrench his hand, he swung it at a glass section. Electricity began arcing out from within as he ducked out of the way. Grab those two big cable insides. He jabbed his finger at the exposed wires with a shout, hiding to the side. I nodded, walking up as the electricity lashed out. I could see what he meant. Any normal person would have definitely died if they tried to do this. Don't know what you're gonna do, lad. But this thing was not meant to be turned off this way. You're basically going to have to filter all the power this thing is processing to pull the literal cord here. He warned me again. Got it, old man. Just be ready to do what you need. I activated my semblance and his eyes noticeably widened as I reached inside. I could immediately feel the amount of pure power that was flowing through here as I gripped the cables. I could understand what he meant now. It was like if your bathtub was full of water, and the faucet wouldn't shut off. You had to do something, or it was going to overflow, which meant reaching down inside, and pulling the literal plug. Except replace water with electricity that was millions upon millions of volts in power. Doing it now. I yelled as I pulled the cables apart. It was accompanied by a burst of magical energy that escaped from the seal while the device was still facilitating the flow. It was enough that I staggered where I was standing. Good job, lad! He shouted with glee, diving underneath the generator again. I can get this thing patched up in 20 minutes, maybe half an hour. I'm off then, old man. Going to find more people that need help. Go, I got it covered here. He barked out again. I didn't stay any longer and immediately headed out the door, and a blue and red blur practically slammed into me. Takao. Da Vinci. I was relieved to see her. You're alive, she said with noticeable relief, making me feel a little touched. What happened? Are you hurt? Did you just come from the generator room? I need to get in there, quickly. It's fine, it's fixed. Braced her shoulders as she was clearly anxious, and probably running around just as I've been. Fixed? Good. She let out a breath. Are you okay? She looked at me with a more inquisitive inspection. I'm fine, I was with Hinako, she was hurt, but I've healed her already. Been healing and helping anyone I've come across. Drachen went in the other direction to the eastern sub-generators. I just came from there, he's leading the remaining staff there to salvage what we can. Do you know what happened? I don't know yet, I just immediately began trying to keep things together. My noble phantasm is active right now, and I've been fixing whatever I can with as little time as I can. You saved me a lot of time with this. Shit. I cursed with fists balled. Who else have you seen? I saw Roman, he went towards the coffins and where the main staff were. I didn't have time to check myself, but... I winced, a foreboding feeling rising up in my chest. I've already seen way too many bodies. Someone is going to pay. I let out a growl before catching myself. Here, take these. I shoved a big stack of talismans into her hands. She only needed a glance to know what they were. Thank you, Takao, but I have to go. I know, stay safe. I nodded as she immediately turned and bolted in the other direction. Get ready. I grunted, buckling my knees as I lifted up a large piece of the roof that fell down. Even by my standards, it was rather heavy without going further into my spells. I lifted it up about a foot as two people pulled out a third that was trapped underneath. Letting out a breath of air, I let it go, the massive piece of concrete and stone crashed onto the ground. Thank you. The one who was trapped breathed a sigh of relief. The other two held him up, his legs were completely limp. Get to the cafeteria, they've set up a makeshift emergency room. I slapped a talisman on the hurt one's back so his legs could start getting some relief, but mending two broken legs that had been thoroughly crushed may be a bit too much for the talisman. I took a moment to catch my breath as I watched them hobble away. Not that this specific action tired me out, but I've been running all over for what felt like a few hours now. So many people had been hurt, or worse, dead. There were more dead than wounded, and some of them were faces I recognized. I still haven't seen my team yet, and it was making me anxious. Nor had I seen the director, other members of A-Team and that left. Not to mention the new B-Team members should have started arriving earlier this morning. What a gigantic cluster F***ck this turned out to be. I was finally starting to feel comfortable here. Starting to come to care about my job and the people I was working with, and then this happened. Whoever was responsible, I was going to end them no matter what. There were no more immediate disasters in front of me thus far. And I'd done my best to help anyone else I've come across. I think it was time to head towards the command center and figure out the situation in its entirety. The highest in command should have taken over, hopefully it's still Olga, but whoever it was will have some idea of what we need to do. I needed to be able to see the bigger picture and make a plan based off that. Without anything more taking my attention away, I immediately headed towards the direction of the control room. Thankfully the path was mostly clear. I assumed the large amount of traffic would have made it one of the first places that would have been attended to. The lights were still not working, the backups only had the very faint brightness to light a path. And as I got closer, I noticed that the door had been pried open, and I heard a bunch of voices coming from within. Stepping through the threshold, I took a moment to eye my surroundings. Roman. I called out to see the medical specialist apparently standing at the head assuming control as a few dozen other people were working at monitors and collecting data. Takao. His eyes lit up at seeing me. I'm happy to see you made it, I was scared the worst happened. What happened? Where is everyone? He winced, ducking his head a little bit. Someone set up bombs everywhere, I don't know who. I was preoccupied and not in my office at the time, so I got lucky since it's now a big crater. I came running over here as fast as I could and it wasn't pretty. Roman, just tell me plainly. He let out a tired sigh. I had to shove who I could into the coffins to put them in stasis, otherwise they would have died. Nearly all of A team is out of commission or dead, and every one of B team present I could find I also put in the coffins. The emergency protocols went off after Caldia sustained damage and designated anyone viable it could in the vicinity as a master candidate and initiated an emergency reshift. Who all was reshifted? I felt myself grabbing his shoulder unconsciously. A few people, I don't know exactly everyone. But some members of your team. He scratched his cheek. Reshift me over, I'll go help. We can't. Roman whispered. There's a cool down time after every reshift, and we'll probably need to extract some people as soon as possible. What about? Roman, can you hear us? Roman. A very familiar voice sounded across the speakers set up in the command room, cutting me off. Director, I can hear you. Roman shouted in response as the large screens down below began broadcasting an image of Olga. Good, we stabilized the connection again. I don't know how long it'll last this time, so quickly give a status report. A status report is hard right now, Director. I had to step in because I'm the most senior one that is conscious or alive at the moment. 13 out of 17 generators were destroyed, and out of the remainder, only 2 are operable at a viable level. Roman explained. I don't have a body count yet, Director, we're still trying to recover all the wounded. The Director scowled before looking up. Shimoda. I'm here, Director. I replied to her and I think I saw a hint of relief flash across her face. Who else reshifted with you, Director? I haven't seen my team. We're here, boss. I perked up hearing Samuel's voice as he could barely be seen behind Olga. Whatever method they were using to connect and get visual must have been rather small, because Olga basically covered the entire screen. Some of us are. I don't know where everyone else is. What happened? Olga looked at me and stepped to the side for Samuel to take over. We were giving some of the new guys a tour. Lev came over and suggested it would be a good way to preoccupy their time. I felt rage as the words left his mouth. Lev. I had to forcibly push my anger down as I formulated a plan. Who else is there? It's me, Pierre, and Benjamin. He answered and I winced at a few names missing from there. He moved slightly to the side to show everyone else. Some others didn't make it, boss. They were not in good shape. But mainly, my eyes focused on Benjamin, and the lack of a right arm. Their uniforms probably saved them. Roman muttered. Right, I'll have to really thank Da Vinci later. Right, now that's sorted. We managed to make contact with one of the servants participating in the war that wasn't hostile. Castor agreed to a partnership and Samuel of B team managed to form a contract with him. With Castor, we technically have 2 servants now. 2 servants? I furrowed my brow. Who's the second? Hello again, Senpai. The girl who treated that terrifying creature like a pet poked her head over. I'm Mash Kyrie Light, the only one to succeed in the demi-servant project. She hefted up a very large shield next to herself. I think I saw someone else standing next to her? But I couldn't recognize them immediately, maybe one of the wayward members of the new recruits? That's a curveball I didn't see coming. I didn't sense anything off about her before. So we have 2 servants. And from what Castor told us so far, every other servant in this Grail War is still active, but the one responsible is apparently King Arthur. And King Arthur is a girl. Olga grunted as she explained the situation. Wait, really? Are you sure? Roman looked shocked while I just froze. Surprised me too, but you can't fake that sword. Anyone who sees it would be able to recognize her, even if it was corrupted. A rather lazy voice followed up, as a blue-haired red-eyed man poked his face over. Hey, rest in peace of magecraft this thing's is. He poked at the transmission, making it blur for a moment. Stop it you brute. It's already too delicate, what if you break it? Olga huffed, pushing him away. Hey, I'm more of a spearman than a spellcaster, but that doesn't mean I don't know what I'm doin', sheesh. See you Culane. I called out unconsciously. The caster servant turned to look back at the screen. But it was Olga who shoved her face in front of it. What? How did you know that? I haven't even told Roman yet. If I didn't recognize him on sight after spending so much time with Skaduk, she would kick my ass later. Oh, I got recognized that easily, hey? Guess I'm more popular than I thought. You a fan, kid? The student of Skaduk chuckled. It was a lucky guess. I breathed out. But I have a question for him. What's up? He lazily asked. You said that the one responsible is King Arthur. Is she a short, young woman, blonde hair done up in a bun? Just speaking the words made my hands tremble as I clutched them tight. Yet. Wondering how you know that now. The caster's expression turned a little more serious. Takao. Roman turned to look at me. Shimoda. How do you know that? Even the director shouted from behind the caster servant. You said her sword is corrupted, what do you mean? Hey, don't ignore me. Olga huffed, but Castor took up the entire screen. Don't really know what happened. All the other servants got this black mud-like stuff all over them, then became this weird version of themselves. Not much of a spellcaster like I said, but I recognize a curse when I see one, and it's powerful enough to get through a saber's magic resistance, and servants in general. Castor gave a brief explanation. Seems like Saber is the ringleader though. She has the grail, that's for sure. And the others are listening to her commands, or at least that damn Red Archer is. He added with an annoyed grumble. Red Archer? No. If there were a group of servants I was familiar with, it would be the group that Rin had to face during her Grail War. So many iterations of her had to fight that same line-up, and those memories were seared into my mind from what I inherited from Zelrich. But he's saying that Saber was responsible. That she's a part of whatever was going on. My Artoria was corrupted through some means. And now even my team was going to have to face her. I took a deep breath and turned to walk out the room. Takao. Roman blurted out as I pushed past him, but I already knew what path I had to take. I needed a quiet place, away from prying eyes. I don't know where I went exactly, only that there was no one nearby after a few seconds of running. I took Mirage out once again as I stabbed it into the ground and placed my hands upon the Eye of Magnus. Begin calculations. I whispered as a three-dimensional representation of the planet appeared. Rayshifting was a method of time travel that skirted outside the rules. It wasn't technically time travel in the normal sense. True time travel was taboo. It wasn't something one could do lightly, and not something even the old man dabbled in unless the CIRC* misstances were exceedingly dire. Even the world line getting destroyed by the spider wouldn't have him resort to using true time travel. There were consequences to making your past the future. It was entirely plausible that the laws of the world that the counter-force rejected me after this. But, I had to do this. My team were in trouble, and something happened to Artoria. She wasn't my Artoria, but how could I stand by when a woman I cared so deeply for is in such a situation? Sorry Gramps, I'm going to break the rules. I quietly apologized to him. I grabbed my sword out of the ground as my calculations were completed. They locked onto the singularity taking place in Fuyuki. With a swipe, I tore a hole through the fabric of reality, and walked right through. Chapter 349, Chapter 316. The fiery air immediately touched my throat as I took my first breath. The smoke and ash almost made my eyes water before I quickly pushed it all away. Everything was burning. I noticed that from what I saw when the others managed to make contact with Caldia, but I couldn't understand the scope of it until I laid my eyes on the city itself. Everything was literally burning. Fires ravaged across the city horizon to the point where the sky was completely blocked off and I couldn't see past the flames towards the ocean. I could feel a pit form in my stomach as I took in my surroundings. I've been to this city on numerous occasions. The city where Rin was born, where she lived and went to school. A place that's not just special to her either, but to Medea and Artoria. This was their home, and it was up in flames. I liked this city, it was beautiful. However, couldn't wallow in sentimentality for much longer. I took a deep breath and jumped off the small building I had appeared on. I just needed to get my bearings and figure out where in the city I was. A thought crossed my mind as I looked at a small fire covering what used to be a garden to the side. This place felt unpleasant to the extreme. Not specifically this location, but this singularity, and I had an inkling of the cause. A small spell circle lit up on my hand as I tried to douse the fire. It simmered, started to die out, only for it flare back to its original state. I frowned, basically confirming my suspicions. Instead, opted to throw a talisman at it, holding my hand up and saying a small prayer. The fire glowed and jerked about, almost like it was fighting against the effects before it turned to wisps of smoke and dissipated. Cursed! I muttered, sweeping my gaze across the horizon again. This whole damn city is covered in curses. And if the Fuyaki Grail War is involved, there is one probable cause. Castor mentioned black mud, so I no longer had any doubt in my mind. The entity that corrupted the Grail from the timeline I consider my home, it seemed to have made another debut here. Ungramenu, the entity known as the god of evil in the Zoroastrian cosmology. The one who bears all the curses in the world, his black mud most likely spilled out from the Grail due to the Einsburn's failed attempt to summon an Avenger-class extra servant during a previous Grail war. This was just going from bad to worse. Now, where would they go? They were obviously in the middle of the city, but they weren't exactly familiar with the surroundings. The director was present, and most likely in charge, so where would she try to set up camp? A ley line would be my first bet. Although that didn't narrow it down too much, it gave me a good point of reference to begin. I could see the bridge that separated the two halves of the city not far away. I suppose that would be the best place to start. Olga Marie Animusphere POV. Great, just great. I fired off another Gandra shot, blowing up a couple of those skeleton things. How many of these damn things were there? I couldn't keep this up forever, and the others here were completely useless. A few members of B-Team, a servant that doesn't know how to use her noble phantasm, and Castor who for some reason wasn't summoned as a lancer even though that was his most popular legend. At least most of the B-Team members had some experience under their belts already. Yet, this random Asian managed to form a contract with Mash, who wasn't even able to use her servant abilities beforehand. I don't even know anymore. The only saving grace was that Samuel from B-Team was able to form a contract with Castor. He seemed the most sensible of the lot that Shimoda managed to train for what little time they had available. And they were sensible enough to actually grab something to fend off these skeletons with. That what was his name Ritsuka Fujimaru just stood there like an idiot. Gander, Gander, Gander. I growled as the cursed shots of magical energy slammed into oncoming skeletons. Hurry up, there's too many of these things. I shouted. Little busy here lass, but I'm willing to trade. Castor shouted back. Don't ignore me, Castor. Another servant hissed, swinging around a scythe of all things as Castor tried to engage with her in melee combat for some reason I can't fathom. Purple hair with some sort of mystic eyes that he was complaining about, I could probably make a couple guesses about her true name, but I was understandably occupied keeping the others alive. I huffed, turning towards Mash but I couldn't find the enemy servant she was fighting anywhere. Director, watch out! She shouted as I turned around, feeling a presence at my back. My eyes widened as a weapon was about to piece me, only for Mash's shield to knock it away when she threw it as she came running towards me to kick the servant away. Are you all right, Director? She did that on purpose. I know she did. I'm fine. I grit my teeth. Stop playing around and finish off that servant. I demanded as she nodded and re-engaged with him. Why did I allow this ridiculous plan? Castor suggested we go for the purple-haired servant now that we had to. saying it would have been annoying by himself before, with the lack of magical energy he had and the fact that she had powerful mystic eyes. I didn't see a problem with it at the time, and we needed to clear this singularity as soon as possible to get back to Caldia to assess the damage and figure out what happened. No, with every plan having gone up in literal flames, was it any wonder that it happened again right now? Not to mention I agreed with taking along everyone. As director, I very well couldn't just leave the unexperienced B team members by themselves, even if they added nothing to being here. 2 without a servant contract, 1 missing an arm, and none of them knew basic magecraft beyond a botched form of reinforcement, which was somehow working right now. What I wouldn't give for any A-team member to be here with us, or even Shimoda. The systems were too damaged to attempt a proper summoning, so the others were utterly useless right now. And of course the assassin servant would try to ambush us. And he seemed to have a penchant for targeting masters when given an opening. Director. Samuel panicked and I turned back to look at him to see what made him worry. My eyes widened again as I saw another 100 or so of those skeletons pour out from the street, coming right at us. I already had to overpower one Gandra to do any meaningful damage to them, I didn't have the magical energy to deal with that many. Caster. I shouted again. Shit, on it. He returned, waving his hand through the air, a string of runes appeared as they ignited into a dozen different spells, flying towards the onslaught of skeletons coming this way. I was about to offer my thanks but I noticed the look he had, a little bit of blood dripped from his chest as he held a hand over it, staring at the scythe-wielding servant. She grinned maniacally, blood dripping from her weapon as she brought it up to her mouth, giving it a lick. Samuel, heal your servant. I said just loud enough for him to hear. Even if I couldn't personally command the servant, I could still give him orders. Director. The Texan followed orders without any back talk. And I was thankful to Shimoda for stressing such a thing in situations like this. His circuits were already activated, funneling magical energy to Caster, and he was wearing his uniform mystic code, thankfully. Heal. He held his hand up, focusing on Caster. An ethereal light covered the servant, but something was wrong. Should I do it again? Samuel asked me, making me scowl deeper. Was the mystic code damaged? I grit my teeth. Don't bother, Master. Caster called out, taking a stance again. I know a curse when I see one. Her weapon stops healing somehow, don't really have the time to inspect it anymore. Just wonderful. That's a danger we can't afford right now. We need to finish this quickly. There's no point in saving magical energy reserves if that servant just needs to get lucky once or twice and Caster has wounds he can't heal. Samuel, get ready to have Caster use his noble phantasm. I eyed the skeletons that remained. There were still a lot, but it was more manageable. They weren't really intelligent, so even if hitting them with a pipe or plank of wood didn't destroy them, it was enough to keep them at bay. How ridiculous, this is what it's come to. It's not the end of the world, I reminded myself. We can take some time to recuperate afterwards. Caster and Mash can either chase away Assassin or defeat him together. With a few hours rest, Samuel should be able to recover enough after Caster uses his noble phantasm. I rationalized it in my head, but I couldn't help but bite my thumb in annoyance. It was just time we couldn't really afford to waste. What's that? That useless Asian held his hand up to the distance, exclaiming in shock. I was about to scold him for interrupting my train of thought, but I also looked to see. There was a red streak of light coming right towards them. It was only a bright light in the distance, coming down from a building far away, but its form became clearer and clearer with the help of reinforcement as it got closer. It was fast, too fast to properly defend against or run away. Was it a noble phantasm of another servant? I felt the hairs of my scalp tingle as it got closer, an object wreathed in magical energy that made me shiver from the sheer bloodlust it exhibited. There was the expectance of what would happen once it reached us. Would it just pierce right through one of us, explode on impact, or did it have some other effect that I couldn't guess? I wanted to call out to Mash, but the words died in my throat. No, she would probably only save her master and let me die, it would be a fitting revenge. No one would question her, and she could get away with it easily. I wanted to close my eyes and just wait for the inevitable, but to my surprise, the wind around us whipped, and I was forced to hold my skirt down as it flew by. It didn't hit any of us, no, it wasn't intended for us from the beginning. My eyes followed the direction of where it went, the immense pressure of the object seemed to completely abate, and more questions filled my head once I saw what happened. It was a spear. A red spear that gave off a bloodthirsty feeling, even if it was not nearly as exuberant as it was a moment ago. However, it was plain to see because it was snatched right out of the air by Castor, almost subconsciously had his hand reached out to grab it before he stared at it with utter confusion. It was enough of a shock to everyone that everything seemed to silence themselves as well. Even the enemy servant he was facing stopped to look at the scene curiously. In his opposite hand, Castor let his staff dissipate back into motes of light as he twirled the spear with a familiarity. Well, ain't this something? He chuckled, flicking it from side to side. Castor, do you think? Nope. Castor cut her off. Call me Lancer. A feral grin appeared on his face as he took a much different stance than he had previously. He kicked off the ground, much more aggressively than before. He wielded the spear with expert ability to the point where I was starting to guess the spear's name, even as impossible as it was in this situation. No, I couldn't stop and stare any longer. Let the servants battle the servants, we had to take care of these lowly things first. Even if there were still dozens upon dozen of them. Maybe we could lure them back a ways to the bridge, push them over the edge, get them stuck in the river? What about lightning? A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, landing right onto one of those skeletons. And another fell a moment later. More and more began to fall like raindrops. The sky filled with nothing but ash and smoke seemed to turn into a torrential downpour of lightning until all the skeletons were turned to naught but ash. What? I wasn't the only one, as the others seemed stupefied as well. Sorry, I'm late, Director. My body immediately jerked, turning around towards the familiar voice. B Team Leader, reporting for duty. Wilhelm POV. Perhaps not the best way to appear, but I didn't really put much thought into this. Why you, Shimoda? Olga quickly recovered from the shock and confusion. Why are you here? How did you get here? She shakily held up her finger, jabbing it at me, mostly to see if I was actually here. I think I saw a hint of relief in addition to everything else. Boss. Samuel looked at me. You guys did good, let me take it from here. I smiled towards him. My eyes briefly landed on a face I didn't recognize. Was it another member of B Team that I hadn't met yet? He was wearing the Chaldean uniform, albeit not the Mystic Code variant, so that was my first assumption. Shimoda, I demand an explanation. Olga glowered. You were just with Roman. How are you here? Don't you dare ignore me. Would you believe me if I said I ray-shifted? I smiled awkwardly. Absolutely not. She was actually pretty cute when she got flustered like this. I patted her head, making her give a really strange noise in response. A mixture of surprise and confusion once more before she again had to regain her composure. What are you doing? Hold that thought, let's settle things here first. She squawked in protest, but honestly, there was a more important matter to handle. I glanced at Castor, or rather Culane. He also noticed my appearance out of the corner of his eye. It wouldn't be difficult for him to put two and two together in regards to spear. I'll be expecting that back later. You can try prying it from my hands. He chuckled, turning his attention fully back towards the servant he was fighting. I quirked a small grin myself, but looked at the other servant. I recognized the young woman, Mash, fighting some sort of assassin. A demi-servant, she said. It was something I hadn't heard of before, and the idea was honestly very intriguing, but I refused to allow myself to get lost in my own thoughts on the matter. The main point was, she was obviously a novice when it came to this kind of fighting. She was swinging that massive shield around without much prowess, but it also seemed like her physical attributes were far above the assassin that she was able to keep him at bay with just that. Mirage was already in my hand as I approached the little fight they were having. Senpai, stay back, this servant is strong. Mash warned me, a genuine look of alarm on her face as she saw me coming over. Though, the assassin took that moment of distraction, to push away from Mash's massive shield, instead opting to go for me. Did it consider me an easier target? Something was definitely wrong with this servant, as with the one that Castor was fighting. Cursed, they were definitely cursed by that damnable Avenger. That black mud must have gotten to them as well. They seemed much more hollow than a real servant. It was no wonder that Mash was overpowering him and able to hold her ground as awkwardly as she was. Zunhal Aik. The words were not very loud, but they were audible from far away. The weapon in the assassin's hand was ripped away, flinging off to the side. Credit where it was due, the servant didn't get thrown off for long, he immediately reached towards his back where he carried a plethora of other weapons. Mash took the opportunity to attack him again, the bottom of her shield swinging down towards the servant. The nameless servant brought his new weapon up to block her, and I took that chance to move. I didn't want to waste any time on this more than I have already. Magical energy swirled around me and my sword glowed with a myriad of colors. Myriad slash. The technique I had created so long ago. He reached behind him to grab another weapon with his free hand, but my blade didn't even register it before cutting right through his body and he slumped down. I was absolutely not in the mood right now to play around with this servant. Maybe in another place, and another time, I would want to take time to experiment with this thing and figure more about its capabilities. But it seemed to lack any kind of proper intelligence anymore, probably running more on instinct than anything. Mash disengaged right before, letting the assassin servant fall to the ground, dissipating into motes of light and disappearing. She had pretty good instincts. She called herself a demi-servant. Did she inherit things from her servant half? Really need to know what that's about. Gaia! A pained shriek sounded out that drew my attention. Castor held up the other servant, spear pierced through her heart as her body slid to the ground. She barely had time to utter words of disdain before also dissipating away. Considering how hollow these servants felt, I'm not surprised he was able to end it so quickly. He twirled my spear, showing off a rather cocky grin. Probably because he noticed my gaze as well. Senpai, that was incredible. Mash looked at me, eyes practically sparkling. Adorable. You didn't do bad yourself. I think she deserved some praise after fighting a servant for the first time. Though, she kind of slumped her shoulders in response. Did I touch on a sore spot? Shimoda. Olga shouted. What's going on? She fumed, stomping up to me. And don't you dare lie. She let out a huff that seemed sad. Is that even your name? What else have you been hiding? She was no longer shouting, her voice quieted down, but I could easily hear the undertone of hurt in her words. In for a penny, in for a pound. There was no point in hiding anymore, and I felt like I owed it to her at this point. I let out a sigh but acquiesced. I was really not at my best right now, and even any kind of joke died in my throat that I would try in a normal CIRC** misstance. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I gave the most gentle smile I was capable of. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. Chapter 350, Chapter 317. She looked at me like I had 3 heads. The others, well, they didn't really have any concept of the weight behind my name. Maybe I should give her a moment, because Olga was just gaping her mouth like a fish. Perhaps. What? She finally shrieked. There it is. Wilhelm. I heard you. She hissed, fuming as she properly processed what I had said previously. Why you? He jabbed her finger at me, seemingly unable to find the right words. You lied to me. Was added on with not but a whisper. Director. Mash shuffled closer. Roman is trying to contact us. Olga jerked her head towards her, a scowl adoring her face. Put him on. She huffed. I suppose priority to the situation is given, no matter how much Olga was giving me looks. No doubt she clearly had a lot to say. Director, are you? Roman stopped to stare at me. Takao. Hello Roman, fancy seeing you here. I gave him a little wave. How? How are you there? What? Roman blurted out. Would you believe me if I said I ray-shifted? But our sensors didn't detect any ray-shifting activity from our end. Roman seemed confused. Not to mention we don't have the power to ray-shift again yet. Leo barely has some sub-systems back online, and... Roman. Olga hissed again, interrupting him. He didn't ray-shift. Roman blinked, still confused. But, how else did he get there? Yes, how did you get here, Shimoda? Olga glowered, emphasizing that name I used. In normal situations like this, I usually make a joke due to the awkwardness, but, seeing her genuinely look upset, I felt a pit in my stomach. I used the kaleidoscope. I let out a sigh, just admitting the truth. The kaleidoscope. Roman repeated, his eyes slowly widening. Why you're a magician? Yet. I just nodded, not feeling very excited to introduce myself again when the director was glaring my way. What's the big deal? I thought you all were. Samuel awkwardly asked. He sort of shrunk a little as everyone now turned to him as the source of the question. A magician is completely different than a magus. Roman exclaimed. A magician can use true magic. And they continued to stare blankly. We never covered that, Roman. Olga sighed, almost in resignation. It wasn't something important enough to warrant a discussion. She shot me another look. At least it wasn't until now. I'm completely confused. I then faced the source of that particular voice. It was one foreign to me. I'm sorry, who are you? Aritsuka Fujimaru, sir. He tried his best to address me sort or professionally. You were with the new batch of recruits. I winced a little realizing he was the only one of the new batch that I've yet seen, even when I was running around Caldia after the bombs. And you managed to make a contract with, MASH. I looked at the adorable girl in some revealing armor with the massive shield. How did that happen? You can find out later. Olga huffed. Don't you dare try to change the subject. Right, I scratched my cheek, feeling a little helpless at her attitude. How was I supposed to respond? While I didn't do anything morally wrong here, I did wrong her. It's not like I couldn't empathize with her perspective. I can explain the difference, Director. Mash cheerfully volunteered, cutting through the awkwardness. Magecraft is the recreation of any phenomenon that can be achieved through non-magical means regardless of time or effort. While true magic is something that is not yet achievable. I think I get it. Mash's master muttered. Wonderful. Olga deadpanned. What a great use of our time. Now that the lesson is over, we can get back to the main point. How the hell are you a magician? Why are you a magician? She threw her finger at me again in accusation. Though it was awkwardly phrased, and probably just blurted out, I could understand what she was trying to ask. Zelrich is my grandfather. He asked me to investigate what was going on with Caldia because he anticipated something wrong about everything. Grandfather. Olga blurted out again. The wizard marshal has a grandson. I never heard about anything like that either. Roman whispered from his end. Lord Zelrich is the magician known as the Kaleidoscope, the master of the second true magic. Mash whispered to her apparent master. Boss, does that mean you can take us back? Samuel spoke up, apparently speaking what was on the minds of others. Sorry, master. You're not going back other than the way you came. Castor, who had been standing at the side, lazily spoke up for the first time. What do you mean? Samuel tilted his head. Figured you were new to everything. But Castor kind of inspected him. Your causality is all twisted up. Can't say I know the ins and outs of how you got here, and by your admittance earlier, you're not from this time period. But you can't go back except the way you came, otherwise your causality is too twisted and it'll tear you apart if you popped back over. Castor scratched his head, apparently trying to choose his words carefully for Samuel's sake. True magic, or whatever, isn't something I'm familiar with either, so I might be wrong. But he doesn't use the same method of travel, so I don't think it'd be a good idea to go back with it. You're right. I confirmed his suspicions. What a surprise, you're actually a competent magus. Olga looked at Castor, scoffing. Hey, I'm a pretty good druid. Castor chuckled. You decided to fight another servant with a stick. I'm feeling pretty unappreciated here. You know, I did have to constantly keep applying runes to myself to ward off her mystic eyes, right? Castor hummed. And if I tried to get some distance, that would just put you all in her line of sight. And not to be cocky or anything, but those were some damn strong mystic eyes, even with how cursed she apparently was. Judging by the stone statues littering the area, I'm guessing the woman was Medusa. Thank you for your work, Castor. Samuel replied with sincerity. Thanks, Master. See, you cheerfully accepted the thanks. At least someone appreciates my efforts. I'd take a farm boy over a magus any day. You know I grew up on a farm. Samuel looked surprised. Ha, you got that look about you. Nothing wrong with farmers, honest lot they are. See, you chuckled. And now that I have Gebolg, it's Lancer. He grinned, spinning the spear around. Wait, where did you get your spear? How did you change to a Lancer? Roman spoke up. Ask the kid over there. He leveled it, pointing it at me. And it's not my spear. But isn't Gebolg the name of your spear? Castor shook his head. Shishao passed one of her spears to me after my training was done. She had several others, but she favored one in particular. He spoke, giving the spear a nostalgic look. Makes me wonder myself. How you got your hands on Shishao's favorite spear? His eyes landed on me. It was a memento. I guess I should call you my little brother then, huh? Didn't think she would have another student in this era. Castor easily read between the lines. Did she finally get her wish? He looked up at the sky, wistfully. She did. He knew then, I suppose. Well, there was no reason to hide it, I've already stepped into the light as it were. Good, that's good. What are you talking about? Olga stomped her foot. Castor seemed to shift gears, regaining that cocky smile of his. What? Just talking to my junior over here. Not every day I meet another student of that bitch. It's funny, I don't particularly enjoy it when people talk about my woman that way, but it felt sentimental when he referred to Skathik like that. Who am I to call him out if they had that kind of dynamic? I've called Skathik a hag on more than one occasion. Another student. Roman repeated again. Wait, that means. Yup, he also trained with Skathik. Cu chuckled, spinning his spear a little. Don't know how, didn't think it'd be possible to get to the land of shadows in this era. But I'm also not familiar with that magic, so who knows? What makes you think I didn't just time travel to before you went? Maybe you're my little brother. Who are you fooling, hey? I may not prefer being a caster, but I damn well earned the right to appear as one. Time travel isn't something even you can do quietly, present point excluded. He shook his head abruptly. You're lucky, if things aren't as bad as I'm imagining, then you would have been in trouble. What do you mean by that? Olga interjected. Shimoda, what does he mean by that? True time travel is a taboo. Ray-shifting barely skirts around the issue, so you're fine there. But even for magicians, even Gramps won't use this method. Then why? I couldn't just let you all handle this on your own. I smiled wryly. I'm the leader of B Team. There was a small crack in the mask that Olga created after I introduced myself. Director. We have a servant signature heading your way, make that too, dot. Roman interjected. Castor looked at me. You're her student, I don't think I gotta ask if you can handle yourself. I can, but I would rather regroup somewhere for a little while. What, you afraid? Cu jokingly mocked. Don't worry, let your elder show you how it's done. Any other time, I'd love to, but I gestured towards the others. Your master, and the others don't have the same experience, let them catch their bearings. And I also want to better understand what's going on. Damn it, you're probably right. His eagerness faded. Let's get the kiddos out of here, let them catch their breath. Well, he is sensible. And where do you propose we go? Olga crossed her arms. In case you haven't noticed, this place is littered with skeletons of all things, and is mostly on fire. Not to mention the servants running around. I know a place, a little out of the ways, and should have some decent resources we can scavenge. Of course you do. Olga scowled. Lead the way, Lord Schweinorg. Good, this place is mostly standing still. I eyed the Tosaka Manor. I don't think Rin would mind, given the situation. And I'll see if I can't nab some doodads that she might appreciate having duplicates of. What is this place? There's residual response of bounded fields having been present. Olga looked around, apparently casting some analysis spells. The home of Fuyuki's second owner Rin Tosaka. I replied. It was far enough away from the main city that it made for a good place to bunker down for the evening. How do you know that? Olga eyed me again. And other things. How did you know about King Arthur? Let's get settled first, shorty. Then you two can continue your lover's spat. Cu replied with the grace of a sledgehammer. Lover's spat. She shrieked. Why you insolent? I put a hand atop her head, making her freeze. And if I were to be honest, it almost felt like she leaned into me only for her to quickly regain her wits. Her nostrils flared as she looked at me with a huff and stomped off. I'm going to make sure there's no traps any of them will run into. She declared before disappearing into the corridors. Damn, she's cute when she's angry. Cu tilted his head, watching her walk away. You like the ornery ones too? Really? I gave him a deadpan look upon noticing him staring at her butt as she disappeared. What? I can't admire the view. Admittedly, the director is, well proportioned in that regard. Give me my spear back. No, it's mine now. He clutched it close to his chest, picking up the pace as he ran inside. Did he just pull that on me, plus? It was sort of humbling in a way, being on the other end of that. Make yourself useful and put out a bounded field around the place. I shouted, knowing full well he could hear me even if he didn't respond. Though, he was probably going to do just that anyways. Skadek said many things about him, but never unreliable. Though. This feeling deep inside that pulsated when he was around. I would be getting answer from him later. But at the moment, I had other important matters. The mansion itself was about 80% whole. The far wing was caved in, but I don't think it mattered much. The entrance opened up to some furniture, enough for everyone to sit down. All right, team, everyone take a seat. We need to have a chat. It's good to see you, boss. Samuel said, falling into a seat with a sigh of relief. It wasn't looking good there for a while. I looked at what remained of my team, a melancholic feeling invading my chest. No one else made it. It's my fault. Benjamin spoke up. I tried to help Elaine, but he waved the stump that was his missing right arm. There were a couple others we found, but... Samuel added, choking the words out. No judgment from me. Geez, what a stressful situation they've been shoved into. It's not anyone's fault. I sighed, walking towards Benjamin. Let me see. Thanks, boss, I could use a hand. He joked in self-deprecation. I lightly swatted at his head. I knew it was just his way to cope. I inspected where it was wrapped up and I began undoing the cloth. It could have been worse. I mumbled before my hand lit with a bright light. That feels good, don't stop. Don't make it weird. I snorted, swatting at him again. Though, it did ease the tension a little as I heard a few chuckles around me. Unfortunately, I don't have a spell that can regenerate limbs. Oh. Don't get depressed. I quickly continued. I know someone who can, though. So, wait until everything is resolved and we'll get it taken care of. I could technically do something about it right now, but I was also hesitant to take something like that out in case we're being watched somehow. It wasn't a mortal wound, as callous of me to say. So I could put it off until later, to be on the safe side. All right, boss. He nodded, quivering his lip a little. Relief mixed with the same amount of stress everyone was dealing with. I had to keep reminding myself that these people were not used to these kinds of situations. Chef. Pierre perked up as I put a hand on his shoulder, a healing light enveloping him. What happened? Tauda explodes. Everything suddenly exploded. He corrected himself. I'm trying to figure that out myself. I admitted. Everything in Caldia is in shambles. The vast majority of staff are likely dead. That's not even mentioning the systems and resources that were no doubt lost in the attack as well. I finished healing up them and moved on to the newest apparent member of our troop. Ritsuka Fujimaru, you said. I walked up to him. Young, probably younger than Benjamin. Mash stood at his side, protectively. Even if she was relaxed, it seems like her natural instinct was to hover around him. Why yes. He quickly nodded his head. It's an unfortunate first meeting. I held out my hand as he gladly took it. However, welcome to the team, I suppose. We're going to need as many hands as possible. Could you tell me what happened? Maybe starting from when you arrived. Sure. He mumbled, looking down at his hands. I just got off the helicopter and came inside when I saw a bunch of other people gathered. I guess they were going to be the same as me. Fujimaru questioned as I nodded. Right, so we came in and some other people came to introduce themselves. We were taken on a tour. He paused, looking a little sheepish. It was a long flight, I had to use the restroom. Let me guess, you got lost. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I found this weird squirrel, dog, thing. He didn't really seem to know how to describe it, but I immediately knew what he was talking about. I stiffened, because the door to the mansion was pushed open and I felt a very familiar presence. Foo. The little monstrosity stood at the threshold. I met its eyes. It looked smug. And you knew I was coming, is that why you hid away right before I arrived? What the hell are you? Nope. I'm ignoring you. I'm ignoring the fact that you even came here, somehow. Foo, there you are. Mash cooed as the small animal ran over and jumped into her arms happily. Yeah, him. Ritsuka chuckled. I followed, and I found Mash here. She offered to lead me back to where I needed to go and, well, when we were about to walk into the room with the things. Coffins. I added. Those things, yeah. He nodded. Well, everything suddenly exploded. Next thing I know, I saw Mash and she was, not very good. She asked me to grab her hand, then next thing I know, I landed on the ground here and she explained everything to me afterwards. I looked up at Mash. It's all true, senpai. Master saved me by making the contract. And what's the deal with that? I questioned. A demi-servant? That's the first I've heard of such a thing. Mash visibly recoiled awkwardly and I realized I was touching something sensitive. Let's shelf that for now. Are there any detriments to your abilities? She shook her head. But, I don't know the name of my noble phantasm. I think the heroic spirit I fused with protected me and then something happened that it can't respond. I think there's more to it considering that she was supposed to be a member of a team from what Wadime said. Something about some unfortunate CIRC* misstances that didn't allow her to deploy with certainty. Do you know the name of the servant you're merged with? I think that's the correct term for what happened to her. The idea that a human could merge with a servant in the same way she did was utterly fascinating. Sorry. Mash said quietly. It's not your fault. You being here is already a big boon. I tried to cheer her up. And well done, Fujimaru, forging a contract with a servant shouldn't be something you can do on instinct. Makes me wonder what his servant compatibility is for that to even be a thing. Thank you. His perked up a little bit, despite the situation. He was handling himself fairly well, all things considered. He just stepped into the place and then a literal boom later, he's fighting for his life. What about you guys? I turned towards the remainder of my time. What happened on your end? They shared a look before Samuel spoke up. Lef asked us to give the new guys a tour while everyone else was preparing to reshift. We wanted to make ourselves useful while everything was happening, so we obliged. While we were showing them the coffins and explaining what was going to happen soon, everything suddenly exploded. And was Lef inside the room with you? Yes, boss. Lef was standing nearby, but, the place he was got hit hard. I don't think he made it. That made my thoughts come to a screeching halt. Lef was dead? I didn't want to call Samuel a liar, but I don't think he could have paid enough attention to know if Lef escaped unharmed or not. But at the same time, I can't rule out the possibility that Lef was actually uninvolved. What a mess. I breathed out, looking around the room again. Alright, you guys get a well-deserved break. Take a nap if it helps. I can make something for everyone to eat in a little bit once we're settled for the night. What went unsaid was that they would be forced to jump into the fray again come morning. I couldn't leave them by themselves and just run out to settle everything myself. There was the matter of a perpetrator on the loose who had no qualms about killing anyone. And if a stray servant came upon them? No, it was better that they stick close. It would also mean I can keep some of my own cards to my chest for now by having both Mash and CU help with servants. Maybe I can see if the fate system is working so they can summon more servants tomorrow morning? Mash, look after everyone. I'm going to go check up on the director. Good luck. She said quietly. Oof, even Mash could see the hole I was in regarding her. Let's see if I can mend some bridges. Didn't expect to find you here. I pushed open the cracked door to see Olga rummaging through some drawers. It was Rin's bedroom. She paused, seeing that it was me, scowled and continued. My position as director is clearly irrelevant, so I figured I would make myself useful. Do you have orders for me, Lord Schweinorg? Maybe something else you've lied to me about. I was about to respond with an apology but something else caught my eye. Are you raiding Rin's panty drawer? I looked over her shoulder. Damn Rin, some of those are spicy. You need to take Artoria shopping with you next time. Don't compare me to some common deviant. She squeaked in embarrassment as she unfolded her hand, revealing a few jewels, slamming them on the top of the dresser. This Tosaka heir hid some noteworthy items around her estate. I have been searching for them and found a few. She gestured towards the bed with a few more jewels and some other mystic codes. There was also the dagger mystic code she tended to carry around. Clothes? I asked, looking at some things laid out on the bed. I am assuming that my room is gone. Thus, I've been finding anything of worth to bring back. I can only imagine what resources we're lacking. I was going to gather what foodstuffs and such as well. How are you going to take it back with you? I'll figure that out later. She huffed, turning around and stomping to the bed, and plopping down. It's not that things can't reshift back with them, but she would have to somehow carry it all with her. She made a good point. Caldia was probably without any meaningful resources. Food, clothing, anything really would be much appreciated. I walked over, sitting down next to her, but she huffed again, turning her head. I'm sorry. I saw her twitch a little, so I continued. I'm sorry I misled you. You have nothing to apologize for. She said evenly, though her tone betrayed her expression. I'm sure you had no choice but to betray all my trust and lie to my face. This humiliation is entirely unintentional on your part. And the thought that I actually managed to do something right for once was just a misunderstanding, isn't that right? Of course, it couldn't be by my hand that a competent member of Caldia emerged. No, it was the wizard marshal who takes all the credit. It's my fault for thinking I could fulfill my duties properly. The look on her face as she finished, I don't think she even meant to say all that. The combination of stress and everything literally blowing up in her face, I can't fault her for just blurting that all out. I reached out, putting a hand on her shoulder. What are you doing? And I pulled her into a hug. She seemed like she really needed one right now. She didn't get upset, nor her usual shouting or belligerence. Instead, I think I heard some soft sniffles as her face was buried into my side. She stayed like that for a minute and I didn't do anything to compromise the vulnerability she must have been feeling at this particular moment. When she finally pulled herself away, she took a deep breath, rubbing her eyes. You will not tell anyone this happened. It'll be our little secret. Good. She nodded in satisfaction, a little bit of embarrassment showing through. Here. I said, taking out my hat. What? She stared blankly at it as I pushed it into her hands. It's a hat. I noticed. She scoffed. And where did it come from? I wiggled my finger to show the ring I had on. Folded space, pocket dimension. Convenient. Yup, you know what's also convenient? I asked. What? I tapped on the hat and Sir Wiggles popped his little head outside. Olga stiffened, staring at my familiar. Sir Wiggles pulled himself up out of the brim and forced himself onto her lap. Why is there a rabbit in my lap? He's not just a rabbit, he is Sir Wiggles' bottom fluffy tail Octavius Benedict III, Crown Prince of the Emerald Kingdom, Duke of Carrot Island, General of the Northern Armies, Lightning-born, the Devil Slayer. And newly appointed head of Chaldean Department of Phantasmal Beasts. Or, Sir Wiggles, for short. She opened her mouth and closed it again. Clearly, she was in awe at the legacy that sat in her lap. Cute. I'll take that as an agreement on his new appointment. He's my familiar. Olga ran a finger along his fluffy back. And you didn't fill out the required paperwork to bring a familiar into Caldia, did you? He's my pet. I offered instead. Olga looked at me, her eyes twitching slightly. I'll let it go this once. She said quietly. Works every time. You do know we actually have a department for phantasmal beasts, right? I did not. I admitted. Your rabbit would probably do a better job anyways. She snorted, the slightest bit amused. The hat is a pocket dimension. It's something very sentimental to me as well and is also Sir Wiggles' home. I already put a lot of different things in there that will be helpful to Caldia. And you can add anything else you find. I picked the hat up, putting it on her head. She made a little noise consisting of grumbling cutely but didn't stop me. So, why don't you hang on to it for a while? Thank you, Shimoda. She whispered. And we spent a little while longer, sitting in a pleasant silence as she gently pet Sir Wiggles. A few minutes that she could rest probably helped her substantially. Hey! I walked outside to the porch where Castor was laying against the steps. Castor! I greeted in return. Castor? What Castor? I only see a lancer out here. It would be a shame if his spear disappeared. The corners of my lips curled up as I took a seat next to him. Come on, man. Don't do that to me. I hate being summoned as a caster. I mean, it's not bad, but I'm a spearman, through and through. I can't wait to tell Skadik that you were summoned as a caster. I laughed, just picturing her face. Wait, I thought you said she was. Yet. I sighed, getting a little more comfortable. She asked me to kill her when my training was done. So you really did it, hey? She let me win. I wasn't ashamed to admit that. Geez, she never let me win. Oh, she doesn't anymore. I shook my head. She'll kick my ass if I give her the slightest opening. Though, she does get affectionate afterwards. She enjoys cuddling. Wait, what? Are we talking about the same person? I'm thinking she's a little biased here. She was never that gentle with me. She would kick my ass to the point where I couldn't walk, then make me crawl all the way back to her damn castle. And you, what, get head pats afterwards? That's some bullshit right there. More like lap pillows. F***CKU. If you didn't give me this spear, I'd be fighting you right now. Castor pouted. She was never that gentle with me. That's some favoritism right there. Of course it is, she's my woman. I said rather proudly. Damn, you got some balls then. Castor looked at me with a hint of respect. But you said she was killed. Fought in a Grail war, used it to bring her back. I summarized the entire thing. He blinked, looking at me. Ah, that'd do it. Willingly fighting in a war against servants just to resurrect her? Yeah, that's be something to win her heart even if there wasn't anything else involved. See, you chuckled. I'm glad she's doing well. As fun as this conversation was, I believe it was appropriate to get to the point. So, you ready to start talking? I looked at him, raising an eyebrow. So you noticed? The Castor servant sighed. Was hoping you wouldn't. Pretty hard not to. I sat up a little straight. So, wanna tell me why the blessing I got from the god Odin starts flaring up whenever you're around? Sorry for the delay, not feeling too well still. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my p.a.t.r.e.o.n.c.o.m/astory4own. Just a heads up, this chapter was beta D, so probably more errors than normal. Which is also a heads up for the future, my beta won't be available for a while and I only have like 3 more chapters that he did corrections on. So, be prepared for some more errors while I try to handle things myself and get back into that groove.
Thanks for listening.